Chapter 1931, Questioning the President's Decision. Madame Wu sneered, "How would I know where your gu dongxing went to buy New Year goods? All I know is that the New Year goods here are only supplied to personnel at the elder level and above. Your gu dongxing is just a researcher and has no right to purchase the fixed supply New Year goods here." Huh. This year's New Year goods are allocated based on the courtyard one resides in. Are you saying my gu dongxing has no right to buy New Year goods here because he has no right to live in this courtyard? So, Madame Wu, you're not actually questioning whether I'm qualified to buy the New Year goods here, you're questioning whether my gu dongxing is qualified to live in this courtyard. In other words, you're questioning the president's decision to let gu dongxing move in here. Since you dare to question the president's decision, you should go directly to the president, or better yet, convene a meeting of the elders to discuss the qualifications of a mere family member like me. When Madame Wu exposed Nan Mingyu as merely a researcher's family member, everyone felt that Nan Mingyu was out of line for pretending to be an elder's family member and acting so boldly. But after hearing Nan Mingyu's words, they suddenly didn't blame her anymore. After all, she lived there. As for the idea that she shouldn't live there, that didn't hold up. If she had moved in, she must have the ability to do so. Dare to question the president's decision? Who gave Madame Wu the nerve? As soon as Nan Mingyu finished speaking, Sister AI went straight for Madame Wu. "Huang Chuanyi, this year's fixed supply New Year goods are divided by courtyard for purchase. Gu Dongxing lives in this courtyard, so he naturally has the right to buy and collect goods here. You're just an elder's family member who gave you the right to question the president's decision. Moreover, as far as I know, gu Dongxing's position is already vice president. Although it's not as high as an elder's, he is a special talent. Don't stir up trouble here." Madame Wu was even more shocked. That gu dongxing had already become vice president? He was only 30 years old, wasn't he? A 30-year-old deputy military-level officer, his future was incredibly bright. And certain special talents could also enjoy treatment equivalent to that of elders. Hearing that the youngest researcher, gu dongxing, had become vice president was also a huge surprise. Since gu dongxing had moved in, there must be something special about him. Saying he wasn't qualified was questioning the president's decision. Wu Xiaomei was also stunned when Sister AI said gu dongxing had become vice president. Although this Folk Culture Research Association was just a civilian organization, it was more formidable than many state institutions. Even the heads of major aristocratic families wouldn't dare offend the elders here lightly. But then she felt a surge of excitement. The youngest vice president, this was the man she had set her sights on. Gu dongxing had to belong to her. She had to find a way to become his wife. But now, the position of gu dongxing's wife was already occupied. How could she take that seat? First, she had to remove the person in that position. Second, she had to make gu dongxing willingly fall in love with her and become unable to live without her. Such a man, such a perfect son-in-law, should have been hers, yet he had been taken by a country girl. She needed to think of a way to make her own daughter the youngest military commander's wife. If she wanted her daughter to become gu dongxing's wife, she first had to remove Nan Mingyu as an obstacle. But this Nan Mingyu was no simple woman. How could she make gu dongxing despise Nan Mingyu, divorce her, and then marry her own daughter, Xiaomei? End of chapter. Chapter 1932, A Country Girl Isn't Worth My Apology. Both mother and daughter were scheming on how to manipulate Nan Mingyu into giving up her position as gu dongxing's wife, when suddenly Sister AI shouted loudly, "Huang Chuanyi, I told you to apologize to Xiao Nan. Did you hear me? Apologize? I didn't say anything wrong." Huang Chuanyi had no intention of apologizing to Nan Mingyu. Even if gu dongxing enjoyed the treatment of an elder, he couldn't stand on equal footing with her husband, who was a true and verified elder. She was plotting to take Nan Mingyu's position for her daughter, so between them, it was inevitably a life-or-death struggle. Since reconciliation was impossible, why should she apologize? Thus, she stood there, looking at Nan Mingyu with disdain. Who knows how a mere researcher became a vice president? I didn't say anything wrong. Besides, she's just a country girl, hardly worth my apology. I don't need your apology either, because even if you apologized, I wouldn't forgive you. Nan Mingyu had long known that with gu dongxing's excellence, women would constantly throw themselves at him, but a mother-daughter duo doing so together was rare. Typically, women might try to make a move, and their parents would stop them, but this parent clearly supported her daughter going after a married man. There was no one else like that. Xiaotao sighed, "Master, aside from that time 3 years ago when you went in to gather herbs, have you been back since?" Xiaotao suggested, "Master, why not send a few bees to monitor them?" "Yes, Master." A swarm of bees once got into the thatched hut space, collected pollen from the spiritual herbs, and settled in the herb garden. They fed on spiritual honey, and because of the 30-fold time difference, though only 3 years passed outside, they've been in the herb garden of the thatched hut space for nearly 100 years, mutating into spiritual bees. Nan Mingyu wasn't afraid of them, nor was she worried that gu dongxing would be taken away. She just found it irritating. But don't bees hibernate in winter? Bees? I didn't sign a contract with them. Nan Mingyu was startled. A swarm of bees got into the herb garden of the thatched hut, and I didn't know? It was that time you left the door open and forgot to close it. A bee got in, then led the whole swarm inside, where they settled and built a hive on a loquat tree in there. The two white birds were about to fly out, but Xiao Tao stopped Nan Mingyu. Master, Xiao Feng, and the others are too conspicuous. But we have spiritual bees? Ordinary bees hibernate, but spiritual bees don't. Nan Mingyu recalled that she hadn't been there in over 3 years. All right, Mom. Nan Mingyu thought. Should she just bag them and give them a beating? But given her current status, she couldn't act rashly, or it would harm Gu Dongxing's reputation. After thinking it over, she decided against it. Nan Mingyu simply instructed Xiao Feng and Xiao Huang in the space. From today on, you two keep an eye on that mother-daughter pair. See what tricks they pull, and if anything happens, tell me immediately. Because the leaves are dense, if you just rush in, you naturally wouldn't see them. Is there a lot of honey? The honey she usually collected mostly came from the few hives on the peach trees. The peach trees now covered 30 acres, with 3 hives hanging on them. Whenever Nan Mingyu wanted honey, she'd go straight to the peach trees to collect it. This peach blossom honey could beautify and nourish the skin, and since the peach tree was Xiao Tao's original form, the honey was even more effective. She had more peach blossom honey than she could eat, so she never bothered with other hives. Xiao Tao was exasperated. Shouldn't she be asking how to control the bees? Why was she only thinking about eating honey? End of chapter. Chapter 1933. Finding a way to deal with Nan Mingyu. But she still replied, although that spiritual honey can't compare to peach blossom honey in terms of beauty and skincare, because it's brewed from the spiritual herbs inside, and the bees have all become spiritual bees. The honey they produce contains a strong concentration of spiritual energy. All right, I'll go back and collect the honey. Now tell me, how do I control those bees to monitor this mother-daughter pair of the Wu family? Master, you just need to sign a contract with the queen bee, Xiao Tao said. Sign a contract with the queen bee? Didn't you just say they are my subjects in the space? Do I still need to sign a contract? Nan Mingyu was puzzled. Master, they're indeed your subjects and cannot refuse to sign a contract with you, but if you want to control them, you still need to sign one. Otherwise, they won't be able to communicate with you. As long as you sign a contract with the queen bee, you can control the worker bees through her. Nan Mingyu immediately had her clone Yun Jiang in the space go to the herb garden in the thatched cottage space to find the spiritual bees and sign a soul contract with the queen bee. Yun Jiang's clone entered the thatched cottage space and indeed found a huge beehive on a loquat tree. Because of Sister AI's outburst, no one dared to stop Nan Mingyu from purchasing the fixed supplies. Nan Mingyu bought the portion belonging to Gu Dongxing for bottles of high-end Mount Ai liquor, 2 cartons of special high-end cigarettes, 2 boxes of premium pastries, as well as fruits, sugar, vegetables, pork, beef, and so on. Altogether, it filled 2 large boxes. With Sister AI's shout, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Nan Mingyu. Nan Mingyu felt very embarrassed. Although the 2 boxes were a bit large, she could really carry them. As Xiao Tao had said, when Nan Mingyu's Yun Jiang clone tried to contract with the queen bee didn't resist and obediently signed the contract with her. Since the original body and the clone shared the same soul, from then on, both the original body and the clone could control the queen bee. Sister AI, acting like Tingsang, nagged for a while and then called over 2 attendants, Xiao Luo, Xiao Zhang, you 2 come over and help the sister-in-law take her things back. She's pregnant and can't carry heavy loads. Immediately, 2 attendants came over, picked up Nan Mingyu's 2 large boxes, and delivered the fixed New Year supplies she had bought to her home. Moreover, if she, a young person, didn't carry the boxes, could she let a woman in her 40s or 50s carry them instead? Sister AI seemed to see through Nan Mingyu's thoughts and said, don't be shy. As family members, we not only rely on ourselves, but also on each other. All the family members in this compound have been through this. Which one hasn't been pregnant or given birth? When we need our men the most, they're usually not at home, so we family members help each other. Sister AI called out, oh Xiao Nan, wait, I'll help you lift it. Be careful, you're carrying a child. Let me. Immediately, she had the queen bee send out over a dozen bees to start monitoring the Wu family mother and daughter. But because of this, the news that Nan Mingyu was pregnant spread almost throughout the entire compound. Everyone knew that the wife of Gu Dongxing, the new resident, was expecting. Wu Xiaomei watched as Nan Mingyu was escorted back by 2 young attendants, her eyes wishing they could shoot out knives to slice Nan Mingyu into pieces. Men? Wu Xiaomei's eyes suddenly flickered. She had finally found a way to deal with Nan Mingyu. Yes, Wu Xiaomei planned to wait a while until no one was paying attention to her, then find a few men to ruin Nan Mingyu. That way, not only would she lose the child in her womb, but Gu Dongxing would also abandon her because she had been defiled. By then, Gu Dongxing would surely divorce Nan Mingyu, and her opportunity would come. The 6 days explosive update ends. Angels, good night. This chapter ends. Chapter 1934, Celebrating the Little New Year. The day after receiving the fixed New Year supplies was the day of the Little New Year. Gu Dongxing had not yet returned, so Nan Mingyu stayed home alone, stewed clam soup, stir-fried a plate of venison, a plate of greens from the space, and made dumplings with flood dragon meat. She had now moved her consumption of the nectar to the evening. After all, during the day there were many eyes and distractions, and being interrupted would not be ideal. Although she took the nectar, she tried to eat only foods with spiritual energy, and even the water she drank was spiritual spring water from the space, to ensure that her 2 babies absorbed enough spiritual energy. However, just as she was about to eat, the courtyard door was knocked on. Little Nan, open the door. Nan Mingyu recognized the voice immediately. It was Sister Ai. She quickly put away the flood dragon meat dumplings. These pure flood dragon meat dumplings couldn't be shared with others. If they were left out and seen, she would have to offer them. After putting away the dumplings, she waved her hand to produce a plate of spiritual wheat steamed buns, then ran to open the courtyard door. Sister Ai, you. Nan Mingyu showed her the soup. I can't eat anything too greasy or heavy right now. This is clam soup, and this plate of meat is today's share of pork. Nan Mingyu felt a bit awkward. Sister Ai, I've already prepared my meal and was just about to eat. As for the buns being spiritual wheat buns, she didn't mention that, nor could she easily explain. Sister Ai sniffed the aroma and felt the dishes smelled incredibly sweet and appetizing. Even the plate of greens gave off a very enticing fragrance. Nan Mingyu really didn't want to go. She wanted to integrate into the community of family members here, but she also didn't want to get too close to anyone. Moreover, she didn't want to eat ordinary food containing impurities now, so she shook her head. Sister Ai glanced at the dishes and the buns, looking a bit dismissive. Look, what kind of meal is this? Just one plate of meat. Come to my house. We've killed a chicken today, and there's duck, fish, and meat. Come on, it'll be livelier with more people eating. Sister Ai warmly took Nan Mingyu's hand. Little Nan, you're home alone. Come to my place for the Little New Year. Sister Ai paused, then let go of Nan Mingyu's hand. Look at me. I only thought about you spending the Little New Year alone, but I forgot you're pregnant. You really know how to cook. Ordinary dishes become so fragrant in your hands. Sister Ai sighed. I was hoping to invite you to celebrate the Little New Year together. It was inconsiderate of me to forget your special situation. All right, since that's the case, I won't insist. She looked at Nan Mingyu's dishes. What kind of dishes are these? Sister Ai, I know your kindness, and I appreciate it, but I'm in a special period now, and my meals have special requirements. The big fish and meat at your place might not sit well with me. Sister Ai walked to the door, then suddenly turned back to Nan Mingyu, who was seeing her out. The recovery pills you gave me last time worked wonders. I took them for 3 days, and my old injuries no longer hurt. And my husband old Zhang, who is in worse shape than me, is also much more comfortable now. I wanted to ask, do you still have those recovery pills? Many people who practice hard qigong like him have old injuries, and they all want to buy your recovery pills. What do you think? Nan Mingyu thought for a moment, then said, these recovery pills can only treat minor old injuries. If the condition is severe, I would need to examine them before prescribing medicine. After all, medicine shouldn't be taken carelessly. She thought that although she wouldn't be staying here for very long, it wouldn't be short either, and being able to showcase her medical skills would be the best way to integrate. Chapter end. Chapter 1935, The Old President. Are you sure? Sister Ai exclaimed in surprise. You haven't even graduated yet, have you? Nan Mingyu smiled. Sister Ai, although I'm a student at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the knowledge I've actually gained doesn't come from the school, it comes from my master. I completed my apprenticeship 2 years after entering the school. Sister Ai was astonished. You've completed your apprenticeship? Nan Mingyu gave a helpless smile. Yes. If I hadn't, how would I dare treat people? How about I take a look at you? If you want to restore your menstruation, I can help you with that too. Sister Ai paused for a moment, then pointed a finger at Nan Mingyu. You little rascal, you're too mischievous. Even if you figured out that I've gone through menopause, you shouldn't just blurt it out. All right, since you've completed your apprenticeship, I'll take you to see the old president. He's the one who needs help the most right now. And so, Sister Ai, who always loved helping others, led Nan Mingyu to a separate courtyard deeper inside. As soon as they reached the courtyard gate, Nan Mingyu's spiritual sense swept inside. The courtyard was much larger than the one where Nan Mingyu and her group were staying, though it was still a single-section compound. When Nan Mingyu saw the old president Sister Ai had mentioned, she realized he was sitting in a wheelchair. Not only did he have attendants and guards at home, but also nurses, doctors, and a housekeeper. However, there were no family members. His legs were afflicted with rheumatism, and recently he had even lost the ability to walk. She felt a bit concerned. With such a high-ranking and powerful leader, accompanied by doctors, would they let her, someone whose medical skills had yet to be proven, treat him? Sister AI led Nan Mingyu inside, explaining as they walked, the old president was originally the son of a martial arts family. Later, he joined the army and participated in many wars, suffering numerous injuries. Once, he was unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Everyone thought he wouldn't make it, but he woke up again. Someone like him should have been made a general, but he returned home instead. Although he lost his martial power, he was still elected president of the Research Association, and he only stepped down from that position at the age of 70. Originally, a piece of shrapnel was too close to his heart to be surgically removed, and now, naturally, no one dares to operate on him. Additionally, due to the harsh conditions on the battlefield back then, there are still several pieces of shrapnel in his body that haven't been removed. Some of them are currently migrating and could potentially enter his heart. According to the doctors, if he doesn't undergo surgery, the shrapnel entering his heart will be fatal. But if he does have surgery, the country currently lacks such precise techniques. And the old president refuses to go abroad for surgery, so Nan Mingyu scanned the old president's body with her spiritual sense. Indeed, she found 4 pieces of shrapnel inside him, one in his head, lodged in the skull and fixed in place, posing no danger, one in his left thigh, one in his right knee, and one near his heart. Moreover, she had seen this leader on television before. The shrapnel in his legs, combined with severe rheumatism, only hindered his ability to walk. But the piece near his heart was the most critical. It was moving closer to his heart with each beat, threatening his life. In fact, even if he were sent abroad, such surgery would be extremely risky. No wonder the old president refused to seek treatment overseas. As Nan Mingyu had expected, when she was brought to Chief Long's courtyard, the doctor by the old president's side suddenly stepped out and fixed his gaze on her. "So you're the disciple of that so-called ghost doctor, the little ghost doctor?" Nan Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. So Sister AI had investigated Nan Mingyu before recommending her to treat the old president. That was how she had learned about Nan Mingyu's time as an intern at the Love Hospital. As for being the disciple of the ghost doctor, that was just something Nan Mingyu had casually said to get the people crowding around her to let her cut in line. End of chapter. Chapter 1936. The old chairman's illness is not for you to treat. Nan Mingyu never expected that her reputation as a disciple of the ghost doctor would make everyone believe in her, to the point that when she later treated people, they trusted her even more than Ho Tianga, the disciple of the divine doctor. Coupled with her miraculous medical skills, she eventually earned the title of Little Ghost Doctor. Because of this title, during her internship, a large number of patients requested her treatment every day. And since there was almost no illness she couldn't cure, she became quite famous at the time. Since the title of Little Ghost Doctor was tied to being a disciple of the ghost doctor, Nan Mingyu couldn't shake it off even if she wanted to. And Sister AI had also attributed the master Nan Mingyu spoke of to the ghost doctor, Old Myo. Now, this doctor sternly asked Nan Mingyu if she was a disciple of the ghost doctor. Should she admit it or not? Nan Mingyu rubbed her nose and decided to tell the truth. She answered bluntly, "Although I've exchanged knowledge with the ghost doctor, and he has guided me in medicine, I never formally took him as my master. My master is someone else." Her master was mysterious. How could she let the ghost doctor take that role? Then, if the shrapnel were moved a bit farther from the heart, could you perform surgery to remove it? Did the old chairman agree to go abroad for surgery? Nan Mingyu asked. The doctor visibly relaxed. Since she wasn't a disciple of the ghost doctor, he no longer had to be cautious. He immediately said, "The old chairman's illness is not for you to treat. You should leave." Dr. Jiang shook his head. The old chairman refuses to go abroad. When Dr. Jiang saw Nan Mingyu bypass him and directly ask Sister AI to help her see the old chairman, he was very displeased. And Sister AI actually agreed. He was furious, but had no way to stop it. Dr. Jiang was left speechless because Nan Mingyu's last point was correct. If the old chairman suffered any mishap under his care, he truly couldn't bear the responsibility. Nan Mingyu chuckled. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Besides, since you can't cure him, you should step aside. Otherwise, if something happens to the old chairman, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. What if it were moved? Nan Mingyu asked again. Dr. Jiang said, if it were truly moved, then of course surgery could be done. But who has a way to move the shrapnel? Seeing that Dr. Jiang was silent, Nan Mingyu turned to Sister AI. Sister AI, please directly consult the old chairman. Tell him that I have internal energy and can use it to slowly move the shrapnel near his heart. Ask if he's willing to let me treat him. But before he could say anything, Sister AI had already come over and taken Nan Mingyu away, leading her into the old chairman's study. Dr. Jiang sighed. The shrapnel near the old chairman's heart has moved closer to the heart and could become dangerous at any moment. But performing surgery with our domestic capabilities is very difficult. The best option is to send him abroad for surgery. Dr. Jiang's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. There's no way to move that shrapnel. Your premise doesn't hold. Nan Mingyu was frustrated. Was she not even allowed near the old chairman? Nan Mingyu looked at Sister AI, who frowned and said, Dr. Jiang, can you cure the old chairman? Nan Mingyu bowed to the old chairman. Greetings, old chairman. Seeing Nan Mingyu, the old chairman was also surprised. Oh, the ghost doctor's disciple is so young. Heh. Nan Mingyu felt a bit helpless. It seemed she couldn't shake off the label of being the ghost doctor's disciple. Moreover, she looked too young. Although she was 21 this year, if she didn't deliberately dress more maturely, she appeared to be 16. And since she had established her foundation at 16, her physical functions had indeed remained at that age. End of chapter. Chapter 1937. Must be removed. Old president, I'm already in my 20s, no longer young. 20s is still young, still a young girl. But you look at most 16 or 17. Do you have any health tips? Nan Mingyu knew that the old president was testing her. Neither humble nor arrogant, she said. Old president, I practice martial arts, so naturally I look younger. If you start cultivating now, you can also maintain a youthful state. She greatly admired these old revolutionaries, and if they were willing, she could teach them a set of basic cultivation techniques. The old president laughed. Heh, maintaining a youthful state sounds good. But my body won't allow it. Nan Mingyu thought for a moment and asked, Old president, you have 5 pieces of shrapnel in your body. Do you plan to have them removed? Earlier, she had only considered pulling the shrapnel out a bit, but after meeting the approachable old president, she changed her mind and wanted to help him remove them. Chief Long looked at Sister AI, who quickly shook her head. The old president's files were top secret and couldn't be leaked. Even Sister AI didn't know. How did Nan Mingyu know the locations of the shrapnel in the chief's body? Nan Mingyu added, Old president, let me take your pulse. Nan Mingyu rolled her eyes. Do you mean that the old president originally had 5 pieces of shrapnel in his body, and you want to add a 6th? Hearing Nan Mingyu describe the locations of the old president's shrapnel, everyone was astonished. Dr. Jiang immediately interjected. I've said it before. This piece of shrapnel is moving with his heartbeat, getting closer and closer to his heart. If we can't perform surgery to remove it, I suggest we do a procedure to insert a magnet to pull the shrapnel away from the heart. Your stomach isn't good. Have you had surgery before? You like to drink, so your liver has some issues too. Ignoring his shock, Nan Mingyu continued taking his pulse and said, Old president, your rheumatism is quite severe, causing chronic cold in your legs. The main reason you can't stand now is this chronic cold. But don't worry, I can prescribe a medicine to cure it. Even Dr. Jiang found it hard to believe. The old president extended his hand. After taking his pulse, Nan Mingyu said, Old president, the shrapnel in your left thigh wasn't removed back then because it was near a major artery. The shrapnel in your right knee and lumbar spine wasn't removed for fear of nerve damage causing paralysis. The shrapnel in your chest wasn't removed because it's too close to your heart. And the shrapnel in your skull wasn't removed because it might have damaged the main nerve. That's why you now have 5 pieces of shrapnel in your body. But the biggest problem now is your heart. Because the shrapnel has been near your heart for so long, it's caused inflammation affecting your heart. So, this piece of shrapnel near your heart has reached a point where it must be removed. Could she really have identified the locations of all these shrapnel pieces just by taking his pulse? It seemed Nan Mingyu truly had skill. Could she really be a disciple of the ghost doctor? Dr. Jiang, who had initially wanted to stop her from treating the old president, no longer dared to intervene. Dr. Jiang was speechless, staring at Nan Mingyu. Then tell me, what method do you have? The method is to lure that piece of shrapnel away from the heart, Nan Mingyu said. Isn't that the same as my method? Dr. Jiang argued. Nan Mingyu shot him a glance. When I say lure the shrapnel away from the heart, I don't mean cutting an opening and inserting a magnet like you suggested. Besides, the shrapnel is already encased in flesh. Can a magnet you insert actually pull it out? This chapter ends. Chapter 1938. You little girl, you're setting me up. Dr. Jiang said indignantly. Then tell me, what method do you have to move the shrapnel near the old chairman's heart away from it? Nan Mingyu stuck her tongue out at her. 666. I'm not telling you. This left Dr. Jiang speechless. Sister AI felt that Nan Mingyu was still a child, while the old chairman simply found her very endearing. Xiao Nan, when do you plan to start treating me? The old chairman asked. Nan Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Old chairman, do you trust me to treat your illness? The old chairman said very seriously, you're a disciple of Ghost Doctor. I've heard that although Ghost Doctor is elusive in the martial world, he has a great reputation. I believe you won't harm me. Old chairman, I'm really not a disciple of Ghost Doctor. He only gave me some guidance. I never formally apprenticed with him. If you're this skilled without being his disciple, imagine how much more powerful you'd be if you were, the old chairman said, filled with admiration for the ghost doctor he had never met. Nan Mingyu smiled bitterly to herself. People trusted her because they thought she was Ghost Doctor's disciple. But in reality, she wasn't. Seeing the look in his eyes, she understood his intention. This is a rejuvenation pill made from 39 medicinal ingredients. It's not easy to refine, so I can't give it to you for research. If you want the formula, I can give it to you. Nan Mingyu explained, your bodies only have old injuries. What I mean by old injuries is that when you were hurt back then, your meridians were damaged. After healing, the meridians didn't fully recover. It's like a drainage ditch, everywhere else is clear, but one section becomes narrow and crooked, so even a little bit of falling dirt can block it. But the old chairman's chronic cold legs are different. It's not about injured meridians becoming narrow and deformed, it's from long-term exposure to cold, which has altered his entire bodily functions. So, in this case, it's not about repairing meridians, but replenishing vitality, turning it into essence and spirit to force the cold out of the body. Nan Mingyu took out a rejuvenation pill. Take this pill first. The recovery pill I gave you actually repairs the meridians narrowed by your past injuries. Once the meridians are repaired and unblocked, the pain stops and the old injuries naturally heal. Dr. Jiang looked at Nan Mingyu with disdain. She actually claims she can cure chronic cold legs? If it were that easy to treat, would it still be called chronic? But the rejuvenation pill requires century-old tortoise blood as its main ingredient, which is very hard to find. Even if I give you the formula, you won't be able to source it. Sister AI asked curiously, Xiao Nan, why is the medicine you gave us smaller than this one? So, old injuries cause the meridians to contract when it's cold and damp, just like a ditch narrowing blocked when cold. In the human body, when meridians are open, there's no pain. When blocked, there is pain. Although Ghost Doctor's medical skills were decent, she, who possessed the medical canon, was far superior. Alright, since you trust me, Chairman, I'll do my best to cure your illness. But for now, let me first treat your chronic cold legs. What did you say? This is a rejuvenation pill that replenishes vitality. Dr. Jiang was startled. Dr. Jiang felt a bit sheepish. He had indeed wanted to ask Nan Mingyu for one pill for research, but before he could speak, she had already shut him down. Still, hearing that she was willing to give him the formula, he immediately cheered up. As soon as Sister AI heard the name rejuvenation pill, she quickly asked, is it the same one sold at Hong Kong's Love Hall for $1 million each? When the old chairman heard that the pill cost $1 million and that he had already taken it, his eyes widened as he pointed at Nan Mingyu. You little girl, you're setting me up. The chapter ends. Chapter 1939. The Spirit Needle. Nan Mingyu found the old chairman's expression utterly endearing and couldn't help but laugh. Old chairman, this rejuvenation pill isn't from Hong Kong's Love Hall. I refined it myself and it's free. But its efficacy is no less than those sold in Hong Kong for $1 million each. Only after hearing that Nan Mingyu had refined the pill herself did the old chairman relax. You little girl, you deliberately scared me. If Nan Mingyu had bought $1 million rejuvenation pill from Love Hall for him, where would he get $1 million to repay her? Even if it wasn't purchased from Love Hall, the effect was the same, and he still owed her a huge favor. Nan Mingyu stuck out her tongue. I didn't scare you, Sister AI did. Sister AI, taking the blame. How did I become the one scaring him? Still, another thought struck her. Could the rejuvenation pill Nan Mingyu used to save Su Xiaobao during her internship at Love Hospital also be self-refined? If she had refined it herself, then taking a pair of top-tier jade bracelets in exchange seemed a bit unscrupulous. But then she recalled her investigation. Su Xiaobao had been on the verge of death, or perhaps already dead, and Nan Mingyu brought him back with a single rejuvenation pill. Even if she made it herself, it was an extraordinary treasure. A life-saving medicine, traded for a pair of bracelets, wasn't excessive. She wanted to ask Nan Mingyu but knew she couldn't do it here, so she held back. The old chairman reached for his leg, which had been cold, and now felt warmth spreading through it. Good, let me see how you apply the needles. After taking the rejuvenation pill, the old chairman indeed felt a warm current enter his lower abdomen, and then his whole body began to heat up. The old chairman was delighted. It won't recur? His chronic cold leg had kept him from walking in cold weather for a long time, and it had worsened over the years. Nan Mingyu nodded. Of course. Once the meridians are cleared and repaired, there's no need for recurrence. But you'll need one more acupuncture session tomorrow to consolidate the effect. Seeing that the old chairman had stood up shortly after taking just one pill, everyone was stunned. As she spoke, Nan Mingyu kept her hand on the old chairman, helping him circulate the medicine's energy. She then began applying needles to his leg, using the needles from her treasure, the flying cloud awl. As for the technique, it was the return to origin needle method from the medical canon. Now, with just one pill, Nan Mingyu had made the old chairman stand. It was truly remarkable. Dr. Jiang was unconvinced. I've needled the old chairman's leg many times. It improves briefly after each session, but then returns to how it was. Are you sure 2 sessions can cure it completely without recurrence? Nan Mingyu looked at Dr. Zhang's defiant face and chuckled twice. Acupuncture differs from acupuncture. Moreover, as time passed, he felt his body gradually filling with strength, and he stood up. But Nan Mingyu pressed him back down. Old chairman, don't rush. Though the sudden surge of vitality has let you stand, some of your meridians are still blocked. Let me give you a few needles to clear them, so it won't recur. Watching Nan Mingyu's swift needling, Dr. Jiang felt a bit ashamed. She barely selected acupoints, simply picking up the needles and inserting them, yet hitting the points with precision. Moreover, after the needles entered the old chairman's leg acupoints, the needles themselves began to emit a faint glow. Spirit needle? Dr. Jiang was astonished. End of chapter. Chapter 1940. No need to hold back. The needles shimmered with a faint light. Dr. Jiang had once heard his master mention this. Dr. Jiang was also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, which always carried a lineage. He had once studied under a folk veteran Chinese medicine doctor. His master had told him that he had once seen a spirit doctor. When that doctor inserted needles, they shimmered with a faint light, and he could cure almost any illness with acupuncture, achieving immediate results. It was said that those faint lights were the spiritual energy infused into the needles from spiritual medicine. Only a spirit doctor could use them. Moreover, not everyone could see this faint light, only those who had trained their eyesight, like them, could perceive it. And today, he actually saw that the needles Nan Mingyu used on the old president carried that faint light. So, was this Xiaonan a spirit doctor? When Nan Mingyu heard Dr. Jiang utter the words, spirit doctor, she was startled. Her medical canon indeed stated that a doctor who practiced the wood immortal technique, studied the medical canon, and used its medical knowledge to treat patients was called a spirit doctor. But Dr. Jiang was just an ordinary doctor. How did he know about spirit doctors? Spirit needle? She asked, feigning ignorance. But Dr. Jiang stared intently at Nan Mingyu's eyes. You're a spirit doctor, aren't you? You must be. The needles you use carry that faint light, they're spirit needles. Nan Mingyu was surprised. You can see the spiritual energy on the needles? She deliberately ignored his mention of spirit doctor. This was why ordinary acupuncture could only maintain the effect of clearing the conjunctiva for a while her acupuncture could completely cure the patient. Great, I'm standing up again. Ha ha. Xiaonan, I'm so grateful to you. Nan Mingyu smiled. I'm so young, it's normal for you to look down on me. But just know this, don't tell anyone else. With spiritual energy possessed powerful life force. Therefore, when she performed acupuncture, she usually infused the needles with spiritual energy. This not only cleared the meridians, but also repaired them. Xiao Tao reminded her, Master, treating the old president earned you 50 merit points. Sister AI was very pleased. Haha, see now? Xiaonan is a disciple of a ghost doctor, so her skills are definitely impressive. Having recommended someone capable, she felt proud herself. The old president and Sister AI were completely confused. And it seemed that Nan Mingyu's skills were quite remarkable. The old president immediately felt the difference. After the needles were removed, he stood up and paced around the room, his legs no longer holding him back. Having confirmed that Nan Mingyu was a spirit doctor, Dr. Jiang quickly bowed and apologized. I apologize for my earlier attitude. However, it seemed that because of the strangeness of Nan Mingyu's needles, Dr. Jiang had changed his opinion of her. Yes, her acupuncture was not simple, she infused the needles with spiritual energy. Nan Mingyu was amazed. So many. Saving a person only earned 10 merit points. She had merely cured the old president's chronic cold legs and received 50 merit points. That was equivalent to the merit of saving 5 people. You relieved his pain, and he was very grateful, so he gave you merit. The main reason is that the old president carries great merit himself. Treating him naturally earns you more merit points. Nan Mingyu was overjoyed to have gained so many merit points. Seeing the old president so happy, he seemed no different from a child. It was true what they said, old people are like children. The old president naturally noticed Nan Mingyu's body trembling as she tried to suppress her laughter. He said, if you want to laugh, just laugh. No need to hold back. The chapter ends. Chapter 1941. Did you think I would perform surgery on you? Nan Mingyu finally burst out laughing. Old president, you're really straightforward. Don't worry, once he helps you remove the shrapnel, you won't need a wheelchair anymore. Shrapnel, the old president was a bit concerned. Can it really be removed? Aren't I a practitioner of Chinese medicine? Can Chinese medicine perform surgery? Nan Mingyu was displeased. Old president, you're underestimating Chinese medicine. Who says Chinese medicine can't perform surgery? If it couldn't, Why would Hua Tuo have used mefizin, anesthetic powder? The Book of the Later Han, biography of Hua Tuo records, if a disease manifests externally and cannot be reached by acupuncture or medicine, the patient is first made to drink mefizin with wine until they are intoxicated and feel nothing. Then, the abdomen or back is cut open to extract and remove the accumulated mass. That process of taking mefizin and then cutting open the abdomen or back to remove a mass, wasn't that a surgical procedure? And wasn't Guan Yu's scraping of the bone to treat his injury also a form of surgery? So, Chinese medicine does have surgical techniques. Yes, Chinese medicine indeed had surgical procedures. It was only later that these techniques were lost, which is why most Chinese medicine practitioners today cannot perform surgery. Nan Mingyu shrugged. Did you think he would cut open your abdomen and perform surgery on you? He has external energy techniques. The shrapnel in your body wasn't grown there, it was introduced from outside. Your body naturally produces a rejection reaction, which is why there's a fear that the shrapnel could move into your heart due to your heartbeat. His method involves channeling external energy into your body, mobilizing the external energy around you, to force the shrapnel out together. Because you can't use anesthesia, you must remain conscious, sensing the shrapnel's movement within you, and work with him to avoid blood vessels and meridians as it is expelled. That process will be very painful. Later, when Western surgical techniques emerged, the rarely mastered Chinese surgical methods were naturally overshadowed. As a result, almost everyone came to believe that Chinese medicine cannot perform surgery. The others also looked at Nan Mingyu, especially Dr. Jiang. Although he had already been convinced by Nan Mingyu, surgery was no ordinary matter. A single mistake could lead to unpredictable consequences. But with that method of expelling the shrapnel, aside from the small wound caused when the shrapnel is forced out, there would be no other injuries. Moreover, since he had the muscle regeneration pill, once the shrapnel was expelled, taking the pill would ensure that your body wouldn't suffer too much harm. In other words, with his method, you would endure great pain during the process of expelling the shrapnel, but once it was out, your body would recover quickly. The old president listened to Nan Mingyu's explanation, thought for a moment, and nodded. I underestimated Chinese medicine. He looked up at Nan Mingyu. How do you plan to help him remove the shrapnel? Therefore, even if the old president agreed to let Nan Mingyu perform surgery, he wouldn't consent. But that doesn't apply to all Chinese medicine practitioners. Everyone was astonished. Could such an operation really exist? The old president was puzzled. But he doesn't have external energy. Nan Mingyu shook her head. Everyone has external energy around them, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to move at all. Whenever people do anything, they must mobilize external energy to accomplish it. It's just that most people are unaware of this process. Seeing everyone looking confused, Nan Mingyu explained further. For example, someone goes to pick up a basin, thinking it contains water. Their body issues a command, drawing from the dantian the strength needed to lift a basin of water. But when they actually lift it, they find the basin is empty. As a result, an excess force acts on their lower back, causing a strain. Even if they don't strain themselves, they might stumble. That force that was summoned, but has nowhere to go, is external energy. This chapter ends. Chapter 1942, she is Gu Dongxing's beloved. Nan Mingyu saw that everyone still didn't understand, so she continued speaking. Let me give another example. When we climb a mountain, if we know there's still some distance to the destination, a person still has the strength to climb. But if he's told that he'll arrive after turning a corner, and then he turns the corner, but doesn't arrive, he'll definitely feel tired and have no strength to keep climbing. This is also the effect of inner energy. Because the person tells himself he still has to walk, the body naturally summons inner energy. But if he knows he's about to arrive, the inner energy won't be summoned, and the person naturally feels tired. There are also some people who suddenly unleash incredible strength at a critical moment. This is also a reaction of fully mobilizing the inner energy within the body. But inner energy is also transformed from life force. If the depletion is too great at that time and not replenished in time, the life force will be exhausted, and the person's life will end. That's why many people who unleash incredible strength at a critical moment often have their lifespan shortened afterward. This is the reason. The crowd listened to Nan Mingyu's words as if hearing a heavenly scripture. For a moment, they didn't fully understand, but they couldn't help believing a little. Everyone has inner energy. Seeing that everyone still looked somewhat bewildered, Nan Mingyu said, Anyway, just know that everyone has inner energy. In fact, the Huichun pill I gave the old president today is also a medicine that generates inner energy. Old president, you took the Huichun pill today, and there's still some medicinal power to absorb. Your body hasn't fully recovered to its peak state yet. I won't perform the surgery for you today. Please think it over tonight, whether you want me to do the surgery. I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye. With that, Nan Mingyu turned and left, leaving the bewildered crowd behind her. She suddenly thought of something. Xiao Tao, after I got pregnant, I couldn't enter the space, right? So why can I enter now? Oh? She's family. The old president was greatly delighted. Family means one of our own. I didn't expect that among our family, there's actually a disciple of Ghost Doctor. Dr. Jiang was filled with admiration for Ghost Doctor. Just a bit of guidance in medical skills made her so formidable. With one move, she cured the old president's chronic cold legs. If she became a true disciple of Ghost Doctor, how powerful would she be? This Xiaonan is a spirit doctor, so Ghost Doctor must be a spirit doctor too, right? In Dr. Zhang's mind, a very formidable image of Ghost Doctor formed, so much so that when he later encountered Ghost Doctor, he showed immense enthusiasm and even caused a joke. That's a story for later. Dr. Jiang thought to himself. She herself didn't admit to being a disciple of Ghost Doctor. But she did seem to mention that Ghost Doctor had guided her in medical skills. Nan Mingyu returned home and entered the space, wanting to refine some Xingji pills. Sister AI was also unsettled, didn't I tell you? She lives in our compound. She's the wife of the youngest division commander, Gu Dongxing. After a long while, the old president came back to his senses and looked at Sister AI. Xiao AI, where did you find such a treasure? She didn't even know when she had started being able to enter the space. Xiao Tao laughed. Master, you really are carefree. You've come in so many times, and only now are you asking this question. Nan Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed. Don't say those pointless things. Answer my question quickly. But Xiao Tao hesitated, unwilling to answer Nan Mingyu's question. End of this chapter. Chapter 1943, Nothing But Kowtows and Confessions. Speak quickly. If you don't, I'll move your true body outside. Xiao Tao panicked. Although her master was joking, she didn't dare delay any longer. Well, it's your two babies. When they were entangled with your soul once, they signed a master-servant pact with you. Mingyu sensed it carefully and indeed found that she had a master-servant pact with both babies. She was furious. What mother would sign a master-servant pact with her own children? Did you tell them about this? A master-servant pact. If she died, her children would die too. How could she let her precious ones die? She shouldn't have allowed Xiao Tao to communicate spiritually with her babies. Xiao Tao felt a bit guilty. I was just worried that you couldn't enter the space. So while you were sleeping and entangled with the baby souls, I made the pact for them. But you're a cultivator. With your current lifespan already over 1,000 years and your golden core great perfection, what do you have to fear about dying early? Mingyu paused. Yes, as things stood now, her lifespan was enough to ensure her babies would be safe. Seeing her master's attitude soften, Xiao Tao added, besides, with the master-servant pact, your babies can enter the space, which guarantees their safety. Once they grow up and can protect themselves, you can dissolve the pact then, right? Mingyu thought about it. That made sense. The pact could be signed and dissolved freely. And in the mortal world, her power was already at its peak. What was she afraid of? Moreover, Xiao Tao was right. At this stage, her babies could only enter the space through the pact, and the space offered absolute safety. Still, she had to strictly forbid Xiao Tao from acting on her own like this. So before they were even born, you listened to them instead of me? Mingyu pressed her authority down on Xiao Tao. Does this mean that from now on, whenever you think something is good for me, you'll act on your own, Previously, she had only refined cultivation pills. This time, she wanted to make healing and medicinal pills. No, master. Oh, master, I was wrong. Xiao Tao was just a peach tree spirit. Even after becoming a spirit of the artifact, her soul power was far weaker than Mingyu's. Moreover, Mingyu was her master. How could she withstand Mingyu's pressure? Seeing her pale face, Mingyu felt pity and immediately withdrew her authority. This is the only time. If you ever act on your own again, I'll move your true body outside. Xiao Tao dared not have any other thoughts. Nothing but kowtows and confessions. Xiao Tao was terrified. Master, no. It was the little babies themselves who wanted it. They begged me not to tell you, saying you would definitely refuse to let them sign the pact. So, all right. From now on, if you have good ideas, bring them to me. I'm not a dictatorial master. With that, Mingyu went into the thatched hut to refine pills. But when she needed herbs, she realized her space had very few ordinary medicinal herbs, most were spiritual ones. For healing and medicinal pills, ordinary herbs were better. Seeing it was still early, only 10 in the morning, Mingyu left the space and drove to the Medicine Valley. Now that she was a military wife living in the compound, she tried to use technological tools as much as possible, so she drove instead of using her 5 elements fan. She drove to the outskirts of the Medicine Valley, parked the car by the roadside, walked into the mountains, then took out the 5 elements fan and flew low toward the valley. Sorry for the late update today, but I still managed to finish the task. Chapter end. Chapter 1944. That woman has finally appeared. Just as Secretary Quan was thinking about how to find Mingyu and demand compensation from her, the door burst open with a bang. A person rushed in, shouting, Secretary Kwan, that woman has finally appeared. The cigarette in Secretary Kwan's hand trembled, and a hot ash fell onto the back of his hand. Ignoring the stinging pain, he grabbed the man and asked, Dasuinyo, what did you say? Who has appeared? The young man, nicknamed Dasuinyo, picked up the secretary's water jug, took a gulp, set it down, and then said, Secretary, didn't you assign everyone to keep an eye on the road to Ghost Valley? Today was my turn to watch that area. I was herding my water buffalo over there when I saw a van driving over. At first, I thought it was just a passing vehicle and didn't pay much attention. But then the car stopped, and a woman got out, closed the door, and headed toward Ghost Valley. I immediately came back to report to you. But this woman looks very young. Secretary, do you think this woman heading to Ghost Valley could be the one who contracted our Ghost Valley? In truth, Da Suinyo hadn't noticed anyone entering Ghost Valley at all. It was only after Mingyu had entered that he spotted the van parked there. Otherwise, if his gaze had been fixed on Mingyu, she would have certainly noticed him. However, Mingyu had actually spotted the buffalo grazing on the hillside and deduced there was a herder nearby, which is why she didn't stow the van into her space. If she had, he would never have known anyone had entered Ghost Valley. But this incident still put Mingyu on alert. This Medicine Valley was no longer safe. Using it as a medicinal herb base in the future might no longer be feasible. What did that woman look like? Secretary Kwan asked. As for his guess that it was a woman, that was purely speculative, since he knew the person who had contracted Ghost Valley was female. Thus, Mingyu decided to transplant all these medicinal herbs into her space. Thinking back, she had originally used this place as a herb base because her space had limited land. But now her space had expanded countless times, with forests, mountains, fields, and rivers, plenty of room to grow these herbs. Fortunately, when Mingyu first came here, she had already moved all the spiritual herbs from Medicine Valley into her space, leaving only ordinary herbs behind. Not to mention the trouble Secretary Kwan was brewing. Let's return to Mingyu. As she entered what she called Medicine Valley, also known as Ghost Valley, she quickly noticed a problem. Someone had been there before. Some valuable herbs, like ginseng, had been harvested. Da Suinyo thought for a moment and said, it was far away. I only saw that it looked like a woman. I didn't get a clear look at her face. Secretary Kwan pondered for a moment, then said, immediately notify every natural village. Each village should send 20 people. We'll go meet that woman together and reclaim the contract for Ghost Valley. The herbs that had been taken were all valuable ones like ginseng and lingji. The other herbs remained untouched. With that in mind, Mingyu summoned her Cloud Jiang clone and used her divine sense to draw water from the river in her space, soaking the entire valley. Then, using her divine sense, she pulled the herbs directly from the soil and transplanted them into her space. Since Medicine Valley covered over 100 acres, it took Mingyu the entire morning to transplant all the valuable herbs into her space. As for the more common herbs, she only transplanted the seed plants, leaving some behind. But remembering that she had originally contracted this valley for herb cultivation, she controlled a medicinal hoe to till about an acre of land and planted some rare herb seedlings there. It was too cold, and no one wanted to get out of bed, so the update is late. This chapter ends. Chapter 1945. Something will happen today. This way, even if Mingyu never comes back, there will still be rare medicinal herbs in this valley. If someone happens to enter, they'll find a pleasant surprise. Of course, the main reason was that since someone had already been here, she had to stay vigilant. Growing this acre of rare ordinary herbs was also a way to cover up her lease of Ghost Valley. Don't ask why she did this. She had a premonition that something would happen when she left here today. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped out of the formation and swept her divine sense outward, she saw a large crowd of villagers gathered around her van at the foot of the mountain. Mingyu thought for a moment and guessed that these people must be the villagers from Jingshan Village Committee. After all, the valley she had leased belonged to Jingshan, Bantu Commune, Xiangshan County. By now, it should probably be called Jingshan Village Committee, Bantu Township. Seeing Mingyu coming down the mountain, the 100 or so villagers surrounding the van stared at her with greedy eyes. But to their disappointment, Mingyu came down empty-handed. Well, not entirely empty-handed, she was holding a small hoe in her hand. Mingyu fixed her gaze on Secretary Kwan. Secretary Kwan, have you forgotten? I paid to lease Ghost Valley from your village committee to grow medicinal herbs. So whether I've gained anything or not, it has nothing to do with you. Mingyu glanced at the young man who had stepped forward and silently labeled him, well, brawny but brainless. How dare you call me brainless? The young man angrily lunged forward, but Secretary Kwan grabbed him. Big Buffalo, don't be impulsive. Mingyu chuckled. Big Buffalo? A real ox indeed. Big Buffalo tried to charge again, but Secretary Kwan held him back by the clothes. Don't rush. We're here to reason, not to fight. Besides, he glanced at Mingyu. A little girl like her can't handle your ox fists. Mingyu was wearing a red cotton jacket on top, revealing a black turtleneck and black corduroy cotton pants below. Her jet black hair was tied into a ponytail that swung behind her. Though her clothes were ordinary, she exuded a cool, aloof aura. Mingyu looked at the crowd with some confusion, especially at Secretary Kwan, who was leaning against her van door. Secretary Kwan, why are you all surrounding my car? This Secretary Kwan, who knew if he hadn't been doing well these past few years, had graying hair now. In just 4 years, he had aged at least 10 years. Back then, when he didn't have to work, he had kept himself well. Now he had to toil in the fields, exposed to wind and sun, and had become as weathered as an old farmer. It made sense. Unlike later times, village officials back then only had a small subsidy. Before, they could earn work points without going to the fields, but now, if they didn't work, their own land would go untended. Mingyu sized up Secretary Kwan, and Secretary Kwan sized her up too. She hadn't changed much from 4 years ago, when she first came to the village to lease the mountain. For years later, she still looked the same, almost unchanged. No, there was a change. Her aura was different, and it was frankly a little intimidating. He steeled himself and said, "Little Jiang." Mingyu immediately cut him off and corrected him. "My surname isn't Jiang. It's Nan. Please call me Nan Mingyu from now on." Secretary Kwan went along. "All right, little Nan. You've made quite a profit from our Ghost Valley over the years, haven't you?" "How is it unrelated?" a villager immediately shouted. "The herbs you picked from our Ghost Valley are worth tens of thousands each. You've emptied our medicinal treasure trove to make money. How can you say it's unrelated?" End of chapter. Chapter 1946. Sure enough, an ox. Sure enough, an ox. This time, Mingyu no longer spoke aloud, but stared fixedly at Secretary Kwan. "Secretary Kwan, do you intend to break the contract?" Secretary Kwan's smile remained unchanged. "Xiao Nan, we already know that you opened a love hospital in Shenzhen and a love hall in Hong Kong, all using our Ghost Valley's medicines. It can be said that our Ghost Valley is a treasure trove of medicinal herbs. Yet you bribed Ma Yukai, former brigade leader, to contract our Ghost Valley for just 10,000 yuan a year. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Mingyu's heart paused. How did he know that she had opened a hospital and a pharmacy? She could guarantee that, except for Pengfei, no one knew that the hospital and pharmacy were hers. How did a villager like him find out? No, 3 months ago, she had revealed a little at the Love Hospital. But what she revealed was only that an investor had funded it, and it was personally established by her disciple, without explicitly saying it was hers. So, how did he know it was hers? Mingyu looked at Secretary Kwan and suddenly burst into laughter. Over 100 people all watched Mingyu laugh, looking utterly bewildered. "What are you laughing at?" Secretary Kwan stared at Mingyu. Mingyu sneered. "A place with more than the outside, where few people tread, naturally has more. I believe that if you find another spot where no one has gathered herbs, there will be just as many medicinal materials. But the herbs inside are absolutely not worth more than 10,000 yuan a year, and I am giving you 10,000 yuan a year in rent." Everyone turned to Secretary Kwan. Indeed, this claim was somewhat ridiculous. At that time, only people from Hong Kong came to Shenzhen to set up companies. No mainlander could go to Hong Kong to start a business. Thus, they didn't really believe it either. But they preferred to believe that Mingyu had gathered herbs from Ghost Valley and sold them to some love hospital. Mingyu suddenly spotted the barefoot doctor Old Nian in the crowd and pointed at him. "I remember that back then, your brigade's barefoot doctor also went in. Don't you know how many herbs are in there?" Old Nian, the barefoot doctor, lowered his head. "There are a bit more herbs inside than outside." "What am I laughing at?" "I'm laughing at what you said, that I, a student, could open a love hospital in Shenzhen and even run a love pharmacy in Hong Kong, all using Ghost Valley's medicines. Don't you yourselves find it ridiculous?" Mingyu continued. "Besides, some of you have been to Ghost Valley. Is there really that many herbs in Ghost Valley?" Back when she went in, she had even dug up ordinary herbs and put them into her space. The older, more valuable herbs naturally had little left. As for the ginseng and other herbs she hadn't taken, she had concealed them so that ordinary people couldn't see them. It wasn't that she was too greedy to monopolize the place. This Ghost Valley was inaccessible to them anyway. If she didn't rent it, they couldn't get it either. On the contrary, if she had maintained the formation like the ghost that previously guarded Ghost Valley, who would know she had gathered herbs there? And the 10,000 yuan a year she gave them was already generous. Moreover, over these 4 years, I helped you build the village roads and your primary school campus. Don't you know that? The chapter ends. Chapter 1947. There must be many rare medicinal herbs inside. Mingyu smiled and handed him the medicinal hoe. You can build a grave mound for him. In reality, this person was nothing but bones, with neither a coffin nor even an urn. The soil dug up had already filled the pit. Where could they find material to build a grave mound? The buffalo held the medicinal hoe and looked around. It's already leveled. Let's just forget it. Mingyu sneered coldly. When the hoe was in someone else's hands, he said a grave mound should be built. Now that the hoe was in his own hands, he found it difficult. This was a classic case of wanting to talk, but not to act. The group returned to the planting area. Mingyu pointed at the medicinal seedlings she had planted. I've been busy these past few years, but today I finally managed to find some seedlings and just got them planted. Let's sign the agreement to terminate the contract here, and I'll pull out the seedlings I just planted. The buffalo was displeased again. This valley belongs to us. Since you've already planted them, they belong to us. How can you pull out the seedlings? Mingyu looked at the buffalo as if he were an idiot. I signed a 70-year lease contract with you, and less than 4 years have passed. I paid you 40,000 yuan in rent. Since you claim these medicinal herbs belong to you, shouldn't you return the rent for these 4 years to me? As she mentioned returning the rent, her eyes turned to the village secretary. The village secretary glared at the buffalo with resentment. This stubborn ox, was now the time to argue about the seedlings? From the moment they entered the deep valley, the village secretary had regretted it. What use was it to reclaim a valley with hardly any trees, only some useless shrubs? If it were truly a treasure trove of medicinal herbs, someone might take the risk despite the danger. But now, even if they took the risk, there was no benefit. Who would rent such a place, where you couldn't enter or leave? Thus, he was already regretting it. However, the copy of the contract he had kept was now in Mingyu's hands. Even if they hadn't signed, if Mingyu didn't produce the contract, it would be as good as terminated. Moreover, strictly speaking, they were the ones proposing the termination, so they would have to compensate her for her losses. How could they have any reason to stop her from removing the medicinal herbs she had planted? He forced a smile and said to Mingyu, "Well, Xiaonan, the truth is, we were misled by others and didn't understand the situation. This Ghost Valley, you can continue leasing it. No need to raise the price. Keep it at the original rate." Mingyu smiled and turned to the crowd. "Tell me, if I discovered this place where others couldn't enter and wanted to plant medicinal herbs here, and if I didn't come to you, but secretly planted them and quietly harvested them when they were ready, would you have found out?" The villagers looked bewildered. Could they have found out? Mingyu asked another question. Is there any rule in this valley that forbids people from entering to gather herbs? The villagers were again bewildered. When barefoot doctors went up the mountain to gather herbs, whoever stopped them? The mountains and deep valleys were open to the sky. Could you put a lid on them and forbid people from gathering herbs? Besides, herb gatherers roamed everywhere, moving from one mountain to another. Could you say which herb was picked on which mountain or in which valley? Thus, in reality, no one's mountains or valleys prohibited herb gathering. Mingyu continued, "Moreover, this Ghost Valley, if I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have been able to enter. If I hadn't told you, would you have known I was planting herbs here? So, even if I didn't pay mountain rent and planted herbs here, then harvested them when they were ready, no one would have noticed. Because the herbs in these mountains have always been free for the taking. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Chapter 1948 must take us inside to have a look. The villagers could no longer fail to understand. This place, others had the ability to enter, and even if they planted herbs inside and harvested them, the villagers had no power to interfere. Yet this person had openly rented land from them to plant herbs, paying an annual rent of 10,000 yuan. Now the key issue was that the villagers themselves felt they had been shortchanged and demanded an annual rent of 1 million yuan from her. For a moment, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. Even if Branch Secretary Quan was as cunning as a fox, he was rendered speechless at this point. Mingyu sighed. "All right. I've recorded everything you said today. I'll destroy the contract, and our lease is terminated. Let's go." Branch Secretary Quan still tried to argue. "Xiaonan." Mingyu waved her hand. "Luckily, I only planted 1 mu of herbs. If I had filled the entire valley, I'm afraid you would have truly swindled me." "We won't do it again," Branch Secretary Quan quickly said. "If you can break a contract once, you can break it twice. You're no longer worthy of my trust. I won't rent Ghost Valley anymore." With that, Mingyu quickly went to pull up the herbs she had just planted. It took only half an hour to clear the 1 mu of herbs entirely. But in reality, Mingyu had cast an illusion. The herb seedlings were still planted in the ground. Although she might not return here, having taken so many herbs from this place, how could she not leave some seedlings behind? In fact, beneath the trees in the valley, there were many rare herb seedlings, but Mingyu had cast illusions over them to keep them hidden. Otherwise, if the villagers knew there were valuable herbs in the valley and risked their lives to enter only to be unable to leave, that would be her fault. The barefoot doctor felt a great pity. Those were all rare herb seedlings. But no one dared to say that those seedlings belonged to the Jingshan Village Committee or to stop Mingyu from taking them. "All right, everyone leave." From now on, don't enter without my guidance. This place may not have ghosts, but it has a natural formation. Those who don't understand formations will be trapped and die inside. The villagers dejectedly left Ghost Valley. When they reached the main road, Mingyu didn't even say goodbye. She got into her car and drove off. As soon as Mingyu left, Das Winyo started shouting. Branch Secretary Quan, didn't you say our Ghost Valley was a natural treasure trove of herbs, with ginseng and lingji everywhere, and that any random herb could sell for tens of thousands? Why didn't I see a single ginseng or lingji? Everyone turned to look at Branch Secretary Quan. He was already irritated by losing the lease. After all, that was 10,000 yuan a year. Since the household contract responsibility system had been implemented, collective assets had disappeared, and village cadres had no salaries. Relying on that 10,000 yuan a year, he had been able to keep the cadres united and obedient. Without that 10,000 yuan now, where would he get money to subsidize the village cadres? How would I know why we didn't see any? He said, deeply frustrated. Someone had clearly called to tell him that Nan Mingyu had opened a hospital and a pharmacy, and that all the herbs came from Ghost Valley. But what he saw in the valley today didn't look like a place where people frequently visited. Most areas appeared untouched, let alone harvested for herbs. He was certain he had been deceived. But the villagers reached out to the branch secretary. Branch Secretary Quan, you said everyone who came with you today would get 10 yuan each. Chapter 1949, There are Human Bones. Secretary Quan was stunned again. Yes, he had promised each person 10 yuan to get them to come and cause trouble for Mingyu, forcing her to raise the rent. With over 100 people, that was over 1,000 yuan. He said irritably, that Nan Mingyu isn't renting our Ghost Valley anymore, so where would I get the money to give you? Everyone was dumbfounded. No money? There was no money? Had they wasted a whole day's work for nothing? You're going back on your word, someone shouted angrily at Secretary Quan. I'm never listening to you again. I won't listen to you either. Secretary Quan was furious. Are you all rebelling? Big Buffalo said to Secretary Quan, rebelling? Secretary Quan, who are you saying is rebelling? You brought us here to cause trouble all day, and we got nothing out of it. You even made us lose the benefits we were supposed to have. From now on, if the village school collapses, no one will come to fix it. And you still have the nerve to say we're rebelling? If you ask me, when the election comes this year, you should step down yourself. Secretary Quan stared at Big Buffalo, his mind reeling. He had propped up this brute to be his frontline pawn, someone he could use. But now, who could tell him if these were really words that brute would say? He had misjudged him. Ming, you didn't know that because of this incident, Secretary Quan would later be forced out by the villagers during the election. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. Anyway, she really didn't want this Ghost Valley anymore. Her peach blossom space was now enormous, and she could plant as many medicinal herbs as she wanted. She returned to the courtyard and entered the space that night. Then she went into the formation house with 30 times the speed and began refining various medicinal pills for treating illnesses and injuries, following the records in the medical canon. The next morning, Mingyu went to the old chief's house. The new year was just a few days away. She had to help the old chief cure his illness as soon as possible. The old chief's chronic cold legs were no longer a major issue, but the shrapnel near his heart was still a constant threat to his life. So today, she was here to remove the shrapnel for him. Because the old chief had given prior instructions, Mingyu wasn't stopped when she entered the compound. Mingyu first took the old chief's pulse. She frowned. Old chief, have you been sneaking drinks? Hearing this, the old chief looked a bit embarrassed and glanced at Dr. Jiang. Sure enough, Dr. Zhang's face darkened. Old chief, have you been hiding alcohol? He glared fiercely at the nurse. The nurse looked at the old chief with a hurt expression. The old chief laughed it off. Oh, at my age, this is my only hobby. Just let it go. Dr. Jiang was speechless. Let it go. Was this about letting it go? You just don't take your own health seriously, do you? But what Mingyu said next made him even angrier. Old chief, you like drinking? I have a jar of excellent wine at home. Would you like some? The old chief's eyes lit up. Good wine? Yes, I'd love some. Dr. Jiang scowled at Mingyu. What do you mean by this? You know the old chief can't drink, and you're still offering him alcohol? Even if you want to curry favor with a leader, you shouldn't harm him. Mingyu shot him a disdainful look. Are you crazy? I'm a doctor. Would I harm a patient? Since the old chief likes drinking, the wine I'm giving him is naturally medicinal liquor meant to strengthen his body. Chapter 1950, The Branch Secretary Regrets. Mingyu's wine was rice wine brewed from rice grown in her space, carrying a trace of spiritual energy. Drinking it could only improve one's health and cause no harm. Thus, she glared at Dr. Jiang without hesitation. Don't you know that wine is also a type of medicine? The old chief waved impatiently at Dr. Jiang. Didn't someone say you have a patient to see today? Go on. And you, Nurse Xiaoquan, take her with you. Dr. Jiang shot Mingyu a fierce glare, said nothing, and directly pulled the nurse away as he left. Because Sister AI also had something to do today and didn't come, only Mingyu, the old chief, and the nanny remained in the courtyard. Mingyu blinked a few times, her eyes starting around. But that was fine with him gone. Mingyu could proceed as she wished. Old chief, are you ready? Do you trust me to help remove the shrapnel today? The old chief let out 2 hearty laughs, his voice cheerful. Nan girl, I've been ready for a long time. You're a military wife, how could I not trust you? Don't worry, I've left a letter. Even if you fail this time, no blame will fall on you. With that, the old chief pulled out a letter of guarantee. Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, there's no need for that. But as her spiritual sense swept over the letter, she felt a touch of emotion. Indeed, the old chief feared that something might go wrong during her procedure, so he had prepared the letter in advance, stating that he had personally requested Mingyu to perform the surgery. If anything happened to him, she would not be held responsible, and he instructed that no one should make things difficult for her. Mingyu understood perfectly. She had arranged to come today to perform the surgery on the old chief, yet he had just sent everyone away. This was because the old chief insisted on having Mingyu do the procedure, and even he couldn't guarantee no mishaps. So Dr. Jiang had found an excuse to leave early, and if Mingyu were to proceed with the surgery, he would depart. The old chief likely saw through his intentions and thus told him to take the nurse along as well. Even Sister AI, usually so enthusiastic, had found a reason not to come. These people all didn't believe she could cure the old chief and feared being implicated. Yet the old chief had given her such a letter of guarantee, paving a way out for her in advance. Touched, she assured the old chief, "Don't worry. With me here, even if you wanted to die, you couldn't." The old chief chuckled. "You girl, you speak plainly. Come on, let's begin." Originally, Mingyu hadn't planned to bring out the spiritual pill, but moved by the old chief's gesture, she took it out. "Hold this in your mouth first." "What is this?" "A rejuvenation pill," Mingyu said. "Don't worry, it's an ancient method refined rejuvenation pill, 10 times more effective than the rejuvenation pellet you took the day before yesterday." The old chief nearly dropped the pill in his trembling hand. He had heard that the Heart of Love Hall in Hong Kong had a treasured rejuvenation pill that could save anyone as long as they still had a breath left. But that pill cost $100 million each. This girl actually had such a miraculous pill, it seemed he had underestimated her. Mingyu had the nanny leave, then waved her hand to set up a barrier in the room. "Old chief, to be honest, this rejuvenation pill is mine. I didn't buy it from the Heart of Love Hall. So don't worry about owing money for it. You can hold it in your mouth and swallow it when you feel ready, or keep it in your hand and put it in your mouth if something goes wrong. Either way, with this pill, we're already in an unbeatable position." Chapter 1951. If you can break a promise once, you can break it twice. Mingyu was also afraid of any unforeseen circumstances, which was why she gave the old chief a rejuvenating pill. She only explained that the pill was hers because she saw how extremely tense the old chief was. Otherwise, if he knew it was bought for $100 million, he definitely wouldn't use it. Since the old chief was willing to give her a reassurance, she might as well give him one in return. The old chief was moved inside, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. "This precious pill, I wouldn't dare to use it." He clutched the pill tightly in his hand, not daring to put it in his mouth. Holding a rejuvenating pill meant holding an extra life. Moreover, this little Nan actually said the rejuvenating pill was hers. Was she telling him that she had refined it herself? She was a disciple of the ghost doctor, so it was possible she really did refine it. Among the military wives, there was actually someone with such great ability. No, this person, he had to recruit her into the military. Mingyu felt a bit helpless. Giving him this rejuvenating pill seemed to have made the old chief even more nervous instead. She didn't know that because of this pill, the old chief had already set his sights on her. "Old chief, you need to focus your mental energy. Now, I'm going to extend my internal force into your body and pull out the shrapnel. Wherever the shrapnel passes, the muscles will be cut open by it, and it will hurt a lot, but I'll make sure it avoids the blood vessels and meridians. However, you also need to mobilize your own internal force and, following the path of my internal force, push the shrapnel outward." "How do I mobilize my internal force?" The old chief was still a bit nervous. Mingyu said, "Just feel the direction of my internal force and think about pushing the shrapnel out along with it." In fact, as long as he didn't exert force in the opposite direction, that was enough for Mingyu. "Alright, let's begin now." With that, Mingyu directly placed her hand on the old chief's Dazui acupoint and slowly channeled her spiritual energy inside. The old chief soon felt a force entering through the Dazui point, then reaching his heart area and finally wrapping around his heart. Mingyu's voice sounded in his ear. "Now, I'll first use my spiritual energy to protect your heart and heart meridians, ensuring that the shrapnel won't injure your heart when it's pushed." Now, my internal force has grabbed the shrapnel and is pushing it outward. Come, let's push the shrapnel out together. As she spoke, Mingyu focused on guiding the shrapnel to move outward. She sensed another force also pushing outward along with hers. She was overjoyed internally. This meant the old chief was using his strength. This was much better than her doing it alone. After all, what she was using wasn't really internal force as she claimed, but the power formed by releasing her spiritual sense. Good, just like that. Follow my internal force. Don't use too much strength. Yes, exactly like that. Pulling it out from the original mass, the shrapnel is starting to move. Good. Outward. Don't use too much force, slowly. I need to guide it to avoid the blood vessels and meridians. Good, just like that. It's touching the nerve endings, it'll hurt a bit. Bear with it. Push a little more, left a bit, good, push. Mingyu found that as long as she only needed to guide the shrapnel to avoid blood vessels and meridians, she could push it outward bit by bit with just a little effort. Finally, the shrapnel was pushed out of the heart area and reached the ribcage. Now, it's left the heart region. Although there's no longer any major danger, the test of your endurance has arrived. I'll control the shrapnel to move along the gaps between the ribs into the muscle layer. The resistance will increase and the pain will become more intense. But I believe you can endure it. Alright, now entering the muscle layer. Chapter 1952, Are You Rebelling? When the shrapnel stained with blood was pulled out by Mingyu's hand and dropped into the prepared tray, tears streamed down the old chief's fierce eyes. This piece of shrapnel had been lodged near his heart for decades, constantly threatening his life. Yet, because it was positioned right next to his heart, specifically near the blood vessel emerging from it, no one had ever dared to remove it. Unexpectedly, today, Nan Mingyu had extracted it in an unprecedented and miraculous way. He was so moved that he wept, unable to speak. Mingyu handed him a rejuvenation pill. Old chief, I can see you're reluctant to use the rejuvenation elixir. Besides, it seems you no longer need the elixir now. Just take this rejuvenation pill instead. Only then did the old chief remember that he still had a rejuvenation elixir in his hand. How can you, Nan girl, take this rejuvenation elixir back? He hurriedly tried to return it to Mingyu. But Mingyu placed the elixir into a pill bottle and handed it to him. Old chief, this rejuvenation elixir was originally prepared as a backup for removing the shrapnel near your heart. Keep it as a memento. This, a rejuvenation elixir worth hundreds of millions, given to him as a memento? Mingyu pressed his hand, stopping him from returning it. Old chief, to be honest with you, this rejuvenation elixir is incredibly hard to come by for others, but my master can still obtain it. So, please accept it. The old chief knew that he now owed Mingyu an immense debt of gratitude. From now on, he would do his best to protect both her and her companion. As for whether this girl was willing to join the military, he would leave that to her discretion. Thus, he decisively put away the rejuvenation elixir. What he didn't know was that Mingyu helped him not to seek protection, but because he was a revolutionary veteran she deeply admired. She had heard of his glorious deeds and was especially moved by the fact that, even when he couldn't be sure she could perform the surgery, he had dismissed his attendants to allow her to operate properly. His actions were meant to protect others. Moreover, to shield her, he had even given her a written guarantee absolving her of responsibility. Such a person was worth her help and her protection. Thus, she proceeded to use the same method to remove the other shrapnel from his body, including the piece lodged in his skull. After taking the rejuvenation pill, the old chief's wounds were mostly healed without major issues. Of course, because the pill's life force energy was insufficient, it didn't restore him instantly like the rejuvenation elixir would have. But after a few more days of rest, he would be fine. Xiaotao chose that moment to report to Mingyu. Master, do you know how many merit points the old chief gave you? Last time, when Mingyu treated the old chief's chronic cold legs, he had given her 50 merit points. This time, it shouldn't be more than that, after all. It was the second time, so the amount should be smaller. Master, the old chief gave you 100 merit points. Mingyu was inwardly startled. The old chief's gratitude toward her ran deeper than she had realized. But then again, it was because he himself possessed great merit that he could bestow it upon her. Treating someone with immense merit was truly worthwhile. No matter how many rejuvenation elixirs it cost, it was worth it. The old chief asked her, Girl, can this method of yours be used on others? Mingyu thought for a moment and replied, Can others trust me as much as you do? Whether I'm treating injuries or illnesses, I don't treat those who aren't sincere. Chapter 1953, Everyone Fears Being Implicated. The old chief understood. I'll sound out their thoughts. After all, anyone who still had shrapnel left in their body wasn't in a good position. Otherwise, they would have had it surgically removed long ago. If there were someone with ulterior motives, and she helped treat them here, but if something happened to that person's body, they would blame her, then it wouldn't be a good deed, but a good thing turning into a bad one. Most importantly, would those people even let her treat them? Her age was a real disadvantage. By the time Mingyu returned home that day, it was already dark. She was very exhausted. After all, when she told the old chief she used spiritual power to extract the shrapnel from the body, she was actually using her divine sense, which consumed a great deal of energy. But after returning home, Mingyu didn't rest immediately. Instead, she took out 2 large jars of wine and brought them to the old chief. Old chief, this is the wine you asked for. Given the merit the old chief had provided, she was willing to part with as much wine as needed. Seeing Mingyu carrying a large jar of wine in each hand, the old chief laughed heartily. Wine, good, good, excellent. Old chief, you can only drink this much of this wine each day, no more. Mingyu opened the wine seal, used a special lidded measuring cup she had made to pour a glass of wine for the old chief, then tightly screwed the small lid back onto the jar and told him, this lid must be screwed on tight, or the wine's essence will all escape. In reality, she was worried the spiritual energy would dissipate. The old chief took the glass and immediately smelled a rich, mellow fragrance. It also carried a hint of fruitiness. This is, old chief, your body can't handle strong liquor, so this is fruit wine. But it's still over 28 proof, so take it easy when you drink. The old chief took a sip and immediately felt that everything he had drunk before wasn't real wine. This flavor was extraordinary. Xiaonan, what did you brew this wine with? It's so delicious. Minyu's eyes darted away slightly. It's brewed with fruit, of course. Old chief, it's best if you keep this wine in your study. It's only suitable for you to drink alone. Don't give it to anyone else. And, even for yourself, you can't drink more than the daily limit. Minyu pointed to the markings on the glass for the old chief to see. This glass holds about 3 liang. You can only drink this much each day, and each time, drink up to here, that's 1 liang. Finish the glass in 3 portions. These 2 jars contain 100 jin, enough for you to drink for nearly a year. By then, your body will be fully recovered. Only then did the old chief realize that this wine was also medicine, something Minyu had given him to strengthen his body. He had originally thought of sharing it with his old comrades, but after hearing Minyu's words, he immediately dared not. Xiaonan, how can I thank you? The old chief was truly grateful. It had been a long time since he had felt a sense of family. Now he once again experienced that deep, familial care. And it was care without any ulterior motives, no scheming, no exploitation. If Xiao Tao had heard the old chief's inner thoughts, she would probably have curled her lips. Old man, my master has already gotten the great benefits she needed from you. What's a little spiritual fruit wine compared to that? Old chief, you've made such great sacrifices for our peace. Being able to help you is my honor. Moreover, your spirit. Actually, I'm even more grateful to you. Minyu felt a bit guilty. What she had received from the old chief far exceeded what she had given. When you finish these jars of wine, I'll bring you more. With that, Minyu ran off, leaving the old chief a bit puzzled. He could sense that Minyu was genuinely grateful to him. But he hadn't done anything for her. Could it be because of that written guarantee? Chapter 1954. This person must be recruited into the association. The old chief didn't know that his gratitude toward Minyu had earned her 150 merit points, merit that would normally require saving 150 ordinary people to obtain. When Minyu returned home, she activated the formation set up in the courtyard, went straight to her room, and lay down on the bed, using natural sleep to recover her spiritual sense. Because she was utterly exhausted, she slept until past 7 the next morning, not even waking to the reveille. She only stirred when the courtyard door was knocked on. Accompanying the knocking, Sister Ai's voice rang out. Xiaonan, are you home? Minyu swept her spiritual sense outward and found that Sister Ai wasn't alone. There was also a young woman in her 20s. Minyu dressed, cast a cleaning spell on herself, combed her hair a couple of times, casually tied it into a ponytail, and then opened the courtyard door. The young woman seemed a bit displeased. Since you're home, why did you make us call for so long before opening the door? She felt that coming in person was already granting someone a great honor, yet this person had kept her waiting a full 3 minutes before opening the door. Minyu yawned lazily at the 2 of them, then said to Sister Ai, Sister Ai, sorry to keep you waiting. I just got up. The young woman was dissatisfied that Minyu hadn't responded to her words. Upon hearing that Minyu had just woken up, she immediately exclaimed, You just got up? You. Sister Ai quickly interrupted her to prevent her from saying anything worse. Xiaonan is pregnant, so being drowsy is normal. Xiaonan, this is Hao Jiejia, daughter of Deputy Military Commander Hao of our military district. After introducing Hao Jiejia, Sister Ai then introduced Nan Mingyu, and this is Nan Mingyu, wife of our military district's division commander Gu Dongxing. She's a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Hao Jiejia was very dissatisfied with Sister Ai's introduction. Her grandfather held a high-ranking position in the General Staff Department, wielding significant power, while Nan Mingyu's husband was merely a division commander. Naturally, her own status should be higher than this woman's. Yet Sister AI had only mentioned her father, not her grandfather. Moreover, she appeared older than this woman, giving her the advantage of seniority. And regardless of status or age, according to protocol, Sister AI should have introduced Nan Mingyu to her first. Instead, Sister AI had introduced her to Nan Mingyu, placing Nan Mingyu's status above hers. Thus, her face grew even more displeased. Mingyu, however, seemed completely oblivious to how Jiejia's displeasure and asked Sister AI, "Sister AI, coming to see me so early, is there something you need?" How Jiejia rolled her eyes. "It's almost 8 o'clock. That's not early. People in the military rose early, so 8 o'clock was indeed not early." "Heh, for me, just getting up is early," Mingyu replied, though she answered how Jiejia. Her eyes remained fixed on Sister AI. Sister AI sighed inwardly. "Jiejia, we're here to ask for a favor. Is this really the attitude for seeking help?" She forced a smile. "Xiao Nan, you removed the shrapnel from the old chief yesterday. Dr. Jiang took him to the hospital for an X-ray early this morning, and all the shrapnel in his body is gone. How did you perform the surgery?" "Mingyu, this is a secret of my sect. I can't say. So don't ask." How Jiejia immediately grew indignant. "If you won't tell me, how can I dare ask you to perform surgery on my grandfather?" Mingyu looked at Sister AI with some confusion. What does she mean? Sister AI sighed. Jiejia's grandfather also has several pieces of shrapnel in his body. So, she's here to seek medical treatment today. Seeking medical treatment? Does this look like seeking medical help? Chapter 1955. Can others trust me as much as you do? Mingyu smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Miss Hao, but I'm still a student and haven't obtained my medical license yet, so I can't practice medicine." How Jiejia immediately grew displeased. "What's wrong with you? If you don't have a medical license, how dare you perform surgery on the old chief?" Mingyu tilted her head and looked at How Jiejia. "I didn't perform surgery on the old chief." How Jiejia didn't believe her. "You didn't? Then how did the shrapnel in the old chief's body get removed?" "As I said earlier, that's a secret of my sect, and I can't disclose it," Mingyu said slowly. How Jiejia was furious. "You." Sister AI saw that the two couldn't get through 2 sentences without hitting a dead end and quickly stepped in to mediate. Don't rush. What Xiaonan said about her sect's secret, we should understand that. After all, every martial sect has its rules, and we can't break theirs." She remembered that Dr. Jiang had referred to her as a spiritual healer. Being called a spiritual healer surely meant she was extraordinary. Sister AI intended to highlight the uniqueness of Mingyu's sect, but How Jiejia only caught the phrase martial sect. A flicker of disdain passed through her eyes. People like her didn't think much of martial sections. As a result, she looked down even more on Nan Mingyu, who came from such a background. Someone like her was completely unworthy of Commander Gu. Adopting a condescending attitude, How Jiejia said to Mingyu, "Since you come from a martial sect, I won't argue with you. Let's leave it at that. I don't care if you perform surgery or not, however you remove the shrapnel from the old chief. You'll do the same for my grandfather." Mingyu rolled her eyes. "I'm not going." How Jiejia was both angry and confused. "Why not? My grandfather is also a veteran revolutionary. Or is it that you treated the old chief not because he's a veteran, but because you wanted to curry favor with him?" "Let me tell you, my grandfather is from the General Staff Department." Suddenly remembering that her grandfather had forbidden her from using his name outside, she quickly stopped. "Anyway, treating my grandfather will bring you far more benefits than treating the old chief." Mingyu said coldly, "I have one rule for treating illnesses and injuries. I won't treat anyone who isn't sincere." "You're not sincere, so I won't go." "You." How Jiejia was seething with rage. "How dare you refuse? Don't forget, you're a military wife." I'm a military wife, not a soldier, so I don't have to follow your orders." "Oh, and even if I were a soldier, you'd have no authority to command me, let alone now, when I'm not." Sister AI initially wanted to say a few words on How Jiejia's behalf, but a sharp glance from Mingyu silenced her. Besides, what Mingyu said about not treating insincere people was reasonable. She hadn't even graduated yet and didn't even have a medical license. If the other party wasn't sincere, even if the treatment went well, any minor issue could blow up into a major problem. In that case, she, as the introducer, might also bear joint responsibility. So it was better to keep her mouth shut. How Jiejia, unused to being refused, was that a request? It was clearly an order, was consumed by rage. Someone who was always fawned over wherever she went, she was now furious. She raised an eyebrow and pointed at Mingyu. "Don't get cocky just because you have a little skill. Doing this not only makes you unworthy of Commander Gu but will also bring trouble to him." Chapter 1956. Could it be because of that written guarantee? Upon hearing the other party mention her man, Mingyu immediately became vigilant. "Are you threatening me with my Dongxing? Are you planning to go after my Dongxing? If you dare to lay a finger on my Dongxing, I will never let you off." Thinking of her man's abilities, she let out a scoff. My Dongxing isn't someone you can touch. If you dare to go after him, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. Seeing that Mingyu was not intimidated, Hao Jiejie grew even angrier. She stomped her foot. Just wait. I'll make you willingly go and take the shrapnel out for my grandfather. With that, she ran off, slamming the door hard behind her, producing a loud bang. Mingyu and Sister AI exchanged glances. Sister AI, in particular, hadn't expected that her good intentions would bring trouble to Mingyu. She looked at Mingyu with deep guilt. I'm sorry. Mingyu smiled. It's not your fault. But seriously, is this person really here to seek medical treatment? From the way she's nitpicking and glaring at me, it doesn't seem like it. Sister AI sighed inwardly. Xiaonan, there are plenty of girls in our military district who secretly admire Commander Gu. Now that you've taken Commander Gu for yourself, can you really expect those girls to give you a friendly face? But she couldn't say these things out loud. She could only say, she's been spoiled by her parents. She's used to being flattered all the time, and she's still young, doesn't know how to deal with people. Young? Isn't she older than me? Mingyu couldn't help but say. Even Sister AI, usually so warm-hearted, was left speechless by Mingyu's remark. Indeed, Hao Jiejie had always refused to follow her family's arrangements for romance. She was already 23, while Xiaonan would only turn 21 after the new year, 2 years younger than Hao Jiejie. I don't even know what to say anymore. Anyway, just be careful. These spoiled kids can be really hard to deal with. With that, Sister AI left as well. In truth, when Hao Jiejie had mentioned that Mingyu wasn't worthy of Commander Gu, Mingyu had already realized that this Hao Jiejie was yet another girl coveting her man. In other words, this woman saw her as a romantic rival, and so her words and actions were laced with hostility. Now, hearing Sister AI's remark about these spoiled kids, Mingyu felt a bit uneasy. Was Sister AI hinting that there were many girls secretly in love with her man? Thinking of her man's stunning good looks and his exceptional qualities, Mingyu suddenly felt a pang of worry. With a man this good, just how many romantic rivals would she end up facing? She just hoped she wouldn't find out that he had been the one to provoke them. Her stomach suddenly growled, as if protesting that she hadn't fed it any good food. Normally, a golden core cultivator wouldn't feel hungry, but now she had 2 little ones inside her. She needed to consume large amounts of spiritually charged food to supply the 2 little ones with what they needed. They couldn't yet absorb spiritual energy from the outside on their own. They could only take it from her body. She used spiritual spring water to cook a pot of spiritual rice, then took out a piece of dragon meat and a stalk of green vegetables from her ring to prepare a meal. But before she could eat more than a few bites, the door was knocked on again. And this time, the knocking was urgent. Suppressing the urge to hit someone, Mingyu opened the door and looked at the returning Hao Jiejie, along with a middle-aged woman behind her. What business do you have? From the resemblance in their features, this middle-aged woman was likely Hao Jiejie's mother, the wife of Deputy Military Commander Hao. Chapter 1957. Does this look like seeking medical help? Mrs. Hao put on a smiling face. You're Xiaonan, right? May I come in and talk? Mingyu had no choice but to step aside. Come in. She walked straight into the kitchen, picked up her bowl, and continued eating her breakfast. Say what you need to say. I'm hungry, so I'll listen while I eat. A flicker of impatience passed through Mrs. Hao's eyes, but she held it back. It's like this. Earlier, my daughter Jiejie came to invite you to treat my father-in-law during the new year, but her tone wasn't very good. I've brought her here to apologize to you. Then she turned to Hao Jiejie. Come over and apologize to your sister-in-law. Hao Jiejie reluctantly muttered, sorry. Mingyu let out an "oh" and said nothing for a long while, simply continuing to eat her meal. The mother and daughter could smell the food, which was incredibly fragrant. Even though they had already eaten breakfast, the aroma of Mingyu's meal made their mouths water. Hao Jiejie couldn't help asking, what dish is this? Why does it smell so good? And the rice was fragrant too. She had never eaten rice that smelled this good. She thought to herself that this person was very rude, eating by herself without inviting them to join. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mingyu said, I accept your apology. You can go back now. I didn't cook much rice and the dishes aren't great, so I won't trouble you to stay for a meal. Mrs. Hao thought to herself that Sister Huang was right. This country girl really didn't know much about manners. But since she needed something from her, she had to endure the country girl's rudeness. It's like this. My father-in-law, Jiejie's grandfather, still has several pieces of shrapnel in his body from the war years. So we were hoping. Mingyu swallowed her last bite of rice before saying, sorry, but I'm still a student. I don't have a medical license, so I can't just perform surgery on anyone. Hao Jiejie couldn't hold back. You don't have a medical license, but you still removed the shrapnel for that old chief, didn't you? Mingyu, that was pure luck. Plus, the old chief trusted me. Sincerity works wonders, so I was able to perform beyond my usual level. Besides, before the surgery, The old chief gave me a written guarantee saying that even if something happened to him on the operating table, I wouldn't be held responsible. Can you give me such a guarantee? Hao Jiajia immediately retorted, if we gave you a guarantee like that, what if you deliberately did something wrong during the surgery? No way, we can't give you that kind of guarantee. Since you can perform surgery, you have to guarantee my grandfather's safety. Mingyu spread her hands toward Mrs. Hao. See, you can't guarantee my safety, so how can I guarantee the patient's safety? Therefore, you'd better find someone else. Hao Jiajia choked. How can you be like this? You're clearly treating people differently. Mingyu snorted. How am I treating people differently? I didn't know the old chief before, and I don't know you either. When I treated the old chief, he gave me a guarantee. Now you want me to treat your grandfather, so what's wrong with me asking for a guarantee? I'm still a student. Unless someone insists, or unless it's a life or death situation, I absolutely will not treat or heal anyone. If you want me to treat him, I ask for a guarantee to protect my own safety. How is that unreasonable? Hao Jiajia shot back loudly. You're lying. Don't think I don't know, you interned at the Love Hospital for a few months and treated patients every day. Those patients, did you make them give you a guarantee? Chapter 1958. Doing this will bring trouble to Commander Gu. Mingyu sneered. This person had investigated her. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. For a top-tier family like theirs, how could they seek someone to treat them without conducting an investigation first? How is that not a guarantee? The hospital gave me a guarantee. If there's any problem with my treatment, the hospital takes responsibility. Hao Jiajia couldn't continue. She was interning at the hospital, treating patients under her identity as a disciple of the ghost doctor. Patients trusted her, and the number of people seeking her treatment each day was so large that they couldn't all be accommodated. She had even earned the reputation of Little Ghost Doctor. The Ghost Doctor, though it didn't sound as lofty as Divine Doctor, many people casually bestowed the title of Divine Doctor on a physician when praising them. But the title of Ghost Doctor was never given lightly. And after she removed the shrapnel from the old chief's body, rumors spread from Dr. Jiang that she was a spirit doctor. That was why they had set their sights on Mingyu. Mrs. Hao was also growing a bit irritated. Her husband was a deputy military commander, but his superior in the political sphere held an even higher position than her husband. Usually, old Master Hao trusted him more, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept refusing to help transfer her husband back to the capital. If the person she found could cure the old master, her husband's standing in the Hao family would surely rise another level. Perhaps, if the old master was pleased, he might even arrange for her husband to be transferred back to the capital. But she hadn't expected Nan Mingyu to be so difficult to handle. She looked at Mingyu's expression, then at her daughter, and suddenly understood. Nan Mingyu wasn't unwilling to treat her father-in-law, it was that her daughter had offended her. Her expression turned even darker. Though she had heard that people with extraordinary abilities often had peculiar temperaments that applied to others, those eccentrics with great skills and great tempers were beyond anyone's control because they had no weaknesses. But you, Nan Mingyu, are a military wife. Do you have the right to throw a tantrum? She frowned at Mingyu. Xiao Nan, don't forget, you're a military wife. Acting so willfully, aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to your husband? Mingyu almost laughed. Earlier, Hao Jiajia had said the same thing. Now her mother was saying it too. Truly mother and daughter, even their threats were identical. I'm really not afraid of bringing trouble to my husband. Do you believe me? My husband would only support what I do, not stop me. And if my husband finds out that you two came to threaten me, I'm afraid the ones in trouble will be you. Hao Jiajia couldn't accept it. How's that possible? You've offended us, and I heard you've offended Staff Officer Wu's family too. Unless Commander Gu doesn't want to stay in the military, how could he not blame you for offending so many people? Why would I blame her? A voice cut off Hao Jiajia's words. Immediately after, Gu Dongxing's tall figure appeared in the courtyard. As soon as he saw Mingyu, he rushed over and put his arm around her shoulders. Wife, are you alright? He even reached out to touch her, checking her over from head to toe. Seeing that she was fine, he finally relaxed. Mingyu wanted to slap his hand away, but she only rolled her eyes. I'm fine. Gu Dongxing then turned his gaze to Mrs. Hao and Hao Jiajia. Who are you? What business do you have with my wife? My wife is pregnant. His eyes carried an unspoken warning. If anything happens to my wife, you will be held accountable. Chapter 1959. What business do you have? Hao Jiajia saw Gu Dongxing, and her face quickly turned shy. Brother Dongxing, you're back. Gu Dongxing gave her a cold glance. I am a colleague of your father. Please call me Commander Gu. Hao Jiajia was frozen by the chill in Gu Dongxing's gaze. She turned to her mother. Mom, look at Brother Dongxing. Madame Hao had always looked down on Gu Dongxing's country wife, always thinking that if her own daughter had met Gu Dongxing earlier, she could have tamed him. But seeing Gu Dongxing's attitude toward Mingyu today, she realized this was a man who cherished his wife to the bone, and her daughter had no chance to step in. Unlike Madame Wu, she wasn't clueless, so she politely addressed Gu Dongxing. Hello, I am Song Lin, wife of Deputy Commander Hao. This is my daughter, Hao Jiejia. The purpose of our visit today is to ask your wife to remove the residual shrapnel from my father-in-law's body in the capital. She believed that Gu Dongxing, as a division commander enjoying deputy corps-level treatment, would certainly know the Hao family's status. By invoking her father-in-law in the capital, she thought Gu Dongxing would have to show some respect. Remove residual shrapnel from the body? Gu Dongxing naturally knew that many old revolutionaries, due to the limited medical conditions during the war years, had shrapnel left in their bodies from injuries that couldn't be removed at the time and later couldn't be taken out for various reasons. Thus, some shrapnel still remained in their bodies to this day. But these shrapnel pieces were usually in critical positions in the body, and all these people were elderly. Surgery could remove the shrapnel, but there was no guarantee they would survive the operating table. Therefore, most of these people opted for conservative treatment. Are you mistaken? My wife is still a student, and she studies traditional Chinese medicine. How could she perform surgery on Chief Hao? When Madame Hao heard Gu Dongxing mention Chief Hao, it was clear he knew who her father-in-law was, so she was quite surprised by his response. Could it be that he didn't know his wife's abilities? Otherwise, with such an opportunity to curry favor with a leader, how could he not seize it? Hao Jiejia, however, was unwilling to let it go. She performed surgery yesterday on the old chief living in our military compound and removed the shrapnel from his body. The old chief? In this military compound, only one person could be called the old chief. Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu. Wife, is that true? Mingyu nodded. It's true. The old chief strongly urged me to help him remove the shrapnel and even wrote me a guarantee that if anything went wrong during the surgery, no one would hold me responsible. Only then did I take the risk to help him. So, when Miss Hao came today, I also brought it up. I told her I could do it, but she had to write a guarantee that if something went wrong, no one would pursue me for it. But they refused. Everyone knows that shrapnel left in the body is always in the trickiest positions. How can I guarantee a 100% success rate? Asking for a guarantee that I won't be held responsible isn't unreasonable, is it? But they didn't want to provide a guarantee and still wanted me to perform the surgery, so naturally, I refused. Then they threatened me, saying that if I didn't do the surgery for their family, I would bring trouble to you. Husband, do you think they're right? Am I really bringing trouble to you by doing this? And if I do cause trouble, what would you do? The Hao mother and daughter listened as Mingyu complained about them right in front of them, but they could only open their mouths, unable to argue, because everything Mingyu said was true. Chapter 1960, You'd better find someone else. Gu Dongxing listened to Mingyu's words and gently pulled her into his embrace, saying, Wife, you are my wife. No one can bully you. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll pay them back tenfold. A husband is meant to shield you from wind and rain. No matter how big a mess you make, I can handle it. I don't need anyone else's concern. Besides, you're right, you haven't even obtained your medical license yet. From now on, if anyone asks you to treat them, see them if you want to, and don't if you don't. From now on, if anyone wants you to treat them, make them write a guarantee that they won't hold you responsible if something goes wrong during the treatment. Without that guarantee, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, don't treat them. Although Mrs. Hao had already realized that Gu Dongxing deeply cherished his wife, she now understood that this wasn't just cherishing, it was spoiling, doting on her to the core. Hao Jiejia's eyes reddened with anger as she shouted, She can make any mess, and you'll handle it? What if she commits murder or arson? Will you cover for her then? Gu Dongxing shot Hao Jiejia a cold glance. First, my wife wouldn't commit murder or arson without reason. Second, if my wife killed someone, that person deserved to die. If my wife set a fire, the situation forced her to do so. So no matter what my wife does, she won't be the one in the wrong. What if she is wrong? Hao Jiejia pressed relentlessly. I wasn't finished. Third, even if my wife kills the wrong person, she's still my wife. No matter how great her mistake, I'll bear it for her. No matter how great her mistake, I'll bear it for her. This was even more resounding than we'll face it together. Because face it together still meant sharing the burden, while I'll bear it meant he would shoulder it all alone. Minyu's eyes quickly welled up. With a man who cherished and spoiled her like this, what did it matter if there were too many unwanted romantic entanglements? Her man was too outstanding, and too many unwanted advances weren't his fault. As long as his eyes were only on her, she feared no such entanglements. Hao Jiejia was burning with jealousy. Why did he have to protect her so fiercely, even saying things like that? How dare he say such things? Wasn't he afraid he couldn't handle it? You'll bear it? I'm afraid when she causes trouble, you won't be able to. Mrs. Hao was also furious. If Gu Dongxing were defending her daughter, she would be delighted, but the object of his protection was someone else, the woman who had refused to treat her father-in-law. Gu Dongxing said coldly, As long as it's trouble my wife stirs up, no matter how big, I can handle it. If you have nothing else, please leave. I still need to cook dinner for my wife. Cooking dinner for his wife. Hao Jiajia turned and stormed off in anger. Mrs. Hao, too embarrassed to stay, followed her daughter out of the number 17 courtyard. But once outside, hit by the cold wind, she remembered that the purpose of their visit today was to ask Nan Mingyu to remove the shrapnel from her father-in-law. Leaving like this meant they had failed in their mission. Still, turning back now was out of the question. They would have to go home first and figure things out later. When they got home, they found Hao Dadong and their son both there. Seeing the mother and daughter return, Hao Dadong asked, "So, how did it go with that spirit doctor? Is she willing to return to the capital with us before the new year?" Mrs. Hao paused, a bitter smile spreading across her face. Seeing his wife's bitter smile, Hao Dadong knew their plea for medical treatment had failed, and his face immediately darkened. Chapter 1961. Don't forget your identity. Seeing that Mrs. Hao remained silent, Hao Jiajia began to speak rapidly. That so-called little spirit doctor is completely unreliable. She puts on airs, saying things like she won't treat anyone who isn't sincere. And she even claimed she doesn't have a medical license, insisting that we write her a guarantee letter. In that letter, we had to clearly state that if anything happened to her during the treatment, we wouldn't hold her responsible. A guarantee letter, how dare she even bring that up? If we wrote one, wouldn't she be free to harm anyone she wanted? The worst part is that Commander Gu actually protects her, letting her make such unreasonable demands. He even said, if you want treatment, get treated. If not, don't. How infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Hao Dadong paused for a moment. Could it be that you acted arrogantly in front of the little spirit doctor, and that's why she refused to go to the capital with us to treat your grandfather? He knew his daughter all too well. She was always proud and haughty. Although in this compound he was only a deputy army level officer, lower than full army level or even regional commanders, because their family was from the capital. With her grandfather in the general staff department and her uncle holding a high position in the local government, she always walked around with her chin held high. It was highly possible that she had put on airs in front of that little spirit doctor, and the doctor simply ignored her. His gaze then shifted to his wife. His daughter's arrogance came from her mother, so it was likely that his wife hadn't shown much respect to that doctor either. Everything I said is true. She's also a military wife, yet she made such conditions. She has no spirit of serving the people at all. She doesn't deserve the title of military wife, and she doesn't deserve Commander Gu. Whenever Hao Jiajia thought about how Gu Dongxing protected and doted on Nan Mingyu, she felt extremely irritated. She doesn't deserve Commander Gu? Then who does? Hao Dadong keenly sensed something off about Hao Jiajia. He shot a sharp look at his daughter. I'm warning you, Commander Gu is a married man. Don't you dare have any improper thoughts about him. Hao Jiajia immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who has improper thoughts about Commander Gu? Dad, I'm your own daughter. How can you think of me that way? She had indeed had improper thoughts before, but after being so blatantly ignored by Gu Dongxing, her anger had subsided. Unless he came begging her properly, he could just go to hell. Hao Dadong withdrew his sharp gaze and said, it's good that you don't have improper thoughts. Let me tell you, Commander Gu is no ordinary man, and his wife, Nan Mingyu, is no ordinary woman either. If you do anything, no one will be able to protect you. Hao Jiajia was unconvinced. How extraordinary can she be? Dr. Jiang said she's some kind of bell doctor. A bell doctor is just a charlatan who goes around shaking a bell and swindling people, isn't it? What's so great about being a bell doctor? Hao Dadong was furious. Dr. Jiang said spirit doctor, not bell doctor. The term means a doctor who has cultivated spiritual energy and knows how to use it to heal people. Such a person can cure anyone as long as they're still breathing. Although no one can confirm that she's a spirit doctor or that she used spiritual energy to treat the old chief's chronic arthritis had made him unable to stand. Yet Nan Mingyu just inserted a few needles, and he stood up. Think about it. The old chief's arthritis had been treated for years, only getting worse. When had it ever improved? When had anyone ever made him stand up with just a few needles? And she even guaranteed that his arthritis would be completely cured. Think about it. Have you ever seen anyone with that kind of skill? Chapter 1962, complaining about them right in front of their faces. Madame Hao and Hao Jiajia were both stunned. After all, no one had ever broken things down and explained them so thoroughly to them before. Hao Dadong continued, think about it again. The process of Nan Mingyu removing the shrapnel from the old chief yesterday. She didn't allow anyone to observe, even kicking the nanny out. With only herself present, she managed to safely extract all the shrapnel from the old chief's body. Think about it. Who performs surgery without an assistant? Moreover, for anyone else, whether they could even wake up on the same day after surgery would be uncertain. But after she operated on the old chief, he got out of bed immediately. Could that be simple? Also, Dr. Jiang said that after the surgery, the old chief only had a few small wounds on his body, with no trace of blood and virtually no other issues. Dr. Jiang also said that if the spiritual healer were willing, she could even leave no wounds at all. He speculated that leaving the wounds was likely to avoid raising suspicion. Think about it, if she can achieve this level of skill, could she still be just an ordinary military wife? How Jia was taken aback. Was she really that capable? But demanding a written guarantee before treating someone, isn't that going too far? Capable people tend to have strong personalities. Just because she's a military wife doesn't mean her temperament softens. Besides, put yourself in her shoes. If you were faced with someone seeking medical help who showed you disrespect, wouldn't you make things a little difficult? How Dadong looked at his daughter with a disappointed expression. Don't think you're so noble. Without a good family background, what could you even accomplish? He was truly dissatisfied with his daughter, who was just coasting along in the cultural troupe. Turning to his son, he added, Jun, remember this. A good family background only gives you a good starting point. Your future prospects still depend on your own efforts. Relying on your ancestors' legacy only leads to a life of idleness. How Jun nodded. I understand, Dad. I plan to apply for military academy next year. I will become an outstanding military commander. The 18-year-old's face was full of determination. Good, that's my son. How Dadong was satisfied with his son. Seeing him belittle her while valuing her brother so much only made How Jia more upset. How Dadong turned to his wife and asked, did Nan Mingyu give a reason for demanding a written guarantee? She said she's still a student and doesn't have a medical license, so she doesn't treat people lightly. If she does, she requires a written guarantee stating that even if the treatment fails or something goes wrong, she won't be held responsible. Did she ask the old chief to write a guarantee when she treated him? The old chief wrote one, but it wasn't because she asked for it, he wrote it on his own. How Dadong visibly relaxed upon hearing this. Go see her again tomorrow. Be sincere. Tell her we agree to write the guarantee. Even if the treatment fails or something goes wrong, she won't be held responsible. The only request is that she return to the capital with us before the new year to treat the old man. Madam Hao nodded. All right, I'll go invite her again tomorrow. Are we really going to write her a guarantee? Won't that encourage her arrogance? How Jia complained. How Dadong said seriously, since the old chief could write her a guarantee, why can't we? After a moment of thought, he added, forget it. Since Gu Dongxing is back now, I'll go personally tomorrow. Chapter 1963. He doted on his wife to the bone. At compound number 17, after the Hao mother and daughter left, Gu Dongxing immediately picked up his wife, carried her into the bedroom, and gently set her down. He pressed his head against Mingyu's abdomen and said softly, has the baby been behaving lately? The tenderness on his face, if seen by Hao Jia, would have only fueled her jealousy. The baby has been very well behaved. The 6th wind spiritual root is fully developed, and the 7th, the lightning spiritual root, has grown halfway. I estimate that in another 3 months, the baby's spiritual roots will be fully formed, and once they are, the baby will be ready to be born. Mingyu, who had been wearing a displeased expression, immediately perked up at the mention of the baby, her face filled with warmth. Really? That's wonderful. It's now February in the new calendar and December in the old calendar. In 3 months, it'll be May in the new calendar and March in the old calendar. We got married in July, and if the baby is born in May next year, that's a bedwetting blessing and a double hit at that. Haha, I, Gu Dongxing, am truly capable. Mingyu was speechless. She had been pregnant for over 3 years, and he was still calling it a bedwetting blessing. But then she suddenly recalled that the baby's origin traced back to the final moments of lingering intimacy before the remnants of her and Gu Dongxing's past lives faded away. It was also her and Gu Dongxing's first deep connection. So perhaps it really was a bedwetting blessing. Their spiritual senses simultaneously probed inward, and the 2 babies, who had been asleep, immediately woke up. Their tiny spiritual forms clung to them, conveying the joy of seeing their parents. Stealing a glance and seeing that his wife was in a calm mood, Gu Dongxing finally asked, Wife, while I was away this past month, did anyone bully you? Mingyu snorted. It's all because of you, you troublemaker. One after another, they all want to trample me down and take my place as Commander Gu's wife. She recounted what Wu Xiaomei's mother and today's Hao Jia had done. See? It's all because of your rotten peach blossoms that I'm constantly being targeted, Mingyu said discontentedly. Gu Dongxing broke out in a sweat. Wife, I truly have no feelings for them at all. I don't care whether you have feelings or not. The fact is, you're the one who attracted these rotten peach blossoms. Before one is dealt with, another appears. I suspect that every girl in the entire military compound is drawn to you, treating you like some kind of public heartthrob. Mingyu didn't realize she had inadvertently hit the truth. Ever since Gu Dongxing became a division commander, every girl in the military compound had been captivated by him. After all, who else was so young, held such a high position, and was so eye-catching? Gu Dongxing cried out in injustice. Wife, I really haven't actively pursued any of them. I now avoid all women like the plague. Besides, I've restrained my aura and concealed my extraordinary brilliance. Gu Dongxing truly felt wronged. He already kept a stern face all day, yet women still threw themselves at him. What else could he do? In truth, Minyu knew this wasn't Gu Dongxing's fault. He was simply stunningly handsome, the youngest division commander, and after cultivating, his temperament was as noble as a deity's. Even the most discerning women couldn't help but be drawn to him. In fact, it wasn't just Gu Dongxing. Even Nan Mingyu, when she went out, attracted just as much attention. It was just that Mingyu rarely went out. Extraordinary brilliance, you flatter yourself, Mingyu snorted, though deep down, she agreed that Gu Dongxing was indeed an unparalleled handsome man. Why don't you just let a hint of your imposing aura show from now on? That way, no one will dare to have improper thoughts about you, Mingyu said after a moment's thought. Actually, I might as well reveal a bit of my own aura too. Otherwise, they'll keep coming to bully me. Alright, from now on, let's be an overbearing immortal couple. Chapter 1964, No One Can Protect You. There was another thing Gu Dongxing didn't say. However, if this happened, any cultivator who saw them would immediately recognize them as immortal cultivators. Before, to avoid trouble, both Gu Dongxing and she had practiced the breath concealment technique, keeping their auras completely hidden. They only displayed the iron-blooded temperament of soldiers, without any of the imposing presence of immortal cultivators. Good. That's how it should be. Gu Dongxing added, it's fine to reveal a little, as long as we don't expose the aura of the Golden Core stage. If Minyu revealed the aura of the Golden Core stage, the dragon head would likely come knocking. After all, the mortal world did not allow Golden Core cultivators to remain. This was a rule among cultivators. Minyu usually concealed her aura, which was why no one had come to cause trouble. Once the Golden Core aura was released, she would either have to join the dragon group or enter the immortal sect. That night, Minyu still planned to feed the twins drop by drop with the jade nectar. Suddenly, Gu Dongxing had a sudden impulse and said, let's give them 2 drops together. We'll help them digest it together. Aren't you afraid they'll come out early? What's there to fear? At worst, we'll let them stay in the space house first. Minyu thought for a moment and agreed. When she took 2 drops of jade nectar together, the 2 little ones immediately came to snatch it. But to Mingyu's surprise, the 2 little ones showed no signs of being overwhelmed and even seemed unsatisfied. Minyu was stunned. Had she been starving them by only feeding them 1 drop before? They've grown up and can absorb more jade nectar now, Gu Dongxing said. This time, let's try 4 drops. With the 2 of them protecting the little ones, Mingyu wasn't worried. She decisively took 4 drops of jade nectar. To her delight, the 4 drops only barely satisfied the 2 little ones. Gu Dongxing said, add another 4 drops. Mingyu was a bit concerned. They won't be able to handle it. They'll be overwhelmed. I'm here, Gu Dongxing said, gently rubbing Mingyu's belly. Alright. This time, she directly took 8 drops of jade nectar. Sure enough, this time, the 2 little ones were overwhelmed. The 2 of them quickly each took one of the babies, wrapping them in their spiritual power to help them digest. One more time, Gu Dongxing said again. Mingyu frowned. Feeding them like this, stuffing them like ducks, won't it be like forcing growth? Gu Dongxing sighed. He couldn't tell Mingyu that he had a sudden premonition that the 2 little ones would soon no longer be able to consume jade nectar. He could only say, it's fine. Their bodies can handle it. If that's the case, why not go into my space house to take it? You know, my space house has a 30-fold time acceleration. Gu Dongxing immediately agreed. Thus, Mingyu brought out the thatched house, set it up in the courtyard, and the 2 of them entered the bedroom of the thatched house, solely to feed the 2 little ones jade nectar. And so, that night, Mingyu continuously drank jade nectar, and the 2 of them continuously helped the little ones digest it. In just one night in the outside world, which was about 10 days in the space house, the 2 little ones' lightning spiritual roots reached saturation. Now, the 2 little ones' spiritual roots included metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. They were only missing the light and dark spiritual roots to become chaotic spiritual roots. Oh, and their water spiritual root had mutated into an ice spiritual root due to reaching perfection. But in essence, they still had 7 types of spiritual roots. All 7 spiritual roots had reached saturation. Moreover, after the 7th spiritual root reached saturation, new spiritual roots began to grow in the 2 little ones' stanchions. This time, 2 spiritual roots grew together, the light and dark spiritual roots. As soon as these 2 spiritual roots appeared, they refused to yield to each other, both vying to seize the energy to grow their own spiritual roots. Chapter 1965, would it encourage her arrogance? At dawn, Gu Dongxing and his companion emerged from the space house, allowing Mingyu to stow away the hut before they formally entered the room to sleep. In the morning, both woke up late. If not for someone knocking on the door, they might still be in bed. When Hao Dadong knocked and the door opened, he was greeted by a pair of imposing, otherworldly partners. Seeing Gu Dongxing step out with an awe-inspiring presence, Hao Dadong was secretly startled. This man's aura was unlike anything he had ever seen. No wonder the girls in the compound all admired him. He felt himself shrink slightly in Gu Dongxing's presence, quickly pulling himself together to address him. "Hello, Commander Gu." Though he outranked Gu Dongxing, he unconsciously used a respectful title. "Hello, Deputy Commander Hao." Gu Dongxing led him into the living room, and they took their seats as host and guest. Mingyu poured 2 cups of tea and brought them over. Hao Dadong looked at Mingyu. "Is this your wife?" Mingyu found it amusing. His daughter called Gu Dongxing Brother Dongxing, and his wife called her Xiao Nan, clearly trying to lower both her and Gu Dongxing by a generation. Yet Hao Dadong addressed her as sister-in-law, placing himself and Gu Dongxing on the same generational level. This couple was truly ironic. Gu Dongxing, seemingly unfazed, formally introduced her. "Yes, this is my wife, Nan Mingyu." "Mingyu, this is Deputy Commander Hao Dadong." Mingyu smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Deputy Commander Hao. Please have some tea." Seeing Mingyu, Hao Dadong was deeply impressed. This woman was clearly no ordinary person, her entire demeanor outshone any of the girls in the compound. Looking at Gu Dongxing, he sensed that the two shared a similar aura, as if he were in the presence of a pair of living immortals. Earlier, he had only vaguely suspected that this couple was extraordinary. Now, he was certain, they were exactly the kind of people his elders had warned him never to offend cultivators. He inwardly cursed his wife. Someone like this, with such bearing, even if she didn't know about immortals, she shouldn't have looked down on them. And yet, she had chosen to provoke them? Who gave her the audacity? If his wife hadn't dismissed this Mrs. Gu, how would his daughter have dared to disrespect her? Suppressing his dissatisfaction with his wife, he humbly said to Mingyu, "I've heard that you, sister-in-law, study medicine and are exceptionally skilled at it." Just as Mingyu was about to respond, Gu Dongxing interjected, "My wife does study medicine, but she hasn't graduated yet. She's currently interning in Shenzhen, but due to her pregnancy, she's come back to rest." His words made it clear, his wife was pregnant and had even stopped her internship, so Hao Dadong shouldn't trouble her with anything. As expected, Gu Dongxing's statement left Hao Dadong at a loss for words. He could only pick up his tea and take a sip. That single sip made his eyes light up. "This tea is excellent. Is it Dahongpao?" The tea was, of course, from Mingyu's space. Since there was no other tea at home, she had used tea grown from cuttings of the Dahongpao tree in her space to entertain guests. Yes, it's Dahongpao." "Deputy Commander Hao is impressive. You recognized it with just one sip," Mingyu praised. Hao Dadong smiled bitterly. Recognizing Dahongpao was nothing special. The truly impressive thing was that she could serve Dahongpao to guests. As he sipped the tea, his mind raced. How could he convince her to go to the capital and treat his family's elder? Chapter 1966, An Overbearing Immortal Couple. In courtyard number 17, after the Hao mother and daughter left, Gu Dongxing immediately picked up his wife, carried her into the bedroom, and set her down. He pressed his head against Nan Mingyu's belly and said softly, "Has the baby been good lately?" If Hao Jiajia had seen the tenderness on his face, she would have been even more jealous. "The baby is very good. The 6th wind spiritual root is fully developed, and the 7th spiritual root, the lightning spiritual root, has grown halfway. I estimate that in another 3 months, the baby's spiritual roots will be fully formed, and once they are, the baby will be ready to be born." Nan Mingyu, who had been looking displeased, became animated the moment she spoke of the child, her face filled with warmth. "Really? That's wonderful. It's now February in the new calendar and December in the old calendar. In 3 months, it will be May in the new calendar and March in the old calendar. We got married in July, and if the baby is born in May of the following year, that's a bedwetting blessing and a double hit at that. Haha, I, Gu Dongxing, am truly capable." Nan Mingyu was speechless. She had been pregnant for over 3 years, and he was still calling it a bedwetting blessing. But then she suddenly remembered that this child was conceived from the final lingering moments before the consciousness of her and Gu Dongxing's past lives faded away, their first deep connection. So it really was a bedwetting blessing. Their spiritual senses probed inward, and the 2 children, who had been asleep, immediately woke up. Their tiny spiritual bodies reached out, conveying the joy of seeing their parents. Catching a glimpse of his wife's calm demeanor, Gu Dongxing ventured, "Wife, while I was away this month, has anyone bullied you?" Nan Mingyu snorted. "It's all because of you, you troublemaker. One after another, they want to step on me and take my place as Mrs. Gu Dongxing." Gu Dongxing broke out in a sweat. Wife, I truly have no feelings for them. She recounted everything that Wu Xiaomei's mother and today's Hao Jiajia had done. Gu Dongxing cried out in protest. Wife, I never actively sought them out. I now avoid all women like the plague. Besides, I've restrained my aura and concealed my extraordinary charm. See? It's all because of your rotten peach blossoms that I keep getting targeted, Nan Mingyu said discontentedly. I don't care whether you have feelings for them or not, it's your rotten blossoms that cause this. One isn't even resolved before another appears. I suspect every girl in the entire compound is drawn to you, treating you like a public crush. Little did Nan Mingyu know, she had inadvertently spoken the truth. Ever since Gu Dongxing became vice president, every girl in the compound had been captivated by him. After all, who else was so young, held such a high position, and was so eye-catching? Gu Dongxing truly felt wronged. He already kept a stern face all day, yet women still threw themselves at him. What could he do? In truth, Nan Mingyu knew it wasn't Gu Dongxing's fault. He was simply stunningly handsome, the youngest vice president, and his cultivation had given him an aura as noble as a god's. Even the most discerning women couldn't help but be drawn to him. In fact, it wasn't just Gu Dongxing, Nan Mingyu herself attracted attention wherever she went. It was just that she rarely went out. Extraordinary charm indeed. You flatter yourself, Nan Mingyu snorted, but deep down, she acknowledged that Gu Dongxing was indeed an extraordinary beauty. From now on, just let a hint of your aura slip out. That way, no one will dare to have improper thoughts about you, Nan Mingyu said after a moment's thought. Actually, I should let a bit of my aura show too. Otherwise, one after another will come to bully me. Alright. From now on, let's be an overbearing immortal couple. End of this chapter. Chapter 1967, trying to help things grow by forcing them. There was another thing Gu Dongxing didn't say, but if this continues, any passing cultivator would be able to tell they were immortals. Before, to avoid trouble, both Gu Dongxing and she had practiced the concealment technique, keeping their auras completely hidden. They only displayed the iron-blooded temperament of soldiers, without any of the imposing presence of cultivators. Good. That's how it should be. Gu Dongxing added, it doesn't matter if we reveal a little, as long as we don't expose the aura of the golden core stage. If Mengyu revealed the aura of a golden core cultivator, the dragon head would likely come knocking. After all, the mortal world did not allow golden core cultivators to remain. It was a rule among cultivators. Mengyu usually concealed her aura, which was why no one had come to cause trouble. Once the golden core aura was released, she would either have to join the dragon group or enter the immortal sect. That night, Mengyu still wanted to feed Xiangjiang drop by drop. Gu Dongxing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, let's give them 2 drops together. We'll help them digest it together. Aren't you afraid they'll come out early? They've grown. They can absorb more Xiangjiang now, Gu Dongxing said. This time, let's try 4 drops. Alright. Mengyu frowned. Feeding them like this, stuffing them, won't it be like trying to help things grow by forcing them? He could only say, it's fine. Their bodies can handle it. I'm here. Gu Dongxing rubbed Mengyu's belly. So, Mengyu took out the hut, set it up in the courtyard, and the 2 of them entered the bedroom of the hut, just to give the 2 babies Xiangjiang. Thus, that night, Mengyu kept drinking Xiangjiang, and the 2 of them kept helping the little ones digest it. In just one night outside, which was about 10 days inside the space hut, the 2 babies' lightning spiritual roots reached saturation. Gu Dongxing immediately agreed. Mengyu thought it over and agreed. One more time. Gu Dongxing said again. Mengyu was a little worried. They won't let it go, they'll get too full. With the 2 of them protecting them, Mengyu wasn't too concerned and decisively took 4 drops of Xiangjiang. To her surprise, the 4 drops only just filled the 2 little ones. This time, she directly took 8 drops of Xiangjiang. Gu Dongxing said, add 4 more. If that's the case, why not take it inside my space hut? You know, my space hut has a 30-fold time acceleration. The 2 drops of Xiangjiang were taken together, and the 2 little babies immediately came to grab them. But to Mengyu's surprise, the 2 little ones showed no signs of being overfull and still seemed unsatisfied. Mengyu was stunned. Had she been starving them by only feeding 1 drop before? They are. Gu Dongxing sighed. He couldn't tell Mengyu that his sudden inspiration had given him a premonition. The 2 babies would soon be unable to drink Xiangjiang anymore. Sure enough, this time, the 2 little ones were overfull. The 2 of them quickly each took 1, wrapping the babies in their spiritual power to help them digest. What's there to fear? At worst, we'll let them stay in the space hut first. Now, the 2 little ones' spiritual roots were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. They were only missing light and dark spiritual roots to become chaotic spiritual roots. Well, their water spiritual root had mutated into an ice spiritual root after reaching perfection. But in reality, it still counted as 7 types of spiritual roots. All 7 spiritual roots had reached saturation. Moreover, after the 7th spiritual root reached saturation, new spiritual roots began to grow in the 2 little ones' stanchions. This time, 2 spiritual roots grew together, light and dark spiritual roots. As soon as these 2 spiritual roots appeared, they refused to yield to each other, both vying to snatch the energy to grow their own spiritual roots. The chapter ends. Chapter 1968. Who gave her the audacity? At dawn, Gu Dongxing and his wife emerged from the space house. Nan Mingyu put away the hut, and then they officially entered the room to sleep. In the morning, both of them woke up late. If someone hadn't knocked on the door, they probably wouldn't have gotten out of bed yet. When Hao Dadong knocked and the door opened, he saw a pair of imposing, otherworldly partners. Seeing the awe-inspiring aura radiating from Gu Dongxing as he came out to greet him, Hao Dadong was secretly startled. This man's presence was unlike anything he had ever seen. No wonder the girls in the compound all liked him. He felt himself shrink half a head shorter in front of Gu Dongxing and quickly pulled himself together, saying to Gu Dongxing, "Hello, Vice President Gu." Even though he outranked Gu Dongxing, he unconsciously used a respectful title. "Hello, Deputy Commander Hao." Gu Dongxing led him into the living room, and they took their seats as host and guest. Nan Mingyu poured 2 cups of tea and brought them over. Hao Dadong looked at Nan Mingyu. "Is this my sister-in-law?" But Gu Dongxing didn't seem to find it odd and introduced her formally. "Yes, this is my wife, Nan Mingyu." "Nan Mingyu, this is Deputy Commander Hao Dadong." Sure enough, Gu Dongxing's words left Hao Dadong unsure of how to respond. He could only pick up his tea and take a sip. Nan Mingyu smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Deputy Commander Hao. Please have some tea." Earlier, he had only vaguely guessed that this couple was extraordinary. Now, he was certain that they were the kind of people the elders in his family had warned him never to offend, cultivators. He silently cursed his wife in his heart. Someone like this, with such bearing, even if she didn't know about immortals, she shouldn't have looked down on them. When Hao Dadong saw Nan Mingyu, he was deeply shocked. This girl was clearly no ordinary person. Just her overall demeanor alone was something the girls in the compound couldn't match. Yet Hao Dadong had addressed her as sister-in-law right off the bat, clearly placing himself and Gu Dongxing on the same generational level. This couple was truly amusing. Just one sip, and his eyes lit up. "This tea is really good. Is this Da Hong Pao?" Nan Mingyu was about to answer, but Gu Dongxing spoke first. "My wife studies medicine, but she hasn't graduated yet. She's currently interning in Shenzhen, but because she's pregnant, she's come back to rest." Nan Mingyu found it amusing. His daughter called Gu Dongxing Brother Dongxing, and his wife called her Xiao Nan, clearly trying to force both her and Gu Dongxing down a generation. Suppressing his dissatisfaction with his wife, he humbly said to Nan Mingyu, "I heard that my sister-in-law studies medicine and is extremely skilled at it." Then he looked at Gu Dongxing and felt that both of them shared the same imposing aura, as if he were seeing a pair of living immortals. His words were telling Hao Dadong, "My wife is pregnant and isn't even continuing her internship, so don't go looking for trouble for her." And she, of all people, was picking a fight with him? Who gave her the audacity? If his wife hadn't looked down on this Mrs. Gu, how would his daughter have dared to disrespect her? This tea, of course, came from Nan Mingyu's space. Since there was no other tea at home, she had taken out the tea from the Da Hong Pao tea tree cuttings planted in her space to entertain guests. Yes, it's Da Hong Pao." Deputy Commander Hao is truly impressive to recognize it with just one sip, Nan Mingyu praised. Hao Dadong smiled bitterly. Recognizing Da Hong Pao with one sip wasn't impressive, being able to serve Da Hong Pao to guests was the real feat. As he drank his tea, his mind raced, trying to figure out how to convince her to go to the capital to treat his family's elder. End of chapter. Chapter 1969. My rules cannot be broken. Hao Dadong recalled the time Nan Mingyu had treated the old president, and suddenly had an idea. Sister-in-law, have you ever heard the story of the Red Army climbing snowy mountains and crossing grasslands? Without waiting for Nan Mingyu to object, he began telling the tale of the Long March. Of course, the main focus was on his father, Hao Ginshing's story. Nan Mingyu was quickly drawn in by his narrative, listening as he recounted the Long March, then the War of Resistance against Japan, and finally the War of Liberation. In the end, he said, having been through over 100 battles, large and small, his body is covered with countless scars. Several times, he was wounded and fell unconscious, and everyone thought he wouldn't make it. But each time, with astonishing willpower, he pulled through. To this day, he still has over a dozen pieces of shrapnel in his body. At this point, Hao Dadong sighed. Other places are bearable, but the worst is the shrapnel in his skull, which causes him constant headaches that nothing can relieve. Yet, when he goes to the hospital, they don't dare perform surgery to remove the shrapnel, afraid he might not survive the operation. Originally, Gu Dongxing had wanted to stop Nan Minyu from performing surgery for others, but after hearing Hao Dadong's story, he fell silent. After a long moment, he stroked Nan Mingyu's head and said, "Wife, if you want to go, I'll go with you." "All right, I'll go," Nan Mingyu said. "But my rules cannot be broken." Hao Dadong quickly interjected, "I know, I need to write a guarantee that no matter what happens, you won't be held responsible." Nan Mingyu smiled bitterly and said, "I do this to protect the people I operate on. The truth is, there are too many people watching me in the shadows. But with a written guarantee, even if the surgery fails, they can't hold me accountable, and naturally, they won't be able to use my patience as leverage." Later, he simply retired from the military and switched to business, becoming a well-known entrepreneur. He also joined the Folk Culture Research Association, a group that not just anyone could enter. If your father were an ordinary person, it might be fine, but he isn't. If I perform the surgery, whether it succeeds or fails, those watching me will find a way to make it fail. Although he didn't know who Nan Mingyu's enemies were, just from Gu Dongxing's excellence and prospects, there were likely many people scheming to pull him into their camp. The best method was often through marriage. After hearing Nan Mingyu's explanation, Hao Dadong finally understood why she needed the guarantee. Moreover, starting 4 years ago, he had become more and more outstanding, first completing missions others found impossible, then being repeatedly seconded to the Dragon Group for tasks beyond ordinary capability. But 4 years ago, although Gu Dongxing was already excellent, he hadn't stood out particularly. Plus, his stepmother's brothers deliberately suppressed him, so even though he joined the military at 15 and earned countless merits on the battlefield, he never got promoted. When Nan Mingyu said this, Gu Dongxing's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. By now, he had become a key asset of the association, and at a young age, he was appointed vice president. And he was only 30 years old. Young, capable, with boundless prospects, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. But this rising star already had a wife, disappointing those who had hoped to pull him into their camp through marriage. It went without saying that Gu Dongxing's wife would become a target for many. This chapter ends. Chapter 1970. Preparing to enter the capital. Thinking he had hit on the key point, Hao Dadong nodded understandingly. "I know. Gu Dongxing is too outstanding. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. I can understand your caution." Although he deliberately steered the conversation toward Gu Dongxing, Nan Mingyu still grasped his meaning and couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. In reality, she hadn't taken these people seriously. The one she was truly wary of was the mysterious figure she had always sensed lurking in the shadows, targeting her. Previously, she had believed that the person secretly opposing her was Jiang Huayu. But after clearly learning that Jiang Huayu had fled into the immortal sect due to injury, the feeling of being covertly targeted still lingered. Especially when Nan Mingyu later encountered incidents involving those close to her, such as Qingwen, Peng Fei, and Xin on the surface. Each event seemed to have its own cause and appeared unrelated to her. Yet she always felt that without someone fanning the flames, these things wouldn't have happened. If only one person had trouble, it might be coincidence. But when 2 people, or even all 3 disciples, encountered problems, it was no longer coincidence, but deliberate manipulation. Even the tampering with the car during the recent outing with the family members made her suspect the hidden force at work. Thus, after the old president wrote his own guarantee letter, she made a decision. From now on, no matter who sought treatment from her, they must sign a guarantee letter, absolving her of any responsibility regardless of what happened. If her enemies couldn't target her directly and instead turned against her patients, that would be beyond her control. "Coincidentally, I have over 20 days of leave, so I'll take it all at once," she said. Hao Dadong replied, "My father's headache has flared up these past few days, so the sooner, the better. I'll go buy a few tickets for tonight's flight back to the capital. We can go together. What do you think?" Nan Mingyu considered it and asked, "How do you plan to travel?" Her original plan was to spend the new year here, and she had even prepared a lot of New Year goods. But if she was to treat Hao Zhenxing, she would have to return to the capital. After learning the reason behind Nan Mingyu's demand for a guarantee letter, Hao Dadong no longer objected. However, after she agreed to treat his father, he made a request. He hoped she could go to the capital before the new year to treat his father, as every day earlier meant one less day of suffering for him. She looked at Gu Dongxing. Originally, he had a month of leave after their wedding, but he had gone on a mission just 3 days after the ceremony, plus the few days of pre-wedding preparations, so that leave had only lasted a week. Hao Dadong checked his watch and said, "Today is already the 15th and the new year is on the 19th. There's no time to waste. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Let's leave tonight." Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, "Originally, we planned to spend the new year here. But since Deputy Commander Hao has a need, let's go back to the capital together for the new year." Besides, my parents are in the capital, so it would be nice to reunite with them during the holiday. However, Nan Mingyu didn't want to take the same flight as those two women. She said, "You two take tonight's flight back on your own. We'll find our own way to the capital. Let's meet at the compound tomorrow morning at 8. How Dadong tried to protest, that's not a good idea. There's only one flight from G-City to the capital tonight. If you don't take it, how will you get back?" Nan Mingyu rolled her eyes. "Can't we just fly back ourselves?" Gu Dongxing quickly cut her off. "We have our own way to get there. See you at the compound tomorrow morning at 8. End of chapter. Chapter 1971, Discovering the Origin of the World. How Dadong remembered that Gu Dongxing's father also lived in the military compound, and then recalled his earlier speculation about the two people he had seen when entering the courtyard. His heart suddenly jolted again. Could it be that they really flew back? After How Dadong left, Minyu and the other began packing up their things. Once they returned, they would likely stay in the capital for the entire spring festival period, so the New Year goods they had bought here naturally needed to be taken back. But Gu Dongxing stopped Minyu. "What's there to pack? Call Mom and ask her to buy more. Leave the things here. We can still eat them when we come back after the New Year, so we won't have to buy them again." Minyu thought that made sense, so she decided not to pack. However, instead of calling Haishui, she called Yu-in and asked her to buy New Year goods and place them in the Jade Garden, ready for her return for the holiday. Upon hearing that Minyu was coming back for the New Year, Yu-in was overjoyed and immediately called her fellow disciples to inform them. Gu Dongxing closed the door and casually set up a barrier on it. "Now, wife, let's take a good nap, and then before dawn tomorrow, we'll fly back to the capital." It was only 10 o'clock. Was this really a nap? More like a morning nap, wasn't it? But Minyu knew that Gu Dongxing was doing this for the children, wanting the two little ones to consume the celestial nectar. She took out the thatched cottage, and the two of them entered it. They lay down on the bed. Gu Dongxing held Minyu close as she consumed the nectar and began feeding it to the two babies. Then the two adults wrapped their arms around the children, helping them digest it. The spiritual essences of the four intertwined, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Inside the thatched cottage, which operated at 30 times normal speed, the two little ones' light and dark spiritual roots eagerly absorbed the energy of the nectar, growing stronger. Seeing some red coral, and recalling that humans seemed to like it, she also collected some. Xiao Tao kept collecting as she went, not caring about direction. Since her master was at home, no matter where she ended up, she could simply fly back toward her master's direction when it was time to return. She discovered a large amount of gold, silver, and treasure above, including many porcelain pieces and whole boxes of gold ingots. Remembering that these items could yield a lot of essence points, she gathered everything inside. While Gu Dongxing's full attention was on the babies, Xiao Tao sent a telepathic message to Minyu, then immediately left the space, flew toward the sea, and submerged into the water. She spotted a sunken ship and thought there might be treasures on it, so she boarded it. What could she give to the two little babies? She couldn't think of anything, so she swiftly swam through the sea. Whenever she found an open shell with a pearl glinting inside, she stored it in her ring. Sea cucumbers she stepped on, she also collected, and any fish she encountered, she directly gathered as well. Although Mingyu's space still had plenty of seafood, now that she knew the children would be born in 3 months, she wanted to find something special to give to the two little ones. Usually, when Gu Dongxing wasn't around and Qingshan was focused solely on his own cultivation, she didn't dare to leave. Now that Gu Dongxing had returned, she naturally wanted to go out and search for treasures. But these were all mundane items, hardly suitable as gifts for the two babies. So she left the ship and continued onward. Suddenly, she noticed something glowing at the bottom of the sea. She guessed it must be a treasure. She quickly approached and discovered it was a massive meteorite. Xiao Tao took one look and was overjoyed. This enormous meteorite contained minerals used for forging immortal artifacts. Among them, embedded within, was a fragment of a small world. At the center of this small world fragment was a mass of the world's origin. Chapter 1972, In Danger. Xiao Tao realized that this was clearly the world's origin that had been stolen from the Peach Blossom space, though only a small amount remained. Still, it was better than nothing. She had no idea why the person who stole the world's origin would abandon it here. Even though the world's origin had shrunk so much, she absolutely had to take it back. Without hesitation, she threw out the seafood she had previously stored in her ring, intending to collect this massive meteorite. But she discovered that she couldn't take away this enormous meteorite containing the world's origin. She tried to carry it off directly, but it wouldn't budge at all. This meteorite had formed a reef on the seabed, seemingly rooted in place. It was simply too massive. What should she do? What could she do? Xiao Tao paced around the meteorite in circles, unable to think of a solution. Just then, Xiao Tao suddenly sensed her master calling her. Looking up toward the sea surface, she realized it was almost time for the departure her master had arranged. Had she been out this long? The peach blossom space, right, she needed to call her master here. Only the peach blossom space could collect this meteorite. She immediately grew anxious. Xiaoao was in danger. She contacted Xiaoao right away and received a message from her. She was greatly shocked. As for Mingyu, after feeding the babies the nectar until around 3 in the morning, both little ones' spiritual root values had reached 80. Seeing that it was already 3 a.m. and time to prepare to leave, she stopped feeding. Gu Dongxing was already ready to fly to the capital overnight. Her peach blossom space had nearly been ruined back then because someone stole its world's origin, shrinking it to a mere 1 acre. Later, she kept putting antiques inside, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon attached to them, gradually expanding it to its current size of over 3,000 acres. The peach blossom space didn't allow its master or anyone bound by a master-servant pact to enter precisely because its world's origin had been stolen. Now Xiaoao was telling her she had found the world's origin? But before she could rejoice, she heard Xiaoao, who never cursed, swear, "Damn it," and then the connection was cut off. Just as she sent out a summoning signal, she suddenly spotted a massive creature charging straight at her. Not only was it charging, but it also opened its enormous jaws wide. "Damn it," Xiaoao cursed with a human expletive before being swallowed whole by the massive creature. So Xiaoao stopped rushing back and instead let herself rise to the sea surface, sending a summons toward her master. "Master, come quickly. There's world's origin here." It went without saying that a treasure like the world's origin would surely be guarded by someone or some creature. Xiaoao going after the world's origin, how could that guardian let her off? Gu Dongxing barely had time to react before his wife flew off. How could he stay calm? He threw out his flying cloud, stepped onto it, and chased after Mingyu. As for not being able to return in time and breaking his appointment with Deputy Commander Hao, he couldn't care less. He only caught up with her 10 miles outside the military camp, retracted his flying cloud, and jumped into Mingyu's 5 elements fan. "Wife, what exactly happened?" Chapter 1973 Confession. Seeing Gu Dongxing pursuing her, Mingyu had no choice but to explain. "My space contract spirit Xiaoao just contacted me, saying she had discovered the world essence, but then the connection was cut off immediately. It seems she's in danger." Space. Gu Dongxing was greatly shocked. "Yes, I have a portable space." As long as she obtained the world essence, her space would allow Gu Dongxing to enter, so she no longer concealed it. She explained that the portable space had originally been a small world, but because the world essence had been stolen, it had shrunk into a small space. Now, the spirit Xiaoao had gone out and discovered the world essence in the sea, but suddenly lost contact. "Before, because you couldn't enter the space, I never told you. But if I get the world essence, you'll be able to go in then." Seeing Gu Dongxing's expression change drastically, Mingyu thought it was because she had hidden the space from him, so she quickly added an explanation. Unexpectedly, Gu Dongxing grabbed her and said in a tone of frustration, "You fool, why would you tell me a secret like this? You must know that the more people know, the greater the danger. Even though I would never speak of it, what if I'm captured by some powerful figure and they search my soul?" Mingyu hadn't expected that. Upon learning she had a portable space, Gu Dongxing wouldn't blame her for not telling him, but instead blame her for telling him at all. In his heart, he truly put her first. With a man like this, how could she not love him? Because both were at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage, they soon arrived at the place where Xiaoao had disappeared. At that moment, a massive creature seemed to be drowsy. "It's here. Why not?" Gu Dongxing said without hesitation. "If I'm truly in danger, I'll terminate the contract with you immediately, and you'll still be able to live." His wife had even told him about having a space, which meant she absolutely trusted him. If he didn't trust her, he wouldn't be trusting himself. Mingyu snorted. "Don't talk like that from now on. From the day I made that agreement with you, I never thought I'd terminate it one day. We can only live and die together, not just in life, but in spirit as well." Gu Dongxing's heart was filled with boundless joy. His wife was willing to live and die with him. The contract they had signed only covered life, not the spirit. Now, hearing her words, how could he have any doubt left? "All right, wife, I was wrong. From now on, we'll face everything together." Seeing his wife angry, Gu Dongxing immediately softened. "Wife, I just wanted you to survive. I never doubted your sincerity." Mingyu spread out her divine sense and soon discovered a massive creature, a 10,000-year-old giant turtle. Since Xiaoao was in danger, Mingyu would inevitably go to rescue her, and Gu Dongxing naturally couldn't stop her, only choose to accompany her. Mingyu was furious. "Gu Dongxing, is that how you see me? I can only live with you, not die with you. Husband, we are partners bound by life and death. If you ever reach that point, how could I still go on living?" What shocked Mingyu was that she couldn't discern the cultivation level of this 10,000-year-old giant turtle. but the feeling it gave her was extremely dangerous. Gu Dongxing also sensed the danger. Wife, be careful. Mingyu recalled what Xiaotao had said, that in the sea, she could create peach blossom barriers, causing any creature that approached to fall unconscious, leaving her free to do as she pleased. Mingyu guessed that Xiaotao had been so overjoyed upon discovering the world essence that she let her guard down and was swallowed by this thing. Today is the last day of the year-end mass release. Starting tomorrow, updates will return to normal. Angels, please understand. End of chapter. Chapter 1974, Swallowed. Although Mingyu couldn't sense Xiaotao, she knew she wasn't dead, because the peach tree in the space was still alive and well. After being swallowed, she would surely react and immediately release the peach blossom miasma. This 10,000-year-old sea turtle didn't seem to be completely poisoned into unconsciousness, only somewhat dazed. Looking below the turtle, a massive meteorite seemed to be sending her a faint, elusive summons. Mingyu's heart stirred. This enormous meteorite contained the world's origin that her peach blossom space needed. The world's origin is at the bottom of the sea. While this giant turtle's mind is clouded, I'll go down and take a look. When Qingshan saw the 10,000-year-old giant turtle, he immediately shouted, "Master, let me out." At that moment, Qingshan was still calling out, "Master, hurry and let me out." If he could eat the sea turtle, he would surely be able to condense his own nascent soul. More importantly, with his master in danger, how could he stay hidden in the space? Mingyu then released Qingshan. Seeing this, Mingyu cried out in shock and anger. The flying cloud all shot out swiftly toward the giant turtle, forcing it to stop its bite and turn to face her instead. As a result, Qingshan rolled straight into its throat and disappeared. The water-repelling pearl naturally came from the flood dragon. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing had killed one flood dragon and obtained one pearl. Later, Xiaotao killed another flood dragon snake and obtained another. Thus, each of them had a water-repelling pearl. It turned out that when he had struck with his flying sword earlier, he couldn't pierce it, so he resorted to holding the sword and attacking the turtle's belly from below. Mingyu charged toward the meteorite, while Gu Dongxing rushed toward the 10,000-year-old giant turtle alongside her. Both humans and beast were greatly startled. From the turtle's aura, they knew they had hit an iron wall. This giant turtle's power was far greater than they had imagined. Mingyu noticed that Gu Dongxing was holding his sword and stabbing at the giant turtle's belly. She wondered why he wasn't using his flying sword to attack, but instead striking the beast like a martial artist. But then, the 10,000-year-old giant turtle, which had been drowsy, woke up because the world's origin had vanished. It opened its eyes, and a towering aura erupted from its body. Feeling the immense joy from the peach blossom space, and hearing the rumbling upheaval within it, she had no time to inspect the space. Her gaze turned to Gu Dongxing. Meanwhile, Qingshan had transformed into his true form, opening his massive jaws to bite at the turtle's head. Because the world's origin belonged to the peach blossom space, as soon as Mingyu rushed down and waved her hand, the mountain-like meteorite entered the space. Seeing the meteorite bearing the world's origin disappear, the giant turtle flew into a rage. It threw its head back, opened its mouth wide, and sucked forcefully, pulling Qingshan, who was biting at its head, into its mouth. She and Gu Dongxing moved in perfect sync, stepping out of the five elements fan and diving into the sea with their water-repelling pearls. Moreover, as Qingshan entered the turtle's stomach, his connection with Mingyu is severed. But at the same time, Gu Dongxing's sword slashed open the turtle's belly, and a jet of blood spurted out. The turtle roared in pain and repeated its tactic, opening its mouth to suck Mingyu in. Even though Mingyu was prepared, she couldn't resist the turtle's suction. Whether she tried to use the weight-dropping technique or dodge with her structure, she couldn't escape being drawn into the turtle's mouth. The turtle was too powerful. And this time, having learned from the lesson of the giant carp that had entered its stomach without being chewed and caused trouble inside, the turtle immediately clamped its teeth down as soon as it sucked Mingyu in, intending to bite her to death, crush her, and swallow her down. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1975, Transmigrated. Gu Dongxing saw the giant turtle about to devour Mingyu and absolutely refused to allow it. He held his sword and thrust it straight into the giant turtle's mouth. His plan was to prop the turtle's mouth open to prevent it from biting Mingyu, while simultaneously rescuing her. However, although he managed to prop open the turtle's mouth and grab hold of Mingyu, before he could retreat, he felt a tremendous suction force. Immediately after, both of them felt their bodies suddenly become weightless. A sensation of losing gravity washed over them, and the next moment, both fell to the ground. The two opened their eyes and found themselves in a forested area, surrounded by trees. She instinctively tried to scan her surroundings with her divine sense, only to discover that her divine sense could not leave her body. Startled, she quickly attempted to inspect her cultivation level internally, but found that she could not do so either. My cultivation is gone. Mingyu said in terror. She then tried to contact her space, but found she couldn't. Even the 2 storage rings on her fingers could not be accessed. In other words, Mingyu realized that her storage preparations were unusable. Gu Dongxing, like Mingyu, immediately surveyed the surroundings upon arriving. As a cultivator, he naturally tried to use his divine sense to inspect, only to find it sealed. When he checked himself, he discovered that his physical cultivation had vanished. Similarly, his storage equipment was also unusable. The 2 stared at each other in bewilderment. However, when he tried to open his storage pouch, he found that it simply wouldn't open. Inside it were the snacks Mingyu had made for him. Gu Dongxing recalled some stories, how a pilot had gone missing for over 10 minutes, yet days had passed, and his beard had grown out. It seems we've fallen into a different space. Their fight with the giant turtle today had likely dropped them into an alternate space. Or perhaps the giant turtle had sent them into one. Gu Dongxing pulled a storage pouch from around his neck. It was the first gift Mingyu had ever given him. Although he later acquired rings, he could never bear to part with this small, pouch-sized bag, keeping it as a memento. Thus, it was well known that such alternate spaces existed in the world. Fortunately, I still have this to use. That was because he had once crashed into an alternate space. The time in that space differed from reality. But his memories of those few days had vanished. Gu Dongxing naturally knew the difference between a treasure pouch and a storage pouch. A treasure pouch could be opened without mental energy, but its space was small, and items inside spoiled quickly, lasting no more than 10 years. Moreover, anyone could use it. Mingyu smiled bitterly. Back then, I gave you the reward for expanding the space, but it was a storage pouch, not a treasure pouch. If I had known, I would have given you a treasure pouch instead. A treasure pouch can be opened without divine sense. But a storage pouch required recognition of its owner. It had a larger space and could be bound to its owner, only openable by someone with much stronger mental power than the owner. Items inside stayed fresh for a long time, safe for up to 100 years. Thus, for Gu Dongxing, who had already achieved Qi induction, a storage pouch was clearly better than a treasure pouch. At the time, Mingyu only wanted to give him the best, so she gave him a storage pouch. Who would have thought that one day they would fall into an alternate space, where even divine sense could not leave the body? The storage pouch became useless, while the treasure pouch turned into a treasure. Mingyu was deeply frustrated. Unable to open her space or her rings, they were empty-handed in this place. How were they supposed to survive? End of chapter. Chapter 1976, The Dangerous Black Forest. Seeing Nan Mingyu's frustration, Gu Dongxing quickly grabbed her hand. Wife, I know you care about me. That's why you gave me the best things. Don't worry. Even though our cultivation is sealed, I believe that as long as we start cultivating again, we'll definitely be able to open these storage items. Nan Mingyu sighed. From now on, I'll always carry a few hundred treasure pouches on me. Fortunately, because Gu Dongxing had been desperately trying to save Nan Mingyu before they entered, his hand was still holding hers. So after arriving in this place, the couple wasn't separated. After scanning their surroundings with the naked eye, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. Where exactly had they ended up? They were clearly in a jungle. And, because there was a pond nearby, the light was slightly better. Around them was just jungle, but looking further out, they could tell they were inside a forest. With their cultivation sealed, being in this seemingly dangerous forest, and with Nan Mingyu pregnant, the danger was obvious. Could we be trapped in an illusion? Nan Mingyu asked. After a series of checks, Gu Dongxing said, it doesn't seem like an illusion. Nan Mingyu recalled the novels Jiang Huayu had loved to read in her past life and blurted out, we were just fighting that giant turtle, got sucked into its mouth, you came to save me, and then we ended up here. Could the giant turtle's mouth be a teleportation formation? Did we transmigrate? And with our bodies. As she spoke, she pulled a dagger from her boot. During his missions, he usually avoided using magical tools, so the dagger in his boot was still there. Now, it became his only weapon. Just then, he felt hungry, so he decided to take it down to fill both their stomachs. Although Gu Dongxing had lost his cultivation, as a former soldier, his vigilance remained. He pulled Nan Mingyu behind him, facing the creature creeping toward them, a striped tiger. His spiritual sword had been used to prop open the giant turtle's mouth, and his other weapons were all in his ring, which he couldn't open. He was now unarmed. Nan Mingyu handed him the flying cloud all, but Gu Dongxing said, no need. Protect yourself. It's not transmigration, we've fallen into a different space. Gu Dongxing insisted. Nan Mingyu was holding the flying cloud all, but it was made of 360 hair-thin needles, too small and too short. She had been holding it, intending to command it, but hadn't had time to release it before being swallowed by the giant turtle, so it remained in her hand. As Gu Dongxing assumed a stance facing the tiger, even stepping toward it, the tiger realized its prey was prepared. Its stealthy approach stopped, and it prepared for a frontal attack. Just as the two were pondering whether they had transmigrated, a creature was quietly creeping toward them. At this moment, Gu Dongxing felt deeply frustrated. On his missions, such beasts wouldn't dare come near him. Truly, a dragon in shallow water is teased by shrimps, a tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. Having fallen into this place, even a tiger dared to covet his flesh. Fortunately, that dagger was no ordinary one, it was a mortal weapon from his ring, a dark steel dagger. Anyone who knows the story of Wu Song fighting the tiger knows that a tiger's attack methods are a pounce, a swipe, and a flip. A pounce, the legendary hungry tiger's leap, its power was obvious. A swipe, after missing the pounce, the tiger's next move, a sweep with its thick tail. If the tail also missed, the tiger would rear up, hoping to flip its opponent over. That was the flip. At that moment, the tiger lowered its head to the ground, gathering strength for its hungry tiger pounce. But Gu Dongxing had no patience to wait for it to execute its moves. Instead of waiting for it to pounce, he charged straight at it. Seeing Gu Dongxing rushing toward it, the tiger leaped directly, opening its massive jaws to bite him. Next chapter update time, 8 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 1977, Drinking Blood and Eating Raw Flesh. Gu Dongxing saw his opponent making its move, so he threw a punch toward the tiger's head. It wasn't until Gu Dongxing's fist was about to land that the tiger felt the overwhelming force rushing toward its face, carrying a momentum that seemed to topple mountains and overturn seas, making it sense the danger of death. It suddenly became afraid and wanted to flee, but its pounce had already begun, and it was midair, unable to change course. Moreover, before it could adjust its posture, Gu Dongxing's iron fist had already smashed into its head. The tiger's body shot backward even faster than it had lunged forward, crashing into a tree before falling to the ground. Its body convulsed for a moment, then went still. Nan Mingyu stared at Gu Dongxing in shock. Wasn't his power supposed to be sealed? How had this man killed a tiger with a single punch? After a moment's thought, a look of joy spread across her face. Is your power still intact? Gu Dongxing was also beaming with delight. He nodded. It seems I can't use my magical energy, and I can't sense my internal power, but I can still use my martial strength at the 9th level of the innate realm. The cultivation method Nan Mingyu had taught him back then only went up to the innate realm. As a member of the Folk Culture Research Association, he often needed physical strength, so he kept training in martial arts, eventually reaching the 9th level of the innate realm. As for Nan Mingyu, after reaching the 3rd level of the innate realm, she had largely stopped practicing martial arts and focused solely on cultivating the wood immortal art. No, I have to cultivate my divine sense again before the baby is born and properly develop my spiritual roots, Nan Mingyu said. Nan Mingyu froze. Yes, the last 2 spiritual roots of the child in her womb, the light and dark spiritual roots, had yet to fully develop. Nan Mingyu replied, all right. After a pause, she added, anyway, we're together, so even if we can't go back, it doesn't matter. So, he had to find a way out and return to their original world. Hearing Gu Dongxing say that his martial power was still usable, she was overjoyed, but then she felt regret that she had only cultivated to the 3rd level of the innate realm before stopping. Gu Dongxing, however, had a complicated look in his eyes. You should find a way to restore your divine sense as soon as possible and open the ring. The children's spiritual roots haven't fully developed yet. Gu Dongxing sighed inwardly. If this world restricted cultivation and sealed their power, then he and his wife would only have a lifespan of 120 years. Would he have to search for her again in the next life? The night before they came here, she and Gu Dongxing had entered the thatched hut and used a force-feeding method to pour the nectar, allowing the light and dark spiritual roots to grow to 80%. To reach 100%, they would need to consume more nectar. But now that she was in this place, she couldn't open the ring and couldn't retrieve the nectar. What could she give the children? Nan Mingyu thought to herself, at least this keeps those women who covet you far away. Without the nectar, could the children's light and dark spiritual roots still grow to perfection? From now on, I'm going to start practicing martial arts. Don't rush. Let's look around first. Maybe we can find a way back sooner or later, Gu Dongxing said. Gu Dongxing gently stroked Nan Mingyu's long hair and noticed the hairpin with the magical artifact. But now, it was just an ordinary hairpin, devoid of spiritual energy and impossible to activate. Are you tired? Hungry? Nan Mingyu was about to say she wasn't hungry when her stomach let out a loud growl. Gu Dongxing laughed. You didn't answer, but your stomach did for you. He leaned his head against Nan Mingyu's belly, just like in the old days, listening to the children's heartbeats. The children are hungry too. Let's drink some tiger blood first. Nan Mingyu felt a pang of sorrow. Were they going to live like primitive people, drinking blood and eating raw flesh from now on? This book is giving out red packets. Go grab them, everyone. For every monthly ticket you cast, you can grab 500 Chidian coins. End of chapter. Chapter 1978, Patches of Ginseng. Although they knew it wasn't good to create a bloody smell here, both of them were hungry and needed to replenish their strength. Therefore, Gu Dongxing still slit the tiger's throat and used a large tree leaf to collect some blood, handing it to Mingyu. We can't find fire to roast the meat for now, so we'll have to drink some tiger blood first. Mingyu felt nauseous just smelling the tiger blood. It turned out that when she was a child and couldn't get enough to eat, she would eat whatever she found in the mountains, even digging up earthworms when hungry. But over the years, she had grown accustomed to a good life, becoming particular about food. How could she stomach such raw, bloody fare now? Yet she knew that in this place, this was no time to be finicky. She needed energy, and so did the baby in her belly. So, suppressing her nausea, she drank the tiger blood. Only after she was full did she stop. She pressed on her anti-nausea acupoint to keep herself from vomiting the blood back up. Seeing Mingyu struggling not to throw up, Gu Dongxing felt deeply sorry for her. Wife, we don't have any fire on us, and starting a fire by rubbing sticks would take too long. We need to find a way out of the forest first. Mingyu agreed wholeheartedly. So, Gu Dongxing hoisted the 100+ gene tiger onto his shoulder, took Mingyu's hand, and headed in one direction. As for finding direction, even without a compass or the sun and stars to guide them, Gu Dongxing, who had spent years in the wild, could still orient himself by the growth patterns of the trees. Gu Dongxing sighed. The fact that patches of ginseng grew here untouched meant this place was rarely visited by humans. He climbed a large tree to survey the area, and sure enough, all around was an endless sea of forest. He wondered uneasily, had they been walking in the wrong direction? Suddenly, Mingyu pointed ahead excitedly. Hey, husband, look, is that a patch of ginseng? Gu Dongxing looked closely, and indeed, there was a stretch of ginseng ahead. Looking further, the one in the center was clearly over 1,000 years old. She discovered that among them were some medicinal herbs that had already gone extinct in the outside world. Let's harvest the ginseng quickly, Mingyu called out happily, directly taking out her flying cloud all to dig. If only she could still contact her space, she could plant these herbs inside. But she still gathered some vines, casually weaving a large backpack to store the herbs she picked. She was now grateful that her childhood had taught her how to do many things. What a pity. Scattered around were dozens of ginseng plants, ranging from 900 years old to just a few years. Of course, the vast majority were only a few years or a decade old. Along the way, Mingyu spotted some precious herbs in the forest and picked them one by one. Though she no longer had her storage pouch, they were wearing many layers of clothing, and the temperature here seemed relatively warm. So she could just take off an autumn shirt to carry a lot of things. Whenever she found these ancient medicinal herbs, Mingyu would pull them out by the roots, keeping some soil attached, and carefully store them away, hoping to find a place to replant them later. However, she didn't plan to dig them all up. She first harvested the 1,000-year-old ginseng, which had a perfectly formed head, hands, and feet with flawless quality. Such a wild ginseng, if it were in later times, would likely fetch a sky-high price of over 100 million. Next came over a dozen ginseng plants ranging from 100 to 900 years old, totaling 16 dug up. She left the ones under 100 years old untouched. This was the rule of herb gatherers: never take all the herbs so that more can be gathered in the future. This book is currently distributing monthly ticket red envelopes. Hurry and grab them. For every monthly ticket you cast, you can snatch up to 500 starting coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 1979, A Great Treasure Trove of Plants. They wrapped the precious ginseng in moss and placed it into the backpack before continuing on their journey. Mingyu found it strange. Honey, don't you think we've been here for a long time? But the sky hasn't turned dark. She was very tired and wanted to doze off. This was a rare occurrence for her since she had started cultivating immortality, and it was also a side effect of having her powers sealed. Gu Dongxing also noticed, we've been walking for at least over 20 hours. This space probably doesn't have a distinction between day and night. So, his earlier method of determining direction based on the growth of the trees was actually incorrect. Judging from the large patch of ginseng they had just harvested, they were likely walking deeper and deeper into the forest. We might have gone the wrong way. It seems so. Actually, she couldn't bear to part with such high-quality ginseng. In later generations, even ginseng of 40 or 50 years would be hard to come by. Gu Dongxing only slept for about 2 hours before getting up. The two of them climbed down from the tree, and Mingyu, thinking of the ginseng, went to dig up a few more plants that were around 90 years old. Mingyu tilted her head. If I wanted to exchange them for money and directly brought out ginseng that was several hundred years old, what if the other party couldn't come up with that much money? How about we find a place to sleep for a while? After making the weapons, he also leaped up into the tree and settled on a large branch next to his wife, but he didn't dare fall asleep. He had to watch over his little treasure. Mingyu rolled her eyes at him. All right, I'll keep watch now. You sleep, or your body won't be able to hold up. With her powers still intact, many things were easier to handle. However, since it was ironwood and not dry, an ordinary person would definitely find it heavy, but Gu Dongxing felt it was just right. Mengyu said, "No need, my physical strength and powers are still there. Climbing a tree is no problem for me." Mengyu leaped up lightly, got onto the tree, lay down on the tree bed, and soon fell asleep. Gu Dongxing, however, didn't dare sleep. He first found an ironwood tree as thick as an arm nearby, cut it down with his dagger, and carved 2 sticks. "Didn't you say not to dig up anything under 100 years? What are you looking at?" She actually felt a bit shy. Gu Dongxing pinched his wife's face playfully. "If you want to dig, then dig. No need to make excuses." One end of the stick was sharpened, turning it into a makeshift spear. "Don't pinch my face." Mengyu laughed and reached out to grab Gu Dongxing's ear. "I'm looking at my wife." He was immensely grateful that even though they had fallen into a different space, his wife was still by his side. Gu Dongxing nodded. "All right, I'll sleep for a bit." This time, Mengyu slept until she naturally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her husband looking at her, his gaze filled with infinite tenderness. "All right." Gu Dongxing found a large tree, climbed up, and used branches and vines to make a bed. He laid down the down jacket he had taken off earlier because it was too hot, then helped his wife up. "I'll take you up." The two laughed and joked as they started walking again. This time, they used the wooden sticks to carry their belongings and headed back the way they came. Since they had been walking deeper into the forest, going in the opposite direction should lead them out. In search of medicinal herbs, they didn't take the same path they had come from. Sure enough, they found many more herbs, including a few plants of Scrophularia. Although they weren't 1,000 years old, they were around 500 years old. It was worth noting that the medicinal potency of Scrophularia was 10 times that of ginseng. Therefore, this 500-year-old Scrophularia was even more valuable than the 1,000-year-old ginseng they had found earlier. They also found a few lingji mushrooms. This black forest was rich in spiritual energy, but humans couldn't absorb it, while plants could. This made the forest a great treasure trove of plants. Today's update ends. Good night. This book is currently distributing monthly ticket red packets. Everyone, go grab the red packets quickly. Cast a monthly ticket and grab 500 Chidian coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 1980. Both sides suffer losses. The tiger had already been skinned by Gu Dongxing, its bones and penis extracted, and the skin bundled up for carrying. The remaining tiger meat, after 2 hearty meals, still had plenty left. Mingyu wanted Gu Dongxing to carry it as well. Gu Dongxing was a bit helpless. "Wife, there are plenty of animals in this forest. Do we really have to carry around that stale meat?" Along the way, they had encountered many wild beasts, and it was easy to hunt for fresh meat whenever they wanted to eat. Mingyu refused. "Even if there's other meat, it's not tiger meat." Gu Dongxing had no choice. He found some flint, lit a fire, and cut the tiger meat into strips, roasting them over the flames. Since the temperature here was a constant 18 degrees, the tiger meat wouldn't last long without being cooked. On the road, they came across a cicad deer. Mingyu craved venison, so she hunted the deer herself and had Gu Dongxing carry it. Later, they encountered a herd of wild sheep. Remembering the taste of roasted lamb, Mingyu thought of gathering some spices and wanted to hunt a sheep too. This time, Gu Dongxing didn't let Mingyu do it herself. He killed a wild sheep weighing over 90 jin with a single stone and carried it on his shoulder with his stick. As for Mingyu, she carried her large medicinal basket, filled with various rare herbs she had gathered along the way. The most precious item, a 1,000-year-old ginseng, was wrapped and tucked close to her body inside her clothes. When the she-wolf heard Mingyu's words, she seemed to finally let go of her worries and closed her eyes. Gu Dongxing followed her gaze and saw a white she-wolf locked in battle with a large wild boar. Mingyu's eyes passed over the 2 ferocious beasts, both suffering losses, and focused on what lay behind the wolf. There, 2 snow-white wolf cubs, each twice the size of a palm, were whimpering softly. Mingyu couldn't help but walk over. She picked up a stone and hurled it fiercely at the wild boar. The she-wolf, dragging her entrails, crawled to the side of the 2 snow-white cubs, then pushed them toward Mingyu with her head, letting out a whimpering sound. Mingyu sighed and said, "You want to entrust your 2 children to me? All right, I'll adopt your 2 cubs. You can go in peace." Mingyu understood why the she-wolf had fought to the death without fleeing. She was protecting her cubs. Both the she-wolf and the wild boar were bleeding. The she-wolf's belly had been torn open, her intestines spilling out, yet she still bit fiercely into the boar, refusing to let go. Suddenly, Mingyu pointed to the left. "Hey, husband, look over there." "Don't go over yet. Let's see first," Gu Dongxing said, sensing the formidable aura from the 2 creatures. Neither of them was an ordinary beast. The stone hit the wild boar squarely. It let out a grunt, its fierce eyes turning toward Mingyu, and charged at her, abandoning the she-wolf, but it collapsed after only 2 steps. Clearly, this was a conclusion where both sides suffered losses. The white wolf was as large as a calf, and the wild boar weighed at least 700 or 800 jin. The she-wolf looked at Mingyu, then back toward the direction of the two cubs, her eyes filled with despair and sorrow. Yet she stubbornly refused to close her eyes, tears dripping from them. The two cubs seemed to know their mother had died, whimpering as they nuzzled her with their heads. Mingyu had no choice but to call Gu Dongxing, "Let's dig a hole and bury the she-wolf." Gu Dongxing was speechless that his wife, whose own life was unsettled, had taken in 2 wolf cubs. And what about the she-wolf's meat? Was it to be wasted? But his wife's orders had to be followed, so he obediently began digging a hole with his ironwood stick. End of chapter. Chapter 1981. Spirit Fruits. When Gu Dongxing finished digging the hole and was about to take the wild boar outside to bury it, a round beast core rolled out from the wolf's stomach. Gu Dongxing was startled. He quickly collected the beast core before burying the mother wolf. He then went to check the wild boar, which had already been severely injured before being killed by Mengyu with a single stone. Sure enough, he found a beast core inside its stomach as well. He fell into deep thought. Did both the wild wolf and the wild boar here have beast cores? Why hadn't he found one in the tiger earlier? Or had he simply missed it? But thinking back to the tiger's aura, and then recalling the auras emitted by the mother wolf and the wild boar, he realized the tiger's aura had been much weaker. He had killed the tiger with a single punch, but the mother wolf and the wild boar, he definitely couldn't have killed them with one punch. He might even have been injured. While Gu Dongxing was digging the hole, Mengyu entered the wolf's den. Just as she was about to take the wolf cubs, she discovered a snake yang fruit growing inside the den. Snake yang fruit, a fire attribute spirit fruit, could not only enhance cultivation, but also be used to refine a resurrection decoction, which was especially effective for treating those afflicted by baleful qi. She finally understood why the mother wolf and the wild boar had been fighting. After collecting the jade box, she found several jade bottles underneath, but they were all empty. However, Mengyu was currently very poor, so she naturally wouldn't leave the jade bottles behind. She directly put them into her clothing pocket. She couldn't leave these red fruits behind either. She had been worried about having no spiritual items to eat, leaving the child in her womb without spiritual energy to absorb. Mengyu noticed that these small red fruits all contained spiritual energy. She picked one up and examined it closely. It was clearly a red fruit. It was actually a red fruit. If only she could put it into her space. The moment she thought this, the red fruit disappeared from her hand. However, she tried to sense it several times but couldn't detect them at all. She understood. Her space could only take things in, not bring them out. Mengyu was overjoyed. Could her space be usable again? She thought to herself, red fruit, come out. But the red fruit she had stored in her space did not come out. She picked up another red fruit and silently willed it to be stored. The red fruit disappeared again. She quickly called out, husband, come over here. This reminded her of Xiao Tao and Qing Shan. They had been formidable in the outside world, but in this space, they were probably just ordinary people. She had to find them as soon as possible. She carefully picked the snake yang fruit. After checking the den thoroughly, she found another jade box containing many small red fruits. When Gu Dongxing heard Mengyu calling him, he quickly came over. What's wrong? Husband, taste these shiny things. Gu Dongxing pinched a bit and tasted it. It's salt. He looked at the cave here, then at the mountain stream not far from the cave, and said, since there's salt here, we might as well stay here for now. End of chapter. Chapter 1982. Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. This was already the edge of the forest. Aside from the wolf and the boar here, they hadn't seen any large animals for a long time. That was why Gu Dongxing had suggested settling here first to rest and adjust. Since they planned to stay, they decided to deal with the bloodstains first. Gu Dongxing handled the outside, while Mengyu began cleaning up the wolf's den. Using an ironwood stick, she pried up some protruding areas and leveled the ground to create a space for a bed. As she pried off the surface layer inside the cave, Mengyu noticed a faint trace of spiritual energy. At first, she suspected it was residual energy from the spirit fruits they had found earlier, but she soon realized it wasn't from the fruits, it was coming from the cave walls. Mengyu raised the ironwood stick and struck the cave wall. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed, revealing a small cavity inside. A wave of spiritual energy rushed toward her. She saw that the cavity was filled with spirit stones, and all of them were supreme grade. Overjoyed, Mengyu called out, Dongxing, come quickly. Gu Dongxing rushed into the cave and immediately sensed the spiritual energy. This is... She looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Husband, I can absorb the spirit stones. Even though I can't sense it directly, I can feel it. The babies are very happy. Gu Dongxing quickly gathered all the spirit stones. There were over 1,500 in total. He looked at Mengyu, who had just finished absorbing 2 spirit stones. Could it be that these spirit stones were useless to it? That is, if this world didn't allow cultivation, the white wolf wouldn't have been killed by a wild boar. But with the spirit stones, Mingyu could absorb them and provide spiritual energy for the babies, without worrying about her cultivation dropping too much. However, after absorbing half of the spiritual energy himself, Gu Dongxing couldn't feel it entering his body. This frustrated him greatly. He rushed to the small cavity and stared at the pile of supreme-grade spirit stones inside, utterly shocked. How could there be so many supreme-grade spirit stones here? Clearly, these spirit stones must have belonged to the white wolf. But why had the wolf sealed them inside the stone wall without using them? After more than an hour, the spirit stones, which had been as white as lard, turned semi-transparent. Because they were supreme grade, absorbing all their spiritual energy only made them transparent, unlike other spirit stones that turned to dust. The couple was deeply worried. What would happen to the babies in Mingyu's womb once there was no more spiritual energy to consume? If they kept drawing spiritual energy from Mingyu's body, she would likely drop a major cultivation level after giving birth. But could these spirit stones be absorbed? Gu Dongxing picked up 2 spirit stones and began absorbing them. Gu Dongxing ruffled Mingyu's hair. That's good. Let's gather all the spirit stones and save them for you to use. However, spirit stones had other uses besides cultivation, especially for setting up formations. They were indispensable. More importantly, they allowed Mingyu to absorb spiritual energy and provide it to the babies. But with so many spirit stones, how would they carry them away? Mingyu pointed at the large wild boar. Skin that boar and make a bag to carry them. No needle? She had the flying cloud awl, which could be disassembled into 360 needles. By bending the tip into an eye, she could make a needle. No thread? She could unravel it from her clothes. Her outer coat was made of synthetic fiber, which, despite its flaws, had very strong threads. By the stream, she skinned the boar, scraped off the fat repeatedly, burned off the hair over a fire, softened the hide with salt from the rocks, and then sewed it into a large backpack with double shoulder straps. Next update time, 8 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 1983, Homemade Meat Jerky. After the freshly steamed pigskin bags were made, she packed the spirit stones inside, leaving some space. She also placed several good ginseng roots inside. Seeing there was still leftover leather, Mingyu made 2 single-shoulder bags for the 2 little wolves, so they could be carried inside with only their heads poking out when traveling. With the spirit stones, Gu Dongxing used a few to set up a formation at the cave entrance. This way, while he scraped salt outside, he wouldn't have to worry about Mingyu absorbing spiritual energy inside. Inside the cave, Mingyu sat on the tiger fur, absorbing the spirit stones. Although she couldn't feel the spiritual energy entering her body, watching the energy within the stones being drained and sensing her 2 babies competing for spiritual power in her belly brought her great comfort. Since the high-grade spirit stones contained abundant spiritual energy, Mingyu didn't dare use too many. She only absorbed 6 or 7 stones a day. When hungry, they naturally roasted wild boar meat to eat. While eating the wild boar, Gu Dongxing sensed spiritual energy again. This wild boar meat carries spiritual energy. From now on, you should eat this meat. Mingyu felt it too. Thinking about how this wild boar had fought with the wild wolves, she realized it was no ordinary pig. Moreover, with this spiritually charged boar meat, she could use fewer spirit stones. After all, she only had a little over 100 stones, and once they were gone, there would be no more. Gu Dongxing nodded. Not only was the wild boar a Jiadan demon beast, but the white wolf was also a Jiadan demon beast. He took out the white wolf's demon core and handed it to Mingyu. Keep this. Since there was more boar meat than they could eat, Mingyu cut the leftovers into strips, salted them, hung them up, and roasted them over the fire to make cooked jerky. She wrapped the jerky in leaves and stored it in the pigskin bag to use as travel rations. Gu Dongxing patted her shoulder. We'll definitely make it back. During these days, Mingyu kept busy. She processed all the medicinal herbs she had gathered from the mountains in a large basket and even made a stone pot to prepare the herbs. Mingyu replied, putting away the jade bottle containing the demon core. Thus, she ended up with a bag of venison jerky and a bag of mutton jerky. Adding the earlier tiger meat jerky, the load was not light. Since they had salt, she treated the remaining deer and goat the same way, using the hides to make bags and the meat to make jerky. Mingyu was startled. This is a Jiadan demon beast? Gu Dongxing immediately checked the wild boar's belly and, sure enough, found a demon core inside. While roasting the meat, she used her will to lock the spiritual energy inside. When she later ate the jerky, she indeed sensed that the spiritual energy was even denser than in fresh meat. But looking at the 2 little wolf cubs, she held back. Yet, thinking about how her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't refine pills anywhere, she couldn't help but shed silent tears. Gu Dongxing spent about 6 days scraping off 15 or 16 gene of salt. Deciding it was enough for a while, he packed the salt into a pigskin bag and ended his salt-scraping days. She even wondered if the wild boar meat had spiritual energy. Did the mother wolf's meat also contain it? Should she ask Gu Dongxing to dig up the mother wolf? Mingyu took out a pill bottle and placed the 2 pigeon egg-sized demon cores inside. These are excellent materials for alchemy. The two decided to leave the wolf den. Gu Dongxing carried a double shoulder bag containing the spirit stones and ginseng, with salt wrapped in leaves on top. Slung over his left shoulder was a deer hide bag filled with venison jerky, and over his right shoulder, a sheep hide bag containing mutton and tiger meat jerky. In his right hand, he carried a large bag filled with pork jerky. In his left hand, he held a sharpened ironwood stick as thick as an arm. End of chapter. Chapter 1984, We Mean No Harm. Mingyu was not empty-handed either. She carried a large backpack, inside which were tiger bones she had prepared, wrapped in leaves. On top of that was a rolled-up tiger skin, with several ginseng roots rolled inside it, and at the very top were the medicinal herbs she had processed. Around Mingyu's neck hung a leather bag containing 2 little wolf cubs, and in her hand, she held an ironwood stick. Thus, the two of them, fully laden, made their way out of the forest. On the way, they encountered prey that came right to them, and they did not let it go. After dressing it, Gu Dongxing carried it on his shoulder as they continued outward. However, before they could leave the forest, they came across a large wild boar with tusks chasing 2 men. As soon as the 2 men spotted Mingyu and her companion, they immediately ran toward them. While running, they shouted, "Help! Help!" Mingyu glanced at the large wild boar, and it immediately looked back at her, even though it was still far away. Mingyu was secretly startled. This wild boar has such sharp spiritual awareness. As soon as Gu Dongxing saw the wild boar looking their way, his eyes narrowed. That wild boar was no ordinary one like the one he was carrying, it was a wild boar king. Judging by its size, it weighed at least 1,000 jin, half again as large as the boar that had fought the white wolf the other day. The 2 fleeing men, one holding a bow and arrows, the other a spear, were clearly hunters who had come into the mountains. Gu Dongxing was secretly furious. They clearly saw a woman here, yet they still led the boar this way. Were they diverting the disaster? But soon, they studied themselves. They couldn't be sure how far Gu Dongxing could lure the boar king away, so they had to leave quickly. The 2 men looked at the game Gu Dongxing had dropped on the ground earlier, then at Mingyu, their eyes gleaming. One of them, a man with a mustache, quickly said, "We mean no harm." With that, he shook off the things he was carrying, picked up the ironwood stick he had been using as a carrying pole, and rushed toward the boar. But as he spoke, he walked toward Mingyu, almost drooling. So, as soon as the 2 men fled toward them, Gu Dongxing said to Mingyu, "Stay here. I'll go kill that boar." Mingyu knew she was pregnant and that Gu Dongxing was uneasy about her fighting, so she replied, "Husband, I'll protect myself. Don't worry about me." Mingyu coldly watched the 2 men, whose hair was tied up on top of their heads with the rest hanging down their backs. "Stop right there. If you meant no harm, would you have led the boar king toward us?" The 2 hunters, sensing their lives were no longer in immediate danger, collapsed to the ground. To lure the boar king farther away from Mingyu, Gu Dongxing stabbed it with his stick and then quickly fled. He absolutely could not let the boar hurt his woman. But when the 2 men saw Mingyu standing to the side, their eyes lit up, and they moved toward her, intending to take her with them. Mingyu naturally noticed their movements. She raised her sharpened ironwood stick and pointed it at them. "Don't come closer." The boar king, enraged, immediately roared and chased after Gu Dongxing, quickly disappearing. Mingyu noticed that the clothes the 2 men wore were made of sturdy linen, but the style, though divided into top and bottom, was definitely not modern. Coupled with their long hair, could she say she had traveled to ancient times? The burly man glanced at Gu Dongxing, who was now locked in battle with the boar, and said, "Your man may be tough, but he can't defeat the boar king. He's as good as dead. Why don't you take these spoils and come with us?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab Mingyu. End of chapter. Chapter 1985, Killing. Mingyu saw that the man dared to grab her, and without a word, she brandished her ironwood staff and attacked the 2 men. She originally had the dark cloud awl, but after she had pulled out its needle to sew the leather pouch, it had scattered into fine, hair-like needles. Without her spiritual sense, she couldn't condense them again. Such fine needles, if her spiritual sense could leave her body, could naturally be used to injure others. But now, after trying several times, she couldn't even use her inner force. She only had greater physical strength than an ordinary person. Thus, that set of needles could now only be used for healing, or for close-range stabbing if held in hand. Her most convenient weapon now was this ironwood staff. Fortunately, the wood immortal art she cultivated included a staff technique, which she hadn't practiced before and had only learned in the past few days. After sparring with Gu Dongxing a few times, she could barely execute it. Usually, when encountering wild beasts, she let Gu Dongxing handle them. This was her first time using it. The two men initially saw Mingyu as just a pretty 16 or 17-year-old girl. They thought she was just a woman whose husband was off fighting the wild boar king, leaving her alone and at their mercy. But who would have thought that Mingyu, whom they treated as prey, wouldn't waste words and would directly attack them with her staff? The mustached man angrily shouted, "Bitch who doesn't know her place, dare to hit your grandpa, let me." The burly man quickly dodged his head, but unexpectedly, Mingyu's strike was a feint. She swiftly retracted the staff and thrust it toward the burly man's chest. The burly man had no way to dodge and hurriedly grabbed the staff, but Mingyu pushed it forward against his chest, pinning him against a large tree. The staff pierced straight through his heart. The burly man stared in disbelief at the staff impaling him, tried to raise his hand to hit Mingyu, but couldn't. His head lolled to the side and he died. The mustached man, seeing Mingyu's staff strike toward him, immediately tried to flank her, hoping to capture her while she was attacking him. But before he could finish saying "you," Mingyu's wooden staff slammed into him. He hadn't expected her to be so fast and quickly jumped aside to avoid the strike. Unexpectedly, Mingyu's attack on the mustached man was a feint. Her real target was the burly man. The staff feinted and then thrust toward the burly man's face. The mustached man hadn't expected Mingyu to be so fierce, killing his partner with a single thrust. He lost all courage to fight her and turned to flee. Mingyu forcefully pulled the staff from the burly man's chest, sidestepped to avoid the blood spurting from his wound, and then hurled the staff at the fleeing mustached man. Sensing the wind behind him, the mustached man tried to turn, but the staff was too fast. The moment he thought to change direction, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and the ironwood staff pierced through his back and out his chest. The mustached man ran a few more steps with the staff in him before collapsing, dying with his eyes wide open. Neither of these men had expected that they wouldn't die under the wild boar king's tusks, but rather under the staff of a young woman. Mingyu retrieved her staff and looked at the two dead men, feeling somewhat worried. Would killing people in this space cost her merit points? But she quickly thought they had harbored ill intentions toward her first. She wasn't afraid. This was self-defense. Even if she killed them, her merit points shouldn't be deducted. Today's 6 updates are done. Good night, everyone. This chapter ends. Chapter 1986. Gu Dongxing would definitely be able to tell she killed them. In fact, what Nan Mingyu didn't know was that this space had no heavenly Tao at all, so her worries were all unnecessary. Once she relaxed, Nan Mingyu immediately felt somewhat weak and sensed a heaviness in her lower abdomen. She quickly cradled her belly, comforting the child in her heart. "Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy has already driven the bad guys away. Baby, don't be afraid." She was very uneasy. Would her baby be all right? She had been pregnant for over 3 years now. Her baby absolutely had to be fine. A strong desire surged within her, hoping to get the pills from the ring. Even just the lowest grade of Peiyuan pills would do. If only Xiaotao were still here. What a pity, she had a treasure mountain but couldn't take anything out. If Xiaotao were here, she might be able to give her a bottle of Peiyuan pills. As soon as she thought this, a bottle of Peiyuan pills actually appeared in her hand, a full bottle of 30 pills. Nan Mingyu was overjoyed. "Baby, did you help with this? Baby, Mommy will take the Peiyuan pill now. I'll send you nutrients." She quickly poured out one Peiyuan pill and swallowed it. Sure enough, a warm current flowed down, and the heaviness in her lower abdomen eased. She thought, if she could take out Peiyuan pills, could she also take out other things? Gu Dongxing found Nan Mingyu sitting on the ground. Not far from her lay a burly man, and farther away, the little bearded man was sprawled face down, his hands reaching forward. There was no spiritual energy in this space. She needed to consume spiritual items to provide spiritual energy for her children. But in her heart, she was thinking, if she had spare energy later and focused her mental strength hard enough, could she take out other treasures from the ring? For example, Qiangjiang nectar? Or the spiritual fruits she had stored in the warehouse. However, she couldn't take out either the Qiangjiang nectar or the spiritual fruits. Moreover, her head began to throb with pain. It seemed that just now it was only because she feared for her child's safety and had a strong desire that a crack appeared in the seal on her mental strength, allowing her to take out the Peiyuan pills. But taking out the Peiyuan pills came with consequences. Her headache was clearly a sign of overexertion of her mental strength, or rather, a punishment for retrieving the pills. Nan Mingyu couldn't use her mental strength for now. The most urgent thing was that she had to get the Qiangjiang nectar to take, so her babies could grow their spiritual roots properly. Gu Dongxing dragged the dead wild boar king over, followed by a group of ragged hunters. Clearly, the burly man had been killed by Nan Mingyu from the front, while the little bearded man had been killed by a stick she threw as he tried to flee. Gu Dongxing immediately panicked, dropped the wild boar king's carcass, and rushed to Nan Mingyu's side, his voice trembling slightly. Wife, are you alright? He shouldn't have lured the wild boar king too far away. He should have kept an eye on his wife. Nan Mingyu grabbed his hand and stood up. I'm fine. I was just a bit weak just now. Those two guys tried to bully me while you were away and wanted to steal our prey. But then someone passing by took the stick from my hand and killed them both. Because Gu Dongxing had brought a group of people, she didn't dare say she had killed them herself, only that someone passing by had done it. She didn't know about others, but Gu Dongxing would definitely be able to tell she killed them. She looked at Gu Dongxing. Would he blame her for killing people? After all, her husband had once been a soldier. End of chapter. Chapter 1987. Biting the hand that feeds you. Killed well, Gu Dongxing said through gritted teeth. You're pregnant, and they still dared to have evil intentions. Letting them die so easily is too good for them. It seemed that if the two were still alive, he would have made their lives a living hell. Minyu thought to herself, even if that's how you feel, you shouldn't say it out loud. These people might be with those two. And there could even be their relatives or friends among them, But Gu Dongxing didn't care about their reactions at all. He stuffed a beast core into Mingyu's hand. Sure enough, another boar spirit. Mingyu was startled again. So many spirits, so far, she had already collected 3 beast cores. And this one was more than twice the size of the previous 2. Mingyu glanced at the people who had followed Gu Dongxing. Sure enough, upon seeing the 2 dead men, their expressions changed, and someone even gasped. It's Zhang Lu and Li Dahu. The wild boar king was chasing them earlier. How did they? Did they kill them? Suspicious looks were cast toward Mingyu. But seeing that she was pregnant, they found it hard to believe she could have been the killer. If they had run in separate directions, at least one might have escaped. They wouldn't have both been killed together. So, whenever this wild boar king catches up to someone, no one dares to scatter and flee. They either just run from it, or fight it to the death. We people from Dafeng village would rather run into a big cat than encounter the wild boar king when hunting in the mountains. Luckily, we met this brave man today, who killed the wild boar king. Sometimes it chases for a while and then leaves without killing. Other times, it bites one to death and lets the other escape. But if 2 people split up, it immediately pounces on one, kills him, then turns to the other direction and kills the second. Both die. Brave man, you don't know this wild boar king's nature. It's very fast. Whoever it chases cannot escape. When it chases 2 people, if they don't split up, it just slowly pursues them from behind. An older man among the hunters suddenly became angry. Our village has a rule. If anyone encounters the wild boar king, it's their own fate. They must not lead the wild boar king toward others. Gu Dongxing gritted his teeth and asked, since they were being chased by the wild boar king and couldn't fight it, why didn't they run in separate directions? Why did they stay together? Mingyu was surprised. This wild boar king actually has intelligence? Is it a boar that has become a spirit? But then she almost slapped herself. Of course it's a spirit boar, how else would it have a beast core? Gu Dongxing let out 2 cold laughs. I didn't encounter the wild boar king on my own today. Those 2 saw us from a distance and ran straight toward us, leading the wild boar king right to us. Zhang Lu and Li Dahu actually dared to lead the wild boar king toward you? And toward a pregnant woman? Even if they hadn't died today, the village rules would have dealt with them. Gu Dongxing laughed again and continued, I was afraid the wild boar king would hurt my pregnant wife, so I deliberately provoked it, drew its hatred, and led it away. I killed it far from here. But I never expected that after I saved their lives, they would set their sights on my pregnant wife. If someone hadn't happened to pass by and kill them, my wife would have been in danger today. The hunters listened to Gu Dongxing's words and felt ashamed for Zhang Lu and Li Dahu. They had just had their lives saved, and yet they turned around and targeted the man's wife and his prey. This was a clear case of biting the hand that fed them. End of chapter. Chapter 1988. Brazenly stealing credit. At this point, even if some hunters still suspected that Mingyu had killed it, they no longer cared. Regardless, Gu Dongxing had killed the wild boar king, ridding the area of a menace. From now on, when they went hunting in the mountains, they wouldn't have to fear encountering the boar king and losing their lives. Thus, no one said anything blaming Mingyu anymore. Everyone busied themselves digging a pit on the spot to bury Zhang Lu and Li Dahu. The hunting leader also instructed everyone, when we go back, say they were eaten by the wild boar king. The crowd responded in unison, yes. Seeing the hunting leader being so sensible, Gu Dongxing's expression seemed to soften a bit. They tied up the wild boar king with ropes and carried it back. Gu Dongxing still carried his own prey. Mingyu had a large basket on her back and held a rattan basket containing 2 snow-white wolf cubs as she followed the group back to the village. A young hunter noticed the 2 adorable wolf cubs and asked Mingyu, what are those? Puppies? Mingyu replied, yes, they're 2 puppies a friend gave me. The group walked for another 3 hours before emerging from the forest and arriving at a small mountain village. When the villagers saw them carrying the huge wild boar king, someone shouted, and soon the entire village erupted in cheers, welcoming the hunters into the village like heroes. Gu Dongxing also imitated the other's gesture and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, elder. Your puppies are really cute. Minyu followed behind Gu Dongxing as the hunters entered the village. An old man leaning on a cane greeted the crowd and said something, but Minyu couldn't understand a word. When Aki heard Minyu say she had come through the Black Forest, his expression immediately changed, and he gave Minyu a thumbs up. You guys are amazing. Minyu, haha, cute. These are 2 little wolf cubs. My name is Aki, what's yours? Before they reached the village, the hunting leader had fired a shot into the air, so by the time they arrived at the village entrance, all the villagers were gathered there, solemnly welcoming them. Yeah, they're really cute. Gu Dongxing stood there, his demeanor imposing. Minyu was puzzled. Hadn't her husband killed the wild boar king? After the headman spoke a few words in the local dialect with the hunting leader, he walked over to Gu Dongxing and Minyu. The old headman stopped in front of Gu Dongxing, set aside his cane, and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, brave warrior. Minyu immediately grew wary. I came with my husband from a very far place, through the Black Forest. Moreover, the way the villagers looked at her seemed a bit too intense. Nanyu, hello. Where are you from? The young man's gaze at Minyu was filled with nervousness and excitement. This was brazenly stealing credit. But she glanced at Gu Dongxing, and seeing that he said nothing, she kept her mouth shut. My name is Nanyu. The young hunter Aki explained to Minyu. This is our headman. He's speaking the local dialect. He's asking the hunting leader about Zhonglu and Li Dahu. Don't worry, every time they hunt and encounter the wild boar king, a few people die. This time we killed it, so it's fine. The old headman said warmly. This time, when our village's hunters encountered the wild boar king, it was entirely thanks to the brave warriors' trap that caught it, allowing us to kill it and rid our village of this menace. On behalf of our village's 39 households, I express our gratitude to you. Gu Dongxing replied indifferently, it was just a small effort. Minyu was puzzled, a trap? What trap could have caught such a huge wild boar king? This was brazenly stealing credit. Chapter end. Chapter 1989, Refusing to Join. De Long told me you came through the Black Forest. Do you have a place to go? The old chieftain asked again. Gu Dongxing shook his head. We lived on the other side of the forest. A flood in our hometown washed away our home, and bandits blocked the roads and robbed us. With no other choice, I brought my wife into the forest. We wandered for a long time without finding any sign of people. This time, we encountered your village's hunting party and followed them out of the forest. Thus, my wife and I must thank your village's hunters for leading us out. The old chieftain asked warmly, well, would you be willing to join our village? Gu Dongxing looked at Minyu. Originally, the couple had followed the hunters to their village with the intention of staying for a while. If it suited them, Gu Dongxing even planned to wait until his wife gave birth and the child was a bit older before leaving. But recalling the intense gazes of the villagers when they entered, and how all the men, young and old, had come out to greet them while no women appeared, he hesitated. It was clear that women held a very low status in this village. After the disaster with the wild boar king, the village had lost many people, and the women had been especially devastated by the boar's rampage. The wild boar king was so formidable, how could the village hunters, with their limited skills, have possibly killed it? Escaping with their lives from the boar was already remarkable. Even if he couldn't replace the village's losses, this man was clearly strong, and his children would surely be no different. If the child was born in the village, it would belong to the village. Thus, the one who killed the wild boar king was undoubtedly this man. Keeping him here would greatly boost the village's overall combat strength. Don't think he hadn't noticed the way the villagers looked at Minyu when they entered. The old chieftain's face showed disappointment. Well, all right, the old man sighed, inwardly lamenting. This woman was pregnant, clearly capable of bearing children. If she joined the village, she could give birth to many children for them. In truth, he knew full well that the entire wild boar had been taken down by this couple. But they desperately needed its meat to strengthen the villagers' physiques. What a pity. And since they didn't plan to join the village, the wild boar king would have to be shared with this couple. The old chieftain rubbed his hands together and said to Gu Dongxing, we'll give you and your wife a quarter of the wild boar king. Is that acceptable? What a shame, since they claimed to be searching for relatives, he couldn't force them to stay. Minyu shook her head almost imperceptibly and mouthed a reminder, Qingshan, Xiao Dao. This time, Gu Dongxing didn't even glance at Minyu before replying, that won't do. My woman must stay with me. But his gaze shifted to Minyu. I hear your woman is pregnant. Since you're looking for relatives, why not leave her in the village? We'll take care of her for you. Gu Dongxing understood and said, "Sorry, elder, but we still have 2 lost relatives to find. We can't stay for now." This wild boar weighed over 1,000 jin. Giving Gu Dongxing a quarter already stung. Gu Dongxing felt displeased at the chieftain's words. He had originally planned to join the village, which was why he let them carry the boar back. But now that he didn't intend to stay, the situation was different. He knew it was unrealistic to claim the entire boar, but a quarter? End of chapter. Chapter 1990. Just let them go like that. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, "I killed this wild boar king. I want half." This was demon beast meat. He was willing to give them half only because his wife had killed 2 of their villagers and the boar had been carried back by them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to give any at all. The old village chief wanted to argue further, but Gu Dongxing added, "Actually, there was no trap big enough to catch the wild boar king." A glint of sharpness flashed in the old chief's eyes, and he understood. Gu Dongxing was saying that the wild boar king had never fallen into a trap. He had faced it head-on and killed it. Was he threatening him? This was a man who could kill a wild boar king in single combat. The entire village combined couldn't afford to provoke him. The old chief's gaze shifted to Mengyu. Gu Dongxing understood. The old chief was thinking that since his woman was pregnant, he would have to consider her safety and listen to him. He sneered, "After I lured the wild boar king away, Zhang Lu and Li Dahe tried to bully my woman. They were killed by a passerby, 1 strike each. Moreover, even if a passerby had killed Zhang Lu and Li Dahe, why wouldn't they have taken their spoils, the woman and the prey?" In the end, Gu Dongxing skinned the wild boar king first, then split it in half, 1 half for the village, the other for himself. Gu Dongxing naturally gave the entire hide to Mengyu. The villagers, even if they had thoughts about the hide, dared not speak. They carried the half-boar into the village, leaving Gu Dongxing and his wife at the entrance. This wild boar hide was enormous. When Mengyu worked on it, she found it much thicker than the previous ones. She thought, with such good leather, was it worth making into a leather coat? What passerby? How could it be so coincidental that someone appeared just when Zhang Lu and Li Dahe were bullying that woman and killed them both? In the Black Forest, might made right. If he killed someone, everything they had became his. She realized that although she couldn't use her spiritual sense, the last time she roasted meat, she had added intent to lock in the spiritual energy, as she did when making spiritual food. As a result, the roasted meat had barely lost any spiritual energy. This couple was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, they hadn't agreed to join the village, otherwise, this village would have been under their rule. But thinking about it, both of them were wearing magical robes. Was making a leather coat really necessary? Still, she subconsciously used the scraps to sew a leather bag. Since her previous leather bag still had space, she kept the whole thick hide. Combined with the leftover tiger hide and unused deer hide, she now had a large roll of leather. She cut the wild boar meat into pieces, salted them, and habitually added an intent to lock in spiritual energy and nutrients before roasting them. He had no choice but to agree to Gu Dongxing's demands. A woman who could kill a strong hunter in 1 strike was also a master. So, Zhang Lu and Li Dahe were most likely killed by that seemingly young and delicate woman, and killed with 1 strike each. The old chief was startled again. This was completely different from the hunter's claim that Zhang Lu and Li Dahe had been eaten by the wild boar king. The 2 took turns meditating and resting. 30 hours later, all the meat was roasted and dried. Stuffed into the newly made boar hide bag, the 500+ pounds of meat had been reduced to about 120 pounds. The other wild boar's meat weighed over 100 pounds. Combined with 40 pounds of dried deer meat, 30 pounds of dried mutton, and over 10 pounds of dried tiger meat, they now had over 300 pounds of dried meat in total. They asked Aki for directions to the town. Gu Dongxing carried the dried meat on a pole, while Mengyu carried a backpack with the 2 wolf cubs and various bags slung over her, heading toward the main town. Watching their retreating figures, the hunter walked over to the old chief. "Are we just letting them go like that?" End of chapter. Chapter 1991. He will come back to find us. The headhunter felt a great sense of regret. Not only was this woman capable of bearing children, but that man was also a rare and exceptional hunter. The chieftain sighed, "Can you make them stay?" In truth, he wanted to keep both the man and the woman. If there were only the man, he could use the woman to keep him. If there were only the woman, they could even force her to stay. But they were a married couple, a pair with formidable combat strength, so none of their methods could be used. I went to check the bodies of Zhang Lu and Li Dahe. Both died from a single blow. The weapon was likely the wooden stick in that woman's hand. Zhang Lu and Li Dahe were both men, and Li Dahe was quite skilled, yet he was killed by a single stab to the heart from her stick. As for Zhang Lu, he was running away when she threw the stick from behind and impaled him. That wasn't a knife, it was a stick. The accuracy, the force, can any of you match that? If you want to keep them both, Who among you can stop them? The headhunter thought about the scene. Throwing a stick to pierce someone through from behind was something he simply couldn't do. But recalling the man's earlier behavior, he felt a bit unwilling to let go. He clearly intended to stay before. What did you say? The headhunter said with certainty. He originally planned to stay. Otherwise, he took down that massive wild boar king all by himself. His strength was immense, and he could have carried it on his own, but he let our people carry it down instead. Clearly, he intended to use the boar as a gift to join our village. They might have gone into seclusion somewhere to cultivate. In the past, they had similar situations where seclusion lasted 10 days or half a month. But the reply came back that the two hadn't been seen since last night. Their home was unlocked, their belongings were still there, but they were gone. The headhunter shook his head. That shouldn't be. He didn't even enter the village. The chieftain turned abruptly and stared at the headhunter. When the president of the Folklore Research Association heard that Gu Dongxing and his wife were missing, he sent people to search everywhere. They looked in every possible place, but couldn't find the two. The old chieftain pondered for a long time, then suddenly thought of something and revealed a sinister smile. They will come back to find us. He suddenly recalled something else. When you went out to welcome them, the man, who didn't know the situation, probably didn't like the way some of you looked at his woman. The old chieftain frowned. So they decided not to join us after seeing our people? Damn it, they must have discovered something. But they waited until noon and still saw no one. Hao Dadong grew dissatisfied and immediately called the folklore compound to ask about Gu Dongxing's whereabouts. Moreover, the second and third days passed, and there was still no news of the two. The folklore compound had to report the disappearance to Gu Ming. Hai Shui, upon hearing that her son and daughter-in-law were missing, refused to believe it. As for Hao Dadong, he arrived at the Beijing compound before 8 o'clock the next morning, but didn't see Nan Mingyu and her husband. He grumbled inwardly about the young people not being punctual, but had no choice but to wait. Amid the heavy snowfall, the new year arrived, but Gu Dongxing and his wife were still not found. They had vanished into thin air like smoke. Hao Dadong instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately reported it to the president of the Folklore Research Association. But in the past, if they went into seclusion, they would always make proper arrangements and inform others roughly when they would emerge. There was no reason for them to go into seclusion so silently this time. When Nan Mingyu's disciples learned that their master was missing, they immediately organized a search. But no matter what methods they used, they could not find their master. Even after the new year passed, Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu still hadn't returned. Hai Shui fainted from crying several times. Her son was missing, her daughter-in-law was missing, and her daughter-in-law was carrying 2 grandchildren inside her. End of chapter. Chapter 1992, Because of You. In the alternate space, Mingyu and Gu Dongxing left Linbian village. Mingyu asked Gu Dongxing, "You took down that wild boar king by yourself, right?" Gu Dongxing nodded and sighed. "I originally planned to stay in this village for a while. After all, your belly is growing bigger day by day, and it's very likely that you'll give birth in the next 2 or 3 months. So, I wanted to find a place to settle down first. That's why I intended to offer the wild boar king as a gift, as payment for staying in the village, and had them carry it down. But..." He looked at Mingyu. "The way those men looked at you didn't sit right with me, so I hesitated." Mingyu smiled. "So you were jealous, and that's why you decided not to stay." She sighed as well. "Although I've lost my spiritual sense, my intuition is still intact. I sense that the women in this village have a hard life, so staying here definitely wouldn't work. Besides, not a single woman appeared in the village. Don't you find that strange?" Gu Dongxing nodded. "I noticed that too. That's the second reason I didn't want to stay. I'm afraid the women in this village have very low status, and I don't want you to be looked down upon because of it." Afraid that she would be looked down upon, he even gave up the idea of settling in the village. Mingyu's heart warmed. This man's words always easily stirred her heart. How could she not love a man like this? She glanced at her own hands. They were a bit dirty, and resisted the urge to touch her head. She said, "We've brought so much dried meat. We won't have to worry about running out of food for a long time. Selling some medicinal herbs in town will also let us get by for now." The reason she knew it was a town was because there was a stone tablet at the entrance with the words, "Dafeng Town," carved on it. "Then, we'll find a place to settle down. Let's have the baby first." Gu Dongxing sighed again. "I can sense that the spiritual energy here is very abundant. If only we could restore our cultivation here. Even if we can't go back, because of you, spending a lifetime here wouldn't be so bad." Mingyu's heart warmed again. "Because of you, spending a lifetime here wouldn't be so bad." This Gu Dongxing always managed to move her. She looked at Gu Dongxing. "Husband, you're so good to me." After walking for about 4 days, they finally saw a town. This was still with their relatively fast pace. If it were ordinary people, it would probably take 6 days to get there. Gu Dongxing looked at his wife's eyes, his heart full. He wanted to reach out and tousle her hair, but found both his hands were full. This wouldn't do. What if his wife needed him? He quickly hung all the bags on the ironwood stick. That way, with one hand supporting the stick used as a carrying pole, the other hand would be free. When they got tired along the way, they rested for a while, then continued walking. They passed several villages, but didn't stop, pressing on instead. This town was very prosperous, and as far as they could see, it was huge, bigger than the county towns Mingyu had seen in modern times, already comparable to a small city. The reason it seemed like a city was that it actually had city walls built around it, though no one guarded the gates or charged an entry fee. All kinds of things were sold here. Mingyu noticed that the currency here was gold, silver, and copper coins, just like in ancient China. Moreover, the clothes they wore were also ancient-style cross-collared robes, and most people spoke the official language, which was Mandarin. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1993, The Herb Thief. Mingyu once again felt as though she had traveled back to ancient times. If her space were usable, could she just take any item back with her and have it be an antique? Would each one be imbued with the essence of the sun and moon? Whatever the case, she had to accept her circumstances. No matter what, she needed to survive first before worrying about anything else. Fortunately, both she and Gu Dongxing had worn their Dharma robes, which could change their appearance at will. So, after removing their outer garments, the clothes they revealed looked similar to what the locals wore. Mingyu watched the busy pedestrians on the street, momentarily unsure of where to go. She decided to observe the town's trade and prices instead. She noticed that silver was quite valuable here. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, while 2 copper coins could buy a steamed bun, and 3 copper coins could buy a meat-filled bun. Most people wore clothes made of linen or coarse cotton. Few wore fine cotton, and even fewer wore silk. She was so absorbed in observing the street that she didn't notice what was happening around her until someone bumped into her backpack, and Gu Dongxing grabbed him, snapping her back to reality. Gu Dongxing held the man firmly. "Take out what you stole and apologize." The man shouted at Gu Dongxing, "I didn't mean to bump into your wife. Let me go." Seeing that Mingyu had spoken, the rogue thief still refused to admit it. "You're lying. You say that cloth came from your clothes? Prove it. Take off your clothes and show everyone whether it matches. If you can't prove it, you're framing me, and I demand compensation. You have to give me everything in this woman's backpack." That's my herb. The thief, caught red-handed by Gu Dongxing, decided to play dirty and even tried to take back the packet of herbs. "That's right, this packet of herbs is mine, and the cloth wrapping it was torn from my own clothes." The packet of herbs the thief had stolen contained some Codenopsis pelacula, which Mingyu had placed on top because it was the cheapest. Of all things to steal, this man had to pick Codenopsis pelacula? Gu Dongxing reached into the man's chest and pulled out the packet of herbs. "You didn't bump into her by accident. You were trying to steal herbs." "Your herbs? I clearly saw you steal them from my woman's backpack." To organize the herbs, Mingyu had torn apart an autumn shirt, wrapped each type separately, and placed them in her backpack. Any random packet in her backpack was more valuable than Codenopsis pelacula. Because she had used the sleeve fabric, it couldn't fully contain the herbs, leaving some exposed. Since she had time in the wolf's den, Mingyu had already processed the herbs, even using a stone pot to prepare them, so they were ready for use. Mingyu recognized the packet of herbs immediately because it was wrapped in fabric torn from her autumn shirt. When the crowd heard the thief's words, they looked at him with disdain. But everyone knew the thief was betting that Mingyu's husband wouldn't strip in the middle of the street, which was why he dared to say such a thing. If they couldn't prove that the herbs in the thief's possession were theirs, this couple would be in trouble. Everyone recognized the thief as a local scoundrel whom no one dared to provoke. "Fine, I'll prove that this cloth indeed came from my clothes." End of chapter. Chapter 1994, Forgive Him. Mingyu very decisively set down the bamboo basket, unwrapped the medicine packets one by one, placed the herbs into the wild boar leather bag, then took out the cloth that had been wrapping the herbs and pieced together the shape of a garment on the leather, which happened to be missing one sleeve. She took the cloth that had wrapped the Codenopsis pelacula and added it to the garment, perfectly completing the missing sleeve. Mingyu looked at the thief. "What do you have to say now?" Everyone saw that even the cloth wrapping the medicine belonged to her. If he claimed the herbs in the cloth were his, could he justify that? This was definitely a case of the thief stealing her herbs. And more people were now looking at the herbs on Mingyu's boar leather. These were all rare medicinal herbs. An old man squeezed in and asked Gu Dongxing, "I am the owner of Jixing Hall. My surname is Zhou. Are you selling these herbs?" Mingyu said, "Of course we are selling. Do you want to buy them all? I gathered these herbs deep in the Black Forest, and they are all of considerable age. Give me a price." The old man held up one finger. 100 taels. Seeing Mingyu and Gu Dongxing both frown, he then said, 150 taels. Mingyu still said nothing. 200 taels of silver. The expressions of those around shifted. These herbs could actually sell for 200 taels of silver. Hearing this, the thief immediately panicked. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll sell them to you." She urgently needed money, so she had to sell the herbs. Everyone then looked at Mingyu with strange expressions. Mingyu understood, so, I can now cut off his hand, or I can demand compensation of over 2,000 taels of silver or valuables, right? Besides, the herbs in her bamboo basket were not the best. The truly good medicines were carried in her bag. The best 1,000-year ginseng was kept close to her body. Alright, deliver them to Jixing Hall for me. The owner of Jixing Hall understood, so that's how it is. You caught this thief, and he stole your things. According to the rules of Dafeng Town, you can cut off the hand he used to steal, or demand compensation 10 times the value of the stolen item. Mingyu nodded. Yes, we originally lived in the Black Forest and came out specifically to sell herbs this time. Everyone looked at the thief with pity. He had just accused them of framing him and demanded they compensate him with the herbs in the basket, so the contents of that basket were the subject of the dispute. Jixing Hall's manager Zhou also looked curious. Is this your first time in Dafeng Town? Mingyu pointed at the thief. Please help me deal with this thief. Mingyu chuckled. That means I can cut off his right hand. He used his right hand to touch my basket and then stole my herbs. Don't cut off my hand. I can't live without it. I stole your Codenopsis palacula only because my mother is weak from illness. I wanted to buy it but couldn't afford it, so I stole it. Please forgive me. I won't dare do it again. Mingyu felt that something had happened that she didn't know about. Jixing Hall's owner nodded. That's correct. However, he might not be able to come up with 2,000 taels of silver. Someone immediately chimed in. Old Y's mother really is weak from illness. Old Y was the name of the thief. Right away, someone suggested, forgive him. Though he's a rogue, he's also a filial son. Next update time, 8 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 1995, Filial Piety is not an excuse for theft, Part 2. More people chimed in to support that man's words. Yeah, he only stole to fulfill his filial duty. It's understandable. Just forgive him, and don't cut off his hand. If you cut off his hand, he'll be crippled. His mother still depends on him for support. That's right. This is your first time selling medicine here, and you'll come again in the future. Give him a chance, or he might seek revenge on you. Listening to the crowd, Mingyu turned to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing said coldly, if his false accusation had succeeded, what punishment would we have faced? The steward of Jixing Hall replied, if he had successfully accused you of falsehood, you would have had to compensate him. The compensation would be set by him, but it couldn't exceed 10 times the value of the disputed item. Additionally, you would have had to apologize to him. Mingyu looked at the crowd, her expression sorrowful, her voice choked with emotion. We came out of the Black Forest because I'm pregnant and can no longer stay there. So we brought the herbs we've gathered over the past 2 years, planning to sell them, buy a house, and settle down to have the baby. This man first stole my herbs. If he had sincerely repented and apologized, we might have forgiven him. But instead, he aimed for something bigger, not only refusing to admit his mistake, but also framing us. So, you think his theft was for filial piety and thus excusable. But if his scheme had succeeded, it would have cost the lives of me and my 2 children. Do you still think he was right? Can his filial devotion to his mother justify taking the lives of me and my children? Because, initially, the man who caught him only demanded he return the items and apologize. But he refused to apologize or hand over the goods. When the stolen items were pulled from his chest, he even tried to snatch them back. Earlier, the crowd only thought that Old Y stole to fulfill his filial duty, so they found it understandable. But now, hearing Mingyu's words, they began to see her point. If his false accusation had succeeded, the herbs we gathered over 2 years would all belong to him. We would be left penniless, unable to buy a house, and homeless. No one would rent a house to a woman about to give birth. My child might be born on the street, exposed to wind and rain. If something went wrong, it could mean 3 deaths at once, because I'm carrying twins. What's more, he even made a more detestable demand, all the herbs in this woman's basket. Clearly, this is someone who doesn't know how to repent. Seeing the crowd's expression shift, Mingyu continued, besides, if he wants to be filial, he should earn money through his own efforts to support his parents. Instead, he stole things to bring home. If his mother eats what he stole, she becomes complicit in handling stolen goods and shares in the guilt. If his mother knew the herbs he brought back were stolen, her illness would likely worsen, not improve, and she would be burdened with sorrow. So, stealing to support his parents brings no benefit to them, only harm. Hearing Mingyu's words, the crowd felt she was right. They grew ashamed of having earlier sided with Old Y. Yes, they had only considered that the thief stole to care for his mother, making it excusable, but they forgot how pitiful this woman would be if his plot succeeded. Nor had they considered that by pressuring the couple to let the thief go, they were actually aiding and abetting evil. End of chapter. Chapter 1996. By doing this, you are harming him. Mingyu swept her gaze across the crowd. Moreover, there is another point. If he succeeds this time and commits wrongdoing without facing punishment, he will learn that it pays off. Today he steals from me, tomorrow he steals from you, the day after from someone else, stealing from one household after another. Because you all believe that stealing to support his mother is excusable, you would think it's fine for him to steal from you too. You cannot punish him for stealing to care for his mother. Are you willing to have your hard-earned possessions stolen by someone else? Are you willing to constantly guard against your belongings being taken? So, what you say today only works because he didn't steal from you personally, allowing you to let it slide. But when he steals from you, you'll realize that all mistakes were forged today. You are not loving him, you are harming him. The crowd broke out in cold sweat. The more they thought about it, the more they felt Mingyu was right. By asking Mingyu to forgive old Y today, they might be raising a thief for themselves tomorrow. Gu Dongxing spoke up. You've actually forgotten one thing, the town rules. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Since the town rules have been set, they must be enforced. Otherwise, when others break the rules later, they'll say, so-and-so didn't face the rules, so why should I? If one person is forgiven, then another and another, who will enforce the town rules? Then Dafeng Town will lose all order. People might even dare to commit murder and arson, and your safety will be at risk. Would you like that kind of situation? The crowd was startled. Yes, 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 he should be punished. Others chimed in. Right, he must be punished, no leniency at all. Wrong is wrong. Just because he made a mistake to support his mother doesn't mean the mistake doesn't exist. Finally, the person who first asked Mingyu to forgive the thug said, you're right. If he's easily forgiven, he won't remember his mistake. He deserves punishment. In the end, Mingyu and Gu Dongxing didn't actually cut off one of his hands. Instead, they handed him over to the town authorities. Under everyone's witness, the town authorities cut off one of his finger joints. This left him not disabled, but stripped of the nimble scissor fingers essential for stealing, thus punishing him. Additionally, he was sentenced to sweep the town streets for a month. Meanwhile, Mingyu had sold her medicinal herbs to Jixing Hall, earning 200 taels of silver. Boss Zhou was very satisfied with the batch of herbs Mingyu sold, as their medicinal properties were so well preserved. How did you process these herbs to retain their potency so well? Boss Zhou asked. Mingyu smiled. That's a secret of my sect. In truth, if the herbs had been processed normally, he would have offered at most 150 taels. But because they were processed so well, retaining 99% of their potency, he added another 50 taels. She couldn't exactly say that while processing the herbs, she had infused them with an intention to lock in the medicinal power. She guessed that her ability to lock in the potency came from her mental strength, even though her spiritual sense couldn't leave her body. Boss Zhou's face reddened slightly. Indeed, the art of processing herbs was a matter of inheritance, not only preserving potency, but also removing toxicity. Few could process herbs to this level. It was a skill for making a living, so naturally, she wouldn't easily reveal it. Alright, from now on, if you gather herbs, could you sell them all to me? Chapter 1997, Watching You Perform. From the behavior of the shopkeeper Zhou, he seemed at least fair. Mingyu nodded. Alright, next time I have medicine, I'll prioritize selling it to you. But could you do us a favor? We want to buy a house in town and settle down. Shopkeeper Zhou recalled the young couple mentioning the pregnancy earlier. He glanced at Mingyu's belly and said, you should go directly to the town office. Everyone selling a house in town has to register there. But with your 200 taels of silver, you won't have much left after buying a house. Mingyu hadn't expected houses here to be so expensive. 200 taels of silver was barely enough for a house. She had previously observed that silver was quite valuable. She thought for a moment, then took out the large bundle of tiger bones from Gu Dongxing's bag. I don't suppose you'd be interested in these? As soon as shopkeeper Zhou saw the tiger bones, he was greatly astonished. You, besides the tiger bones, do you have anything else? Mingyu considered and said, there's also a tiger skin, a bear gallbladder, and a tiger penis. Shopkeeper Zhou was overjoyed. I'll take it all. I'll give you 200 for the tiger bones, 50 for the tiger penis and bear gallbladder, and I'll need to see the tiger skin before deciding. Mingyu then had Gu Dongxing bring out the tiger skin as well. A thought crossed Minyu's mind, and she understood Gu Dongxing's intention. She said aloud, oh, let me get it. She reached into a small bag she carried and rummaged for a while, but pulled out nothing. Upon hearing about the household registration slip, Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu's hearts both skipped a beat. Damn, they needed a household registration slip here too? If only he had known, he would have had the hunter get them 2 slips. Or maybe, wait a moment, go back and ask the hunter for 2 slips? After all, 2 people had died in their village, so he could just take their slips. The 2 of them took the silver and went straight to the town office. Shopkeeper Zhou saw the undamaged tiger skin and was very pleased. He looked at Gu Dongxing. How about I give you 500 taels for this tiger skin? Gu Dongxing frowned. Did you misremember? Did you put it somewhere else? Hearing that they wanted to buy a house, He was delighted that they planned to settle in Dafeng Town. Bring your household registration slips first. The town official, whose surname was Chi, had developed a favorable impression of Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu due to his handling of the old Y incident earlier. So, when Mingyu and Gu Dongxing left Jixing Hall, they had an extra 950 taels of silver in hand. She pretended to be flustered and said, "Oh, I thought I put it in this bag, but it's not here." No, he had heard what the old man said to the hunter, that he would go back to find him. Could it be because of this household registration slip? So, he couldn't go back to them. Gu Dongxing gave Mingyu a look and said, "Wife, take out the household registration slip." Gu Dongxing glanced at Mingyu and said, "All right." "No, I clearly remember putting it in this bag." Mingyu's face was full of frustration. "Where did I lose it?" The town official watched the two of them perform and suddenly laughed. "You two don't have household registration slips at all, do you?" Mingyu quickly said, "I definitely have one. I just can't find it right now." Town official Chi, "Could you issue us a replacement?" "We'll pay for it." Town official Chi sighed. A replacement would be troublesome. You'd have to go to the county seat to get it done. If you've never had one before, you could apply for one here directly. I clearly heard you say you used to live in the Black Forest, and in the Black Forest, you probably never registered for a household. Now you dare to claim you've had one. Let me see how I'll mess with you. Today's 6 chapters are done. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 1998, suspecting she had traveled to ancient times. Mingyu insisted, "We've done it before. I remember father saying he helped us with it. It's just that I really can't find it. Could you help us get a replacement?" Looking at Mingyu's expression, if Gu Dongxing hadn't known the truth, he might have believed her. Gu Dongxing looked at Duke Chi, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? I remember father telling me that a new household registration certificate had to be processed at the county office, but for a replacement, we could just do it here with you, right?" Duke Chi was a bit embarrassed at being called out by Gu Dongxing. It was clear they had never registered a household before and were putting on an act for him, yet he had been outmaneuvered. He laughed it off. I'm old and my memory's failing. You originally lived in the Black Forest, right? You say you've done it before. How about we check the records?" Gu Dongxing was thick-skinned. "Sure, go ahead and check. I'm 30 this year, so my household registration was done 30 years ago." He didn't believe Duke Chi would still have records from 30 years ago. The key point was that records from 30 years ago were hard to verify. Duke Chi was completely defeated. "Fine, I'll help you with a replacement. The fee is 10 taels of silver. Your address, name, and age." Gu Dongxing sighed in relief. Hunter Gu Dong, 30 years old. My wife, Nan Shi, 21 years old. As for the address, we originally lived in the Black Forest, but since we're buying a house in town now, we might as well register the household here in town. Mingyu frowned slightly. She had wanted a street-facing house so she could open a medical clinic later and treat people. Next came choosing a house. Duke Chi suggested they buy a street-facing house where they could run a small business in the front and live in the back. Buying a house was just a temporary measure, since landlords generally wouldn't rent to someone about to give birth. There were 2 types of houses, street-facing and non-street-facing. Street-facing houses had a shop in the front and living quarters in the back, but they were more expensive. Non-street-facing ones were cheaper. In reality, processing a replacement household registration didn't require much effort, so why charge 10 taels? It was just because this couple had never registered before and had outsmarted him, so he deliberately overcharged. To his surprise, they were sensible enough to pay 20 taels. Hearing there was a 10-tael errand fee, Duke Chi immediately felt better. "All right, I'll run the errand for you." If it required going to the county office for filing, they asked Duke Chi to handle it when he had time. Besides the 10-tael processing fee, they offered another 10 taels as an errand fee. But Gu Dongxing shook his head. "You're forgetting you still need to give birth." Knowing that the 20 taels included a hush money element, Duke Chi decided to overlook the fact that Gu Dongxing had never registered a household before. However, street-facing houses with shops are more expensive. There are 2 for sale right now. One is priced at 360 taels, the other at 300 taels. Mingyu thought about her situation and realized it wasn't suitable to open a medical clinic anymore. When Gu Dongxing mentioned childbirth, Duke Chi looked at Mingyu's belly. It seemed he hadn't noticed before, but it was really quite big now. Duke Chi said, "If you're having a baby, you'll need more space. A street-facing house might be a bit cramped. Are you planning to buy a single courtyard house, a 2-courtyard house, or a 3-courtyard house? If you're planning to buy servants, you'll need at least a 2-courtyard house, the front courtyard for the servants, the back for yourselves." Buying servants? If there were a sun and moon here, Mingyu would feel once again that she had traveled to ancient times, rather than fallen into a different space. Do what you want to do. If you succeed, you'll gain double the joy. If you fail, at least you tried, and you won't look back years later with regret. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1999, Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. However, even if people could be bought and sold, Mingyu had no intention of changing the world. Moreover, she had just fallen into this strange space and did not trust the people around her. If she could buy a few servants, at least she would have someone to help take care of her after she gave birth. After all, this was not the modern era she was used to, where she had disciples to rely on and military wives to help each other. Gu Dongxing also thought of this and said, let's take a look at the courtyard first, and then trouble Town Chief Chi to take us to buy a few servants. If they satisfy us, we will certainly pay a finder's fee. He had already noticed that this Chi Town Chief was greedy, so he simply tempted him with money. Chi Town Chief's smile became even more sincere. Alright, let's go take a look first. Only buy if you're satisfied. Just for handling the household registration, he had already been given 10 taels of silver. If he took them to buy a house and servants, even though it carried some risk, with how generous this couple was, he would definitely not miss out on benefits. Chi Town Chief first took Mingyu and the others to see that one-entry courtyard. The courtyard was not large, with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms, totaling 5 rooms. But it was very clean and tidy. The owner was a middle-aged woman who, it was said, was selling the house because her son had left, planning to return to her hometown in the countryside. Chi Town Chief quickly said, it won't happen again. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Not to mention a nephew, even a biological son can sometimes be unreliable. If she really sells the courtyard to rely on her nephew, it might be fine as long as she has money in hand, but once the money is gone, her life will likely become difficult. Hearing the middle-aged woman say she was going back to rely on her nephew, and noticing that the woman had chased after them, but stopped upon hearing Gu Dongxing's words, Mingyu suddenly interjected. She and Gu Dongxing were not on the same level at all. Chi Town Chief's eyes flickered slightly. Why do you say that? Mingyu only glanced around, not even asking the price, before Gu Dongxing took her hand and left. Rather than selling the courtyard to go live with her nephew, it would be better to keep the courtyard and rent it out, than go live with her nephew. With rental income in hand, she wouldn't have to worry about her nephew's wife saying she's freeloading. After all, the courtyard is in her name, and no one can take it away. When she reaches old age, if her nephew has treated her well, she can give him the courtyard then. That would be the best plan. Mingyu admired Gu Dongxing a little. In the past, she relied on her spiritual sense to observe, but without it, she felt as blind as a bat, unable to see anything clearly. Yet Gu Dongxing, with just his naked eyes, could see through appearances to the essence. As soon as they walked out of the courtyard, Gu Dongxing asked Chi Town Chief, does Town Chief Chi sympathize with that woman? Gu Dongxing listened to Chi Town Chief's apology and then snorted. I hope the next place won't have a similar situation. Gu Dongxing sighed. You said her son left, he must be dead, right? She knew Gu Dongxing must have noticed something, so she didn't ask questions and simply followed him. Chi Town Chief looked a bit embarrassed. Yes, her son died, and her daughter-in-law remarried. She's left alone and wants to sell the courtyard to go back to her hometown and live with her nephew. But no one in town wants to buy her house. I sympathized with her for a moment. I'm sorry. This string of words from Mingyu was spoken crisply and loudly. Without a doubt, the middle-aged woman in the courtyard heard it. The woman was startled. Yes, selling the courtyard to rely on her nephew, was that really reliable? The idea of selling the courtyard had come from her nephew in the first place. If she really sold it and went to his house, one day he might say they lacked money for food, the next day for clothes. Once he tricked all her silver out of her, would he then drive her away? Thinking of this, she immediately chased after them and said to Chi Town Chief, please wait. I want to withdraw my house sale registration and change it to a rental registration instead. Chi Town Chief glared at Mingyu. Are you trying to cause trouble? This chapter ends. Chapter 2000. Buying a house. For every house not sold, he lost a share of the commission. That was why Town Elder Chi said Mingyu was causing trouble. Mingyu smiled. You clearly sympathize with her, Town Elder. I'm just doing a good deed on your behalf. Town Elder Chi gave a wry smile. Forget it. Let's move on to the next one. The next property was a 2-courtyard compound, an extension built lengthwise from a single courtyard layout. A partition wall was added at the southern gable wall of the wing rooms, separating the inner and outer courtyards. The partition wall, along with the main house and the east-west wing rooms, enclosed the inner courtyard, while the partition wall, the inverted house on the south side, and the screen doors on both sides formed the outer courtyard. However, this outer courtyard had a small room on both the east and west sides, 2 more small rooms than an ordinary outer courtyard, making it quite spacious. Moreover, this 2-courtyard compound had many rooms. The main house had 3 bright rooms and 2 dark rooms. The wing rooms had 3 rooms each on the east and west sides. The southern building had 4 inverted rooms plus the main gate, and next to the gate was a storage room. There were 2 small spaces on the east and west sides, but they couldn't be counted as rooms, only for storage. Thus, this compound had a total of 16 rooms of various sizes. Now, with only Mingyu and the 2 of them, this compound was naturally too large. But considering that after having children, there would be 4 masters, plus servants needed to care for the children, this compound was actually quite suitable. Although it was 2 streets away from the main avenue, it wasn't too far. Going out for shopping was convenient, yet it lacked the noise of the main street. In other words, their house could be considered a waterscape property. Seeing Town Elder Chi's expression, Mingyu feared it would be difficult to lower the price further. Mingyu exclaimed, "Town Elder, you didn't just hear that our medicinal herbs sold for 200 taels, so you're saying the price is 200, are you?" Town Elder Chi looked at him with surprise. It was fine for the woman to manage household affairs, but such a major matter as buying a house was also left to her. Although the town regulations protected women and children, there was no need to be so henpecked, was there? Mingyu was very satisfied with this compound. What pleased her even more was that the back gate of this compound usually opened onto East Street, while the front gate faced a clear river, still over 300 meters away. Town Elder Chi found it both amusing and frustrating. The seller really did ask for 200 taels of silver. However, the seller of this compound has already moved to the provincial capital and left the house in my care. Although the asking price is 200, the minimum cannot be less than 180 taels. Town Elder Chi had long seen that the 2 were satisfied with this compound. He said, the seller's asking price is 200 taels of silver. But this was none of his business. After the price was set, Town Elder Chi produced the contract. Only then did Mingyu realize that the price on the other party's contract had been set long ago. Even if she wanted to argue, she probably couldn't. So she decisively let Gu Dongxing sign and seal it, buying this 2-courtyard compound. Gu Dongxing looked at her with adoration. You can decide on such matters. Besides, she remembered shopkeeper Zhou saying that after spending these 200 taels on the house, she would have nothing left. Presumably, this 180 taels wasn't considered expensive. How much silver does this compound cost? Mingyu asked. The best part was that behind this compound, there was a garden of over 100 square meters, where they could grow some vegetables and be self-sufficient. Therefore, she looked at Gu Dongxing. Mingyu generously gave Town Elder Chi 5 taels of silver as a handling fee and tip. Thus, Town Elder Chi earned 10 taels of silver from Mingyu. When Town Elder Chi asked whose name the house should be registered under, Gu Dongxing naturally said, "Register it under my wife's name." Town Elder Chi found it strange, but still followed Gu Dongxing's instructions and registered it under Mingyu's name. Update starts at 8 p.m., ends at 9 p.m. Do you just want to exist, or do you want to live with dignity, or do you want to live admired by others? It depends on your own ability, and your ability comes not only from your talent, but also from continuous learning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2001, by me. Lord Qijin seized the moment and pressed further to Gu Dongxing. Now that you've bought the house, why not take the opportunity to buy some servants as well? They can clean the place up. Then let's buy some, Gu Dongxing said. So Gu Dongxing and Mengyu left their belongings in the newly purchased house, fed the 2 wolf cubs some dried meat, and hurried off to the slave trader's home. As soon as Aunt Jiang heard that the couple had come to buy people, she became delighted. What kind of people are you looking to buy? Gu Dongxing pointed at Mengyu. My wife is about to give birth, and we need someone who knows how to care for her during confinement and for the child. Aunt Jiang responded, so you're looking for a wet nurse? Mengyu shook her head. No wet nurse. Ridiculous. Children bond with whoever feeds them. If she hired a wet nurse, her child would grow closer to her than to his own mother. In ancient noble households, children often became more attached to their wet nurses than to their biological mothers. Besides, her child was special and needed milk infused with spiritual energy. How could a hired wet nurse provide that? So she insisted on nursing the child herself. Gu Dongxing said directly, we've just moved here and have no servants. My wife will soon give birth. Can you advise us on what servants we need? Aunt Jiang said, since the lady is about to give birth, first, you'll need an experienced matron to care for her during confinement. This person must know how to care for her and also be able to cook. Second, you'll need someone to care for the child. Gu Dongxing added, it's twins. Aunt Jiang then said, in that case, you'll need 2 people to care for the children, preferably young married women. Third, the lady will need 2 maids for daily needs. That's at least 5 servants for the inner courtyard. For the front courtyard, you'll need a steward and 2 page boys at minimum. Mengyu frowned. That's too many. She had only wanted to pick 2 people to care for her during confinement, and for the child, why would she need so many servants? Gu Dongxing, however, made the decision. Let's follow your advice and first pick out the 5 for the inner courtyard. Aunt Jiang happily agreed. Please wait a moment, I'll bring them out. Before long, Aunt Jiang brought in over a dozen people. Among them were matrons in their 30s or 40s, young married women in their 20s, and girls aged 10 to 16. Their expressions were numb. Those girls were also very beautiful. Mengyu frowned. Among them, a girl lifted her head, glanced at them, and fixed her eyes on Gu Dongxing. Pointing at him, she said, "Buy me." Her tone carried a hint of arrogance, as if being bought by Gu Dongxing was a great concession on her part. Mengyu said directly to Aunt Jiang, "These people don't seem like servants." Aunt Jiang looked a bit embarrassed. They weren't servants before, but they're now. They're the daughters of the Lin family, a prominent household in the provincial capital that ran afoul of the law. Mengyu rolled her eyes. "Aunt Jiang, I want to buy servants, not masters." She glanced at the girl who had condescendingly asked Gu Dongxing to buy her, and certainly not a concubine. End of chapter. Chapter 2002. You will regret this. When that young woman heard Mengyu say the words concubine, her face flushed with shame and anger, and her gaze at Mengyu burned with fire. Mengyu, however, ignored her look and turned her attention to Duke Qi. Duke Qi glared at Madame Jiang. "If you haven't trained the servants properly, don't bring them out." Madame Jiang smiled helplessly. How was she supposed to train these masters? The master complex was still ingrained in their bones. Madame Jiang had no choice but to bring another group over. "Madam, please take your pick." Mengyu glanced at them. These people also included matrons, young married women, and young girls, but they were clearly different from the previous group, no longer masters. With their submissive and obedient demeanor, they were obviously servants. Mengyu ordered, "Lift your heads and look at me." Among those people, some lifted their heads and looked at Mengyu, but others, though they raised their heads, dared not meet her eyes. There were even those who did not lift their heads at all. Clearly, they looked down on her and were unwilling to be her servants. Then, she picked out a few people whose eyes were darting around. Mengyu pointed to those who did not lift their heads or who lifted them but did not look at her as instructed. "Stand aside." The matron was fine. She was part of a family with her husband, Liao Xian, and a 14-year-old son named Xiao Sheng. But his build made him look no older than 10. There was also a young girl who looked at her with pleading eyes. Mengyu had not intended to buy such a young servant, but seeing her gaze, her heart softened, and she kept her. However, when she asked her age, she learned that this little girl, named Xiaohua, was already 12 years old, yet she appeared to be no older than 10. Clearly, her life before had been hard. In her view, people of the same kind flock together and things of the same type are grouped. A family's character should not differ too much. Suddenly, she remembered that in this world, people only recognized fine clothes, not the person. Although she was wearing a magical robe, she had disguised it to look very ordinary when entering the town. Naturally, these people did not take her seriously. As soon as Mengyu finished speaking, many people immediately stepped forward. Madame Jiang even called out a few more from inside. Then, she had those who had lifted their heads as instructed stand in a row and examined them one by one. From among them, she picked out a few with dirt under their fingernails. Mengyu was taken aback. So many? Gu Dongxing found it amusing. This era was not his original world, where family planning was being implemented. In the end, only 3 remained. A matron in her 30s, whose husband's surname was Liao, with eyes that were obedient but carried some sorrow. A young married woman in her 20s, with a delicate appearance but a sorrowful expression, whose husband's surname was Su. Unexpectedly, Mengyu's next words were, "The families of these 3, please step forward and stand beside your relatives." Seeing that Mengyu had only picked 3, Madame Jiang was somewhat disappointed. Even the young woman earlier had pointed at Gu Dongxing and demanded he buy her, but her tone was harsh. Probably, she also looked down on them for being poor. Mengyu looked at the man, who was in his 30s. Though very thin, his appearance seemed honest, so she bought him as well. As for the young married woman, she not only had parents, but also a husband and 2 children. Therefore, Mengyu did not buy her in the end. To Mengyu's surprise, the price of servants in this space was not cheap. This family of 4 cost her 200 taels of silver. This was for buying servants. Buying a wife would be even more expensive, costing 100 taels of silver. Seeing that Mengyu and Gu Dongxing had bought a lowly family of servants, but not her, the young woman could not help but harbor resentment. She glared at Gu Dongxing and said, "If you don't buy me back, you will regret this." The chapter ends. Chapter 2003. A dog looks down on people. Mengyu looked at Gu Dongxing, a teasing glint in her eyes. Gu Dongxing, however, kept his gaze straight ahead, as if he hadn't heard the girl's words or noticed the teasing in Mengyu's eyes. The girl grew even angrier. Seeing Gu Dongxing's attitude, completely ignoring the girl, Mengyu led the family of 4 away. And so, Mengyu's 2-person household became a family of 6. At the newly purchased house, the 4 newcomers knelt before Mengyu and Gu Dongxing. "Please, master, grant us names." Mengyu was puzzled. Don't you already have names? Who would willingly discard their own name? Those were names given by our previous master. Even the surname was bestowed by him. Now that we follow a new master, it is only right that the new master gives us names. She glanced at Gu Dongxing and said, since that's the case, I'll give you new names. My husband's surname is Gu, so from now on, you'll take Gu as your surname too. You two adults will keep your original given names. I'll call the man Gu Da and the woman Gu Ma. As for the two children, the boy will be Gu Xiaonian and the girl will be Gu Xiaohong. In life, food and clothing are paramount, and food was a big matter, so the two went to buy grain first. Who said you were a dog? Mingyu turned back and retorted. Mingyu was frustrated. This clearly meant they assumed she could only afford coarse rice and black flour. It seemed that no matter the world, there were always people who looked down on others. The town had two grain shops. One was the Liu family grain shop, and the other was the Zheng family grain shop. The two entered the Liu family shop first. When the four heard that Mingyu had granted them the master's surname, they joyfully thanked her. For ordinary servants were usually only given a name, rarely a surname, and bestowing the master's surname was a privilege reserved for loyal, meritorious old servants. He only said, coarse rice is 8 won per catty, black flour is 10 won per catty. Moreover, calling the male servant Guda meant he would be the head of the household servants from now on. The shop assistant immediately flared up. Who are you calling a dog? Boss, how much is this grain? Because the house had just been bought, aside from basic furniture, it lacked everything else. Mingyu first arranged for the four to clean the rooms at home, while she and Gu Dongxing put down their things and planned to go out for a big shopping spree. The grain shop owner, seeing that Mingyu and Gu Dongxing's clothes were unremarkable, they had earlier transformed their magical robes into old clothes to fit their identity as people from the mountains, was not very enthusiastic toward them. She restrained herself and asked, what about refined rice and white flour? How much per catty? Mingyu wanted to say more, but Gu Dongxing pulled her away. As they walked, he said, people who look down on others like dogs, no need to do business with them. How dare you? You called me a dog. The shop assistant chased them to the door, shouting curses at Mingyu and Gu Dongxing. Paupers. You'll never afford refined rice and white flour in your lifetime. Guda was in charge of external matters, and Guma handled internal affairs. But the specifics weren't clearly divided, as there were only 4 of them, making detailed division impossible. Everyone worked together on tasks. Mingyu also laid down some rules, mainly about loyalty and not betraying them, and assigned tasks to the 4. The shop assistant rolled his eyes. If you ask the price but can't afford it, you might as well not ask. Mingyu wanted to turn back, but Gu Dongxing pulled her away. The two went to the Zheng family grain shop across the street. Mingyu asked the same question. How much is all this grain? Seeing that the two had come from the Liu family shop and were being chased and cursed by them, the Zheng family shop assumed they were comparing prices and said, coarse rice is 8 won per catty, regular fine rice is 10 won per catty. Refined rice is 14 won per catty, black flour is 10 won per catty, regular flour is 12 won per catty, refined flour is 16 won per catty. Small yellow millet is 18 won per catty, and glutinous rice is 20 won per catty. Upon hearing this, Mingyu said directly, give me 200 catties of refined rice, 200 catties of refined flour, 50 catties of small yellow millet, and 20 catties of glutinous rice. Then, remembering something, she asked, do you offer delivery? A man's harm to a woman isn't necessarily that he falls for someone else, it's his indifference toward her. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 2004, The Sudden Appearance of the 100 Treasures Pouch. The shop assistant beamed, since you've bought so much, of course we'll deliver. Upon hearing that delivery was available, Mingyu bought some beans and various other items, totaling 10 taels of silver worth of goods. Seeing that Mingyu wanted so much rice, the shop assistant was overjoyed. May I ask where to deliver it? Mingyu pointed to a street behind, that street by the river, the 2-courtyard house with a sign that says Gu Residence. After Mingyu and the others left, the shop assistant from the Liu family shop deliberately followed to watch, hoping to mock them, but never expected that they would buy several hundred catties in one go. He couldn't help feeling envious. If he had been a bit more enthusiastic earlier, this business would have been his. What he didn't know was that after the shopkeeper returned, this shop assistant was reported by the porter for losing a 10-tael silver deal, and was then punished by the shopkeeper to work as a porter in the back. So, at any time, never underestimate anyone. Even if someone is truly poor and can't afford refined rice, who knows if they might become prosperous one day. The Liu family rice shop assistant's approach only made business shrink, and it was no wonder the shopkeeper punished him. Mingyu naturally didn't bother to care about how the Liu family rice shop disciplined the shop assistant, such a minor figure she didn't even remember. She and Gu Dongxing entered the general store again, buying pots, bowls, plates, knives, and cutting boards, spending another dozen or so taels of silver. Mingyu shot him a glance. I said long ago I wanted to open a medical clinic, but you wouldn't let me. Only when it came time to pay did she realize that fine cotton clothes here were very expensive, costing over 60 taels of silver this time. Well, a man had to support the family. She had no complaints. In fact, she felt quite pleased inside. Passing by the blacksmith shop, she remembered there was a vegetable garden behind her new home, so she bought hoes, shovels, and other farming tools, and even made a point to buy various vegetable seeds. After paying, she obtained a receipt and arranged for them to deliver the goods. Gu Dongxing swept his arm around and pulled her close. Wife, are you going to earn money to support me and turn me into a kept man? After that, Minyu and the others went to the clothing store. The fabrics here included linen, coarse cotton, and fine cotton. She found linen too stiff, so she directly bought fine cotton. She bought 4 sets of seasonal clothes for herself and Gu Dongxing each, and then purchased over a dozen bolts of fabric for the servants to sew their own clothes. Minyu smiled and tapped his nose, deliberately twisting his meaning. Husband doesn't want to be a kept man, so how about eating fried rice instead? In truth, although this place was a bit far from the Black Forest, her husband hunting alone was enough to support their family. Probably, the weaving technology here was difficult, which is why it was so expensive. After finishing the purchases, she suddenly remembered they hadn't bought bedding yet. Although there were already cotton quilts for padding, the covers needed replacing. This cost another 100 taels of silver. Gu Dongxing laughed, his chest rumbling. He ruffled Minyu's hair. Wife, your task now is to safely deliver the child. Earning money to support the family is my job. Watching silver flow out like water, Gu Dongxing frowned. We need to find some livelihood. But the problem was, it wasn't easy to bring back the game. They couldn't always turn it into jerky to bring home, could they? If only she could open the ring, or even have 100 treasures pouch on her. Xiaotao, where are you? If you were here, you could help me exchange essence points for 100 treasures pouch, even if it were just 10 cubic meters. No sooner had Mingyu thought this than a palm-sized pouch suddenly appeared in her hand. She was stunned, standing still in place. Woke up a bit late today, but still, good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 2005, unable to produce it. Moreover, the silver they had consumed over these days probably amounted to several hundred taels. Because she found the dried meat from the large wild boar king at the back delicious, she had been eating mostly that. In contrast, the dried venison and mutton had barely been touched. No, as soon as they returned, she would immediately put away the dried meat from the large wild boar king. Store it in the treasure pouch. Only leave the dried venison and mutton outside to eat slowly. Gu Dongxing smiled bitterly at his money-obsessed wife and patted her head to comfort her. The stall owner, thinking Mingyu had been intimidated by him, looked quite smug. He glanced at Mingyu's belly and added, if a pregnant woman eats this kind of meat, the child will surely grow stronger. Do you want to buy a pound? At that moment, only one thought occupied Minyu's mind. They had casually given away 5,000 taels of silver to Linbian village. Minyu asked again, what about the beast core? The stall owner sneered slightly. The beast core is something you can afford? Let me tell you, the beast core of this wild boar king can't be bought with gold or silver. You need spirit stones. Minyu and Gu Dongxing's eyes both lit up. Spirit stones? That's right, spirit stones. Never seen them, have you? The stall owner grew smug again. I've seen spirit stones. This boar's beast core sold for 10 spirit stones. Mingyu pretended to be curious. What do spirit stones look like? What a bumpkin. Doesn't even know what spirit stones look like. Let me tell you, spirit stones are pure white, like solidified lard rendered from pork fatback, so white and waxy. Minyu's heart skipped a beat again. Those were supreme spirit stones. Really like solidified fat? No impurities inside. Mingyu pressed further. Of course, not a single impurity. White, waxy, smooth, just touching them feels wonderful. The stall owner seemed to savor the pleasant sensation of touching the spirit stones. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing had already confirmed that the spirit stones the stall owner described were indeed supreme spirit stones. A single beast core could sell for 10 supreme spirit stones. Were supreme spirit stones here so worthless? Mingyu suddenly had an idea. She wanted to earn spirit stones here. Gu Dongxing, seeing the starry look in Nan Mingyu's eyes, found it amusing. He tapped her head. What are you thinking? Even if we got spirit stones, they'd be useless to us. TCH. Ordinary people naturally have no use for them, but martial artists do. The stall owner glanced disdainfully at Mingyu. You want to get spirit stones too? Who knows? If my husband kills a wild boar king, wouldn't I have spirit stones? Hey, let me ask you, if I got a beast core, where could I sell it for spirit stones? The stall owner looked at Mingyu, then at Gu Dongxing. You too. But the next moment, his face turned pale, because Gu Dongxing casually grabbed the corner of his chopping block and crushed it. His block was made of ironwood, which even a sharpened knife could barely cut, yet he had torn off a corner with one grip. This was a top-tier expert. He quickly said, at the town hall, you can exchange it for spirit stones there. Minyu exchanged a glance with Gu Dongxing. This town hall seemed to be more than just a government office. But then, thinking of Qi, the town magistrate, who had been so pleased by a few taels of silver as a tip, she found it somewhat unreliable. If the town hall could exchange for spirit stones, would she have been so greedy for those few taels? Give me 2 pounds of the wild boar king's meat, Minyu said. The stall owner, delighted that Minyu was buying 2 pounds, replied cheerfully, coming right up. Minyu then asked, as if casually, young man, besides beast cores, is there anything else that can be sold for spirit stones? Chapter 2006, Spiritual Sense Injured. Seeing the vendor looking at her warily, she quickly explained, I just heard you say it feels nice to touch, and I want to have one to touch every day, but I don't want my man to risk hunting the wild boar king. So I thought I'd trade something else for a spirit stone to play with. Oh. The vendor cut a piece of meat, weighed it, and it came to exactly 2 jin. He tied the meat with a straw and handed it to Mengyu. Only after taking the silver she gave him did he say, I've heard that some rare medicinal herbs and fruits can also be exchanged for spirit stones. Mengyu exchanged a glance with Gu Dongxing. Both thought of the same issue. What Xiao-san referred to should be spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Someone here actually accepts spiritual fruits and herbs, things only cultivators can use. That is to say, this era also has cultivators? She herself was a cultivator, yet she couldn't use spiritual power or cultivate, and holding resources was useless. But since someone was buying, someone must be using them. That meant there had to be a place where cultivation wasn't sealed. Perhaps that was where the way out lay. Minyu asked further rare? Like ginseng or lingji. The vendor nodded. Ordinary ginseng or lingji won't do. They have to be several hundred or even 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old ginseng can be exchanged for 10 spirit stones. Minyu asked again, are spiritual herbs and fruits also collected by the town government? Of course. Then, where do you think those spiritual fruits and beast cores end up going? The vendor immediately grew wary, looking at them with displeasure. Why are you asking about that? Clearly, this touched on a secret, and the vendor wouldn't easily reveal it. Minyu smiled. Nothing much, just curious. Maybe if we get some spiritual herbs or beast cores, we could sell them at a higher price somewhere better than here. The vendor gave Minyu a look as if she were an idiot. Better price? Blackrock City has good prices. Do you even have the qualifications to go there? Just then, someone called out, Boss, I want to buy some meat. The vendor quickly put on a smile and went to serve the customer. Leaving the meat stall, Mingyu suggested, let's go ask at the town government. But Gu Dongxing shook his head. Wife, think about it. The town government is an official institution. What would happen if they collected these things? Mingyu recalled the real world, where farmers selling grain to the government got only 9 yuan per 100 jin for surplus grain, and 11 yuan for above quota grain, which worked out to about 15 cents per jin of rice. But on the free market, it sold for 5 or 6 mao per jin. She suddenly understood. You want to sell somewhere else? But that Blackrock City, even asking about it seems a bit taboo. Gu Dongxing smiled. Let's go to the Jixing Hall and ask shopkeeperly about how spiritual herbs are sold. Minyu's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of testing the waters there? Truly, one pregnancy makes you 3 years dumber. Gu Dongxing wanted to pat her head again, but only gently rubbed it. Don't say you're dumb. The two went to Jixing Hall. Shopkeeper Zhou was delighted to see them. Have you found more good herbs? The herbs Mingyu had sold him last time had worked remarkably well. Thus, he was very welcoming of Minyu's visits. But then he looked them over. Neither of them carried a herb basket. They weren't here to sell herbs? Mingyu took out a cloth bundle and placed it on the counter. Shopkeeper, please take a look. Shopkeeper Zhou opened it, glanced at it, and his eyes brightened. He quickly said, please follow me. Chapter 2007 casually gave away 5,000 taels of silver. The two followed Shopkeeper Zhou to the back hall, where a boy served tea. After Shopkeeper Zhou took a sip, he asked, how do you, esteemed couple, plan to sell this 500-year-old ginseng? Yes, the ginseng that Mingyu had taken out was indeed 500 years old, but it was actually brought out to test the waters. Mingyu looked at Shopkeeper Zhou and asked, if I wanted spirit stones, how many would you give me, Shopkeeper Zhou? Spirit stones? Shopkeeper Zhou studied the two with curiosity. You want spirit stones? Spirit stones were of no use to ordinary people, were they? Could it be that they were? But he looked at them again and shook his head. How could they possibly be barrier breakers? He said, your ginseng is only 500 years old. I can only give you 5 spirit stones. Mingyu was startled inwardly. This Shopkeeper Zhou indeed had spirit stones. She said, I'm curious about what spirit stones look like. Could you let me see them first? Shopkeeper Zhou was not stingy and directly took 5 spirit stones from under the table. They were top-grade spirit stones again. Could it be that this space only had top-grade spirit stones? Seeing Mingyu staring silently at the spirit stones, and knowing that in this couple, the woman was the one making decisions and selling things, he frowned slightly and said, "I'm offering a fair price. If you took it to the town office, they'd give you at most 1 spirit stone. For 1,000-year ginseng, they only give 10 spirit stones." "Oh," Mingyu quickly explained, "I just feel very comfortable when these spirit stones appear. I'd like to ask, shopkeeper, are spirit stones graded? If so, what grade are these?" She was truly curious about why all the transactions here involved top-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper Zhou looked at her probing. "Spirit stones are naturally graded. Why do you ask?" Seeing his suspicion, Mingyu quickly said, "I once saw a kind of stone in a wolf den in the Black Forest. It wasn't as white and pretty as this, but it was a bit more transparent." "You're talking about sub-spirit stones, right?" Shopkeeper Zhou chuckled. "Sub-spirit stones are useless. But the ones in my hand are just the lowest grade of spirit stones. Above that, there are immortal stones, and even higher, divine stones, though I've never seen them." This time-space had immortal stones and even divine stones? This different space was not simple. Mingyu suppressed her shock, not daring to ask further due to Shopkeeper Zhou's probing expression, and changed the subject. "If I obtained 1,000-year ginseng, how many spirit stones would you trade for it here?" 20. Shopkeeper Zhou raised 2 fingers in front of Mingyu, staring intently into her eyes. "For 1,000-year ginseng, I'll give you 20 spirit stones." Mingyu's eyes showed no reaction. "If I got a beast core, how many spirit stones could I trade for it?" Shopkeeper Zhou hesitated for a moment, then said, "That depends on the grade of the beast core." "So beast cores are also graded?" "Of course. Take the Wild Boar King as an example. A Wild Boar King weighing over 500 catties can produce a beast core. Generally, a 500 catty Boar King yields a first-grade core, a 600 catty one yields second grade. By that logic, a 1,000 catty one would be 6th grade? How is the price calculated?" Shopkeeper Zhou smiled. "Actually, it also depends on the core's quality. Generally, the town office buys first-grade cores for 10 spirit stones, while we buy them for 20. For second grade, they pay 20, and we pay 40. So you pay twice what they do, right?" "You could say that," Shopkeeper Zhou replied. Mingyu asked further, "Do you accept other items as well?" Chapter 2008, yet another batch of top-grade spirit stones. The expression in Shopkeeper Zhou's eyes shifted once more. "If you've picked any spirit herbs or spirit fruits, I'll take those too. Same rule, depends on the grade. A first-grade spirit herb, the town office buys for 1 spirit stone per plant. I'll give you 2. Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then pulled a bottle from her pocket and held it out to Shopkeeper Zhou. "I saved someone in the Black Forest, and he gave me this bottle. He told me it's called Foundation Elixir. 1 pill can make your body strong, keep you from getting sick, and let you live out your full lifespan. Can you take a look and tell me how many spirit stones this bottle of treasure is worth?" When Shopkeeper Zhou heard the words Foundation Elixir, he was stunned. How could it possibly be Foundation Elixir? But he quickly steadied himself. Maybe it was some other medicine, falsely claiming to be Foundation Elixir. "Really? Let me see it." When Shopkeeper Zhou took the Foundation Elixir, an extremely tense look flashed in his eyes. So tense was he that his hand trembled slightly as he accepted the bottle Mingyu handed him. He poured out 1 pill, sniffed it, then quickly placed it back into the bottle and clutched it in his palm. "For this whole bottle of Foundation Elixir, I'll give you 3 spirit stones. How about that?" Mingyu frowned and reached out to take the bottle back. "Only 3 spirit stones per pill? Isn't this Foundation Elixir better than a 500-year-old ginseng? You gave 5 spirit stones for that 500-year ginseng. This Foundation Elixir should be worth at least 5 spirit stones per pill. Otherwise, I'd be a bit reluctant to sell." Shopkeeper Zhou seemed to find it expensive, but he couldn't bear to let go of the bottle. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Fine, 5 it is." Gu Dongxing watched as Mingyu sold the Foundation Elixir, pills he had casually given to mortals in his past life as an emperor, for no less than 3 top-grade spirit stones each, and even managed to get 5 top-grade spirit stones per pill. Was this world turning upside down? But then he thought about it. This world was, after all, a different dimension. And because the people here couldn't cultivate, spirit stones weren't highly valued. So they weren't that precious. As the saying goes, rarity makes something precious. In the world of his past life, spirit stones were used for cultivation and were consumable items, so they grew increasingly scarce. Here, since no one could cultivate, spirit stones had no major use if not for cultivation, making them cheap. That was only natural. As for the cultivators he had thought of earlier, they were certainly extremely rare. Still, an idea formed in his mind. He needed to earn more spirit stones and then find a way back. Mingyu had the same thought as Gu Dongxing. Top-grade spirit stones on Earth, even one was hard to come by. Here, they were easily obtainable. She decided she would earn as many spirit stones as possible. As a result, before Gu Dongxing could stop her, she took out the entire bottle of foundation elixir. The person I saved gave me a bottle of 30 pills. He said he didn't need them, so he just tossed them to me. Do you want all 30? Yes, of course I want all of them. Shopkeeper Joe grabbed the bottle and refused to let go. In the end, Mengyu traded a 500-year-old ginseng and a bottle of 30 foundation elixir pills for 155 top-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones they had obtained that day made both of them decide in their hearts. First, earn spirit stones in this world, and while earning them, look for a way back. Even if they found the path home, they would only return after earning enough spirit stones. Of course, Mengyu could sell more foundation elixir. She had plenty of learning points and could exchange them for many more pills. But seeing how Shopkeeper Joe's hand trembled when he took the foundation elixir showed that this elixir was extremely rare in this dimension. Bringing out one bottle might not arouse suspicion, but if she produced too many, it would likely invite trouble. That Shopkeeper Joe had dealt with her fairly was only because of his strong integrity. Thus, she still had to find a way to earn spirit stones from this world. But whether it was earning spirit stones or finding the way home, it would have to wait until Mengyu gave birth to the child. Chapter 2009, Testing the Waters. During the wait for the child's birth, Gu Dongxing had nothing to do and spent every day talking to Mengyu's belly, implementing so-called prenatal education. However, the child, which they had expected to arrive soon, showed no signs of being born even after another month had passed. Since his divine sense was injured, Gu Dongxing forbade Mengyu from trying to take out the nectar again. Without the nectar for the child in her womb, and unwilling to let them lack spiritual energy, Mengyu absorbed several spirit stones almost daily. The spirit stones they had obtained from the wolf den were visibly dwindling. Mengyu wanted to sell more pills in exchange for spirit stones, but Gu Dongxing would not allow it. One day, Mengyu noticed Gu Dongxing constantly looking at her, hesitating to speak several times. Just say what you want to say, Mengyu said, already knowing what he wanted to discuss. Gu Dongxing grabbed Mengyu's shoulders with both hands. I want to go to the Black Forest. In truth, he did not want to go either. His wife was pregnant, and he should be by her side. But he was a man, and he had to earn spirit stones for his wife and child. Mengyu was surprised. But she wanted to say she would go with him, but her belly was already very large. Listen, wife, the spirit stones appearing in the wolf den were no coincidence. I suspect the wolves brought them back from somewhere. That is, there might very well be a spirit stone mine in the Black Forest. So I want to go investigate and see if I can find spirit stones. Mengyu shook her head. But I'm worried about you going alone. How about we go together? Wife, have you forgotten? I am a martial artist at the 9th layer of the Xiantian stage. If you come, you would only be a burden. It is best for me to go alone. Rest assured, your husband is capable. Mengyu recalled that she and Gu Dongxing had not faced much danger in the Black Forest before, so she finally agreed to let him go alone. But you must promise not to go too deep and to always stay safe. I will, wife. Give me 10 more 100 treasure pouches. I want to hunt more prey to bring back for you to eat. Mengyu sighed and exchanged for 10 large 100 treasure pouches for Gu Dongxing. She also exchanged for a bottle of returning spring pills and a bottle of nourishing yuan pills for backup. Fearing the nourishing yuan pills might not work well in critical moments, she also exchanged for a bottle of gathering yuan pills. The nourishing yuan pills and gathering yuan pills were both for Gu Dongxing to restore his essence, energy, and spirit. Alone in the forest, Gu Dongxing would surely not dare to sleep well. The best way was to take nourishing yuan pills to recover his essence, energy, and spirit. If the people here knew that the precious nourishing yuan pills were being used by Gu Dongxing just to restore his energy, they would surely call him a spendthrift, would they not? After Gu Dongxing left, Mengyu grew bored at home and continued teaching Xiaoyan and Xiaohong martial arts. Since her divine sense could not leave her body, she could no longer teach her disciples through spiritual transmission as before and had to rely on oral instruction. The Gu couple were extremely grateful that Mengyu was willing to teach their children martial arts. Such an opportunity was not something ordinary people could have. Moreover, Mengyu and her husband did not allow them to call themselves slaves or servants, insisting they use I, showing that they did not treat them as slaves. Both parents instructed their children, remember the kindness of your masters and repay them well in the future. Xiaoyan and Xiaohong naturally agreed earnestly and studied very diligently. The days passed in teaching martial arts and playing with the wolves. Gu Dongxing had been away from home for nearly half a month. Although they had been raised by Mengyu for less than 2 months, the 2 wolf cubs, fed with demon beast meat from a young age, grew quickly, from the size of 2 palms to about over 20 jin. However, despite being wolves, they were pure white, plump, and very adorable. Everyone who saw them thought they were dogs. Mengyu named them Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. One day, feeling a bit restless at home, Mengyu wanted to go out for a walk. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan tugged at her pant legs, wanting to follow their master outside. Mingyu had no choice but to let Xiaohong and Xiaonian each carry one of the cubs as they stepped out. Unexpectedly, on this walk, she encountered the young lady from the wealthy family who had once ordered Gu Dongxing to buy her, and she looked at Mingyu with utter disdain. Chapter 2010. This different space is not simple. Walking along the street with one master and two servants, Mingyu looked at the bustling thoroughfare and the flowing crowd of people, feeling quite emotional. What kind of space was this that The night sky lasts so long, we definitely need to prepare a lot of candles. Xiaohong turned to Xiaonian. Brother, how many candles do you think we should prepare? 1 candle can burn for 6 shurchen. At the very start of the dark sky, there's no need to light candles. If we only use them when needed, we'd probably need about 120 candles. If we need candles from the very beginning of the dark sky, subtracting sleep time, it's best to buy 160 candles. Mingyu did a quick mental calculation. Based on Xiaonian's words, it meant the night sky lasted about half a year. She wondered how long the daytime here was. Casually, she asked Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, how many daytimes have you lived through?" Xiaohong replied, 12. I'm 12 years old now. After this night sky passes, I'll be 13. Oh. Mingyu thought about how to ask about time without arousing suspicion. Do you think the daytime is longer or the night sky? Xiaohong laughed. Master, the daytime and the night sky are the same length. Mingyu nearly cursed under her breath. So here, day and night were concentrated. But in the real world, the night wasn't that long here. The night sky took up half the time. Xiaonian scoffed. Xiaohong, you're so silly. Of course, the daytime is longer. Because in the first 100 shurchen after entering the night sky, it's only slightly dim, no need for candles at all. Then there's another 100 shurchen of half darkness, half light, where candles are optional. Also, when transitioning from the night sky back to daytime, there's another 100 shurchen where candles are optional, and another 100 shurchen where it's a bit dim, but still no need for candles. So, most of the time, you don't need candles, only about a quarter of the time requires them. Seeing Xiaonian glance at her as he spoke, Mingyu realized he was showing off. Chapter 2011. Earn enough spirit stones before returning to Earth. Xiaonian understands best. Then Xiaonian, calculate for us, if we light candles in both the front and back courtyards, and in every room, how many candles should we buy? Xiaonian calculated and said, if we light candles in both the front and back courtyards, excluding sleep time, we'll need about 280 candles for the entire night. Adding some for temporary use elsewhere, buying 300 in total should be enough. Xiaonian's calculation is good. But to be safe, we'd better buy double. After all, candles don't spoil. But master, candles are very expensive, 1 qian of silver per candle. 300 candles would cost 30 taels of silver. If we buy 600, that's 60 taels. Xiaonian looked worried. Mingyu pulled Xiaohong along. It's not like we can't even afford candles. Come on, let's go buy some. The 3 of them went to a candle shop. Shopkeeper, how much are your candles? The shop assistant looked them over. They didn't seem like people from a wealthy household, more like a few siblings out together. He judged them to be from a modest family and said, 9 candles for 1 tael of silver. Isn't it 10 candles for 1 tael? Xiaonian pointed at a middle-aged man nearby. I saw him pay you 10 taels, and you gave him 100 candles. The shop assistant glanced at the man and was about to explain when someone called out, Shopkeeper, come here. I want to buy candles. The assistant looked up and saw a beautiful woman. He hurried over. Miss, how many candles would you like to buy? Xiaonian was furious that the assistant had ignored her master and run off to serve someone else. Hey, shopkeeper, how are you doing business? We came first, why aren't you serving us? That woman came later, yet you're serving her first. The woman looked at Xiaonian, let out an ah, and pointed at her. So it's you. Xiaonian also recognized the woman. So it's you. Mingyu, who had been examining the candles to see how they differed from those on Earth, looked up at the woman upon hearing that Xiaonian knew her. She was momentarily stunned. This woman was the same beautiful girl who, on the day Mingyu went to buy servants, had pointed at Gu Dongxing and imperiously ordered him to buy her. Mingyu remembered that, according to Aunt Jiang, this girl was from a prominent Lin family in the provincial capital that had fallen from grace. Probably because she was used to living a life above others, she couldn't accept being sold into servitude, which made her hard to sell. That day, when she and Gu Dongxing went to buy servants, their enchanted robes were merely disguised as ordinary clothes. So when Aunt Jiang brought out the group, they showed no enthusiasm toward Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, not wanting to be bought by them. Only this girl, upon seeing Gu Dongxing's outstanding appearance and demeanor, took a liking to him and said in a tone fit for ordering a servant, buy me. When they didn't buy her as she wished, she even threatened Gu Dongxing, if you don't buy me, you'll regret it. Seeing this girl here, out buying things, it seemed she had been bought by someone. The girl also spotted Mingyu. She looked Mingyu up and down. Unlike that day when Mingyu's clothes were dusty and drab, Today, she wore cotton clothes that, while still simple, were much better. But in the girl's eyes, it still marked her as someone from a modest household. She snorted and looked at Mingyu disdainfully. Where's your man? Why isn't he out with you? Chapter 2012, Gu Dongxing returns to the Black Forest. Mingyu found it amusing. My husband has never had any involvement with you. You, a woman belonging to someone else, why are you asking about my husband? Didn't your family teach you manners as a child? Born into a wealthy household, miss, and after being sold, you've become this ill-bred. The bystanders, hearing the girl's questions, also felt she was out of line. How could a young lady ask about another woman's husband? Hearing Mingyu's words, the girl grew flustered and pointed at Mingyu, saying, I only wanted to ask him one thing, whether he regrets not buying me. You people from a humble household, buying a servant, isn't it just to get a woman to bear children and carry on the family line? You're nothing more than a wife he bought first, aren't you? He was originally going to buy me, but you stopped him. You only did it because you saw I'm prettier than you, so you were jealous and wouldn't tolerate me. At the time, he spared your feelings and said nothing, but once he got home, how could he not regret it? Mingyu found it hilarious. She claimed to be prettier than her. If she revealed her true appearance, it would likely make this girl feel inferior down to the dirt. Since arriving in this time and place, with both their powers sealed, she feared her looks might bring trouble. So, while in the deep mountains, she had picked a type of grass, squeezed out its juice, and smeared it on her face and hands, covering 6/10 of her beauty and leaving only 4/10 visible. Thus, as she appeared now, her skin indeed wasn't as fair as that girl's. But anyone with discerning eyes knew that beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. In terms of facial features and figure, she was far superior to this woman. It was just that this woman's skin made her look prettier compared to Mingyu's concealed appearance. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Mingyu, then at the girl, and their gazes toward Mingyu shifted slightly. After all, in this era, while women and children were protected, polygamy was still practiced. It was common for wealthy men to have multiple wives and concubines, with wives and concubines addressing each other as sisters. A jealous woman was seen as the root of discord in the household, and that was most undesirable. Seeing the crowd's expressions, Mingyu smiled bitterly. She knew her own situation, her beauty far surpassed this woman's, but others didn't know that. With the girl's words, it really did seem as if she was jealous of the girl's prettiness and had prevented her husband from buying her. Mingyu shook her head. Miss, you've misunderstood a few things. First, I am not a tool my husband bought to bear children. I am his wife, betrothed to him by both our families since childhood, and married to him through proper rights. Second, when my husband and I went to buy a servant, it wasn't to get a woman for bearing children. It was because I am pregnant and wanted someone to attend to me. Third, my husband never once looked at you from start to finish, nor did he ever intend to buy you. So your claim that I'm jealous of your beauty doesn't hold up at all. Thus, you don't need to ask my husband, nor is there any possibility of him regretting anything. Mingyu glanced at the crowd and continued. Fourth, the fact that you're here today, instead of at Madame Zhang's, shows that someone has already bought you out. That you came in person to buy candles indicates that the person who bought you isn't from a wealthy household either. Because in a wealthy household, there would be a dedicated steward for purchases, and they wouldn't let their own women come out in public to shop. And according to what you said, a man from a humble household buys a woman to bear children. So, you are now a tool for some man to carry on his line. Asking about my husband like this, aren't you afraid your man will find out? Hearing Mingyu's words, the crowd's looks toward the girl changed. Chapter 2013, Buying Candles Meets a Proud Lady 1. The onlookers murmured among themselves. So she thought the other woman was also a bought wife, but it turns out she's a legitimate wife. Alas, these days, most men buy a woman to carry on the family line. It's rare to see a woman properly married with full rights. Exactly, unless a family has no money, who wouldn't want to buy a woman to start a household? A woman married with full rights is vastly different from one bought and sold. Yes, a bought woman has no right to be jealous, but a legitimate wife with a dowry is entitled to jealousy. If a woman's dowry matches her husband's wealth, she stands on equal footing with him. If her dowry exceeds his, she has even more say in the household. Indeed, unless she fails to bear a child, the man cannot take a concubine. Even if a man wants to buy a woman to carry on the line, he can't do it without the legitimate wife's consent. This woman's husband must dote on her a lot. He even bought someone to serve her because she's pregnant. Her dowry must be substantial. Maybe the man has no money and lives off her dowry. Perhaps this woman is a shrew at home. Maybe the man is even henpecked. Mingyu listened to the crowd's chatter, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had become a shrew, and Gu Dongxing had become henpecked. What surprised her even more was that in this era, a legitimate wife with a dowry could stand on equal footing with her husband and even prevent him from taking multiple wives and concubines. But as long as a man had some money, he preferred to buy a woman rather than marry one, and any capable man wouldn't take a wife at all. No wonder they said Gu Dongxing had little money. She looked at the young woman. That young woman was already stunned when she heard Mingyu say she was a legitimate wife. Then, her expression turned extremely sour. She had indeed been bought by a man, a rough, coarse man at that. She had originally thought that if she had known she'd be bought by such a vulgar man, she should have set aside her pride that day and begged that other man to buy her instead. But even so, she still clung to hope. If she ever saw that man again, she would no longer hold back and would beg him to find a way to buy her from her current husband. She was utterly fed up with this crude man now. But if this woman was a legitimate wife who stood on equal footing with her husband, and as long as she didn't agree, her husband couldn't buy a concubine, then what could she do to make that man buy her back? That man, she had taken a liking to him at first sight that day. Not becoming his bought wife was something she couldn't accept. No, impossible. How could you be his legitimate wife? You're lying. Which wealthy man would marry a wife instead of buying one? So you must be lying. You're clearly also a woman he bought, yet you're pretending to be a legitimate wife. You say you're a legitimate wife. Do you have a marriage contract? Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. She did have a marriage certificate, but it was in her ring. She had been in this era for less than 2 months and didn't have any local marriage contract. The young woman pointed at Mingyu. You don't have a marriage contract, do you? You were bought. Or maybe you weren't bought, you're a runaway wife? Everyone, seize her and sell her off. She's a runaway wife. Chapter 2014, Buying Candles Meets an Arrogant Woman, Part 2. When the crowd heard the woman's words and saw that Mingyu did not immediately respond, they also began to sense something amiss. No marriage certificate? How could a proper wife not have a marriage certificate? If he could afford to buy servants to attend to his wife, he could certainly afford to buy a woman to bear children. So why would he marry rather than purchase a bride? Could it be that she really was, as that young woman claimed, a runaway wife? Runaway wife? No way. If a runaway wife is caught, she'll be sold. Yeah, if she were a runaway wife, how could she dare to come out openly to buy things? But what if she fled here from somewhere else? Xunyan, hearing that woman call his mistress a runaway wife, immediately grew anxious. You're talking nonsense. My mistress has a household registration and even bought a house in town. How could she be a runaway wife? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Mingyu recalled the earlier talk about proper wives having dowries and said, I really don't know how I became a runaway wife. The courtyard we live in town is even registered under my name. Upon hearing that Mingyu had property, and that even the house they lived in was under the woman's name, the crowd's expressions shifted instantly. This woman was not only a proper wife, but also one who held property. Xiaohong also remembered something and added, when she bought our family of 4, it was the mistress who paid the silver. Hearing this, the crowd's faces grew even more peculiar. This woman had wealth. No wonder that man didn't dare to buy that pretty girl. Yeah, who would use their own money to buy a woman and bring trouble home? The money is all in the woman's hands. Maybe that man was even bought by her. Don't talk nonsense. She just said it was arranged by both families' parents, a proper marriage. Even a proper marriage could mean the woman marries the man. That's possible too. As Mingyu listened to the discussion, her heart stirred again. So in this era, not only could men buy women, but women could also buy men. If a woman bought a man, she would be the one in charge. And upon hearing this, that woman was stunned. She thought she understood now. No wonder that man dared not look at her. The money was all in the woman's hands. It seemed her hope of having that handsome man by her was utterly dashed. She glanced at Mingyu's face, which on the surface seemed less beautiful than her own, but if one ignored the complexion, was exquisitely refined to the extreme. A surge of jealousy and resentment rose from her heart. Seeing that the woman had stopped bothering her, Mingyu turned to the shop assistant. Shop assistant, you were clearly attending to us, but then you switched to serving this woman. She's just a bought wife from a small household, at most buying a few dozen candles to tide her over. It was truly improper for you to abandon us and serve her. Scolded by Mingyu, the shop assistant repeatedly bowed. Yes, it's my fault. Madam, how many candles do you plan to buy? I'll sell them to you first. At this point, he no longer dared to care whether she was from a small household or not. He just wanted this woman to buy her candles and leave quickly, so as not to disrupt his business. However, before Mingyu could state how many she wanted, that jealous, red-eyed woman surnamed Lin spoke up recklessly again. You say I'll at most buy a few dozen to tide me over, but how many can you buy? Can you buy candles in bulk like the big households? More than you, at any rate. Mingyu was in no hurry to reveal her number. This woman was clearly coveting her man, and had even falsely accused her of being a runaway wife earlier, trying to have her captured and sold. Should she just teach her a lesson? Chapter 2015, Buying Candles Encounters an Arrogant Woman, 3. Mingyu found it amusing. My husband has never had any dealings with you. You're another man's woman, why are you asking about my husband? Didn't your family teach you any manners when you were young? Born into a wealthy household, miss, and after being sold, is this how lacking in upbringing you are? The bystanders, hearing the woman's question, also felt she was out of line. How could a young lady ask about another woman's husband? Hearing Mingyu's words, the woman grew anxious and pointed at Mingyu, saying, I only wanted to ask him if he regrets not buying me. You people from small, humble families buy servants, aren't you just looking for a woman to carry on the family line? You're just a wife he bought first, aren't you? He was about to buy me, but you stopped him. You're just jealous because I'm prettier than you, so you can't tolerate me. He gave you face at the time and didn't say anything, but don't you think he regrets it when he gets home? Mingyu shook her head. Miss, you've got one thing wrong. First, I am not a tool my husband bought to bear children. I am his wife, betrothed to him by both families since childhood, and married to him through proper rights. Hearing this, the woman's words made it seem like Mingyu was indeed jealous of her beauty and had prevented her husband from buying her. Second, my husband and I went to buy a servant not to get a woman for childbearing, but because I am pregnant and wanted someone to attend to me. Mingyu found it amusing inside. This woman claimed to be prettier than her. If she revealed her true appearance, it would likely make this woman feel utterly inferior. Mingyu looked at the crowd's expressions and smiled wryly to herself. She knew her own truth. Her beauty far surpassed this woman's, but others didn't know that. Third, from start to finish, my husband never even glanced at you, nor did he ever intend to buy you. So your claim that I'm jealous of your beauty simply doesn't hold. Thus, in her current state, she indeed didn't look as fair-skinned as that woman. But those who knew how to judge beauty understood that true beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. In terms of facial features and figure, she was far superior to this woman. It was just that this woman's fair complexion made her appear prettier compared to Mingyu's subdued appearance. Since arriving in this time and space, with both their powers sealed, she feared her beauty would invite trouble. So, while in the deep mountains, she had picked a certain herb, squeezed out its juice, and applied it to her face and hands, concealing 6/10 of her beauty and leaving only 4/10 visible. After all, this era protected women and children but still practiced polygamy. It was common for wealthy men to have multiple wives and concubines, with wives and concubines addressing each other as sisters. Jealousy among women was seen as the root of discord in the household and was most undesirable. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Mingyu, then at the woman, and their gazes toward Mingyu shifted. So, you don't need to ask my husband, and there's no question of him regretting anything. Mingyu glanced at the crowd and continued. Fourth, the fact that you're here today, and not at Madame Zhang's, means someone has already bought you. And the fact that you came to buy candles yourself shows that the person who bought you isn't from a wealthy household. Because wealthy families have specialized purchasing agents and wouldn't let their women show up in public to shop. And according to what you said, men from small, humble families buy women to carry on the family line. So now, you've been bought by some man as a tool for that purpose. Asking about my husband like this, aren't you afraid your man will find out? Hearing Mingyu's words, the crowd looked at the woman with a different expression. End of chapter. Chapter 2016, Buying Candles Meets an Arrogant Girl 4. The onlookers murmured among themselves. I thought she was a bought woman like her, but it turns out she's a proper wife. Alas, these days, most men buy a woman to carry on the family line. Rarely does anyone take a wife through proper matchmaking. Exactly, unless a family has no money, who wouldn't want to buy a woman to start a household? A properly wedded wife is vastly different from a woman bought through trade. Yes, a bought woman has no right to be jealous, but a properly wedded wife with a dowry is entitled to jealousy. If a woman's dowry matches her husband's wealth, she stands on equal footing with him. If her dowry exceeds his, she has even more say in the household. Right, unless she fails to bear a child, the man cannot take a concubine. Even if a man wants to buy a woman to carry on the line, he can't do it without the proper wife's consent. This woman's husband must dote on her greatly, even hiring someone to serve her because she's pregnant. Her dowry must be substantial. Maybe the man is poor and lives off her dowry. But despite this, she still held on to hope. If she saw that man again, she would no longer put on airs and would beg him to find a way to buy her from her current husband. She had indeed been bought by a man, and a rough, burly one at that. Then, her expression turned very sour. Maybe this woman is a shrew at home. Yeah, maybe her husband is henpecked. When the girl heard Mingyu say she was a properly wedded wife, she was stunned. She had thought that if she'd known she'd be bought by a vulgar man, she should have swallowed her pride that day and begged that man to buy her instead. She was utterly fed up with her current course husband. But if this woman was a proper wife on equal footing with her husband, and as long as she didn't agree, her husband couldn't buy a concubine, then how could she ever get that man to buy her back? What shocked her even more was that in this era, a properly wedded wife with a dowry could stand equal to her husband and even prevent him from taking multiple wives or concubines. It was just that, as long as a man had some money, he preferred buying women over marrying them, and any capable man wouldn't take a wife. No wonder they said Gu Dongxing had little money. Listening to the crowd, Mingyu found it both amusing and exasperating. She had become a shrew, and Gu Dongxing was now henpecked. She looked at the girl. That man, she had taken a liking to him at first sight. Not becoming his bought wife left her unwilling to accept it. No, impossible. How could you be his properly wedded wife? You're lying. What wealthy man would take a wife instead of buying one? So, you must be lying. You're clearly a woman he bought, pretending to be a proper wife. You say you're a proper wife, do you have a marriage certificate? Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. She did have a marriage certificate, but it was in her ring. She had been in this era for less than 2 months and didn't have any local marriage document. The girl pointed at Mingyu. You don't have a marriage certificate, do you? You were bought. Or maybe you weren't bought, you're a runaway wife? Everyone, seize her and sell her off. She's a runaway wife. End of chapter. Chapter 2017, Buying Candles and Encountering an Arrogant Woman, 5. When the crowd heard the woman's words and saw that Mingyu did not immediately respond, they also sensed something was off. No marriage contract? How could a proper wife not have a marriage contract? If he could afford to buy servants to attend to his wife, he could afford to buy a woman to bear heirs. So why did he marry instead of purchasing a bride? Could it be that she really was what that girl said, a runaway wife? A runaway wife? No way. If a runaway wife is caught, she'll be sold. Yeah, if she were a runaway wife, how would she dare to come out shopping so openly? What if she ran away from somewhere else? When Xiaonian heard the woman call her mistress a runaway wife, she grew anxious. You're talking nonsense. My mistress has a household registration and bought a house in town. How could she be a runaway wife? Hearing Xiaonian's words, Mingyu recalled the earlier talk about proper wives having dowries and said, I really don't know how I became a runaway wife. The courtyard we have in town is even registered under my name. At that, the woman was stunned. A proper marriage could also mean a woman marrying a man. It seemed her hope of getting that handsome man to buy her was completely dashed. She looked at Mingyu's face, superficially less beautiful than her own, but if one ignored the skin tone, it was exquisitely refined, and a surge of jealousy and resentment rose from her heart. Shop assistant, look here. You were serving us, but you turned to serve this woman. She's just a purchased wife from a small household, buying at most a few dozen candles in a pinch. Leaving us to attend to her is truly improper. She thought she understood now. No wonder that man dared not look at her. The money was all in the woman's hands. Xiaohong also recalled something and said, when we bought our family of 4, it was the mistress who paid the silver. That's possible too. Mingyu, seeing that the girl had stopped bothering her, turned her attention to the shop assistant. When the crowd heard that Mingyu had property, and even the house they lived in was under the woman's name, their expressions immediately shifted again. Hearing Xiaohong's words, the crowd's faces grew even more peculiar. This woman has property. No wonder that man didn't dare to buy that pretty girl. Yeah, who would spend their own money to buy a woman and bring trouble home? This woman was not only a proper wife, but also a proper wife who held the property. Don't talk nonsense. She just said it was arranged by both families' parents, a proper marriage. With the money all in the woman's hands, maybe even that man was bought by her. Mingyu listened to the crowd's chatter, her heart stirring once more. So in this era, not only could men buy women, but women could also buy men. If a woman bought a man, then the woman was the head of the household. The shop assistant, scolded by Mingyu, repeatedly bowed. Yes, 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 it's my fault. Madam, how many candles do you plan to buy? I'll sell them to you first. He no longer dared to question whether she was from a small household. He just wanted this woman to buy her candles and leave quickly, so as not to disrupt his business. But before Mingyu could say how many she wanted, the jealous Miss Lin, her eyes burning red, spoke recklessly again. You say I can buy at most a few dozen in a pinch. How many can you buy yourself? Can you buy candles in bulk like a wealthy family? More than you at least. Mingyu didn't rush to state her number. This woman was clearly coveting her man, and earlier she had deliberately slandered her as a runaway wife, trying to get her captured and sold. Should she just teach her a lesson? End of this chapter. Chapter 2018, Buying Candles Meets an Arrogant Woman, 6. That woman surnamed Lin looked at Mingyu, then at the 2 servants behind her. She was well aware that the day before, Mingyu and Gu Dongxing had bought her entire family of 4. Mingyu had come out with only 2 people, which showed that there weren't many people in her household. Most likely, it was just her husband and herself, along with 4 servants. Looking at their clothes, they were all made of cotton. Although fine cotton was already considered good clothing, if they were truly wealthy, why wouldn't they wear silk and satin? She herself was wearing silk and satin. So, in her eyes, Mingyu was only slightly better off than the average person, hardly a rich woman. Thus, she rolled her eyes, looked at Mingyu with disdain, and said, You don't even know how many I'm going to buy, yet you dare claim you'll buy more than me? Do you dare to bet with me? Bet on what? Mingyu asked. Bet on who buys more candles. The woman frowned. What if you deliberately write down a higher number? The shop assistant brought over 2 small slips of paper, and the 2 women turned around to write down the quantities they wanted, then folded them and handed them over. Therefore, she was certain that the other woman wouldn't buy more candles than she would. This woman had come out shopping alone, without any servants, which meant she wasn't from a wealthy family. And according to Xiaoyan, ordinary people only bought candles for emergencies, rarely buying them to burn all day long. Mingyu sighed. She had been wondering how to teach this woman a lesson, and now the woman had delivered herself right to her doorstep. Additionally, someone called Xiaohong and Xiaoyan aside separately to ask what quantity of candles their master and servants had agreed upon. Mingyu naturally wrote down the 600 candles she had mentioned earlier. When writing the number, she also remembered to include her home address for delivery. The number of candles my household wants to buy was decided by the 3 of us, my master and servants, on the way here. You can pick 2 people to take my maid and page boy aside separately and ask them how many I intend to buy, then see if it matches what I've written. The stakes will be the candles each of us buys. The woman looked at the crowd. Everyone here can bear witness for us. The question you raised is valid. What if someone deliberately writes a higher number? So, first, when we write down the numbers and hand them to the shop assistant, we must also hand over the silver at the same time. Second, I know you're worried because you're a purchase wife while I'm a proper wife, and with different statuses, I might have more silver on me and deliberately buy more. I assure you, I will only write down the number of candles I originally planned to buy. Alright, let's each write down the number of candles we want to buy and hand it to the shop assistant. Whoever has the higher number wins. Mingyu smiled faintly. How do we bet? If there's no stake, I won't bother. When the pretty woman heard that the 3 of them, master and servants, had already agreed on the number on the way and hadn't communicated in front of everyone, she agreed. When the woman wrote down her number, she hesitated greatly. If she wrote too small a number, she feared losing to Mingyu. If she wrote too large, she feared she couldn't afford it, since her husband had only given her so much silver to buy candles. She reached into her sleeve and touched the 5-tael silver piece her husband had given her. He had told her to buy 50 candles. If she wrote 50 candles, she probably wouldn't win against that woman. What should she do? Her hand then touched the 10-tael silver piece in her sleeve pocket, which her husband had given her to coax her into consummating their marriage. She steeled herself and, risking her husband's anger upon returning, wrote down 150 candles. End of this chapter. Chapter 2019, Buying Candles Meets an Arrogant Woman, 7. The woman surnamed Lin thought to herself that the other party was from a modest household, likely just buying candles for emergencies and unwilling to burn them all day long. In a 12-hour period, the time spent lighting candles probably wouldn't exceed 4 hours. Even if she was willing to spend money, she wouldn't buy more than 100. She herself had written down 150, which would basically allow her to keep candles lit throughout the night except for sleeping hours, with some to spare. Surely, she could beat her. But how could she have imagined that when Mingyu and her servants discussed it, they planned to light candles in both the front and back courtyards, leaving some margin, and settled on 300 candles. To be safe, Mingyu then proposed buying double that amount. So, she was destined to lose no matter what. The 2 women handed their written numbers to the shop assistant, both wearing confident expressions. The shop assistant first opened the woman surnamed Lin's note, glanced at it, and his expression shifted. Then he said to the pretty woman, "You want to buy 150 candles, right?" The woman surnamed Lin shot a smug look at Mingyu and said, "That's right, I want to buy 150 candles." As she spoke, she handed over 15 taels of silver. When the crowd heard the number the woman surnamed Lin wanted to buy, they all gasped. This woman was buying so many. It was rare for a modest household to buy even 100, yet she was buying 150. Exactly, I bought more this year than last, and I only got 50. She definitely won't buy more than you, a woman nearby said. Yeah, unless it's a wealthy family. Who would buy 150 candles? Isn't that a waste of money? Holding the note, the shop assistant looked at the number Mingyu had written and the delivery address on it, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, his hands even trembling slightly. Hurry up and open her note. I want to see how many candles she's buying, the woman surnamed Lin said eagerly. But she must be buying extra just to win, right? Yet the other party had produced 15 taels of real silver. Even if she was buying extra on purpose, so what? She hadn't brought any servants, and they had settled on the candle quantity on the road, so there was no way to determine her original planned amount. A few people nearby glanced at it simultaneously and were also stunned. One person even exclaimed in shock, 600 candles? The shop assistant held the note. The woman surnamed Lin snatched it away, opened it, and couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. Most modest households, to save money, would buy a few dozen candles for emergencies and not light them usually, since it was hard to work at night anyway. The woman surnamed Lynn's eyes darted, and she tried to tear up the note, but the shop assistant snatched it back. 600 candles. That was even more than what some wealthy families bought. After all, who would waste so many candles on servants? Then, the shop assistant bowed to Mingyu. I'm sorry. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Impossible, she made that up. Lin shouted. But the person who had earlier pulled Xiaohong aside retorted, her maid just said that the three of them, mistress and servants, had calculated on the road that they needed 300 candles for the front and back courtyards combined to be sufficient. But the mistress said, to be safe, they planned to buy double, meaning 600. She also said candles don't spoil, and the family wasn't short on money. Another person who had verified with Xiaoyan nodded. That's right, the number I got was also 600. She didn't deceive you. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. This woman was truly wealthy. End of chapter. Chapter 2020, Arresting Her as a Runaway Wife, 1. These two servants were questioned separately, and they had no prior knowledge of the bet. After the bet was confirmed, they stood here in front of everyone the entire time, so there was no possibility of collusion. Based on the data written by Mingyu, she wanted to buy 600 candles. And, because there were witnesses, the master and servants had already decided on the road to buy 600 candles. Therefore, Mingyu won this bet. So, miss. No, you're no longer a miss now. I should call you Concubine Lin, right? Concubine Lin, according to our agreement, the 150 candles you bought belong to me now. She then turned to the shop assistant. Waiter, the candles I bought myself are 600, plus the 150 that Concubine Lin bought, making a total of 750 candles. I hope you can deliver them to the address I wrote down. The shop assistant replied crisply, sure thing. As soon as the woman surnamed Lin heard that the shop assistant was going to deliver her candles to Mingyu, she shouted, no, my candles, I have to take them with me. The bystanders, hearing that the woman surnamed Lin wanted to back out, found it unacceptable and said, you should accept the consequences of losing the bet. Since you gambled, you should give the candles to this lady. Yes, you already made the bet. How can you not honor it? All of us here are witnesses. That's right. This woman was the one who asked everyone to be witnesses in the first place. Now that she's lost, she still wants to take the candles. How are we supposed to hold up our integrity? Just now, everyone here agreed to be witnesses. Are you asking us all to go back on our word? When the crowd heard the woman surnamed Lin say this, they suddenly became hesitant to speak. The woman surnamed Lin interrupted everyone and shouted, if I don't bring the candles back, my husband will beat me to death. It was true that a purchased wife had no property rights. If she squandered her husband's money, she could very well be beaten to death by him. Mingyu sneered. When you made the bet with me, you should have thought about what would happen if you lost. Now you say that if you don't take the candles back, your husband will beat you to death, and you expect to keep the candles that already belong to me. The shop assistant was a bit confused. The others were just witnesses, but he was the one who had to carry out the delivery. What should he do? He couldn't help but look at Mingyu. The woman surnamed Lin ignored Mingyu and turned to the crowd. Good people, you should know that I am just a purchased wife, and a purchased wife has no right to dispose of her husband's property. If you insist that I honor the bet, you're trying to get me killed. Do you really want to force me to death? Mingyu looked at the woman surnamed Lin. If I had lost, would you have let me take the candles away? The woman surnamed Lin stared blankly at Mingyu. If the other party had lost, how could she have let her take the candles away? Mingyu's face darkened. So, if I had lost, you would have enforced the bet. But now that you've lost, you want to weasel out of it? You knew all along that a purchased wife has no money. So you made this bet with me just to set a trap and take my 600 candles for nothing? Besides, you've been pushing me all day. First, you blamed me for stopping my husband from buying you. Then you questioned my status as the legitimate wife. Then you called me a runaway wife and told everyone to arrest me. Even this bet was something you provoked. I only went along with it because you forced me. Now that you've lost, you want to use the excuse that you have no property and that the money you used belongs to your husband to get out of the bet. The chapter ends. Chapter 2021, Treating Her as an Escaped Wife and Arresting Her, 2. Everyone recalled the entire incident. Indeed, it was this purchased wife who had been causing trouble for the legitimate wife. Thus, the looks they gave her changed. This lady is right. It's always been this purchased wife stirring things up. Yes, she just didn't buy you. She doesn't owe you anything. Why should you expect her to buy you just because you want her to? How can a purchased wife meddle in the affairs of a legitimate wife? Exactly. And she even dared to force her into a bet. Forcing a bet is bad enough, but losing and then trying to renege. This lady is right. Since you bet, you should accept the loss. Exactly. If you're afraid of being beaten to death by your husband, you shouldn't have started trouble and gambled. Now that you've lost, you claim your husband will beat you to death to avoid paying. A purchased wife costs at least 100 taels of silver, right? This candle is only 15 taels. How could your husband destroy 100 taels over 15 taels? Yes, what she said about being beaten to death is impossible. How could she still renege? Mingyu's lips twitched slightly. She said to the shop assistant, you're a witness. Remember to deliver my candles properly. I'm leaving now. Everyone looked at her as if she were an idiot. Would the authorities care about such a trivial matter? Mingyu left with Xiaoyan and Xiaohong. The woman surnamed Lin chased after her. Don't leave yet. Give me 50 candles. Mingyu ignored her, so she tried to grab her. Mingyu flicked her sleeve, and the woman fell to the ground. Assault. Bullying. Someone, call the town office officials for me. Nong Xiaomin had a purchased wife run away 5 years ago, and now he's bought another. If he beats her to death, he probably won't have the silver to buy another. Someone shouted, I think I heard that Nong Xiaomin bought another wife. Could it be her? She was indeed pitiable, once a young lady from a wealthy family, implicated innocently due to her family's crimes. But so what? That had nothing to do with her. If she hadn't coveted Gu Dongxing, Mingyu might have spared her some sympathy. But she dared to covet Gu Dongxing and acted so entitled. Why should Mingyu pity her? Seeing that Mingyu ignored her, Lin had no choice but to get up. She glared viciously at Mingyu's back. I won't let this go. Then she ran off. The shop assistant bowed again. Rest assured, madam, I'll deliver it properly. Moreover, she seemed to have forgotten her status. As a purchased wife, coveting another woman's husband was normal to be beaten for. Besides, Mingyu had only shaken off her hand. What she said about being beaten to death definitely won't happen. At most, she'll get a beating. Losing a bet and getting beaten isn't a big deal. Which purchased wife hasn't been beaten by her husband? That's right. Her husband is Nong Xiaomin. Mingyu didn't bother with her and left directly with her people. Lin listened to the crowd's words and felt a bit foolish. She had only been bought by her husband recently, yet someone already knew her husband's situation. Seeing that no one cared about her, Lin felt deeply wronged and burst into loud sobs. Lin ran into an alley and slowed her pace. She had spent the silver but hadn't gotten the candles. If she returned home like this, she'd definitely get a beating. She had to find a way to escape this disaster. Suddenly, she recalled what everyone had been discussing. Nong Xiaomin had a purchased wife run away 5 years ago. The woman who had gambled with her today hadn't slipped up, but Lin was observant. That woman had clearly avoided the topic of marriage certificates. It was certain she didn't have one. If she suggested to her husband that that woman was his escaped wife. There's a flu outbreak lately. It's cold, so dress warmly and drink plenty of water, not all at once, but sip by sip to keep your throat moist. This prevents germs from entering through the throat. This chapter ends. Chapter 2022, Treating Her as a Runaway Wife and Arresting Her, 3. Mingyu did not know that Lin had already come up with a plan to deal with her. As she walked down the street, she unconsciously found herself in front of Jixing Hall. As soon as shopkeeper Zhou saw her, he immediately rushed out. Madam, you're here. Why don't you come in? Mingyu wanted to roll her eyes. This was a pharmacy, why would she just walk in while passing by? But shopkeeper Zhou was so enthusiastic that she couldn't help following him inside. Seeing the worry on her brow, he asked, What's troubling you? Mingyu blurted out, the marriage certificate. Realizing she had let her worry slip, and thinking that shopkeeper Zhou was someone she could trust, she said bluntly, My husband and I are both hunters from the Black Forest. Back then, my parents and his parents arranged the marriage. After the two families discussed it, we had a meal together and got married. We never got a marriage certificate. But now, I hear people on the street saying that without a marriage certificate, it's not a formal marriage. What should I do? Shopkeeper Zhou found it amusing that such a small matter could trouble her. Not having a marriage certificate is no big deal. Just have both sets of parents make one for you. But since you can produce treasures like the Peiyuan pill, you're probably no ordinary person. If you're a martial artist, you're above the common folk. Why worry about a marriage certificate? Seeing her expression, shopkeeper Zhou quickly added, but this exchange is irreversible. That is, 1 spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold, but 100 taels of gold cannot buy a spirit stone. Mingyu nodded, so that's how it is. She looked at shopkeeper Zhou. Without a marriage certificate, could I be treated as a runaway wife? But was she really that martial artist? Shopkeeper Zhou, recalling that Mingyu had sold him pills before, thought she might not be a martial artist after all, so he didn't mention the privileges of martial artists. It seemed she needed to exchange more money to have on hand. She suddenly pulled a ginseng from her sleeve and placed it in shopkeeper Zhou's hand. Take a look. How much silver is this worth? Mingyu said with a bitter smile, but now both sets of parents are gone. We just came out of the Black Forest. She sighed again at how cheap spirit stones were here. Shopkeeper Zhou said instinctively, if someone accuses you of being a runaway wife, it could be troublesome. But don't you have a household registration? Holding the ginseng, shopkeeper Zhou saw that it was another 500-year-old specimen. Minyu was startled again. 100 taels of gold could buy a top-grade spirit stone? In the real world, 100 taels of gold was only a few 100,000 yuan, not even enough to buy an ordinary spirit stone. Minyu smiled bitterly inside. She knew the truth about her household registration. It was something she had paid the town official to set up and wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. One spirit stone exchanges for 100 taels of gold. He remembered that she had once brought a 500-year-old ginseng to him to exchange for spirit stones, but now she wanted silver? Oh, by the way, if I exchange spirit stones for silver, what's the rate? Shopkeeper Zhou looked at the ginseng in his hand. This ginseng is very well processed, just like the last one. I'll give you 5 spirit stones? Or 500 taels of gold? Or 5,000 taels of silver? Spirit stones can be taken to the provincial capital to exchange for pills. In this world, 1 tael of gold was only worth 10 taels of silver? Did that mean she could exchange more gold here and take it back to the real world? No. What did she need gold for? Her goal was spirit stones. Spirit stones. But she still hadn't found the way home. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2023, treating her as a runaway wife and arresting her. 3. Minyu sighed and said, forget it, I'll take the spirit stones. But she didn't have much silver left. She took out another lingji mushroom. Take a look at this too. Shopkeeper Zhou raised an eyebrow. This cloud fungus of yours is just an ordinary medicinal herb. It can't be exchanged for spirit stones. However, it seems to be about 300 years old. I'll give you 2,000 taels of silver for it. Minyu nodded. Fine. As shopkeeper Zhou handed over the spirit stones and silver, he suddenly asked, do you still have any of those Peiyuan pills? Minyu paused and glanced at shopkeeper Zhou. Was he testing her? After a moment of thought, she said, does shopkeeper Zhou want more? Judging by her tone, if he wanted them, she could produce them. Shopkeeper Zhou grew a bit tense. Do you have Peiyuan pills? Minyu looked at him again and said, I'll ask around. Then she picked up the 2,000 taels of silver and walked out, calling for Xiaonian and Xiaohong, who were playing with the wolf outside, to leave. She hadn't bought the candles today, and her silver was gone. As a result, she was beaten by a man and forced to confess about the bet she had made with Minyu. The woman surnamed Lin had a hint of madness on her face. Shopkeeper Zhou watched Minyu's retreating figure as she carried the 2,000 taels of silver with one hand, once again growing suspicious. Was she really that kind of person from that place? Meanwhile, she sent Xiaonian and Xiaohong back, saying she wanted to take a walk by the river to get some fresh air. She was angry, very angry. But before she even reached her doorstep, just as she turned into the alley, a group of people surrounded her. Looking closer, among them was that woman surnamed Lin. But the matter of the marriage certificate still hadn't been resolved. What if someone used the fact that she didn't have one to frame her? Unable to solve the marriage certificate issue for now, she decided to stop thinking about it and went to the Zheng family's rice shop, ordering a large amount of grain to be delivered to her home. Minyu stopped in her tracks very abruptly. Don't you dare call yourself a legitimate wife. If you have the guts, show me your marriage certificate. No certificate? Then show me the deed of sale. No marriage certificate, no deed of sale. You're a runaway wife. Could an ordinary person lift 2,000 taels of silver with one hand? That was 100 caddies. Minyu had gone to Jixing Hall and traded a 500-year-old ginseng and a 300-year-old cloud fungus for 5 spirit stones and 2,000 taels of silver. The woman surnamed Lin was startled by Minyu's gaze, but quickly jumped up again. How dare I not say it? I'd say it 100 times if I had to. You are the runaway wife my husband has been searching for 5 years. The woman surnamed Lin pointed at Minyu. It's her. Arrest her. She's my husband's runaway wife. With no one around, she took the opportunity to stash the silver and spirit stones into her treasure pouch. After a long time of letting the wind blow, she still hadn't figured out a plan, so she decided to head back. She glared fiercely at the woman surnamed Lin. Are you asking for death? Do you dare say that again? As a result, in a fit of anger, she told the man to go to the town office and report that he had seen his runaway wife, so he could bring people to capture the woman who had won his candles. That woman had bought 600 candles at once. That was 60 taels of silver. Clearly, she was wealthy. Buying a woman cost only 20 taels of silver. If he could capture that woman under the guise of her being a runaway wife, he could claim her property. Not to mention anything else, the courtyard in her name alone was worth 200 taels of silver. Besides, he had already reported the escape of the wife he had originally purchased. Even if something went wrong later, at worst, he could just say he had mistaken her. End of this chapter. Chapter 2024, treating her as a runaway wife and arresting her. 4. In the end, that man went out for a while, and when he returned, he made the woman go to the town office to file a report immediately. Then he brought people to lie in wait at the street corner in front of Minyu's house, hoping to catch the runaway wife. Afraid that her family would tip her off, they didn't dare approach the front door and just waited at the entrance of the alley. The woman surnamed Lin had already found out that the man hadn't been home for over half a month. As long as they dragged this woman back as a runaway wife and let her own man sleep with her, her man would definitely abandon her. She was prettier than that woman. Maybe then, she'd still have a chance. Even if there was no chance, she wanted to drag her down to suffer too. Why should she, a young lady from a wealthy family, be bought by a brutish man and humiliated every night, while this woman got to enjoy happiness with that handsome man? If she was going to hell, they'd go together. Mingyu looked at the woman's frenzied expression, shook her head, then turned to face the people closing in, some of them holding ropes. Are you sure you want to arrest me? The people exchanged glances. Why wasn't this woman afraid? I'm not the person you're looking for, Mingyu said. My man and I are both hunters from the Black Forest. We came out of the Black Forest less than 2 months ago. Those people hesitated. Moreover, I married my husband under the witness of our parents in the Black Forest. We don't lack a marriage certificate. It's carved on the stone tablet at the entrance of our home in the Black Forest, so we can't carry it with us. If you don't believe me, you can follow me into the Black Forest to see. Our original home is deep inside the Black Forest. Hearing Mingyu's words, the crowd was stunned. Who would dare follow her into the depths of the Black Forest? The woman surnamed Lin was quick-witted. So, the people holding the ropes wanted to surround and arrest Mingyu again. Yes, no matter what she said, she was just covering up the fact that she had no marriage certificate. Also, that woman just said her man had been searching for his runaway wife for 5 years. How old was that man's runaway wife? Hearing this, the crowd was swayed again. Why aren't you arresting her yet? You clearly have no marriage certificate, yet you claim it's carved on stone. You're counting on everyone not daring to follow you into the Black Forest, so you say that deliberately to cover up the fact that you have no marriage certificate and are actually my man's runaway wife. Mingyu coldly swept her gaze over those people, using her eyes to intimidate them. I'll say it again. I am not a runaway wife. Someone recalled the case of the reported runaway wife. The man's wife was about 22 when she ran away, right? Because she had a child and was abused by her in-laws, the child didn't survive, and she didn't want to live anymore. Later, when the family wasn't paying attention, she escaped. Mingyu smiled, wiped her face to remove the makeup she had deliberately applied to look older, revealing her 16-year-old appearance. Then take a good look. How old do I look? The crowd was shocked when they saw Mingyu's face. This woman clearly looked only 16 or 17. Mingyu said, you just mentioned that the man's runaway wife was from 5 years ago. 22 plus 5 makes 27. Do I look 27 to you? To be honest, I just turned 16 this year. You're trying to arrest a 27-year-old runaway wife, but you've come for me, a 16-year-old. Don't you find that ridiculous? End of chapter. Chapter 2025, treating her as a runaway wife and arresting her, 5. Mingyu was certainly not really 16 years old. She was already 21 this year. However, she had established her foundation at 16. After establishing her foundation, she gained a lifespan of 200 years. Not long after, she formed her core, gaining a lifespan of 500 years. Now, at the great perfection of the core formation stage, she had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. 21 years was still infancy compared to 1,000 years. Therefore, having established her foundation at 16, her appearance had remained that of a 16-year-old. Over the years, she had deliberately dressed and styled herself to appear more mature. After falling into this alternate space, with her cultivation sealed, she had intentionally made herself look old and ugly. But now, to prove she was not that despicable man's runaway wife, she revealed her youthful true appearance. Of course, the color she had dyed using juice in the Black Forest was still there, and it would remain unless she washed it off with a special solution. Despite this, her natural beauty still shone through somewhat. The crowd exchanged glances. What they thought about more was that this woman surnamed Lin had just claimed her husband had been searching for his runaway wife for 5 years, but if this woman was only 16, 5 years ago she would have been just 11. Moreover, the woman had married Lin's husband, Nong Xiaoman, 2 years before running away, meaning she would have married 7 years ago. She was hinting that if Mingyu had money, they could search for and divide it among themselves. Hearing this, those people found it reasonable and looked at Mingyu with renewed greed. Seeing Lin still stirring up trouble, Mingyu snorted. You're still courting death. Don't you think, as a purchased wife, she would have no property? And if she were a proper wife, she could simply request a divorce. There would be no need to run away, right? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly came to their senses and hesitated, which infuriated the woman surnamed Lin. She had to remind them, don't you think, if you catch a runaway wife, you can also search her hiding place? But the woman surnamed Lin was unwilling to give up. Even if she's not my husband's runaway wife, without a marriage certificate or a purchase deed, she must be someone else's runaway wife. If you arrest her, someone will surely claim her, and when they do, you won't lack a reward. The town office people, who had been about to retreat because of the woman's reasonable words, became eager again at the mention of a reward. 7 years ago, Mingyu was only 9. A 9-year-old child hadn't even had her first menstruation, so how could she have given birth? Clearly, the claim by the woman surnamed Lin that the woman before them was her husband's runaway wife didn't hold up. So, as a runaway wife, she wouldn't have property either? But do I look like someone without property? Don't forget, my house is still in my name. The leading middle-aged man waved his hand. We are sent by the town office. Whether she's a runaway wife or not, arrest her first, then search her home. The officers no longer hesitated and immediately lunged at Mingyu. Mingyu sighed. In the end, it comes down to a fight. I didn't want to resort to this. If before, Mingyu only wanted to teach the woman surnamed Lin a lesson, but had no intention of fighting these officers, now that they had been moved by greed, she planned to let none of them off. She had to give them a thorough beating. Therefore, as they rushed at her, she moved as well. End of chapter. Chapter 2026, Arresting Her as a Runaway Wife, 6. Mingyu first punched the leader who rushed at her, sending him flying. Then she kicked the person on her left away, followed by a sweeping leg that took down another. Seeing the fourth person charging at her, she hooked the fallen one with her foot and kicked him out. Although she kicked the person she had hooked, the force acted on the one rushing forward, and both flew out together, landing in a heap. The last two, seeing how formidable Mingyu was, tried to flee, but Mingyu wouldn't let them go. She leaped forward, jumped up, and kicked out with both feet in a scissor-like motion, knocking them to the ground as well. In an instant, she had taken down everyone. Even if they managed to return, they wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 3 days. Strangely, even those who weren't seriously injured couldn't move. Mingyu had sealed their pressure points. Only Mingyu and the woman surnamed Lin remained standing. The crowd stared at Mingyu in shock. How could she look anything like a pregnant woman? And her fighting skills. The woman surnamed Lin stared at Mingyu in disbelief. You're actually a martial artist? Realizing she was facing a martial artist, she turned and ran. Mingyu didn't spare her just because she was a woman. She charged forward and kicked her into the midst of the others. I told you long ago, I'm a hunter. The officials lying on the ground, unable to get up, immediately began shouting. So, do you still think I'm a runaway wife now? Mingyu asked coldly. Yes, ma'am. Those who become bought wives are from families too poor to keep their daughters, selling them to slave traders to become lowly wives for bearing heirs. How could a martial artist ever be a bought wife? Who would dare buy a martial artist as a bought wife? The middle-aged leader quickly called out, Martial artist ma'am, we were wrong. The town hall believed this woman's words and sent us to arrest you. Please, ma'am, forgive us for our ignorance. The official's eyes were filled with shock and fear. No. Mingyu let out 2 cold laughs. You did believe this woman's instigation earlier, so I only explained and didn't want to fight. But then you let greed take over, wanting to covet my wealth. Was I wrong to fight back? Ma'am, of course you're not a runaway wife. The middle-aged man quickly said, You're a martial artist. How could you be wrong? The fault is ours. We shouldn't have let this woman stir up our greed. We are guilty. Please calm your anger, ma'am. Feeling that the child in her belly was unharmed, she walked step by step toward them. I told you I'm not a runaway wife, but you wouldn't believe me. I didn't want to fight, but you forced me to. Now, tell me, what should I do with you? She took out a bottle of Peiyuan pills, swallowed one to calm the agitation in her chest and abdomen caused by the fight. Yes, ma'am, since you're not a bought wife, there's no such thing as a runaway wife. So, you're definitely not a runaway wife. That's right. Martial artists are the top figures in our world, like immortals. Whether male or female, they are the most respected people in this world. How could they ever be sold? Ma'am, there's no such thing in this world as a martial artist being a bought wife. This woman deliberately misled us into coming after you. We didn't know the truth and fell for her trick. Mingyu looked at the official sprawled on the ground and said coldly, Say something nice. For instance, this woman just claimed that without a marriage certificate or a purchase deed, you're a runaway wife. What do you think of her words? This chapter ends. Chapter 2027, Treating Her as a Runaway Wife and Arresting Her, 7. The leading man quickly said, Sir, without a marriage certificate or a purchase deed, there are also free women. Martial artists are naturally free women. You are a martial artist, so you must be a free person. Therefore, you are not a runaway wife. So besides marriage certificates and purchase deeds, there are free people. Then why did that woman claim I had no purchase deed or marriage certificate and try to have me arrested as a runaway wife? The leading man grimaced and said, Sir, it was mainly because she reported you as her husband's runaway wife. Otherwise, we would never have arrested you just because you lacked a marriage certificate or purchase deed. Minyu's face darkened. So you're saying that as long as someone reports it, you can arrest a free person as a runaway wife? The leading man broke out in a cold sweat. Not exactly. It's just that she convinced the town chief, who sent us to arrest you. Minyu turned to the woman surnamed Lin. So, this woman bribed the town chief? None of the people dared to speak, though what Minyu said was the truth. They couldn't bring themselves to answer. Minyu should have realized it earlier. That town chief had taken her money to register her and Gu Dongxing's household, so naturally he could take someone else's money to do things for them. She cast a cold gaze at Lin. Just because I didn't buy you, you want to ruin me? Lin panicked, but at the same time, her hatred grew stronger. Minyu paused inwardly. What was the White Jade Capital? Were all martial artists in the White Jade Capital? Lin suddenly turned to the officials. This woman definitely wants to stay among us ordinary people and throw her weight around. Report this quickly and drive her away. She knew she wouldn't have a good outcome today, so she simply lashed out. So, what if I want to ruin you? Who told you to stop the man from buying me? If you had bought me and made me your husband's purchased wife, none of this would have happened. It's all because of you that I was sold to that vulgar man. You ruined my life, so why should I be polite to you? The officials all looked at Lin as if she were insane. Drive away a martial artist? Are you sure you're not crazy? It was true that martial artists liked to go to the White Jade Capital, but not everyone could go there. Didn't most people live in Black Rock City? Besides, if someone wanted to live among ordinary people, you couldn't just drive them away, could you? Everyone recalled that since this martial artist couple arrived in town, they had only sold things, bought a house, and purchased servants, living behind closed doors. Their transactions were fair, and they hadn't even revealed their identities as martial artists. They hadn't bullied anyone, so how could they be accused of throwing their weight around? And you, clearly a martial artist, why do you stay here? Why don't you go to the White Jade Capital? Although martial artists who bullied ordinary people and caused trouble in the area would be arrested, did you have evidence that she was causing trouble? Throwing my weight around? Minyu sneered. I've been in town for nearly 2 months. What weight have I thrown, and what blessings have I claimed? Minyu sneered again. I think the one throwing their weight around here is you, aren't you? You tried to force me to buy you as my husband's purchased wife, and when that failed, you came to cause trouble when I was buying candles. I didn't want to bet, but you forced me into it. When you lost the bet, you tried to renege, and then bribed the town chief to arrest me. Tell me yourself, aren't these actions of yours throwing your weight around? With such a venomous mind, no wonder you were sold off to become someone else's purchased wife. She turned to the officials, especially the leading one. What punishment does her situation warrant? Little fairies, don't forget to cast your votes. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 2028. The lowest status. The leading official said fearfully and respectfully, in Lin's case, she should be stripped of her status as a purchased wife and demoted to the lowest status. The lowest status? Minyu didn't understand. Yes, a convict's shared wife. Hearing the term, shared wife, Minyu suddenly felt a surge of irritation. She realized that her past life experience as a shared wife made her unable to tolerate the term. Hearing it immediately agitated her. Suppressing her irritation, she asked coldly, what is a convict's shared wife? The leading official found it strange. How could she not even understand the lowest class of women? Right, she must have come from Blackstone City, so naturally she wouldn't be familiar with ordinary people's laws. He explained patiently, well, convicts are those who have broken the law. They're gathered in one place to serve their sentences through labor, earning only meager income. The town hall sympathizes with them, so they send women who have committed wrongs as purchased wives to the prison. During the day, they cook and wash clothes for the convicts. At night, they take turns sleeping with them to earn some money. Such women are called shared wives. Listening to their explanation of shared wives, Minyu sighed inwardly. Isn't this just prostitution? Minyu shook her head. How to handle it is the town hall's business. Take her back and let the town hall decide. I only need to see if the punishment follows the town's rules. The punishment of becoming a shared wife was unacceptable to her. That was the lowest rung of society for women. If she were truly to be sent as a convict's shared wife, she would rather die. No. I don't want to be a shared wife. Lin crawled toward Minyu. Forgive me, I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. I don't want to be a shared wife. Lin, who had never bowed her head to Minyu before, even knowing she was a noble martial artist, and had relentlessly pressed on, actually kowtowed to Minyu upon hearing she would be sent to convicts as a shared wife. She had fallen into this space and didn't want to make many enemies, but this woman had treated her as an adversary all along, wanting to harm her, so she couldn't afford to be too cautious. Hearing Minyu say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If this space's martial artist was as formidable as they said, then the town hall wouldn't dare take her lightly, nor easily let off this woman who aimed higher than her station, had a fate thinner than paper, had fallen from her pedestal yet couldn't see her place. and was determined to trample Mingyu down. Lin, who had never backed down, was stunned upon hearing she would be sent to Convicts as a shared wife. Mingyu thought that since she wasn't familiar with this space's laws, saying more would only lead to mistakes, so it was better to pass the buck. That would be better than killing her outright. No, such a woman was worse than a prostitute. Because prostitutes only accompany men at night and don't work during the day. But this kind of woman works by day and sleeps with men by night. Only, they tried to stand but couldn't move. Mingyu had struck or kicked them down and casually sealed their pressure points. Mingyu had to step forward and give each one a kick, and only then did they barely manage to stand. Dragging their injured bodies, they pulled Lin away. Before leaving, Lin kept shouting, "Don't do this, let me go. I don't want to be a shared wife." And she didn't forget to curse Mingyu. "You're a martial artist. Why don't you go to Blackstone City? Why don't you go to White Jade Capital, instead of tormenting ordinary people here?" Mingyu soon set aside the matter of Lin and the officials arresting the runaway wife. Her mind was now full of thoughts about White Jade Capital. What kind of place is White Jade Capital? Why should martial artists live there? Life isn't about a low starting point, but about lacking ambition. It's not about walking slowly, but about taking the wrong path. It's not about disappointment, but about failing to see clearly. Instead of envying others, it's better to be yourself. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2029, The Path to Leave This Space. When Mingyu decided to return home, all the things she had bought had already been delivered. The large pile of candles made Mingyu roll her eyes. If this were modern times, anyone buying so many candles would definitely seem insane to her. But she never expected that this space would have a continuous night lasting 800 shurchen. At this moment, Guda and Guma were carrying bags of grain she had bought into the storeroom one by one, while Xiaoyan and Xiaohong were helping pass them along and stacking the grain neatly. She found it strange. She had caused quite a commotion with those people at the street corner not far away, yet none of her household had come out to see what was happening. It turned out they were all busy moving things and hadn't even stepped outside. "The master is back." Xiaohong was the first to notice her, and the others quickly greeted her as well, calling out, "Master." Xiaohong hurriedly tried to come down. "Let me put away this bag of grain first, then I'll pour tea for the lady." Mingyu smiled. "Don't mind me, you all go ahead with your work." She watched as Xiaohong effortlessly took a 50 bag of grain, stacked it neatly, and said, "Xiaohong, you're quite strong." Xiaohong immediately looked proud. "Master, we've all been working since we were kids, and besides, we've been learning martial arts with you, madam, so of course we're strong. My brother is even stronger than me." Just as she was speaking, a bag of flour slipped in her hands and nearly fell, but she quickly caught it by bracing it with her thigh. Xiaohong beamed even more. "Well, my father also said we should train hard, so that later we can go to Blackstone City and even reach the White Jade Capital." Xiaohong seemed to find the master's question odd, but then thought maybe the master was testing her. Minyu's mind turned, and she asked, "Oh, you know about the White Jade Capital? Then do you know where the White Jade Capital is? Do you know how to tell if someone has developed a martial artist's bone structure? What if someone in the family doesn't want them to go to Blackstone City?" Xiaohong grew even more smug. "Of course I know, the White Jade Capital is in the sky." Minyu was startled. "The White Jade Capital is in the sky?" She mused to herself. After the night ends, martial artists will appear. Could there be something strange about the night itself? And as for the White Jade Capital being in the sky, it felt like that might be the path to leave this space. She said seriously, "Of course I know people with a martial artist's bone structure become thinner, eat a lot more, and get hungry very easily. So if someone has it, everyone will know." Guma quickly chimed in with a smile. "Master, don't praise them too much, or she'll get so pleased she forgets to use her strength. Every time the black sky ends, people come from Blackstone City, and the town office sends out notices. Those with a martial artist's bone structure take the public carriage to Blackstone City. They train there, and once they reach a certain level, they can participate in the selection for the White Jade Capital. Only those who pass the selection can go to the White Jade Capital." Minyu's eyes flickered, and she said, "Those two really are hardworking. They've only been practicing horse stance for a while, but their lower bodies are already much steadier. Just now, one leg could hold up a bag of grain while the other stood like a golden rooster. Becoming a martial artist brings honor to the whole family. How could anyone in the family not want them to go? Besides, once someone has a martial artist's bone structure, they eat so much that if they don't go to Blackstone City, who could afford to feed them?" "Oh," Mingyu looked at Guda and Guma. "You mean, if both of them develop a martial artist's bone structure, you and their mother would both be willing to let them go?" The four of them had been wondering why the master was asking Xiaohong these questions. Now, hearing Minyu's words, they understood. She was worried that if Xiaoyan and Xiaohong developed bone structures, their parents might not let them go. No longer getting upset or angry over small matters, nor feeling indignant about petty people. Always dress neatly and beautifully and face life with composure. This chapter ends. Chapter 2030, Duke Chi comes to apologize, Part 1. Guda thought about how the master was teaching the two children to cultivate, and then how the children ate a lot after cultivating and got hungry easily. Fortunately, the master had bought a large amount of grain and plenty of meat, otherwise, they would definitely have become thin. He actually already suspected whether his children might have the bone structure of martial masters. Guda quickly said, Master, rest assured. If Xiao Nian and Xiao Hong develop the bone structure of martial masters, we definitely won't stop them from going to Blackstone City. After all, every time someone with the bone structure of a martial master appeared, the Duke's office would reward 1,000 taels of silver as a settling fee. If they were free people, the money naturally belonged to the parents. If they were servants, the money went to the master. But there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Mengyu looked at Xiao Hong. If you had the bone structure of a martial master, would you be willing to go to Blackstone City? Xiao Hong nodded vigorously. Of course I'd be willing to go. But if you go, you won't see your parents. Won't you miss them? Xiao Hong's face showed a pained expression. I would. Guda was startled. Yes, he had forgotten. He himself had followed a pair of martial masters, and his children might one day become martial masters too. Mengyu listened to their conversation and understood the gist of it. In this space, after every dark day passed, someone with the bone structure of a martial master would appear. Then these people with martial master bone structures would be gathered together for training, followed by selection. Those who passed the selection would be sent to White Jade City. Once there, they became immortals. This process was somewhat similar to the cultivation world's sex recruiting disciples for training, who then ascended to become immortals. The difference was that in the real world, one ascended to immortality after achieving great power, while in this space, one was sent directly to White Jade City after completing their cultivation. And there were no lightning tribulations? Mengyu seriously doubted whether those who went to White Jade City truly became immortals. She was more inclined to believe that White Jade City was the key to leaving this space. With a martial master in the family, naturally, they wouldn't be bullied. Does Blackstone City not allow ordinary people to go? It's not that ordinary people aren't allowed to go, but the cost of living there is very high. Moreover, ordinary people are easily bullied there. Living expenses aren't a problem, Mengyu mused. As for being bullied, if there's a martial master in the family, would they still be bullied? His eyes showed longing. If I could go to White Jade City, I'd become an immortal in the heavens. Then you still want to go? Xiao Hong still had a pained look, but if I pass the selection and go to White Jade City, I won't be able to come back. Xiao Nian scoffed. Out of 100 people, not even one makes it to White Jade City. Do you think you're guaranteed to go? Do you think it's that easy? In our entire Dafeng town, no one has ever gone to White Jade City. Don't worry, Mengyu said. If the two of you develop the bone structure of martial masters and are selected for Blackstone City, our whole family will go to Blackstone City together. I won't let you be separated from your parents. Guda was startled, as if he couldn't believe Mengyu would say that. After stacking the grain and candles, Buma began to cook. But just as Mengyu started eating, she heard the courtyard gate being pounded. Guda went out and returned with Duke Chi. The moment Mengyu saw Duke Chi, she was displeased. The word give up has 15 strokes and the word persist has 16 strokes. Giving up and persisting are separated by just one stroke, a hair-breadth apart, yet the difference is vast. This chapter ends. Chapter 2031, Duke Chi of Jin comes to apologize, Part 2. Mengyu felt displeased. How could Guda handle things like this, bringing someone in directly without even announcing it? Mengyu had no choice but to put down her chopsticks, picked up a silk handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Your Excellency, have you come to arrest me? Or do you still insist that I am that Lin family man's runaway wife? Guda and Guma were stunned. What? Runaway wife? They dared to call their mistress a runaway wife? Guda said sternly, Your Excellency actually believes my mistress is a runaway wife? A runaway wife wouldn't even own herself, she'd belong to her purchased husband. But my mistress is a woman of property. Otherwise, she couldn't have afforded to buy our family of 4, let alone this courtyard. How could someone with such wealth be a purchased wife? And if she's not a purchased wife, how could she be a runaway wife? Duke Chi of Jin was a bit flustered. Of course, the lady is not a runaway wife. Today's matter was purely a misunderstanding. That Lin woman claimed her husband's runaway wife had appeared and asked me to send men to capture her for her husband. At the time, I didn't know the person she wanted to arrest was you, milady. That's why the mistake occurred. A misunderstanding? Mengyu smiled. Didn't that Lin woman make it clear who she wanted to arrest? If she didn't, how did she know my address? Your Excellency, are you trying to tell me that you never told her my address? Duke Chi of Jin, that Lin woman and the officers who came to arrest me made it very clear that the Lin couple bribed you to send your men after me. I was actually planning to find time to seek justice from you, but I didn't expect you to come to me first. Duke Chi of Jin felt a surge of anger. They actually confessed? But even if the man wasn't a purchased husband, that didn't mean this woman was a runaway wife. Yet Nong Xiaomin had told him that since this woman had property, as long as he could rule that Nan Yu was his runaway wife, he would split all of Nan Yu's property with him. When Nong Xiaomin and Lin came to him, claiming that this Nan Yu was Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife, he naturally didn't believe it. How could a runaway wife hold such a position before her husband? Moreover, even the courtyard and servants they bought were registered under this woman's name. At the time, he even suspected that the man might be a purchased husband. But judging by their expressions, they seemed equal, and the way the man looked at the woman was clearly affectionate, not like a purchased husband at all. But Duke Chiefjin thought it over and shook his head. That Nan Yu also has a husband, he's a hunter. If he comes back and finds his wife has been sold off as a runaway, do you think we'll get away with it? This was a huge fortune. If I get her back, I can sell her off immediately. That's another sum of money. Together, it's no small amount. Nong Xiaomin said, not to mention anything else, that Nan Yu has 4 servants and a courtyard worth 200 taels of silver. Today alone, she bought 600 candles and a large amount of grain. It's clear she has no small amount of silver on her. Nong Xiaomin wasn't worried. Don't you know? I asked Ernyo. That man came to town not long ago and then left, heading into the Black Forest. It's been over 20 days now and he hasn't appeared. You just said it yourself, he's a hunter. How many who go into the Black Forest alone ever come back? Duke Chiefjin was tempted by Nong Xiaomin's words. He roughly calculated Mingyu's assets. Just buying people and a house cost 400 taels of silver, and she herself could sell for 100 taels. That alone was 500 taels. Plus the silver on her, Nong Xiaomin said at least 100 taels, but in his view, someone willing to spend 60 taels on candles for lighting must have several thousand or even 10,000 taels to spend so recklessly. He was tempted. This chapter ends. Chapter 2032, Duke Chi Comes to Apologize, Part 3. Nong Xiaomin said again, I know a secret of yours. If you don't do it, I'll spread it around. Then he whispered the secret in his ear. Duke Chi was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Stop talking, I'll do as you say. In fact, even if Nong Xiaomin hadn't threatened him, Duke Chi was already tempted himself. Although he served as a town duke and had a decent income, he supported 3 purchased wives at home and had over a dozen children, so his expenses were high, and his family was not actually wealthy. If he could get a large sum from this woman, he would naturally be tempted. Besides, Duke Chi had always believed that the timid starve while the bold thrive. He thought that even if Gu Dong hadn't died in the Black Forest, he could still send people to wait on his return path and kill him, making it seem as if he had died in the Black Forest. Even if, by some chance, that hunter returned, he could claim ignorance and shift the blame onto Nong Xiaomin. As it turned out, Nong Xiaomin was also a clever one. He didn't come forward himself, but had his purchased wife Lin Shi go to the town duke to file the complaint. If things went wrong, he would pin it on Lin Shi. Both of them were scheming to benefit themselves while letting others take the blame. What was he to do now? The arrival of someone from Black Rock City would take at least until after nightfall, and nightfall hadn't even come yet. With so much time, if she found an excuse to kill him, he wouldn't even have a place to plead his case. But Mingyu didn't know that. Although her divine sense couldn't leave her body, her soul energy remained, and her powerful mental strength was still there. Thus, the pressure she exerted with her will was real and heavy on Duke Chi. However, they never expected that the woman they were plotting against was actually a martial master. As a result, the officials sent to arrest Mingyu were all beaten down by her. Mingyu looked at Duke Chi and tried to release her aura. What, are you going to tell me that you weren't bribed to scheme against me? But why was this woman's gaze so sharp, ruthlessly exposing his lies? Duke Chi didn't dare speak anymore. Why was her aura so strong that it made him feel like he couldn't breathe? Although he knew that divine sense couldn't leave the body and couldn't crush others with pressure like when one had cultivation, she still overpowered him in terms of presence. Moreover, since he had schemed against her first, even if she killed him outright, the people from Black Rock City wouldn't avenge him. How could Duke Chi not be afraid? This woman was so fierce. What about that hunter named Gu Dong? Were they both martial masters? He immediately sent someone to call back the men sent to intercept the hunter on the road. Now he only hoped to use his position as town duke to placate this female martial master, hoping his words would make her believe that he truly knew nothing. Indeed, a martial master. This aura was terrifying. No, I didn't mean that. I deserve to die. He screamed inwardly. Why had this woman acted like a good girl in front of him when she came to handle her household registration, buy a house, and purchase people? Why, as a martial master, had she come to live among ordinary people? If he had known she had such a strong aura, he would have guessed she was a martial master and never dared to have thoughts about her. End of this chapter. Chapter 2033, Duke Chi Comes to Apologize for. Then tell me honestly, How did that man from the Lin family come to you? What did he say? And what was your plan? Spit it all out. Mingyu snorted and intensified her pressure once more. Finally, Duke Chi, overwhelmed by Mingyu's force, fell to his knees in terror with a thud. I'll talk. This woman was too terrifying. He couldn't hold out any longer. So he recounted everything in detail, how Nong Xiaomin had come to him, how he had been persuaded, how his greed had been stirred, and how he had sent people to capture her. However, he dared not mention that he had once sent men to ambush Gu Dongxing on the road. Mingyu didn't know that the Silver Lin used to bribe her man, who then bribed Duke Chi to capture Mingyu as a runaway wife and sell her. Wasn't her man's money at all, it was Mingyu's own silver. Now, hearing Duke Chi's confession, she grew even more furious. Mingyu kicked Duke Chi away with one swift motion. She could no longer hold back. You clearly knew I wasn't that Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife, yet you still dared to capture me as one? Not only did you scheme for my property, but you also planned to sell me? Don't you know that as a town duke, you must uphold fairness and justice and serve the townspeople? How dare you oppress the common folk? You knew my husband was a hunter, yet you still dared to scheme against me. Weren't you afraid he'd come back to deal with you? With each sentence, Mingyu kicked him, appearing casual, but sending Duke Chi rolling like a ball. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'll compensate you. Just please let me go, Duke Chi pleaded, thinking only of saving himself until the people from Blackstone City arrived. Mingyu sneered. Let you go? You never intended to let me go, did you? And scheming against me like this, you probably had plans for my husband too, right? Let me think, the most likely thing you'd do is send men to ambush him on the road, kill him, and then claim he died in the Black Forest, isn't that it? Duke Chi dared not respond. Terror gripped him. This woman had figured it out. Would she still let him go? If she a woman, was this hard to deal with? Wouldn't her man be even tougher? Panic-stricken, Duke Chi clutched his head and wailed, I was wrong. For the sake of me handling your household registration, please be magnanimous and forgive me. You helped me with the registration, didn't I pay you silver? You took my money, then turned around and schemed against me like this. Mingyu ignored his pleas, kicking him in the most painful spots, leaving him bruised but not seriously injured, yet agonizingly sore. No, I was wrong. I'm just a damn scoundrel, greedy. But I didn't agree at first, it was all Nong Xiaomin. He couldn't bear that his family fortune had been spent on buying a wife, so he wanted to recover the cost. And that Lin woman, she coveted your husband and wanted to remove you as an obstacle, hoping your man would buy her instead. Mingyu, enraged, kicked him again. If you had done your duty for me, would I have been stingy with silver? When Nong Xiaomin plotted against me, why didn't you come straight to me? Duke Chi had no choice but to reveal the crucial point. He had a small leverage over me and threatened that if I didn't help him, he'd expose it. What leverage did he have over you? Loss isn't always failure, and success isn't always achievement. You can escape reality, but you can't escape life. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 2034, Duke Chi's Revenge 1. I took in his runaway wife. Duke Chi said something that struck Mingyu like a thunderbolt. What did you say? Mingyu thought she had misheard. After all, Lin had come to capture her under the pretext of looking for her husband's runaway wife of 5 years. But who would have thought that the runaway wife Nong Xiaomin had been searching for 5 years was actually in Duke Chi's residence? Duke Chi said helplessly, back then, I met her outside and took her in out of pity. At first, I didn't know she was Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife. It was only later, when I noticed she never went out, that I suspected she was a runaway wife. Under questioning, I learned the truth. But by then, I had already taken her in, and she refused to go back no matter what. I had no choice. I don't know why he, knowing full well that I had taken his runaway wife, never came to confront me. Instead, he foolishly kept searching for her while saving up money to buy another wife. But once he revealed the secret, I had no choice but to listen to him. Otherwise, if he spread the word that I had taken his runaway wife, I wouldn't just lose my position as Duke, I'd face severe punishment. So, Your Excellency, please forgive me this once. Listening to Duke Chi talk about Nong Xiaomin, Mingyu found Nong Xiaomin terrifying. He had clearly known all along that the Duke had taken his runaway wife, yet deliberately said nothing. Mingyu didn't think it was because he was afraid. The fact that he could use this to threaten the Duke showed he wasn't a coward. He waited until the critical moment to wield that threat. Moreover, this matter would forever be a leverage point in the Duke's hands, one Nong Xiaomin could use whenever he needed to come knocking. Duke Chi was in pain all over but dared not complain. He could only bow and scrape, yes. I will definitely teach those two bastards a lesson. I won't come after you again, nor will I let them. Was this something a crude man would do? So, Nong Xiaomin was the most terrifying one. She couldn't let him live. Since she couldn't kill him, she would make him kill those two instead. In her heart, Mingyu sentenced Nong Xiaomin and Lin to death. She said to Duke Chi, if you want me to forgive you, fine. I won't kill you, but you must find a way to teach Nong Xiaomin and Lin a proper lesson. And don't provoke me again, or I won't just give you a light kicking. Who would dare provoke her again? They'd be asking for death. And she called that a light kicking? He was in agony. Moreover, when Lin suggested capturing her as a runaway wife, he had immediately come up with the idea of using her property and a secret to sway or threaten Dukechi into sending people to catch her. And that Lin, just because Mingyu hadn't bought her as a wife for her man, she had done such insane things. Such a woman was too pathological to keep alive. He had clearly heard Lin say her husband was a crude man. But how could a crude man, knowing his runaway wife was in the Duke's residence, pretend not to know, keep searching, and even save up to buy another wife? As for the Duke, she couldn't kill him either. But judging by his state, if she kicked hard, one blow might kill him. Still, that woman always seemed to kick lightly, as if playing, yet each kick left him in agony. Who knew how many injuries he had? After Dukechi left, Mingyu called Xiaoyan. Follow him quietly. See what he does. Report back to me if anything happens. Don't act rashly. Yes, master. I'll keep a close eye on him. Xiaoyan took the order and left. No matter how sincere you are, to those who doubt you, you are a lie. No matter how innocent you are, to those who are complicated, you are scheming. End of chapter. Chapter 2035, Dukechi's Revenge, Part 2. Dukechi scrambled out of Nan Mingyu's home and rushed back to his office. Today's ordeal was the most humiliating day he had experienced since becoming Duke, and he had to vent his anger. Mingyu had told Dukechi to teach Lin and Nong Xiaomin a lesson. Actually, even if she hadn't said it, he would have punished them severely anyway. Otherwise, where else could he direct his rage? He ordered Lin, who had been detained, to be brought out. Ignoring her resistance, he pinned her down. While tearing at her clothes, he cursed, "You slut. Because you coveted another woman's man, you pulled off this dirty scheme, tricking me into arresting her and putting me in danger. I'll destroy you." After Lin had suggested to her husband that they report Nan Mingyu as a runaway wife, her husband had left. Not long after, he returned and agreed to her plan, telling her to go to the Duke's office and file the complaint. She had heard that the Duke was lecherous and hadn't wanted to go, but her husband said that since she had made the suggestion, and their household always followed the principle that the one who speaks first acts first, she had to carry it out. However, after it was done, he would reward her with 10 taels of silver. Actually, even without the silver reward, she would have gone to file the complaint. With the reward, she was even more eager. When she went to the Duke's office to report, she only said that she had spotted her husband's runaway wife on the street and requested that the Duke send men to accompany her to capture her. The Duke didn't say much, he didn't even ask questions, and simply assigned 6 officers to go with her to make the arrest. Lin hadn't expected the Duke to be so agreeable. She thought that her husband, after hearing her suggestion, had gone out and likely contacted the Duke. Shut up. Dukechi panicked. His deal with Nong Xiaomin must never be exposed. But now, this Duke was shifting all the blame onto her. Lin refused to accept it. If this matter were spread by this woman, he would lose his position as Duke. If she were an ordinary person, she might have resigned herself to fate, but she wasn't ordinary. She was a young lady from a wealthy family. Thus, she resisted fiercely and cursed loudly, "Bah! I wanted to take revenge on that Nan, but are you innocent? Would you have sent men to arrest her if Nong Xiaomin's conditions hadn't tempted you? I bet you and my husband had already made a deal on how to split that Nan's property." In other words, they had already conspired together, just waiting for her to come and file the complaint. The whole runaway wife arrest was a deal between the two of them, with her as the pawn. Although he had confessed everything under Mingyu's intimidation and shifted the blame onto Nong Xiaomin, that was only because Mingyu was a martial master. As long as she let him off, she wouldn't come after him again. Shut up? Why should I shut up? Now that you've found out that Nan is a martial master, you're pinning everything on me. You're a coward. Both you and Nong Xiaomin are cowards. Let me go. Let me go. If you don't, I'll make your deal with Nong Xiaomin public, and we'll see how you can stay Duke. But she was a woman from a wealthy family. Spiteful as she was, she lacked physical strength. Plus, she had been acupunctured by Mingyu earlier. Though she had no visible injuries, some of her meridians were still blocked. Thus, pinned down by Dukechi, she could only resort to verbal attacks, with little strength to struggle. Hearing her threat to expose him, Dukechi grew more frantic. He covered her mouth and nose with one hand to silence her while tearing at her clothes with the other. Many times, taking fewer detours means missing the most beautiful scenery. End of chapter. Chapter 2036, Dukechi's Revenge 3. At first, Lin sure struggled desperately, but the more violently she struggled, the tighter Dukechi covered her mouth, and the faster his movements below became. After struggling for a while, she stopped moving. Dukechi initially thought she had surrendered, so he did not stop. Only after he had his fill did he sense something wrong. At first, he thought the woman had fainted, but when he checked, he found she had stopped breathing, and he was horrified. It turned out that in his tension and rage, he had covered not only her mouth but also her nose to keep her quiet. Linshur could not breathe, which was why she had struggled so fiercely. When she stopped, he assumed she had run out of strength, but in reality, she was dead. Duke Chi panicked. A dead person. He had actually killed someone. And given that Nong Xiaomin and Linshur had plotted against Nan Wushir, that alone would be enough for her to kill someone without too much trouble. At most, she could no longer live among ordinary people. What could he do to both kill the person and escape punishment? After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a plan. Frame Nan Wushir. If an ordinary person killed someone, they would have to pay with their life, but martial artists were different. As long as they had a reason, they could kill without facing execution. Given Nong Xiaomin's character, he would not grieve over a purchased wife, but he would definitely break his Duke Chi's backbone. That Nong Xiaomin had painstakingly saved 100 taels of silver to obtain a purchased wife, and now he had killed her. He would never let him off. What should he do? Duke Chi stared at Linshur's twisted face for a while. As the initial fear slowly faded, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. A petty man is no gentleman. A true man must be ruthless. Since he knew Nong Xiaomin would extort or even retaliate against him, it was better to strike first and kill him. But killing him was easy. What came after? Yes, it was an arrest, not a summons. The reason? Slandering a martial artist. In fact, Nong Xiaomin had sensed something was wrong when he discovered that his purchased wife, who had gone to catch his runaway wife, had been taken into the duke's residence. He was a duke. If people found out he had killed someone, he would still face punishment from Black Rock City. Moreover, she had told him to teach that pair of adulterers a lesson. Right, he had killed on orders. He could kill openly and justifiably. After making his preparations, Duke Chi sent people to arrest Nong Xiaomin. Yes, although he had not shown himself, he had actually been secretly following the group with the purchased wife. When he saw how beautiful the runaway wife was, he even considered keeping her as his own wife. In others' eyes, his purchased wife seemed more beautiful than the runaway wife, but he had always understood the truth that beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Therefore, in his view, once this runaway wife improved her complexion, she would be far more beautiful than the purchased wife, Linshur. Moreover, this runaway wife was heavily pregnant. First, she was surely fertile. Second, once the child was born, he could make a profit. Human resources were precious in this world, and selling a child could bring him dozens of taels of silver. For the wealthy, virginity mattered, but for an ordinary man like him, what did it matter whether she was a virgin? As long as she could be used and bear children, that was enough. Thus, he even thought that if the runaway wife could not tolerate Linshur after being brought back, he would simply sell Linshur, his newly purchased wife, again. If you feel lost and in pain, remember why you set out in the first place. This chapter ends. Chapter 2037, Duke Chi's Revenge 4. However, at first, Nong Xiaomin was still listening as that escaped wife argued with the officers, insisting she was not an escaped wife. He inwardly blamed his purchased wife, knowing full well that woman wasn't an escaped wife. What was there left to say? Why not just let the officers arrest her? When he finally saw that, under the instigation of his purchased wife Lin, the officers did take action, he was pleased, thinking that this escaped wife wouldn't escape now. But what followed shattered his understanding of women. Every single officer, she needed only one move to kick them to the ground, unable to move. Even his purchased wife, who tried to flee, was kicked back into the midst of the officers. Heavens, that woman was a martial master. And he had actually mistaken a martial master for his escaped wife. Fortunately, he had only been watching from a distance. The moment he sensed something was wrong, he didn't hesitate to leave the scene. Back home, he was still worried whether that martial master would track him down. He had dared to scheme this, because he had prepared a fallback from the start. What? The Duke sent you to arrest me. Nong Xiaomin thought he had misheard. The officer said coldly, that's right. Come with us quietly. So when the Duke's men came to his house to arrest him, he was still in a daze. Therefore, she probably didn't know about his deal with the Duke. If the plan succeeded, judging by how freely that Nanyu spent money, she likely had more than 1,000 taels of silver on her, maybe even 10,000. So if it worked, he would become rich overnight. But then, thinking of Lin, who came from a prominent family in the provincial capital and was sold into slavery only because her family had fallen from grace, though he had known her only briefly, he knew she wasn't simple. So he felt a bit afraid. Would Lin start blabbing? Nong Xiaomin never imagined that Lin wouldn't blab. He was the one Duke Chi first exposed in front of Mengyu. This conflict had erupted on the street, and many people knew about it. He just needed to frame it as a dispute between two women. Then he could claim that Lin, out of resentment toward Nanyu, had falsely accused her of being his escaped wife. Nong Xiaoman panicked and quickly handed each of the two officers a tael of silver. Brothers, did the Duke say what my crime is? Now they were coming to arrest him, ready to root him out completely. But if it failed, he wouldn't let the Duke pin everything on him, because he had already prepared a fallback. That fallback was the conflict between his purchased wife and that Nanyu. Moreover, Duke Chi didn't just expose him in front of Mengyu, he also followed Mengyu's instructions to teach them a harsh lesson. In the process, he accidentally killed his purchased wife first. He knew very well that if things went wrong, Duke Chi would shift all the blame onto him. And he had long been prepared for that. Even when he sent Lin to the Duke's manor to file the complaint, he only said he had adopted her suggestion, without telling her anything else. The two officers pocketed the silver without a change in expression. One of them said, "Your crime is falsely accusing a martial master of being your escaped wife." Nong Xiaoman was stunned. He falsely accused a martial master? Calling that Nanyu his escaped wife and then taking her wealth, with Duke Chi taking 70% and him 30%, wasn't that something they had agreed on? How had it turned into him falsely accusing a martial master? Isn't it? The officer said contemptuously. Didn't your purchased wife Lin accuse that Nanyu of being your wife who ran away 5 years ago? If that's not false accusation, what is? End of chapter. Chapter 2038, Duke Chi's Revenge 5. Nong Xiaoman immediately sensed something was wrong. Before, he hadn't known that woman was a martial master, so the town duke had dared to make a deal with him. But now that her identity as a martial master had been exposed, Duke Chi was pinning everything on him, Nong Xiaoman. Fortunately, he had already prepared a backup plan. Nong Xiaoman shouted, "No, it wasn't me. It was Lin. She had a grudge against Master Nan, so she went to the town duke to file a complaint, trying to have Master Nan captured as a runaway wife and tormented. I had no idea she filed that complaint. This has nothing to do with me. Save those words for the town duke's office. We're just following procedure," the officer said. Nong Xiaoman knew that arguing with the officers was useless. He could only explain himself at the town duke's office. He believed that he and Duke Chi were in the same boat. Since Lin was there to take the fall, surely nothing would happen to him. What he didn't know, however, was that while Lin was indeed the scapegoat, he wouldn't escape death either. Because Duke Chi had accidentally killed Lin, he now had to kill Nong Xiaoman to cover up his own crime. Moreover, Master Nan had demanded that Duke Chi teach Nong Xiaoman a proper lesson. Thus, after Nong Xiaoman was brought to the town duke's office, Duke Chi refused to see him. Instead, he was thrown directly into the dungeon and locked in with a death row inmate. Nong Xiaoman was horrified. How is this possible? I haven't committed a capital crime. Why am I being locked in a death cell? There must be a mistake. Someone. I'm not a death row prisoner. Let me out. Of course, he had no idea that the other man was a death row inmate. No matter how loudly he shouted, no one responded. The death row inmate grinned at him and said, "Take off your clothes." Nong Xiaoman refused. "Why should I take off my clothes? If you don't, I'll beat you to death." The inmate lunged at him and punched Nong Xiaoman. After being knocked down, Nong Xiaoman jumped up and yelled, "Someone's attacking. They're killing me. Help." He was deliberately making a scene, hoping to be moved to a different cell. This one was far too terrible. The death row inmate bared his teeth in a laugh. "Go ahead and shout. You can scream your throat raw and no one will care. Because this is death row. Who do you think handles death row matters? Even if you're beaten to death, it just means you die a little earlier. If I tell you to strip, you strip." "Why all the fuss?" the inmate said impatiently. Nong Xiaoman was no pushover either. "No." The death row inmate laughed heartily. "Haha, you say you're not a death row prisoner? If you're locked in death row, how could you not be one? And you're still shouting to be let out? Let me tell you, once someone enters this death row, there's no chance of release. You'd better behave, or I'll kill you, and it'll be for nothing." Nong Xiaoman was terrified. "Impossible. If I die, you won't get off easy either." "Haha." The inmate laughed again. "I'm already a death row prisoner. Tell me, how much worse could it get for me? Even if I'm sentenced to death again, I still die. So how exactly would I not get off easy? Besides, you were arrested for buying a wife and offending a martial master, weren't you?" Seeing that the death row inmate didn't seem to be bluffing, Nong Xiaoman was shocked. This man wasn't afraid of death at all. It seemed the man before him truly was a death row prisoner, and he himself had indeed been thrown into death row. Was Duke Chi trying to have him killed? They were supposed to be in the same boat. No, if he died, Duke Chi could pin everything on him. That martial master would no longer blame Duke Chi. End of chapter. Chapter 2039, Duke Chi's Revenge 6. Nong Xiaoman was unwilling. Didn't the Duke realize that he had left himself a backup plan? Lin had a conflict with that southern martial master. If they just pinned everything on Lin, both of them could get off the hook. The death row inmate looked at him and snorted. What? Can't figure out why you have to bear the consequences for what you bought? Have you forgotten that the rules for purchasing a wife state that if the purchased wife commits a crime, the husband bears joint responsibility? Nong Xiaomin's heart shook. He had indeed forgotten one thing. Lin was a purchased wife, not a proper wife. In a household with a purchased wife, the relationship between the purchased wife and the purchasing husband was that of master and servant. The husband had absolute control over the purchased wife. She could not do anything without his consent, nor could she go out or act on her own. That was why many people liked purchasing wives. They enjoyed the sense of absolute control and male chauvinism. Even if he was at the very bottom of society, oppressed by everyone above him, he still had someone he could oppress. But if you enjoyed the rights, you had to bear the joint responsibility. Therefore, if a purchased wife committed a crime, the husband would be held accountable. Unless, right after buying her, you immediately revoked the purchase contract, married her properly, and made her a proper wife. This rule was also meant to protect purchased wives. After all, if you oppressed her too much, and she hardened her heart to commit a major crime, she could drag you down with her. I'll ride you. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Let you bully me, let you not fear death. I'll beat you to death right now, and then we'll see if you're still not afraid to die. Nong Xiaomin finally couldn't take it anymore. While the death row inmate was lost in ecstasy, he flipped him over, straddled him, pulled his clothes over his head, and started beating him. The death row inmate, having finally gotten a new arrival, had been treating him like a toy, playing with him in every way. He was in the middle of enjoying himself when he was thrown off, straddled, and beaten mostly on the head. They say good men fear thugs, and thugs fear those who are already dead men walking. Before, he was a death row inmate, so he dared to treat human life as nothing, since he was going to die anyway. He wasn't afraid of death, or rather, being afraid was useless. Realizing this, Nong Xiaomin collapsed. He forgot to resist, until he was penetrated from below and the pain became unbearable, snapping him back to reality. But pinned underneath, he couldn't break free no matter what. In other words, if his purchased wife Lin went to accuse the Southern Martial Master of being his runaway wife, it was the same as him personally accusing the Southern Martial Master, and the same as him personally sending people to capture him. His first purchased wife had run away after only 2 years of marriage. Then, for 5 years, he hadn't bought another wife. So he had actually forgotten this detail? The fear of offending a martial master and the fact of being violated by a death row inmate filled him with extreme anger and humiliation and drove him to lose his reason. So, whenever someone gave him a chance to bully them, he would bully them relentlessly. But now, Nong Xiaomin, driven by fear and humiliation, had thrown caution to the wind and started fighting back fiercely. So the death row inmate became afraid. Even though he was a death row inmate, he wasn't going to die immediately. After all, any person wants to live one more day if they can. Especially since he was being held until after the night sky passed to be executed. He was scared. Mercy. Good sir, mercy. I won't do it again, I swear. The death row inmate kept begging Nong Xiaomin for mercy, but Nong Xiaomin turned a deaf ear, focused only on venting his anger. Only by beating him to death could he wash away his shame. Don't care too much about others' opinions of you. All you need is to be the best version of yourself. Good night. This chapter ends. Chapter 2040, Gu Dongxing trapped in the Valley of Death 1. When Shi Zhenggong received the news that Nong Xiaomin had killed a death row prisoner, his heart finally settled. He had thrown Nong Xiaomin into death row with no intention of letting him out. He knew very well the special perversions of that death row prisoner. Either Nong Xiaomin would be toyed to death by him, or he would rise up and kill the prisoner himself. But no matter the outcome, Nong Xiaomin could not escape death, because even if he killed someone else, he would still be sentenced to death himself. Just lock him in death row, and after tonight, execute him along with the other death row prisoners. After giving these instructions, Shi Zhenggong sent the news to Mengyu. At the same time, he also spread the news to the Nong family. Nong Xiaomin had gotten his bought wife, Lin Shi, to accuse Southern Warrior of being her escaped husband, and led the town government officers to arrest him. This resulted in the officers being injured by Southern Warrior, who then sued the town government for defamation of a warrior. Lin Shi committed suicide out of fear, and Nong Xiaomin was taken into custody by the officers. That very night, he got into a conflict with a prisoner and beat him to death. Nong's mother, who lived with her eldest son but had her heart set on her youngest, fainted upon hearing the news. Nong's father sent someone to investigate and learned everything that had happened to his already separated youngest son during this time. He took his eldest son, Nong Damon, to visit the prison. After spending 10 taels of silver, they finally saw the youngest son, only to find that he could no longer speak. It was said that during the conflict with the prisoner, his throat had been destroyed. Although Nong Daemin and Nong Xiaomin did not get along in truth, the brothers had been close as children. It was only after they married that they grew apart, because although their parents ate with the eldest, their hearts were with the youngest, favoring him in every way. All the savings of the elderly couple went to the younger brother, and the eldest brother's wife, resentful of this, caused a rift between the brothers. In the end, father and son could only return home, trying to think of a way to save him. Nong Daemin believed that a wife who was married was different from one who was bought. Only a married wife could boss her husband around. Therefore, Nong Xiaomin insisted on buying a wife rather than marrying one. He had the whole family spend 100 taels of silver to buy him a wife, but he did not treat her well, causing her to run away. Still unwilling to give up, he refused to marry properly and spent silver to buy a second one. This made Nong Daemin deeply dissatisfied, and he began to ignore his brother altogether. But now, seeing his brother facing life and death because of a bought wife, Nong Daemin regretted it. If only he had known, he would never have let his brother buy a wife. Looking at his youngest son, who was now like a cripple, Nong's father felt as if his heart were being cut. He could only hold his son and weep. When the visiting time was up, the fierce officers came to drive them away. He had to save his brother. But if Nong Xiaomin had only killed a death row prisoner, it might have been manageable. Unfortunately, he had also falsely accused Southern Warrior of being his escaped wife and reported it to the town government. A warrior who would dare to offend one? With no other options, Nong Daemin decided to seek out Southern Warrior, the one his brother had falsely accused of being an escaped wife. If only that warrior could forgive his brother, he might be able to save his life. At this moment, Mingyu was preparing for the birth of her child. She could sense that the baby would arrive in just a few days. These past days, she had been feeling anxious because Gu Dongxing had gone to the Black Forest nearly a month ago and still had not returned. He had promised her that this trip would take at least half a month and at most a month, though this space had no day or night. Time was still divided into 12-hour periods, making a day of 24 hours. She needed Gu Dongxing to be by her side when she gave birth. Although Gu's mother could take care of her, she had only been with Gu's family for about 2 months and could not fully trust them yet. What if they were bribed? At this very moment, Gu Dongxing, whom Mingyu was thinking about, was trapped in a dead valley. There is no wasted effort in this world, nor any success that comes by chance. Every seemingly effortless achievement is actually the result of natural progression. There is no path taken in vain, nor hardship endured for nothing. Every step you take and every effort you make is the foundation and paving stone for the future. Do every small thing steadily, work diligently, and your dreams will eventually come true. Good morning, dear readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 2041, Gu Dongxing trapped in the Valley of Death 2. Mingyu really disliked being at her weakest with no loved ones by her side. In addition to making clothes for the baby, she also prepared some high-energy foods for her postpartum recovery and stored them in her treasure pouch. Gu Dongxing, why haven't you come back yet? Has something happened to you? She remembered that she had exchanged Peiyuan pills and Juyuan pills for his recovery, exchanged Huichun pills to prevent him from getting injured, and even exchanged one Great Return pill and one Huichun pill each, which she had solemnly given to Gu Dongxing. Those could only be exchanged with merit points. She hoped nothing had happened to him. After entering the Black Forest, Gu Dongxing began hunting while searching for anything unusual in the forest. In his view, the way home must be found in some extraordinary place. Thus, as he traveled, he specifically hunted various king beasts, such as the wild boar king, the wild bull king, the wild deer king, and so on. With his innate 9th layer cultivation, and with Peiyuan pills constantly replenishing his energy and spirit, even if he got injured, he had Huichun pills. Therefore, his hunting journey had been smooth. He had filled 8 of his 10 treasure pouches and obtained over 120 beast cores from 1,000 gene beasts. One day, he was fighting a massive wild bull king. The bull, unable to defeat him, fled, and he gave chase, only to see the bull charging toward a cliff. The valley was very cold, but fortunately, he was wearing a magical robe. Then he realized that this was a lifeless valley of death. Gu Dongxing landed on the bull's body. Although he also fell flat, because the bull cushioned him, he did not die, only suffering severe injuries. But who would have thought that just as he leaped onto the back of the great wild bull king, he discovered that the entire cliff the bull had charged onto was not real. Then, Gu Dongxing, along with the bull, fell through and plunged into a strange valley. Every creature that entered this valley died, because the gravity here was unbearable, crushing any animal down until their bodies burst with blood. What puzzled Gu Dongxing was that the various beasts in this black forest only had beast cores. He had never seen a beast that had formed a nascent soul. Moreover, just like how human cultivators had their power sealed, these beasts only had beast cores and no magical abilities. However, Gu Dongxing possessed a mysterious iron dagger that could cut through iron like mud, so every time he fought these beast kings, he emerged victorious. The wild bull king died because, first, its weight caused acceleration when it fell, and second, the gravity in this place was abnormal, so it died upon impact. He had wanted to kill the bull before it fell off the cliff, so he leaped onto its back. At that moment, the bull was still over 10 meters from the cliff's edge, and he was confident he could kill it before it plunged over, and then hold it back to prevent the fall. After the wild bull king fell into the valley, it collapsed and could not get up. Soon, blood burst from its orifices, and it died. The plants here were short, thick, and sturdy because the gravity was immense, making their density very high. If Gu Dongxing were not a body cultivator, entering this place would have meant certain death. His greatest fortune was having the wild bull king beneath him to cushion the fall. But even so, he was severely injured. He had to muster all his strength to take out a Hui Chun pill and swallow it. This chapter ends. Chapter 2042, Gu Dongxing trapped in the Valley of Death 3. The Hui Chun pill quickly healed most of Gu Dongxing's injuries, but he still couldn't stand up and could only lie on his stomach to recover his cultivation power. Yes, cultivation power, because he discovered that seals and the like were ineffective here. If he had realized earlier that the seal on cultivation power was ineffective here, he wouldn't have needed to use the Hui Chun pill at all. He could have healed his injuries with spiritual power alone. Feeling his cultivation power at the peak of the golden core stage slowly recover, Gu Dongxing found some comfort in his heart. With the support of his cultivation power, he slowly stood up and then gradually moved forward. He noticed that the spiritual energy in the valley was extremely rich. In fact, it wasn't just the valley, the entire Black Forest had abundant spiritual energy. No, the whole space was filled with dense spiritual energy, otherwise, top-grade spirit stones wouldn't have been produced. If entering this space hadn't sealed his spiritual power, making cultivation impossible, practicing here would have been incredibly fast. Moreover, he also discovered that the spiritual energy in this valley was very pure, seemingly several times purer than the spiritual power he had cultivated before. Gu Dongxing initially suspected that the various beasts in the Black Forest could form beast cores because, like him and Minyu, they were demon beasts that had accidentally fallen into the space and had their cultivation sealed. Perhaps, after he slaughtered a large number of beast kings in the forest, the master had moved him to this valley of death? If so, wouldn't he be unable to return to Minyu's side? No, he had to go back. After Gu Dongxing took Peiyuan pills several times to recover, while the wild bull king couldn't recover, the bull king could only flee in defeat. In the end, it escaped into this valley of death. Otherwise, it would be impossible to understand why these beasts that had formed cores lacked real combat power. Logically, when comparing beasts of the same level to humans, humans are absolutely no match for beasts. But throughout his journey of slaughter, the only one who could fight him to a standstill was this great wild bull king. He suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the entire Black Forest was actually a large-scale breeding ground, and these beasts were deliberately raised there by someone, with the sole purpose of obtaining beast cores? However, he had tried to absorb a beast core before but found that he couldn't absorb it. Presumably, beast cores were meant to be refined into pills before consumption, right? If his guess was correct, then this space was very likely a space with an owner. Gu Dongxing now suspected that the beasts he had thought were demon beasts with cores weren't demon beasts at all, but ordinary wild animals that had absorbed spiritual energy in the Black Forest and formed beast cores. With his cultivation power restored and his divine sense available, he could now open his ring. He would definitely find a way out of the valley. He had to find a way out. Gu Dongxing shook his head, forcing the thought of not being able to return out of his mind. He first retrieved the fist-sized beast core from the wild bull king, and then stored the bull king's body into his 100 treasure pouch. But now, he no longer thought that way. Gu Dongxing immediately took a spiritual weapon axe from his ring. Remembering his physical exhaustion, he quickly brought out his portable house and entered the space house, the palace. He hadn't slept for over 10 days, relying solely on Peiyuan pills to restore his energy and spirit. Now that he was in a place where he could recover, he naturally decided to sleep first. He slept for 10 hours. When he woke up, he felt his body had recovered to an unprecedented degree. Moreover, he also felt a desire to break through a barrier and condense his core into an infant. End of this chapter. Chapter 2043, Gu Dongxing trapped in the Valley of Death 4. As soon as the thought of forming an infant arose, Gu Dongxing immediately thought of Mengyu. His martial arts might have nothing to do with her, but his cultivation in the path of immortality was closely tied to hers. If he formed an infant here, she would likely have to form one as well. The problem was that her cultivation was still sealed. If he transmitted spiritual power to her but she couldn't break through, he had no idea what the consequences would be, nor whether it would affect the 2 treasures in her womb. Therefore, Gu Dongxing had no choice but to suppress the thought of forming an infant. To prevent his cultivation from being sealed again and his ring from being locked once more, Gu Dongxing simply took out some spiritual items, such as the stalactite essence and spiritual liquid Meng Yu had given him, some of his own jade liquid, various pills, and some spiritual rice, wheat, and seafood that hadn't been placed in his ring, and moved them into his 100 treasure pouch. Fortunately, he had asked Meng Yu for 100 treasure pouches. As for the prey originally stored in the pouch, he moved them all into the preservation warehouse of the palace. Next, after casting a defensive barrier on himself to withstand the gravity, he put away the palace and began exploring the valley. This valley of death was not large. The trees in the valley were short, and there were almost no living animals, but there were plenty of dead ones. If that was the case, then his earlier speculation, that the entire Great Black Forest was a massive breeding ground, might very well be true. In other words, the beasts that died in this valley had all perished in the same way. Moreover, each of these beast cores was the size of an adult man's fist. He estimated that the energy contained in a single one of these cores was equivalent to the energy from over 100 of the beast cores he had hunted before. And not a single one of these cores was small. It seemed that only beasts with mature cores would come to this valley. He casually wandered through the valley and collected over 100 corpses of mature demon beasts, each weighing over 2,000 jin. At the same time, he obtained over 100 beast cores, roughly the amount he would have gathered in over 20 days of hunting. Gu Dongxing recalled that the beast core of the Great Wild Bull King had also been the size of an adult fist. Could it be that the Bull King hadn't been forced to the cliff because he was chasing it, but rather because something in the valley was calling to it? Sure enough, he soon discovered a type of fruit in the valley, beast-slurring fruit. When this fruit ripened, it emitted a fragrance that drove demon beasts to recklessly rush over and devour it. In other words, this valley of death was essentially a slaughterhouse for beasts with mature cores. And this valley was the place where mature lives were harvested. A thought struck Gu Dongxing. The Great Wild Bull King, which had been locked in fierce battle with him before suddenly turning and fleeing, hadn't been running away at all. It had been drawn by the scent, leaped onto the illusory cliff, fallen into the valley, and dragged him along with it. What astonished Gu Dongxing was that all the dead animal carcasses were still fresh. Either they had died not long ago, or the valley had a preservation function. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Gu Dongxing continued exploring the valley. He discovered even more dead demon beasts. Then, he slapped his forehead. His divine sense had been sealed for so long that he had forgotten to use it. He first tried to extend his divine sense out of his body. There was no obstruction. He extended it further, then slowly spread it out, enveloping the entire valley of death. He found that there were at least 10,000 dead demon beasts in the valley, all of them as fresh as the moment they had died. This scene was truly eerie. Chapter 2044, Gu Dongxing trapped in the Valley of Death 5. Gu Dongxing thought, does this valley have a preservation function, or is there another reason? He tried removing the demon cores from the animals. As a result, he discovered that after the demon cores were taken out, even though the valley was quite cold, the color of the animal flesh began to change. He finally understood. These animals remained fresh because of the demon cores inside them. That was why the owner of this large breeding ground was not afraid of the beasts rotting after death. He instinctively felt that if he did not want to expose himself, he should not pick up any more mature demon beasts in this valley. In fact, it would be best to even take out the ones he had already picked up and put them back. But Gu Dongxing only considered it for a moment and did not do so. If someone was managing this valley, he had already disturbed the demon beasts here. If he put them back, someone would still notice they had been moved. It was better to leave things as they were. Or he could simply collect all these fresh beasts and demon cores. After all, he could now connect his space house and ring. His space ring alone was enough to store over 1,000 animals with their demon cores. The warehouse in his space house was even more massive, capable of holding tens of thousands of beasts. However, he did not rush to pack up these beasts. Instead, he used his divine sense to search every inch of this valley, hoping to find a way out. But after searching again and again, he still could not find an exit. All around the valley were sheer cliffs thousands of feet high, with no path to be found. However, he has been waiting outside for 12 hours already. Guda felt a bit sorry for him. Xiao Nian had already told her what she had learned. Qi Zhengong had sent a message saying that Lin Shi had committed suicide out of guilt, but in reality, she had been raped and killed by him. She felt even more disgusted with Qi Zhengong. Unless he could fly. Meng Yu thought for a moment and said, no need to see him. Without even hearing it, Meng Yu could guess what that farmer, De Min, wanted from her. Meanwhile, on Meng Yu's side, just as she was worrying about whether something had happened to Gu Dongxing in the Black Forest, someone came to request an audience. However, when he tried his flying cloud and inserted a top-grade spirit stone, he discovered that the valley had a no-fly restriction. He simply could not take off. According to Xiaonian's findings, this farmer, Demin, was an honest and good person. But the more honest and good he was, the harder he was for Mingyu to deal with. Therefore, the best approach was to refuse to see him. Although she detested Qi Zhonglong, she could not help Nong Xiaomin at this moment. And as for Nong Xiaomin, who had tried to take her back as an escaped wife and even plotted to seize her property, she had no intention of letting him off either. Thinking that his wife in Dafeng Town should be close to giving birth, he was burning with anxiety. Guda was very certain. Yes, he said so himself. Are you sure you asked clearly? Is he Nong Xiaomin's older brother, Nong Damon? Mingyu asked Guda. He had no choice but to put the flying cloud into his treasure pouch instead of his storage ring. Although he could not fly in the valley, he might be able to once he left it. Does the master want to see him? Because the last time he had directly brought Qi Zhonglong in, the master had scolded him. Now, Guda always reported first, letting the master decide whether to allow the visitor in. Mingyu sighed inwardly. Sure enough, this type of person was the hardest to deal with. She turned to Xiaonian and asked, Xiaonian, does this Nong Damon know about his cooperation with Qi Zhonglong? Xiaonian shook her head. He probably doesn't know. What he knows should only be what the authorities told him. Because of the conflict between the master and Lin Shi, he would only think that Lin Shi was responsible and that his brother was implicated by her. So, he hates Lin Shi to the bone. When he heard that Lin Shi was dead, he refused to even claim her body for burial. End of this chapter. Chapter 2045. Gu Dongxing Trapped in the Valley of Death 6. Mingyu took 2 taels of silver and handed them to Xiaonian, saying, Xiaonian, use this silver to find someone to leak the information about Nong Xiaomin and Town Lord Qi's deal to him, but don't show yourself. Xiaonian agreed and left. However, he had no intention of letting someone else earn those 2 taels of silver. Instead, he pulled Xiaohong aside, and the two disguised themselves before heading out. After Mingyu refused to see Nong Danian for the umpteenth time, Nong Danian turned back with resentment in his heart. But thinking about how his younger brother had been innocently implicated by Lin, he felt wronged on his brother's behalf. Now that this southern martial master refused to see him, what other way could he possibly find to plead his brother's case? As he walked, he suddenly overheard 2 voices discussing something. At first, he paid no attention, but when he caught his brother's name, Nong Xiaomin, his ears perked up. A clear voice said, Have you heard? That Nong Xiaomin from South Street was ruined by his newly bought wife, Lin. Another, somewhat more mature voice replied, I've heard about this long ago. Word is that Lin had a conflict with a young woman over buying candles, lost her own candles to her, and held a grudge, plotting to destroy that young woman. When she heard that her husband had a bought wife who had been on the run for 5 years without being found, she went to the town office to accuse that young woman of being her husband's runaway wife. She got the town office to send officers to arrest the woman, but the officers she brought were all beaten down by that young woman. Only then did they realize that the so-called runaway wife they were trying to arrest was actually a martial master. That martial master sure has guts, daring to hit officers. If someone falsely accused you of being a runaway wife and tried to capture you to sell you off, could you tolerate it? Exactly. So that martial master naturally countersued Lin and Nong Xiaomin for slandering her as a runaway wife. I definitely couldn't tolerate it. Lin brought it on herself, but Nong Xiaomin was wronged. Nong Danian wanted to speak up and argue. My brother didn't know anything, was thrown into jail, got into a conflict with a fellow inmate, and killed someone. Now he's just waiting to be executed after the night passes. If that's not wronged, what is? But then he heard the other voice say, What reason do you have to say Nong Xiaomin isn't wronged? So he stopped himself, wanting to hear the reasoning. You're wrong. Nong Xiaomin isn't wronged at all. So Lin and Nong Xiaomin ended up unlucky. The clear voice continued, Let me tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. My uncle's second cousin's nephew works as an officer in the town office. He personally saw Nong Xiaomin go to see Town Lord Qi. Thinking that Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife was Town Lord Qi's 6th concubine, he feared something bad might happen if Nong Xiaomin met with him, so he quietly followed to eavesdrop. Nong Danian's heart leaped when he heard this. What? His younger brother's runaway wife, who had been gone for 5 years, had become Town Lord Qi's 6th concubine? What kind of nonsense was that? The clear voice went on, what my uncle's second cousin's nephew overheard was shocking. It turned out that Nong Xiaomin didn't come to see Town Lord Qi about his runaway wife at all, but to make a deal with him. Nong Xiaomin proposed that when Lin came to Town Lord Qi to report the case and ask to arrest his runaway wife, he would follow her request and send officers to capture that young woman from South Street who had clashed with Lin as his runaway wife. Life is fleeting, don't leave regrets behind. Live the way you love. Good night, dear readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 2046, Gu Dongxing Trapped in the Valley of Death 7. Nong Damon's heart sank as he listened to that person's words. It was his younger brother, Nong Xiaoman, who had gone to the town magistrate himself, begging him to arrest the woman who had clashed with Lin as a runaway wife. The fault clearly did not lie with his runaway wife, yet he had made such a request. Would the town magistrate agree? And if he did, what price would he have to pay? He listened intently. The clear voice continued. At first, that magistrate she didn't want to do it, but Nong Xiaoman pointed out that the woman he had identified as the runaway wife, Nanyu, had a lot of property. Her house and servants alone were worth several hundred taels. She had bought many candles and grain in preparation for the night of heaven, spending silver so freely that she must have at least 1,000 taels, even 10,000 taels, on hand. Moreover, Nong Xiaoman suggested that after catching the runaway wife, she could be sold off. Since she was pregnant, there was no worry about fertility issues, so she could fetch a good price. Magistrate Chi worried about what would happen if Nanyu's husband returned. Nong Xiaoman said, "The man went hunting in the Black Forest. Whether he comes back is uncertain. Besides, even if he does leave the Black Forest, can't I send people to intercept him on the road and make sure he dies out there?" Yes, too vicious. If that Miss Nanyu weren't a martial artist, she would have been caught as a runaway wife and taken to the town magistrate's office by now, and likely sold off. Her husband would have been ambushed and killed outside by the magistrate's men. Sigh. Initially, they had settled on a plan to divide Nanyu's property. Since Magistrate Chi was responsible for dealing with Nanyu's husband, they agreed to split her assets 70-30, with Chi taking 70% and Nong Xiaoman 30%. After finalizing the distribution, Nong Xiaoman went home and told Lin to go to the town magistrate's office and file a complaint against Magistrate Chi. The clear voice paused there, coughed, and then asked, "Do I still think that Nong Xiaoman is innocent now?" "Oh, how so?" the older voice asked again. And when had his younger brother become so vicious, killing a woman's husband, seizing his wife, and plotting to take his property? Innocent? If that counts as innocent, is that acceptable? The older voice sighed and said, before this, he didn't know Nong Xiaoman was so malicious. Coveting someone else's property, falsely accusing her of being a runaway wife, and even seeking to kill her husband, too vicious. That Nong Xiaoman is a sly one. The clear voice continued. In fact, even without the secret from his brother-in-law's second uncle's nephew, he wouldn't have thought Nong Xiaoman was innocent. Nong Damon sighed inwardly. If the truth were really like that, how could his younger brother still be considered innocent? That question was exactly what Nong Damon wanted to ask, so he pricked up his ears and continued listening. Think about it. Lin was a purchased wife. A purchased wife, without her husband's consent, she couldn't even step out the door. How could she manage anything? Let alone something as major as going to the town magistrate's office to file a complaint. And after filing the complaint, she even led 5 or 6 officers to brazenly arrest martial artist Nan. Could Nong Xiaoman possibly not have known? He knew, yet he didn't stop her. Can I still say he's innocent? Nong Damon asked himself the same question. Yes, even he had forgotten. Unlike himself, who had coveted his wife's dowry and married a shrew, his younger brother had used the family's savings to buy a wife. And the husband of a purchased wife had absolute control over her. End of chapter. Chapter 2047, Gu Dongxing Trapped in the Valley of Death, 8. Nong Damon sighed inwardly. Lin had done those things not in secret, but openly and boldly. How could his younger brother not know? Knowing and not stopping it already proved that those deeds were instigated by his brother himself. He clearly knew that Miss Nanyu was not his escaped wife, yet he sent Lin to the town government to accuse her of being his escaped wife from 5 years ago. Could he really be innocent? What Nong Damon was thinking now was, with a younger brother so vicious as to scheme for others' property and disregard their lives, was it worth exhausting his mind to save him? If he was saved, and he no longer had his own property, would he come to scheme against his elder brother? Forget it, forget it. The brothers had long divided their households. Each had their own fate. He would not meddle anymore, nor could he. With this thought, Nong Damon actually exhaled the pent-up frustration he had been holding in his heart and strode back home. When his mother saw him return, she asked, "How did things go? Can your brother be saved?" Nong Damon wanted to speak, but couldn't bring himself to. He felt ashamed of what his brother had done. His mother even threw herself into his arms. "Fine, if you won't save your brother, that's one thing, but you actually slander him for murder? Are you even human?" I don't want to go through with it anymore," Nong Damon said in a muffled voice. "I still have to go. He dares to kill, and I still have to go. I don't have the ability to do that," Nong Damon shouted. His father squinted. "What did you say? What murder? Your mother asked you a question. Why aren't you speaking? Cat got your tongue." His father pushed him. "Xiaonian returned the 2 taels of silver to Mengyu. We didn't hire anyone." Meng Yu listened to Xiao Nian and Xiao Hong's report on how they had revealed the truth to Nong Damon and was very pleased. Good, good. Both of you did well. You didn't show yourselves, yet you got the truth out. Nong Damon's face darkened. Don't worry. I may not be able to save Xiaomin, but I will definitely avenge him. Nong Damon grew anxious. He didn't kill anyone, but he conspired with the town officials to plan a murder. Under such circumstances, how could they still save him? But his mother suddenly jumped up. My son's escaped wife is actually at Chi Town Master's residence? This time, it's clearly a matter between 2 people, no, 3 people. But Lin has already committed suicide, actually murdered, and my son awaits execution at nightfall. Why is Chi Town Master completely unscathed? Nong Damon, who had originally not wanted to say much, was forced by his parents' pressure to spill everything he had heard. As a result, even his parents, who had always doted on and spoiled their younger son, fell silent. What he had to do now was gather all the evidence, then lie low and wait for the envoy from Black Rock City to arrive after nightfall. What? You won't go? You're Xiao Min's own elder brother. If you don't go, who will? You unfilial son, do you want to anger me to death? His mother said bitterly. But Meng Yu pushed the 2 taels of silver back. You didn't hire anyone, but the job is done. These 2 taels of silver are a reward for the 2 of you, 1 tael each. She was quite satisfied. The gnome family now knew the truth. The rest depended on whether they were willing to avenge Nong Xiaomin. She had heard that this space was unlike the outside world, which had a top-down government structure, nor was it like ancient times with emperors and ministers. Here, all institutions, small ones called towns, large ones called provinces, were directly under the jurisdiction of Black Rock City. As for how Black Rock City specifically governed, no one knew. End of chapter. Chapter 2048, Gu Dongxing trapped in the Valley of Death 9. After the Night Heaven, people from Black Rock City came, not only to select martial artists with good bone roots, but also to inspect and assess the town magistrate's performance. If the farmer family wanted revenge, they could take advantage of Black Rock City's arrival to bring down the town magistrate. As for town magistrate Chi, he had no idea that his secret had been leaked. He only thought that with Lin dead and Nong Xiaomin unable to speak, he could rest easy. On the other side, Gu Dongxing had already been stuck in the Valley of Death for several days. The time he had agreed upon with Meng Yu was approaching, meaning he had been in the Black Forest for a month. He had been searching for an exit, but no matter what he did, he couldn't find one. In utter desperation, he decided to go all out. There was a saying, the biggest banana leaf hides the biggest secret. Another saying went, when the water isn't urgent, the fish won't jump. Stir the muddy water to catch the fish. To get out, he had to find a way to alert the manager of this massive breeding ground, if such a manager existed. So, he made a crazy decision. Gu Dongxing began frantically collecting the corpses and beast cores of the dead demon beasts in the valley, stashing them into his ring, his 100 treasure pouch, and the underground warehouse of his space house. He collected every single one he saw. Before long, all 10,000 mature demon beast corpses in the valley had been gathered by Gu Dongxing. After collecting all the animal bodies and beast cores, he released his divine sense to scan the area again. Still detecting no unusual activity, he simply raised his axe and waited for the manager to appear. At that moment, Gu Dongxing dared not jump down because he didn't know if the place he landed on would collapse. He could only rise with the stalagmite. First, a strange force flipped the ground beneath him, sending him tumbling. Because the spot he stood on had risen, his body rolled in another direction. Yes, an earthquake struck the valley, the entire ground was churning. Gu Dongxing was still pondering. When the manager appeared, should he politely ask to be taken out, or directly beat him into submission and force him to comply? Or perhaps, perform a soul search, obtain the manager's memories, and then leave? But after waiting a full half hour, Gu Dongxing didn't see the manager of this slaughterhouse. Instead, an earthquake came. Before he could recover from the shock, he felt the stalagmite he was clinging to rising higher and higher. What horrified him even more was that the direction he was rolling towards suddenly split open with a crack, and the crack kept widening. If nothing changed, his body would fall into that fissure. Seeing that the ground beneath him was still rising, Gu Dongxing knew that if he didn't act, he would be thrown into the chasm. So, just before rolling into the crack, he used the edge of the fissure to leap and lunged toward a stalagmite on the opposite side. He grabbed hold of it, barely avoiding the fall. Because of the airspace restriction, he couldn't fly. Gu Dongxing clung tightly to that stalagmite to keep from plunging into the suddenly appearing deep trench. Watching the entire valley floor churn, Gu Dongxing's face turned pale. Ancient people called earthquakes earth dragons turning over, and at this moment, the valley truly looked like a dragon writhing beneath the ground. Then, the next moment, Gu Dongxing's eyes widened in shock. As the stalagmite he held rose to a certain height, rocks and dirt around it began to fall away. He finally realized that the stalagmite he was clutching was actually a dragon's horn. Life is like a dandelion, seemingly free, yet often beyond one's control. As long as you've done your best, that's enough. Good morning, little fairy. This chapter ends. Chapter 2049, Escaping the Valley of Death. Gu Dongxing felt a powerful pressure, and he realized that his divine sense had been sealed again. In a flash, he immediately understood that the valley's flight restriction formation had been broken. Now, the valley was in the same space as the forest outside, so his cultivation was once again sealed. But at the same time, the flight restriction formation had also disappeared. The earthquake in the deep valley earlier was not an actual earthquake, it was a true earth dragon turning over. He swiftly pulled out Flying Cloud from his treasure pouch, which still had the top-grade spirit stone inserted from last time. He pressed the activation button and jumped onto it. Flying Cloud immediately rose, carrying him high into the sky. As he had guessed, his divine sense was sealed because the valley's flight restriction formation had been shattered by the earth dragon's movement. Before the dragon he had previously clung to by its horn could react, he quickly maneuvered Flying Cloud out of the Valley of Death and flew toward the Black Forest. He heard an enraged dragon roar from behind. If Gu Dongxing's divine sense could leave his body, he would have seen a black dragon with wings trying to rise from the valley to chase him. But as soon as it flapped its wings, it fell back down. Clearly, this was an injured dragon. Although it could not fly, it could glide. With a single leap, it extended its dragon body to grab at Gu Dongxing, who was flying to the valley's edge. However, its dragon claws struck something, and where they touched, a large patch of black fire erupted, burning its claws and causing it to howl in pain. It had no choice but to fall back. Hearing the dragon's roar behind him, Gu Dongxing, though unable to release his divine sense, still felt the extreme danger the dragon posed. He sensed that death was only a hand's reach away. He did not dare to look back, only desperately urged Flying Cloud to speed toward the forest's edge. He drove the flying device straight to the outskirts of Dafeng Town, but did not dare to fly directly into the city. Instead, he landed in a small grove outside the town, applied the invisibility talisman Mingyu had given him, and quickly walked toward Dafeng Town. He guessed that the Valley of Death imprisoned a legendary dragon. Perhaps his earlier assumption about waiting for the administrator had been wrong. The mature spirit beasts were likely sent to feed that dragon. And he had taken all the mature spirit beasts from the Valley of Death, tens of thousands of them, each with a fist-sized beast core. Still, thinking of the vast number of spirit beasts and top-grade beast cores he had obtained, he felt the trip was worthwhile. However, the appearance of the dragon also indicated that this place was not an exit from this space. This realization left Gu Dongxing somewhat disheartened. By doing what he did, he had essentially snatched food from the dragon's mouth. How could the dragon not be furious? Gu Dongxing flew desperately out of the Black Forest. The dragon's enraged roars grew fainter and fainter. He guessed that the dragon could not leave the deep valley, which was why he had barely escaped with his life. After entering the town, he first returned home while invisible. He found that his family was still asleep, though there was no distinction between day and night here. Everyone still slept at the usual time. Gu Dongxing did not intend to wake anyone. He went straight to the riverside, jumped over the wall into the backyard, and entered the bedroom. The moment he climbed over the wall, Mingyu, who was sleeping, woke up. She rubbed her eyes. Husband, am I dreaming again? Gu Dongxing could no longer hold back. He pulled his wife into his arms. Wife, you're not dreaming. Your husband is back. This chapter ends. Chapter 2050. Isn't this bullying? Two people who missed each other embraced and kissed passionately until they were nearly out of breath before letting go. They looked at each other and asked in unison. Husband, are you okay? Wife, are you okay? Then, they answered in unison again. I'm fine. I'm fine. Gu Dongxing eagerly reached out and touched Mingyu's belly. Are the babies okay too? Mingyu quickly wiped her eyes. They're fine. They've been very well behaved. Gu Dongxing, without saying anything else, said to Mingyu, Wife, I did something in the Black Forest, so I have to go out on the street and show my face right away. All right, go ahead. When the crowd heard the butcher shop owner say he would pay 10,000 taels of silver for this giant wild boar king, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers. But those in the know furrowed their brows. Mingyu couldn't help asking, with such fresh wild boar, are you sure it won't give you away? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, all right, 3 taels per catty it is, but I'm taking the beast core. With that, he waved at Mingyu, pushed the giant wild boar out of the alley through the side door, and onto the street. Although Mingyu had so much to say to Gu Dongxing, she supported his need to go out and show himself. This hunter sure hit the jackpot, hunting 1 boar and getting 10,000 taels of silver. When the vendor saw the fresh giant wild boar king, he noticed at once that the beast core hadn't been removed. Wild boar meat spoils once the core is taken out. Gu Dongxing said, of course it is. Moreover, such a giant wild boar was a rare sight. As Gu Dongxing pushed it toward the butcher shop, people on the street followed along. Gu Dongxing quickly said, "No, it won't. Even after death, the beast core still provides nutrients to the body, so as long as it's not removed, the meat stays fresh." "All right, I'll push it along now." The butcher didn't dare decide on his own and called the shop owner out. "We have to skin it and remove the innards, so 3 taels per catty is a fair price," the butcher shop owner said. After inspecting Gu Dongxing's giant wild boar king, the owner offered a price of 3 taels of silver per catty. This kind of giant wild boar king wasn't something an ordinary hunter could take down. Seeing Gu Dongxing carrying the giant wild boar, passers-by on the street cast admiring glances his way. "I recall you sell 1,000 catty wild boar kings for 5 taels per catty. How much are you buying it for?" The owner refused. "If you take the beast core, the meat will spoil easily. How about this? Sell it to me with the core included, and I'll give you 10,000 taels for the core alone deal." Gu Dongxing found a cart, pushed it out through the side door, and then released a 1,000 catty giant wild boar with its beast core intact, saying, "I'm going to sell a giant wild boar." Gu Dongxing carried the giant wild boar all the way to the meat market, set it down, and asked the largest butcher shop, "Want a wild boar?" 1,000 catty wild boar king. This was 1,000 catty wild boar king. Its core was at least 5th grade or higher. Even sold to the town government, it could fetch 60 spirit stones. If sold elsewhere, it could go for over 100 spirit stones. And 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of gold, with 1 tael of gold worth 20 taels of silver. 100 spirit stones meant 10,000 taels of gold, or 200,000 taels of silver. Now this butcher shop owner wanted to take the entire wild boar king, meat and core included, for just 10,000 taels of silver. Wasn't this bullying? Chapter 2051, Forcibly Buying the Giant Wild Boar King. Gu Dongxing shook his head. "I spent over half a month setting up traps to hunt this giant wild boar king. I also enlisted many people to help and risked my life to capture this 1,000-gene boar king. Moreover, when I caught it, I was severely injured and had to consume a life-saving pill to survive. It then took me 6 days to transport this giant boar king all the way to the town. A boar king like this only appears once in a lifetime, and I nearly lost my life over it. You can't take advantage of me. If you only want the boar meat, bring me 3,000 taels of silver. If you want the beast core as well, bring me 10,000 taels of gold or 100 spirit stones. Otherwise, no deal." The onlookers, hearing Gu Dongxing demand 10,000 taels of gold, equivalent to 200,000 taels of silver, all felt he was asking for an exorbitant price. The butcher glared at Gu Dongxing with malicious eyes. "I don't have spirit stones. The most I can offer is to increase it to 20,000 taels of silver. In that case, I'm not selling," Gu Dongxing said, pushing the 1,000-gene boar king as if to leave. But with a glance from the boss, 2 men stepped forward and grabbed Gu Dongxing's cart, while 2 others blocked his path. Gu Dongxing's heart sank. These people had only been trying to force a purchase earlier, but now they were planning to rob him outright. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you planning to rob me?" This way, if something major had happened in the valley earlier, and he was already in town selling the boar, no one would suspect that the incident in the Valley of Death had anything to do with him. Coming out of the Black Forest and reaching the town would take at least 4 days, and with goods to transport, doubling that time was normal. "Are you trying to force a sale?" Gu Dongxing asked coldly. The men blocking his path looked at him with disdain. After all, no one would expect that he had flown straight home from the valley, then immediately pushed a cart to bring the giant boar king out for sale. He was worried that the events in the valley might alert the authorities, and by making a scene here, he could create an alibi for his whereabouts. "Of course. You've already brought it here and wasted so much of our time. How can you just decide not to sell?" This giant boar king Gu Dongxing had brought out was not a mature one. A mature boar king with a fully developed beast core would weigh at least 2,000 gene. He was making a high-profile sale of the boar king just to stir up some noise, letting everyone know he had left the Black Forest 6 days ago and had been seen in town at this time. 20,000 taels of silver and you're still not satisfied? You're clearly trying to extort us. Since you dare to do that, we won't be polite either. You can leave, but the goods stay. Gu Dongxing's eyes widened. What, I can't refuse to sell? Gu Dongxing had hunted over 100 of these immature demon beasts weighing over 1,000 gene. Those under 1,000 gene, he had let go. Moreover, he had collected tens of thousands of mature demon beasts with cores from the Valley of Death alone, so this giant boar king didn't mean much to him. The shopkeeper shouted, "How can you say we're robbing you? You're selling a boar and we've agreed to give you 20,000 taels of silver. Yet you're still ungrateful. For a scoundrel like you, we have no choice but to deal with you this way. Men, take the boar and throw this man out." At the boss's command, the men rushed at Gu Dongxing. Chapter 2052, Who else wants to stop me? When the crowd heard the butcher's words, they all knew Gu Dongxing was in trouble, and one by one they stepped back. Many inwardly blamed Gu Dongxing for being clueless. It was just a wild boar king he'd gotten for free, and he still wasn't satisfied with 20,000 taels of silver. Now he was going to suffer for it, wasn't he? He turned down 20,000 taels, and now he wouldn't get a single coin. Gu Dongxing sighed. If he'd encountered someone in need, he wouldn't have minded giving away the wild boar. But while he could give it away freely, he wouldn't let anyone take it by force. Besides, he had come here today to stir up trouble, so why would he act as low-key as usual? Huh? Do you really think you can stop me if I want to leave? Seeing those men lunging to grab the boar, he decisively grabbed one leg of the huge wild boar on the cart and swung it, landing the beast in both his hands. Gu Dongxing lifted the wild boar with both hands and charged forward, knocking aside the two big men who rushed at him. Then he spun around, flinging the surrounding men away. They all fell to the ground, groaning in pain, unable to get up. Gu Dongxing no longer put the wild boar back on the cart, but simply carried it in his hands and walked out. The crowd exchanged stunned glances. That wild boar weighed 1,000 jin, and this man had actually lifted it? Carrying 1,000 jin while walking, how much strength did that take? A thug who hadn't been hit quietly crept up from behind, aiming a kick at the back of Gu Dongxing's knee. The knee's bend was the most vulnerable spot. Even a light kick there, if unnoticed, could make a person collapse. Who else wants to come and take my wild boar? Moreover, Gu Dongxing was still holding the 1,000 jin wild boar king in his hands. And he maintained a pose with one foot planted and the other kicked backward, all while holding the massive wild boar king. That was 1,000 jin wild boar, not a chicken, yet he stood on one foot. The thug kicked out while cursing, "You damn hunter, how dare you act tough here?" Someone finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, "He's a martial master." And then the crowd realized another point. If he weren't a martial master, how could he have hunted a wild boar king? Someone recognized him. He's that southern martial master's husband. No wonder he didn't want to sell the beast core. I've heard beast cores are very useful to martial masters. So they're both martial masters. Everyone's gaze toward Gu Dongxing changed. But before he could finish the word tough, Gu Dongxing, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, kicked backward with one foot while still holding the wild boar king, sending the man flying. The attacker shot through the air, landing on a butcher's counter covered in pork. Gu Dongxing was startled. His wife had revealed her identity as a martial master. He had already heard that people here practiced martial arts. Those in the postnatal stage were called martial artists, and only those who reached the innate stage could be called martial masters. Gu Dongxing slowly lowered his foot without turning around, simply asking, "Who else wants to stop me?" The entire crowd fell silent. Who would dare to stop a martial master? Seeing no one speak, Gu Dongxing lifted the wild boar and prepared to leave. A man from the butcher shop across the street ran out. "Martial master, could you sell me your wild boar?" End of chapter. Chapter 2053, Opportunities Don't Always Come. Gu Dongxing glanced at the man and said, "Fine, 3,000 taels of silver, not including the beast core." "All right then." The man quickly gestured to Gu Dongxing. "Please, this way." When the previous butcher shop owner saw that the giant wild boar king had been bought by his rival, and at the low price he had negotiated, he was immediately displeased. That was a giant wild boar king weighing over 1,000 jin, a deal that should have been his. Yet it had been snatched away by his competitor. The butcher shop owner here was furious. The meat of 1,000 jin giant wild boar king was no longer ordinary food. It was medicine, a substance capable of enhancing one's physique. Eating the meat of such a boar king gave a 50% chance of developing a martial artist's bone structure. If he had obtained it and sold it slowly, at 6 taels of silver per jin, he could have sold it easily. The giant wild boar king, bought for 3,000 taels, could have fetched at least 5,000 taels. The key wasn't the money, but the fact that with the giant wild boar king's meat, he could take it to the provincial capital and build many connections. But because of that one moment of greed, such a major deal had slipped through his fingers. He glared angrily at the boss who had run over from across the street. "Third brother, you've crossed the line." The boss called third brother chuckled. "Brother Qian, I only came when the seller said he wouldn't sell to you and was about to leave with the goods." When the butcher shop owner heard Gu Dongxing say this, he immediately deflated. Third brother was overjoyed. "All right then." He quickly led the way. The boss from across the street, third brother, afraid that Gu Dongxing might leave the giant wild boar king behind, quickly said, "Martial master, I can also offer 3,500 taels of silver." Watching Gu Dongxing follow the butcher shop owner from across the street, third brother, as he strode away, boss Qian's eyes gleamed like a wolf's, staring fiercely at the butcher shop owner across the street. "Let him be arrogant for now. Later, I'll make him pay." Third brother hesitated slightly because he truly didn't have that much silver on hand. Therefore, third brother wasn't afraid of boss Qian blaming him. "I already gave you a chance, and opportunities don't always come. I'll offer 5,000 taels of silver. Do you have that?" The butcher shop owner here shouted. Boss Qian quickly rushed forward and bowed to Gu Dongxing. Martial Master, I apologize. I didn't know you were a martial master. I was rude earlier. I'm willing to buy your giant wild boar king's meat for 3,500 taels of silver. Please give me a chance. Gu Dongxing placed the giant wild boar king onto a cart, pushed the cart, and took 2 steps before saying to third brother, I said I'd sell it to you for 3,000 taels, so 3,000 taels it is. Are you going to lead the way or just stand there watching the show? According to the rules, whoever the seller approached got the business and others couldn't intercept it. But if the seller had already decided not to do business with the first party, the second party had the right to approach the seller without breaking the rules. Gu Dongxing suddenly turned back and said to Boss Qian, if I find out that someone retaliates against anyone for buying my giant wild boar king, I won't let him off. A martial master's words were not to be taken lightly. Hearing Gu Dongxing's words, third brother was filled with gratitude. Thank you, martial master. The crowd of onlookers immediately dispersed with a buzz, then all ran after the 1,000-gene wild boar king. They all wanted to buy a piece of meat to take home for their children. Perhaps after this night, their child might gain a martial artist's bone structure. When they reached the butcher shop over there and unloaded the giant wild boar king, Gu Dongxing asked, after I take the beast core, how will you keep it fresh? When coveting high returns, never forget that high returns mean high risks. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2054, Selling the Beast Core. The third brother quickly said, our meat shop buys ice from outside to keep the meat fresh. Besides, this is the meat of a 1,000-gene wild boar king, which is rarely available. I'm afraid it won't even be enough to sell for the whole day. Gu Dongxing thought to himself, indeed, the shop owner earlier just wanted to swallow my beast core, which is why he claimed it couldn't be preserved. The meat shop owner took out 3,500 taels of silver notes and handed them to Gu Dongxing. But Gu Dongxing pushed 500 taels back and said, I said from the start I'd sell it to you for 3,000 taels. Do I look like someone who doesn't keep his word? Seeing that Gu Dongxing not only helped him resolve the problem of the other party's harassment and retaliation, but also insisted on only taking 3,000 taels of silver, the meat shop owner was even more moved. Thank you, Master Warrior. Gu Dongxing felt a wave of comfort, much like when he did good deeds back on Earth in his hometown. He thought to himself with surprise, could it be that this space also allows me to accumulate merit? Thinking about how his wife cultivated the path of merit and how, at any time, the virtuous received much help, he figured that if he had merit, his tribulation transcendence would be much easier. So he decided to discuss with his wife when he got back about starting charitable endeavors here as well. Realizing that doing charity required silver, and remembering that he had sold the meat of this wild boar king, but still had the beast core on him, he headed straight to Jixing Hall. What did you say? You want to sell this 6th grade beast core and for silver? Manager Zhou couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Gu Dongxing. Beast cores were extremely useful for warriors. Why would he want to sell it? And not for spirit stones, but for silver? This is a 6th grade core. It can sell for 100 spirit stones. Gu Dongxing then took out 20 more beast cores, exchanged that 1 core for silver, no, half for silver and half for gold. These 20 cores are for spirit stones. What he could take out were only the beast cores he had obtained before entering the Valley of Death. He guessed that the beast cores he got in the Valley of Death were probably 10th grade cores. But he didn't dare to bring those out. What he didn't know was that Gu Dongxing had actually obtained over 120 such beast cores and more than 10,000 10th grade cores. He only took out a fraction to avoid drawing attention, but even that fraction was enough to shock Manager Zhou. Though he already knew Gu Dongxing was a warrior, hunting so many king beasts in just 1 month was no small feat. Manager Zhou was filled with respect. I'll exchange them for spirit stones for you. Guda greeted him at the door. Master, you're back. Madam is waiting for you. Gu Dongxing nodded. I've been away for a month. Just returned today and got these beast cores. He naturally took over the cart and pushed it into the small side room. Ever since he learned that Mingyu and her husband were warriors, even his steps had become much lighter. Being able to take shelter under a warrior's roof was an honor for his whole family. Before long, Gu Dongxing pushed the cart home, carrying over 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, 5,000 taels of gold, and 103,000 taels of silver notes. Manager Zhou understood now, so there were that many beast cores. No wonder he was willing to exchange one for silver. But then he was shocked again. You wanted the Black Forest? What's more, the 2 warriors even taught his children martial arts. Perhaps his children could become warriors too. Guma greeted Gu Dongxing. Master, you're back. Please come to the backyard kitchen. Madam is waiting for you to dine. The rules Mingyu had set for the servants were that they could only work in the front yard and were not allowed into the backyard. Even when cooking, they would send the food into the backyard and then leave immediately. Thus, at this moment, only Mingyu and the 2 wolf cubs were in the backyard. Thinking that his wife was waiting for him, Gu Dongxing felt a surge of excitement and strode quickly into the backyard. End of chapter. Chapter 2055, hoping this can last forever. Master and Madam have such a wonderful relationship. Mother Gu said enviously as she watched Gu Dongxing's eager gaze. Gu De glanced at her with a smile in his eyes. Aren't we good too? He looked around. His family had exclusive use of these several rooms in the front courtyard, and both children could each have a room to themselves. Moreover, there wasn't much work to do, and both his son and daughter could learn martial arts. Where else could they find such a good master? Mother Gu sighed. I never dreamed, even in my wildest imagination, that we would have a life like this today. I hope it can last forever. I just don't know if your father and stepmother might still. Impossible, Gu De said decisively. They already sold us. Even if they come looking for us, we have nothing to do with them anymore. That's good then. Mother Gu recalled the days under her stepmother-in-law's control and felt a pang of bitterness. But thinking of her current life, she felt she had finally turned her luck around. Still, whenever she remembered that her family was now in servitude, resentment stirred within her. Gu Dongxing walked into the back courtyard and saw Mingyu. He rushed over and embraced her, showering her with affection. But because Mingyu was still pregnant, he could only satisfy himself with a superficial display. After finally calming the restlessness in his heart, he noticed the table full of delicacies in front of Mingyu. However, the meat was ordinary pork, the rice was common fragrant rice, and only the dried meat contained a trace of spiritual energy. She suddenly thought, do you think I should go too and bring out the nectar? Gu Dongxing was still shaken by the experience. Mingyu opened the treasure pouch and found it filled with spirit stones, spirit pills, spirit liquid, as well as spirit rice and various seafood. Also taken out were the 100,000 silver notes, 500 gold taels, and 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. He patted her. You're something. That place has no way out unless you ascend. Right, I entered a place where my cultivation wasn't sealed. There, I opened the ring. These silver notes, gold, and spirit stones came from selling 21 beast pills to shopkeeper Zhao. Once you go in, you can't come out. And now that the earth dragon is on guard, do you think it would let the barrier break again for someone to escape? It would swallow someone whole in one bite. Still, if not for the dragon there, it would have been a great place to cultivate. She felt as if thunder was rumbling in her head. Husband, where did this come from? No, this spirit liquid is what I gave you, and this stalactite marrow is also for me. You opened the ring? And these silver notes, spirit stones. Gu Dongxing recounted his experience of entering the Black Forest, chasing a wild buffalo, and accidentally falling into a valley of death, telling Mingyu everything. As soon as Gu Dongxing approached, he pulled Mingyu into his arms. Wife, from now on, we won't eat these things anymore. As he spoke, he handed over a treasure pouch. Then, with a hint of mischief, he waited to see Mingyu's expression. Mingyu listened to the harrowing tale and felt a lingering fear. If you hadn't startled the Earth Dragon, wouldn't you have been unable to return? But when he mentioned ascension, she suddenly realized that this space was very peculiar. She didn't even know if ascension was possible. With the new ingredients, Mingyu couldn't bring herself to eat the ones with impurities anymore. Without calling for Mother Gu, she went to the adjacent kitchen and cooked a pot of spirit rice. Just as she was thinking of using the dried meat for a dish, Gu Dongxing tossed over a large piece of wild buffalo meat. Cook this. I guarantee it's full of spiritual energy. Mingyu boiled a pot of water-cooked beef, and they both ate their fill. My head is spinning badly. I must have offended some deity, punishing me for reading novels all day. End of chapter. Chapter 2056, White Jade Capital might not be a good place. Gu Dongxing took out the miniature palace again and said to Mingyu, I took out this palace. Why don't we stay in this house? Mingyu gave a bitter smile. Our courtyard can't fit the palace. Your palace, unlike my thatched hut, can't change size at will. I still think we should find a place to open my space and ring. Gu Dongxing's face darkened. Don't even think about it. He had been to the Valley of Death and knew the danger and loneliness inside. Mingyu shook her head. I didn't think of going to the Valley of Death. Since you said the restrictions there are severe, I definitely won't go. But, aside from that place, isn't there anywhere else? Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu in surprise. Are you saying there's another place where we can unseal our cultivation? Mingyu then told him everything she had heard about Yutian, as well as Blackstone City and White Jade Capital. You suspect Blackstone City? Not Blackstone City, but White Jade Capital. Think about it, White Jade Capital is in the sky. After martial artists cultivate in Blackstone City and pass the selection, they are sent to White Jade Capital. Isn't that just like cultivators ascending to the immortal realm? It's not just the two of us, but our whole family. Mingyu said. Right, and our two precious babies. Before Mingyu could speak, Gu Dongxing continued, whether it's a good place or not, we have to go and take a look. But before going there, let's have the baby first. And also earn enough spirit stones. Mingyu pondered, White Jade Capital isn't a good place. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, your speculation makes some sense. But I have a feeling that place isn't good. Hearing this, Gu Dongxing knew that Mengyu felt insecure in this alternate space. It seemed that his leaving her alone to go to the Black Forest must have made her very uneasy. Mengyu was silent for a moment, then said, you're right. Let's have the baby first, and then travel around. It's best to visit every place in this alternate space before going to places like Blackstone City or White Jade Capital. I don't believe we can't find a way home. And she looked at Gu Dongxing, you can't go looking alone. We have to search together. Otherwise, whether you find something or encounter danger, I won't know. That feeling is terrible. I'm almost due to give birth. If you're not by my side, and the servants we bought are of unknown background and can't be fully trusted, I've set rules. Guda's family lives in the front courtyard and must not enter the back courtyard without reason. If something comes up, I ring the bell. Just as they were talking, they heard the sound of a bell. Gu Dongxing found it strange. Mengyu first called out, come in. Then she turned to explain to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing hugged Mengyu. All right, we'll search together. He guessed that the time his wife had a premonition about was probably when he was trapped in the Valley of Death. As he spoke, he walked out. Moreover, it's said that people who go there become immortals, so I estimate that there should be no restrictions there. It's also very likely the place to exit this space. Just like when you went to the Black Forest, I suddenly felt very restless, as if I had a premonition that you were in danger, but I was powerless. It seemed that if he was going to be away for a long time in the future, he should keep her by his side. Mother Gu came in to clear the dishes. After she finished cleaning up, she washed them directly in the kitchen, then walked over to Mengyu and suggested, we've made enough small clothes for the children. Should we buy some cotton to make them cotton-padded clothes for the night sky? Mengyu was startled. Is the night sky very cold here? Mother Goose seemed to find it strange. Wasn't the night sky cold elsewhere? Only through effort can there be gain, only through persistence can there be success. Good night. This chapter ends. Chapter 2057, Exorbitantly Expensive Cotton. Yes, madam, the night sky is very cold. I suggest you and the master both sew some thicker cotton-padded clothes. In truth, Guma was worrying about her own two children. When Mingyu saw the doubt in Guma's eyes, she blamed herself for being careless. How could she have been so incautious as to reveal that she didn't know about the night sky? She patted her forehead. Oh dear, look at me. How could I forget this? I didn't use cotton-padded clothes in the Black Forest, so I assumed they weren't needed here either. I didn't bring out my old fur clothes, so I really should sew new cotton-padded ones. Guma, take a look, our family of 6, plus the 2 babies, each needs a new cotton-padded jacket and trousers. Oh, and cotton quilts too, we need to buy those. The bedding I bought before was all based on daytime standards. It definitely won't work for the night sky. Calculate how much cotton and cloth we need, and how much silver it will cost. I'll give you the silver and you and Guda can go buy it. Do we get some too? Guma's eyes widened. Minyu was puzzled. Since the night sky is so cold, how will you get through winter or the night sky without cotton quilts and clothes? Guma held up one finger. 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver per catty? That's so expensive. Minyu said. Cotton is expensive? She recalled when she first arrived and bought clothes, they were also very costly. She had thought it was because textile techniques were difficult here, but it turned out cotton was the expensive part, while textiles only added labor costs. And since there were no down jackets or synthetic cotton sold here, cotton naturally became the prized item. For a cotton-padded jacket, even if it only uses 5 taels of cotton, that's still 5 taels of silver. Guma quickly said, Madam, it's fine to make cotton-padded clothes for you, the master, and the future young master and miss. We can just buy some leather clothes. Minyu was shocked. Leather and fur are cheaper than cotton here? Not exactly, madam. It's 1 tael of silver per tael. Back home, we always wore leather clothes, they were cheap. 2 or 3 taels of silver could buy enough for bedding and covers. Clothes were the same. 1 tael of silver's worth of leather could sew a leather coat. Leather clothes look nice, but they aren't warm. You still need cotton. If you want them to look good, make small cotton-padded jackets to wear inside and put a big fur coat over them. Guma said cautiously, Madam, the leather clothes I mentioned are made from wild boar hides and the like. If you want fox fur or other big fur coats, those are more expensive than cotton. A set of cotton-padded clothes costs 20 or 30 taels of silver, but a big fur coat costs 200 or 300 taels. Minyu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought so. There's no way cotton is more expensive than fur clothes. All right, let's all make cotton-padded clothes. Each person gets 1 set first, and we'll make 2 outer jackets to rotate. For 6 people plus 2 children, 8 cotton quilts and 8 sets of cotton-padded clothes, buy 80 caddies of cotton in total. As for cloth, buy enough based on the number of quilts and clothes. End of chapter. Chapter 2058, Seeking Out Duke Chi 1. Mother Gu truly hadn't expected that her mistress would buy cotton-padded clothes for them. She had never worn such clothes in her entire life. She was so moved that she refused to take the silver note Mingyu offered. Thank you, madam. Since we're buying so much cotton, why not just call the shopkeeper over? Custom-made clothes would save more trouble. All right. Before long, the cotton shop owner arrived, bringing samples along with some cotton cloth and linen. Mingyu inspected the cotton in the front courtyard's reception hall, found it satisfactory, and decided to buy it. She also purchased fabric for the cotton-padded clothes, outer garments, and trousers. Mother Gu suggested using linen for the adults' cotton-padded clothes since it was durable and would last longer, and since they were outerwear. Only the young master's small cotton-padded clothes needed to be made of cotton. But Mingyu dismissed her suggestion because linen was too stiff. It would chafe when holding the baby. Seeing how much she bought, the shopkeeper gave her a 10% discount, yet she still spent a full 1,000 taels of silver. As soon as Duke Chi saw Gu Dongxing, his legs turned as weak as noodles. You're back, sir. But since the man had arrived, he naturally wouldn't care whether Duke Chi had been the one bullied instead. He only cared about Duke Chi bullying his woman. Duke Chi wailed inwardly. Your woman is so fierce, and a martial artist to boot. Who could bully her? It's a mercy she doesn't bully others. Gu Dongxing stared at him. If I hadn't come back, my woman would have been bullied to death by you. No wonder she had noticed that most people on the street wore linen clothes. The days that followed were spent sewing. Quilts were easy to make, but clothes took time. Fortunately, Mother Gu and Xiaohong were very skilled, and even Guda and Xiaonian could handle a needle. But Mingyu insisted on making the child's clothes herself. She also came to understand why the rooms used kangs instead of beds, and how so many people could survive the cold nights without being able to afford cotton-padded clothes. Although Mingyu could sew a few stitches, Mother Gu wouldn't let her. Madam, you're nearly due. You shouldn't strain your eyes. Mingyu sighed. In this otherworldly space, food was easy to come by, but clothing was far too expensive. Ordinary commoners couldn't even afford cotton-padded clothes. Then it struck her, since the cold nights required cotton-padded clothes, shouldn't she also stock up on firewood and charcoal? Mingyu was a woman of action. She immediately called Guda to buy firewood and charcoal. Fortunately, these items weren't as costly as cotton. While the whole household was busy making cotton-padded clothes, Gu Dongxing went to see Duke Chi. Heh, you only coveted my property? Gu Dongxing's icy gaze flayed Duke Chi. Are you sure you never coveted my woman? But Duke Chi would never dare say such a thing to Gu Dongxing, because he had tried to bully the man's woman only to be bullied back. His wounds still ached. No, absolutely not. Duke Chi's heart skipped a beat. The thought had crossed his mind, but he dared not even mention it in front of Mingyu, lest she beat him to death. That female martial artist was terrifying even while pregnant, having beaten down the strongest men in his manor. And this man, her husband, could hunt a 1,000-pound wild boar king. He was surely even more formidable. So, even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't admit to having had designs on Mingyu. End of chapter. Chapter 2059, Seeking Out Duke Chi Part 2. Duke Chi lowered his head, stealing a glance at Gu Dongxing before quickly looking down again. Master Nan is pregnant. How could I ever have such beastly thoughts? Gu Dongxing's eyes locked onto him tightly. You'd better not. Otherwise, even if you are a duke, I have 100 ways to make you disappear without a trace and no one would know. Duke Chi wiped his sweat. Yes. I wouldn't even dare to have such a thought. After a moment's thought, he added, I have already followed Master Nan's instructions and severely punished Lin and Nong Xiaomin. Lin has committed suicide out of guilt. As for Nong Xiaomin, I locked him in a cell with a death row inmate who has a peculiar obsession, putting him in a desperate situation, either suffer humiliation or kill the inmate. In the end, he killed the inmate. Now he is held in death row, awaiting execution after the night sky passes. Gu Dongxing said coldly, both of them have received their due punishment. Your head will remain on your shoulders for now. Gu Dongxing had come to see Duke Chi for 2 reasons. First, to cause him trouble, and second, to show his face and let Duke Chi know that he had already returned. He still needed Duke Chi as an official witness to prove that he was not in the Valley of Death at this time, so naturally, he could not kill him. Thank you, sir. Duke Chi had just breathed a sigh of relief when Gu Dongxing spoke again. Who owns the land to the left of my house? Duke Chi quickly replied, that's an empty plot. Sir, feel free to use it. No, I'll immediately arrange the land deed for you. I see that plot is about 6 mu. In reality, that plot was one he had reserved for his own use. It was by the river, a bit far from the main street, so ordinary citizens weren't very fond of it, but the wealthy liked it. However, since the previous duke had enclosed the land, no one dared to claim it. Duke Chi almost slapped himself for speaking too much. Why had he offered to find a construction team? Now he had to help enclose the land as well. He slowly relaxed inside. Since the other party wanted the land, it meant a true reconciliation, and he would not come after him again. Thus, he became very attentive. Sir, how wide of a strip on the left side of your courtyard do you need? Gu Dongxing nodded. Find a construction team and build a wall around that plot. Make it 3 meters high. Dukchi handled the land deed and then asked eagerly, Sir, would you like me to find a construction team? Yes, yes, yes. That plot is exactly 6 mu. I'll get the land deed for you right away. Dukchi was bleeding inside. He had thought the other party would only take 1 or 2 mu, but instead, he had taken all 6 mu. However, the previous Duke had inexplicably never built on it, and after he left, Dukchi had thought about it, but never had enough money to construct such a large house. Fortunately, the other party did not ask him to build the house. Just building a wall would cost only a few dozen taels of silver, which was manageable. Yes, yes, yes. I'll have someone build the wall right away. As for the gate, Dukchi bowed and scraped. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, just build a gate facing the river. It would make a nice garden. Later, I'll open a door from my courtyard to enter. In truth, Gu Dongxing wanted the 6 mu of riverside land to deploy his palace. His palace space house, when expanded to its maximum, covered 60 mu. He planned to set it to 1/10 of that size, exactly 6 mu. So it was for a garden. Dukchi breathed another sigh of relief. That way, after they left, he could still use the land. Yes, Dukchi was only bowing his head temporarily. After the night sky passed and people from Blackrock City arrived, tolerance is the greatest cultivation in life. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2060, Seeking Out Town Chief Chi 3. I'll have someone build you a wall today. I guarantee it will be done well, look beautiful, and keep anyone from getting in, Town Chief Chi said warmly. Good, Gu Dongxing replied. In truth, if not for Mingyu saying she had already made arrangements that would surely make Town Chief Chi suffer the consequences, Gu Dongxing would never have let him off so easily. What he did today was merely collecting a bit of interest. Town Chief Chi finally saw Gu Dongxing off, feeling deeply frustrated. Why did a pair of martial artist spouses have to show up in his jurisdiction? When the time came to have people from Blackrock City deal with them, he would inevitably have to pay a price. And so, Town Chief Chi called people to build the wall. In just 3 days, the wall was completed. Moreover, the wall was solidly built, with brick pillars spaced at intervals and glazed tiles on top, giving it quite an imposing look. Even the small gate facing the garden from the current courtyard of the Gu residence was made for them. Gu Dongxing nodded, said not bad, and considered that his thanks to Town Chief Chi. Town Chief's office. An attendant reminded Town Chief Chi, Sir, didn't that martial artist Gu just return from hunting in the Black Forest? I don't know. But the adult beasts that entered the valley are all gone. Town Chief Chi said impatiently, Go on, go on. Under normal circumstances, it takes 6 days to return from the Black Forest. If riding a horseback, the fastest is 2 days. He's been back for 4 days, yet our messenger only reports it now. Do you think our people would wait several days before reporting after discovering Yinglong's agitation? Town Chief Chi's heart sank a few degrees further. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing simply moved into the palace. At the entrance to the palace courtyard, Mingyu used a few spirit stones to set up a small illusion array, so that even if someone walked up to the door, they wouldn't know there was a gate there. With the wall blocking the view, Gu Dongxing released the palace. Yes, sir. No. Not even a martial artist was found in the vicinity, let alone a super strong expert. Then who provoked Yinglong? Town Chief Chi couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a while, he could only order, first, throw the beast pills stored in our town into the valley. Then investigate whether any martial artists or stronger have appeared nearby. Town Chief Chi was still distressed over the silver spent building Gu Dongxing's wall when someone came to report, Sir, the Yinglong in the Valley of Death is restless, and its roars can be heard for 100 miles. Yinglong appeared, so the beast pills should have been swallowed by it. As for the beast carcasses, every time Yinglong appears, the valley is turned upside down, so some carcasses going missing is normal. But all the carcasses shouldn't be gone. Have any super strong experts been spotted nearby? Town Chief Chi was greatly alarmed. What? What happened in the Valley of Death to disturb Yinglong? Or, do you think that martial artist Gu could have flown straight back after provoking Yinglong in the valley, arriving in Dofting Town 4 days ago? Or, do you think martial artist Gu is a beast tamer who could tame a wild horse from the Black Forest to ride back? Even if he tamed a wild horse from the Black Forest to ride back, it would take at least 2 days to reach Dofting Town, right? The attendant calculated the time and slumped his face. Yes, sir, I didn't pay attention to the time. But Town Chief Chi thought for a moment, and then said, have people monitor martial artist Gu and martial artist Nan's family. If he tries to sell Beast Kings or Beast King pills again, report to me immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 2061, Giving Birth, Part 1. And Minghua shouted loudly, You're lying. My father is not a bastard. He is my grandparents' biological son. My grandfather and grandmother knew each other long before. Back then, my grandmother's family had no dowry, so they sold her as a bought wife. No, my grandmother wasn't a bought wife. Anyway, my father is my grandfather's real son. So my father is not a tagalong, and I am not the son of a tagalong. And definitely not a bastard. He didn't realize that, in his rambling, he had inadvertently revealed his grandparents' secret. Listening to Minhua's incoherent words, Xiaohong suddenly understood. So your grandmother was a bought wife? Then how did she end up with my grandfather? I get it now, your grandmother was a runaway wife. Haha, so you're the grandson of a bought wife. And you called me a servant? A bought wife is a servant. You, the seed of a runaway wife, are a servant's seed from the root. You're lying. My grandmother is not a runaway wife. You're bullying me. I'm going to tell my grandmother. And Minghua suddenly burst into tears. As he cried, Xiaohong seized the opportunity to break free from his grip, pushed Zichuan and Xiaolong aside, and ran toward the depths of the alley to midwife Ma's house. And Minghua picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Xiaohong in fury. Xiaohong heard the wind behind her and tried to dodge, but her foot caught on something, and she stumbled forward. Normally, if she tripped, she could steady herself by running a few quick steps. But this time, the stone was flying straight at her, and, because her body lunged forward, it changed the trajectory of the stone. Originally aimed at her back, it struck her on the back of the head instead. She let out a cry, then collapsed face first and lay still. The gift she had been carrying fell to the ground. Seeing Xiaohong knocked down by his stone, unconscious and possibly dead, and Minghua grew terrified. He muttered to himself, "It wasn't me. I didn't hit her. She fell on her own." With that, he grabbed the gift Xiaohong had been carrying and ran off. He had originally planned to strip her of her cotton coat, but now he didn't dare. And Zichuan and Xiaolong exchanged glances. It was obvious that Xiaohua had been hit by Minghua, yet he claimed she had fallen on her own. They had no idea if she would die. And Zichuan wanted to go check on her, but Xiaolong grabbed him. "Don't look. What if she wakes up and grabs us?" Though the two were tall and plump for their age, they were only 11 or 12 years old. They had followed in Shanhua in doing bad things before, but they had never been involved in a death. Fear won out, and they ran after Minghua, leaving the unconscious girl lying in the alley. Meanwhile, Xiaonian was on his way to find midwife Qin when he ran into his step-grandmother, his second uncle, and his second aunt on the street. They had come to town to buy supplies for the night. Second Aunt Luo pointed at Xiaonian. "Hey, mother-in-law, look. Isn't that Xiaoniao? It's only been a few months, but he's grown so fair and plump, like someone out of a painting." As she spoke, she sneaked a glance at her mother-in-law's expression. She expected that her words would irritate her mother-in-law, and if her mother-in-law was displeased, that little brat would be in trouble. Xiaonian's step-grandmother, Wang, squinted at him. That little bastard. Back when he was at home, and Xiaoniao had been scrawny and dry. Now that she had sold him off, and he had become a servant, he had actually grown healthier and better looking, like a young boy stepping out of a painting. In contrast, her own grandson, and Minghua, couldn't compare. How could she possibly be pleased? Chapter 2062, Giving Birth, Part 2. Even Mingyu, who was struggling with pain, couldn't help but laugh. "All right, in the next life, you be the woman, and I'll be your man, so you can experience the pain of carrying and giving birth to a child." Ugh. The contraction pain robbed Mingyu of any desire to tease. "Stop talking, it hurts so much. Help me." Meanwhile, Xiaonian and Xiaohong ran out of the courtyard and headed toward the street. Xiaohong said, "Brother, you go fetch Granny Qin, and I'll go fetch Granny Ma." Xiaonian disagreed. "Xiaohong, that won't do. Mother said we should only fetch Granny Ma if Granny Qin isn't home. What if we end up bringing both?" Xiaohong tapped her brother's nose. "Brother, you're so silly. If we bring both, so what? 2 people would be a good help. At most, we'll just pay 2 midwives. It's not like our family can't afford the silver." Xiaonian thought about it and said, "No wonder you brought an extra gift. Fine, let's split up. I'll go fetch Granny Qin, it's farther, and you go fetch Granny Ma. She lives in the alley by the street." "All right," the siblings said and went their separate ways. But just as Xiaohong ran onto the street, she bumped into a chubby boy. And Minghua looked at Xiaohong, tilted his head and blocked her way. "What's this, and Xiaohua? You see me, your young master, and dare to walk past without greeting? Who gave you the nerve?" The little tyrant in Minghua sneered. "Oh, so now that you're a servant, your temper's grown? Do you think I can't still hit you if I want to? Even if you're someone else's servant, I'll beat you just the same. Even your dad, if I wanted to hit him, I could still make my grandma give him a beating. No, wait, he's a servant now, so I can hit him whenever I want. You too, being a servant makes you nothing but lowly. Your whole family is lowly." He started cursing. "Which blind fool dares to bump into me?" His companion in Zichuan suddenly said to Minghua, "Minghua, look, she's wearing a cotton coat, and it's new." At this time, and Minghua had apparently come to town with an adult to buy things and was out playing on his own. He had 2 lackeys with him, who, like in Minghua, were always up to mischief in the village, annoying everyone. His 2 lackeys, in Zichuan and in Xiaolong, also blocked Xiaohong's path. The person was none other than in Minghua, the son of the uncle brought in by her step-grandmother. Though a year younger than Xiaohong, he was taller. Back at home, Xiaohong had often been bullied by him, backed by her step-grandmother's authority. Just as she entered the alley leading to Granny Ma's house, she collided with someone. In fact, Guta had previously claimed his surname was Liao, but that wasn't true. He actually was surnamed In, and his family lived in Anjia village, about 10 miles from Dafeng town. Xiaohong said angrily, "I don't have time to waste with you. I need to run an errand for my master." Hearing his curses, Xiaohong looked up, and her eyes reddened. "In Minghua, I was walking properly, and you deliberately bumped into me, yet you blame me." Xiaohong didn't want to talk to In Minghua, so she lowered her head, ignored him, and headed straight for Granny Ma's house. And Xiaolong also looked at Xiaohong with envy. Really? Wasn't she sold as a servant by your grandma? How does she still have a cotton coat? Could it be stolen? And Minghua said, glaring at Xiaohong with jealousy. Xiaohong ignored him, and Minghua, move aside. I really have something urgent to do. And Minghua refused to budge. What urgent business could a servant like you have? You can leave if you want, but take off that cotton coat first. Only when you work hard enough will you be lucky enough. The world will not let down every effort and persistence. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 2063, Giving Birth 3. When Wang heard the word prison, she was startled. Luo curled her lips. Who are you trying to scare? We're not your master's servants. What does your master's delay have to do with us? Besides, since when does anyone send a child to fetch a midwife? Hearing Luo's words, Wang grew angry again. What are you shouting about? You're my grandson, and it's only right for me to take you back. I know you well, you're always lying. Come back with me. With that, she grabbed Xiaoyan and tried to drag him away. For an ordinary family, a midwife would be called as soon as labor pains began, but childbirth itself would take at least 12 hours. So as long as she delayed him for 12 hours and prevented him from fetching the midwife, he would be doomed. As for the master's family coming after her, she wasn't afraid. At this moment, the master's household was likely busy tending to the woman in labor. How could they spare the attention? She only needed to let him go after 12 hours. Xunyan had started training with his master recently. Though he wasn't skilled in much else, his lower body had become much steadier. Wang couldn't pull him away no matter how hard she tried. Moreover, Xiaoyan kept shouting, "You can't drag me away. You're not my grandmother. You already sold our whole family. Why are you coming for me now? Let me go." Wang reached out and struck him, cursing as she did, "You unfilial brat. When did I ever sell you? You're my grandson. I scolded you a few times and you ran away. Now you won't even acknowledge me as your grandmother. Even if I beat you to death, no one can say a thing." She then called to her son and daughter-in-law, "Second son, you two, come over here and drag him back." The people on the street saw the old woman trying to drag someone away. Some wanted to intervene, but hearing their exchange, it seemed they were grandmother and grandson. They hesitated. After all, it was a family matter. Still, someone noticed Wang hitting Xiaoyan hard on the head and advised, "The child doesn't understand. Don't hit his head, you'll make him simple-minded." Yeah, if he's really your grandson, don't hit him like that. Talk things out properly. The force of her blows didn't seem like she was hitting a grandson, more like an enemy. Xiaoyan struggled desperately. Don't listen to them. She's not my real grandmother. She's my step-grandmother. While my grandfather was away, she drugged our whole family and sold us. Now I've been sold as a servant to a martial arts master's household. If you... Wang's son and Jizu feared he would mention fetching the midwife again. No one had paid attention when he said it earlier, but now that a crowd had gathered, word spreading would be bad. So he frantically covered Xiaoyan's mouth. Thus, Xiaoyan could no longer speak. And Jizu and Luo twisted his arms, stuffed a cloth in his mouth, and he couldn't even shout. Panic surged in his heart. His mistress was still waiting for him to bring the midwife. He struggled with all his might, but Jizu simply found a rope and tied him up. Wang bowed to the onlookers. The child is naughty. He won't stay home and insists on running off. His grandfather is so worried he's fallen ill. We have to use some force to bring him back. Someone, sensing something amiss, reported it to the town office. A constable arrived just in time. He looked at Xiaoyan's expression, felt something was wrong, and asked Wang, "Are you sure about this? Is he really your grandson?" The moment Xiaoyan saw the constable questioning them, he struggled violently, making muffled sounds toward the constable, hoping he would uphold justice, make Wang release him, and let him go fetch the midwife. Chapter 2064, Giving Birth 4. Mrs. Wang quickly said to the official, "This child is truly my grandson. We are from Anjia village, more than 10 li from here. My husband is in Shirda. This child is 14 years old this year, and he really is my grandson. I am his grandmother, and these beside me are his second uncle and second aunt. This child ran away from home several months ago because he refused to obey my discipline. My husband has been bedridden with illness from missing his grandson. Today, my family came to buy night goods and happened to encounter this grandson. We wanted to take him home, but he still refused to go back. We had no choice but to tie him up and bring him home, to ease his grandfather's longing for his grandson. Every word I say is true. If he is not my grandson, may I be struck by lightning. If you don't believe me, you can ask this fellow villager. A fellow villager beside Njizu nodded. This boy is called Xiaonyo. He is indeed Enshirda's grandson. He has indeed been missing for several months, and Enshirda has fallen ill from missing him. When the official heard Mrs. Wang swear an oath and saw that someone had testified, he immediately stopped interfering. He patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Child, you're still young. Running away from home is not a good path. Go back with your grandmother properly. And so, Xiaohong was knocked unconscious by the little tyrant in manhwa, while Xiaoyan was captured by an washer to be taken home. Naturally, the midwife could not be fetched. Meanwhile, at home, Mingyu's stomach ached in waves. She was about to give birth. Mother Gu was extremely anxious. Her son and daughter had both gone to fetch the midwife, but they still hadn't brought her back. Yet from the madam's signs, it seemed she was about to deliver. She quickly urged Guda, go out and see what's going on. Guda hurried out. But just as Guda left, Mingyu felt her waters break. Mother Gu couldn't understand it. For others, from the start of labor pains to delivery, it took at least 10 hours. But from the time the madam cried out in pain until now, it hadn't even been an hour, and her waters had already broken. She was about to give birth. Those two children, why haven't they brought the midwife yet? From the moment Mingyu's contractions began, Gu Dongxing had gone from pacing anxiously at first to calming down later, placing his hand on Mingyu's belly to channel spiritual power. Although his own spiritual power could not be utilized, as long as his intention to transmit spiritual power to Mingyu was strong, she would feel it, and the pain in her abdomen would lessen considerably. Therefore, he simply focused wholeheartedly on outputting spiritual power to Mingyu. Mingyu had given birth in her previous life. Feeling her waters break while the midwife had not yet arrived, she did not panic. Instead, she said to Mother Gu, you come and help me deliver the baby. Mother Gu was helpless. I don't know how to deliver a baby. Gu Dongxing said, you've given birth before. It's fine. Just do it the way you did when you gave birth. I'll be right here to help my wife push. Mother Gu found it both amusing and frustrating. You help your wife push? How can you help your wife with childbirth? But Mother Gu did not know that Gu Dongxing truly could help Mingyu. He continuously transmitted spiritual power to her, keeping her at peak strength. Moreover, during his time in modern society, he had often communicated with the two children. Although his divine sense could not leave his body now, once his spiritual power entered, the two children naturally understood. Furthermore, as his hand gently applied pressure on her belly from top to bottom, it also helped Mingyu's uterus push the child outward. Chapter 2065, Giving Birth 5. Wang had always resented the previous wife. The man who should have been hers had been married to that woman, who had enjoyed him for years. She herself had been sold by her family to be a bought wife. Life as a bought wife was certainly not easy. She had managed to escape, found Enshirda, and finally had a good life. Later, taking advantage of that woman's childbirth, she had bribed the midwife to cause both mother and child to die, allowing her to enter the infamily. As for the son left by the previous wife, she naturally wished him dead as well. That was why, when the old man was away, she had sold that family off. But she never expected that this little brat, now a servant, would actually become prosperous. This made her feel deeply uncomfortable. Luo glanced at her mother-in-law's expression as she looked at Gu Xiaoyan, knowing that she had successfully stirred up the old woman's disgust toward that little ox, and said no more. Yes, she was jealous of her sister-in-law. Why was it that, though both were women, her own man indulged in drinking, gambling, and whoring, spending any money he had on that young widow, while her sister-in-law's husband was devoted to her alone? Even if that woman wasn't favored by her mother-in-law, she still had a man who protected her in every way. Unlike her own man, she couldn't rely on him, and it was already a blessing if he didn't hit her. Wang ran heavily toward Gu Xiaoyan and grabbed his hand from behind. What are you running for? In Gu Xiaoyan's hand were the 4-color gifts for inviting the midwife. With her pull, the gifts immediately ended up in Wang's hands. When Gu Xiaoyan saw it was his step-grandmother, he was scared at first. But then he remembered that he was no longer the same person he used to be, and immediately straightened his back, shouting anxiously, "Give me back the 4-color gifts. These are the gifts for inviting the midwife. My master is about to give birth, and I need to go get the midwife." It wasn't until her son was 10 years old that she had killed her man's wife and was finally taken back into his home. So how could she be willing to let Xiaoyan go? She had given birth at 16, her son had married at 16, and the bride had conceived immediately, giving her a grandson. So even though her grandson was already 11, she was only in her 40s. Having done heavy farm work all her life, she was still quite strong. Though she was a grandmother, she had actually started menstruating early and was sold as a bought wife at 15. But she had known her current man before being sold. After being sold, she escaped from her buyer, found her man, and he settled her in a secret place, where she bore him a son. One looked at Xiaoyan and began to scheme. Her son was right. If she could prevent this brat from fetching the midwife and cause trouble for his master, or even cause both mother and child to die like the previous wife, the master would surely skin him alive. When second Uncle In, who was nearby, heard Xiaoyan mention fetching the midwife, a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. He whispered something in Wang's ear. Old man and insisted on not handing over the family property to her or her son. He was surely still thinking of Njizhong, his eldest son. As long as Njizhong, his only son, died and his wife had already been given sterilizing medicine by her and could no longer bear children, then her son would become old man and's only son and could enjoy everything the In family had. Although Gu Xiaoyan was 14, ever since his biological grandmother died and his grandfather married his step-grandmother, when he was only 3, their whole family had been plunged into misery. They woke earlier than the roosters, worked harder than the oxen, and ate worse than the pigs. Now at 14, he was shorter than 11-year-old in manhwa. Though he had been eating well for the past 2 months with his master, he hadn't grown back yet. His body was delicate, and even after a month of stance training, he only had a slightly more stable lower body. So when Wang grabbed his arm, he really couldn't break free. He could only struggle and shout, "Let me go. I need to go get the midwife. If you delay my business, you'll be endangering a life and you'll go to jail." Life only comes once. There is no ageless happiness nor ageless time. When you can push yourself, don't let yourself be idle. Good morning. Keep going. This chapter ends. Chapter 2066, Giving Birth 6. Gu Dongxing was also overjoyed. After the child had been in his mother's womb for 3 years and 6 months, it had finally come to term, and he had finally become a father. But he hadn't forgotten to remind Mother Gu with a smile, "You haven't subtracted the weight of the basket yet. Even if the basket weighs a pound, they still weigh 8 or 7 pounds each. And look at these 2 children, their skin is rosy, their cries are loud and clear. Other people's babies are born with their eyes closed, crying, but these 2, look, they only cried a couple of times before opening their big eyes, rolling them around, looking everywhere. These 2 children will definitely be formidable in the future." Gu Dongxing grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth. "My children will definitely be formidable." After that, there was another flurry of activity. Mother Gu changed and washed all the bed sheets and covers, and even wiped down Mengyu, putting clean clothes on her. After taking another Peiyuan pill, Mengyu felt her body had fully recovered. Seeing that Mother Gu had already wrapped up the 2 children, she suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to her, "Mother Gu, bring the children over. I need to apply some medicine to them." The freshly cut umbilical cords needed medicine applied, otherwise, if not handled properly, they could easily develop tetanus neonatorum. Mother Gu had been too flustered earlier and had wrapped them up without applying the medicine. "Oh dear, I forgot," Mother Gu said, flustered and panicked. Mengyu smiled. "It's okay. You're not a midwife, and you've done very well already. It's only been a moment. I'll apply the medicine to them now, and it'll be the same. Go outside and set off the firecrackers." Mother Gu then remembered that firecrackers should be set off when a child is born. Originally, this should have been done by Guda, but he had gone to look for the 2 children, Xiao Nian and Xiao Hong. So she hurried off to set off the firecrackers. Gu Dongxing couldn't wait to take out a testing orb to check the spiritual roots of the 2 children. For ordinary people, spiritual roots don't manifest at birth and can't be tested until the age of 5. But when Mengyu was pregnant with the 2 children, she had consumed countless spiritual delicacies, and their spiritual roots had already fully developed. Thus, as soon as Gu Dongxing took out the testing stone and placed it in the children's hands, the 2 newborns instinctively grasped it tightly. Soon, beams of light shot out one after another. The 7 colors representing metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, gold, green, blue, water mutated into ice, appearing blue, red, yellow, cyan, and gray, all emerged, each a full spiritual root. Finally, black and white burst forth simultaneously, even more perfect than the previous 7 spiritual roots. Both children were the same, shocking the 2 of them. They stared at each other in disbelief. Mengyu said, but before, the light and dark spiritual roots were only at 80. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid it has something to do with this space. Although this space was rich in spiritual energy, and although his cultivation was sealed and he couldn't sense absorbing spiritual energy, Mengyu, being pregnant, had focused on consuming spiritually charged foods every day. Gu Dongxing, however, had persisted in practicing martial arts. He felt that this space contained some energy not found on Earth, which he had absorbed into his meridians. Though he couldn't see inside his body, he could sense that his physique had greatly benefited. Gu Dongxing stroked Mengyu's hair and said gently, now that the children are born, start practicing martial arts when you have time. I have a feeling that the air here is extremely beneficial for body tempering. Mengyu nodded, all right. Just then, the sound of firecrackers rang out from outside. When Mother Gu came back in after setting off the firecrackers, she saw Gu Dongxing watching his wife apply medicine to the children's umbilical cords, his eyes so tender they seemed to drip with affection. The family of 4. The scene was incredibly warm and heartwarming. Chapter 2067, Childbirth 7. Mrs. Wang quickly said to the officer, this child is truly my grandson. We are from Anjia village, more than 10 li from here. My husband is in Shirda. This child is 14 years old and really is my grandson. I am his grandmother, and these beside me are his second uncle and second aunt. This child ran away from home several months ago because he refused to obey my discipline. My husband has been bedridden with illness from missing his grandson. Today, we came to buy night goods and happened to encounter this grandson. We wanted to take him home, but he still refused to go back. We had no choice but to tie him up and bring him home, to comfort his grandfather's longing for his grandson. Every word I say is true. If he is not my grandson, may I be struck by lightning. If you don't believe me, you can ask this fellow villager. A villager beside Njizu nodded. This boy is called Xiaonyo. He is indeed Enshirda's grandson. He has indeed been missing for several months, and Enshirda has fallen ill from missing him. When the officer heard Mrs. Wang's oath and saw that someone had testified, he immediately stopped intervening. He patted Xiaonyu's shoulder. Child, you are still young. Running away from home is not a good path. Go back properly with your grandmother. And so, Xiaohong was knocked unconscious by the little tyrant in Minghua, and Xiaonian was captured by an washer to be taken home. Naturally, the midwife could not be fetched. Meanwhile, at home, Mingyu felt waves of abdominal pain. She was about to give birth. Guma was extremely anxious. Her son and daughter had both gone to fetch the midwife, but they had not yet returned. Yet from the mistress's signs, it seemed she was about to deliver. She quickly urged Guda, go out and see what's happening. Mingyu had given birth in her previous life. She felt her waters break, but the midwife had not arrived. She was not panicked and said to Guma, Guma, you deliver the baby for me. Guma was helpless. I don't know how to deliver a baby. Although her own spiritual power could not be used, as long as his intention to transmit spiritual power to Mingyu was strong, Mingyu could feel it. With his spiritual power flowing in, the pain in her abdomen lessened considerably. Guma could not understand. For others, from the start of labor pains to delivery, it took at least 10 hours. But from the time the mistress cried out in pain until now, it had not even been an hour, and her waters had already broken. She was about to give birth. Those 2 children, why haven't they brought the midwife yet? Therefore, he wholeheartedly focused on outputting spiritual power to Mingyu. Just as Guda went out, Mingyu felt her waters break. From the moment Mingyu's contractions began, Gu Dongxing went from pacing anxiously at first to calming down later. He placed his hand on Mingyu's belly to transmit spiritual power. Guda quickly ran out. Gu Dongxing said, you have given birth before. It's fine. Just do as you did when you gave birth. I'll be right here and help my wife push. Guma was amused and exasperated. You help your wife push? How can you help with childbirth? But Guma did not know that Gu Dongxing truly could help Mingyu. He continuously transmitted spiritual power to her, so Mingyu maintained peak strength throughout. Moreover, when he was in modern society, he often communicated with the 2 children. Although his divine sense could not leave his body now, once his spiritual power entered, the 2 children naturally understood. Furthermore, his hand gently pressed from top to bottom on her belly, helping Mingyu's uterus push the child outward. This chapter ends. Chapter 2068, Giving Birth, 8. Gu Dongxing exerted gentle pressure while speaking, babies, it's time for you to come out. Your mother is in a lot of pain right now. Push yourselves out. Once you're out, your mother will feel better. Babies, come out quickly. The world outside is beautiful. There are pretty flowers, delicious fish, and dogs to play with you. Once you're out, you'll see so many wonderful things. Hurry up, babies. Come on, follow the direction of your father's strength, move forward, and don't let your mother suffer too much. As Mingyu listened to Gu Dongxing's words, she could feel the babies scrambling to push out. Clearly, They had heard his voice and understood his words. Without needing her to exert much effort, they actively followed the direction of his strength and pushed outward. Finally, Gu's mother shouted, "Ah, I can see the head. Madam, push again. Good, push. Push harder. Wow, he's out. It's a little young master." A loud cry rang out, announcing the birth of the baby boy. Gu's mother quickly picked him up. Oh, other people's babies are all wrinkled when they're born, but this little young master is so radiant and beautiful. Those big eyes are already rolling around. He's definitely a clever child. Indeed, the baby was incredibly endearing. He cried only twice before stopping, then opened his big eyes to look around, even turning his head. A 1-month-old baby wouldn't be as lively as he was, let alone a newborn. She placed the baby into the warm water prepared earlier, washed him clean, tied the umbilical cord with red string, and cut it with a single snip. Before she could finish wrapping the baby, another loud cry rang out. Mingyu had already delivered her second child. Another exclamation followed. This young lady must have crawled out on her own too. Her hands and feet are still moving as if crawling. The young master and young lady came out one after the other. The young lady is also radiant and beautiful. Who would believe that a woman giving birth to her first child could be so fast? If it weren't for Mingyu's young age and the fact that she had personally delivered the babies, she wouldn't have believed it herself. Gu's mother washed the baby girl, tied and cut the umbilical cord, then wrapped her in a small blanket. She praised Mingyu again. "You gave birth so quickly." Even Mingyu herself hadn't expected to deliver both children so fast. From the moment her stomach started hurting to the birth of the babies, it had taken less than half an hour. What amazed her most was that both babies were so radiant, nothing like other newborns. Gu's mother called out to Gu Dongxing, "Sir, come over and wrap the little young master properly." Then she picked up the baby girl. Mingyu swallowed the pill, and soon, the vitality and energy she had lost during childbirth were restored. Gu Dongxing fed her a resurrection pill he had prepared earlier. "Swallow it quickly." Only then did he go to wrap his son in a blanket. He had been so focused on watching his wife give birth that he had forgotten. By the time she finished wrapping the baby girl, Gu Dongxing still hadn't wrapped the baby boy, seemingly afraid of hurting him. Gu's mother had to hand the wrapped baby girl to him and then took the baby boy to wrap him herself. After wrapping the babies, she placed them in a basket to weigh them and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my goodness, 10 jin. Minus the blanket, it's 9 jin. The little young master weighs 9 jin." Then she weighed the baby girl and cried out again, 8 jin. The young lady weighs 8 jin too. Oh my heavens, these two babies together weigh 17 jin. Madam, how did you manage to give birth to them? The chapter ends. Chapter 2069, Giving Birth 9. Gu Dongxing was also overjoyed. After the child had been in his mother's womb for 3 years and 6 months, it had finally come to term, and he had finally become a father. However, he hadn't forgotten to remind Guma with a smile, "You haven't subtracted the weight of the basket yet. Even if the basket weighs a pound, they still weigh 8 pounds and 7 pounds. And look at these two children. Their skin is rosy, their cries are loud and clear. Other people's babies are born with their eyes closed, crying, but these two, just look at them. They cried only twice and then opened their big eyes, rolling them around, looking everywhere. These two children will definitely be formidable in the future." Gu Dongxing grinned from ear to ear. "My children will definitely be formidable." After that, there was another flurry of activity. Guma changed and washed all the bed sheets and quilt covers, and even wiped down Mingyu, helping her change into clean clothes. After taking another Peiyuan pill, Mingyu felt that her body had fully recovered. Seeing that Guma had already wrapped up the two children, she suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to Guma, "Guma, bring the children over. I need to apply some medicine to them." The umbilical cord, which had just been cut, needed to be medicated. Otherwise, if not handled properly, it could easily lead to neonatal tetanus. Guma had been too flustered earlier and had wrapped them up without applying the medicine. "Oh dear, I forgot," Guma said, a bit panicked. Mingyu smiled. "It's all right. You're not a midwife, and you've done very well already. It's only been a moment. Applying the medicine now will be the same. Go outside and set off the firecrackers." Guma then remembered that firecrackers should be set off after a child is born. This task was usually done by Guda, but he had gone to look for Xiaonian and Xiaohong, so she hurried off to set off the firecrackers. Gu Dongxing touched Mingyu's hair and said gently, "The children are born now. When you have time, start practicing martial arts again. I always feel that the air here is very beneficial for body tempering." Mingyu nodded. "All right." Just then, the sound of firecrackers rang out from outside. When Guma came back in after setting off the firecrackers, she saw Gu Dongxing watching his wife apply medicine to the children's umbilical cords, his eyes so tender they seemed to drip with affection. The family of 4, the scene was incredibly warm. If it were an ordinary person, their spiritual roots wouldn't manifest at birth and couldn't be detected until they were 5 years old. But Mengyu had consumed countless spiritual delicacies while pregnant with the 2 children, and their spiritual roots had already fully developed. He felt that this space contained some energy not found on Earth, which was being absorbed into his meridians. Although he couldn't see inside his body, he could sense that his body was greatly benefiting from it. This space was rich in spiritual energy. Although his cultivation was sealed and he couldn't sense the absorption of spiritual energy, Mengyu, being pregnant, had focused on consuming spiritually charged foods every day, while Gu Dongxing had persisted in practicing martial arts. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it has something to do with this space." Mengyu said, "But before, the light and dark spiritual roots only reached 80. Gu Dongxing couldn't wait any longer. He took out a testing orb and tested the spiritual roots of the 2 children. Soon, beams of light shot out one after another, gold, green, blue, water mutated into ice, appearing blue, red, yellow, cyan, and gray, representing the 7 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. All were full spiritual roots. Finally, the 2 colors of black and white vied to emerge, even more perfect than the previous 7. Both children were the same, shocking the 2 of them. They stared at each other in amazement. Therefore, as soon as Gu Dongxing took out the testing stone and placed it in the children's hands, the 2 newborn babies instinctively grabbed it tightly as soon as something was placed in their hands. Chapter 2070. Save Me, My Lord. 1. Guma was stunned. She couldn't bear to break up the warm family scene of this family of 4. Seeing Guma enter, Mengyu nudged Gu Dongxing. "Give Guma a birthing bonus." Gu Dongxing, upon hearing his wife's words, immediately reached into his pocket and took out a silver ingot, handing it to Guma. "Guma, you've worked hard." But Guma dared not accept it. "Thank you, my lord. But can this reward offset my fault?" Xiao Nian and Xiao Hong were gone for an hour and failed to bring back the midwife in time. "Please, my lord, show mercy." In truth, she was terrified. At the moment when her master needed the midwife most, they had failed to bring one back. She didn't know if her merit could outweigh her fault. That was why she dared not accept the reward. Merit is merit, fault is fault. Accept your reward for now. As for those 2, I will investigate the matter. As long as it wasn't their fault, they won't be punished. Guma had no choice but to take the silver. Though it was 2 taels, her heart remained unsettled. As for Xiao Hong's injury, because treatment had been delayed, even the revival pill would struggle to heal it. Acupuncture was also necessary. But he didn't know acupuncture, or rather, he didn't know medicine. Guma had already heard Gu Da's voice and rushed out. When she saw her daughter in such a state, she fainted on the spot. Mengyu knew medicine. With her abilities, she should be able to save Xiao Hong. "I thought you, my lord, being a martial artist, must have some medical knowledge, so I carried Xiao Hong back. Please, my lord, save my daughter." Gu Da knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly. When Gu Dongxing went out, he was angry. After all, he had sent them to fetch the midwife and instead, they had caused trouble. Just then, he suddenly heard Gu Da's voice from outside, "My lord, save Xiao Hong." This showed a lack of judgment, making him worry about entrusting her to follow his daughter in the future. But when he saw the bloody hole on the back of Xiao Hong's head, held by Gu Da, he was still startled. This is very well. With her husband handling it, Mengyu had no reason to worry. As soon as Guma woke up, she knelt before Gu Dongxing. "My lord, please save my daughter." Tears streamed down Gu Da's face. "I went out to look for them, thinking they must have headed toward the midwife's house. I walked to the alley outside midwife Ma's place and found a crowd gathered around a little girl, discussing whose child she was and whether she could be saved. I pushed through to look and was shocked. Lying there was none other than my daughter Xiao Hong. I quickly picked up Xiao Hong and wanted to take her to the clinic. But the doctor there looked at the wound on the back of her head and shook his head, saying it was hopeless. He even said that blood had pooled in her brain, and even if she survived, she would likely become an idiot." Mengyu was about to get up, but Gu Dongxing pressed her down. "You've just given birth. Don't move. Let me go take a look." Gu Dongxing was a bit troubled. Mengyu, on the other hand, had to take care of her, giving her a drop of the spiritual liquid Gu Dongxing had brought back after his return and pinching her philtrum to revive her. But Mengyu had just given birth and was weak herself. Unless he used the resurrection pill. However, the resurrection pill belonged to Mengyu and was rarely given to others. Even when he went to the Black Forest, Mengyu had only given him one. This showed how precious the resurrection pill was. Moreover, as the doctor at the clinic had said, even if she survived, such an injury could affect her intelligence. Mengyu's voice came from inside. "Bring her in." End of chapter. Chapter 2071, Help, My Lord, Part 2. Gu carried his daughter into the outer room of Mengyu's master bedroom. Mingyu picked up the scattered golden needles from the flying cloud all and instructed Gu Dongxing, "Watch the child." Gu Dongxing worried, "You just gave birth." Mingyu patted his hand. "Don't worry, I can handle it." She knew her own body. Throughout the delivery, Gu Dongxing had continuously channeled spiritual power into her, and afterward, she had taken a rejuvenation pill. Her body was not as weak as that of an ordinary new mother. Although she could have used merit points to exchange for a rejuvenation elixir for Xiaohong, she chose not to, because she wanted to bestow a favor upon this family. She and Gu Dongxing had fallen into this alternate space. They had no other relatives and no influence whatsoever, and she had no idea when they would find a way home. Therefore, she planned to build her own power base first. Moreover, Xiaohong and Xiaonian were both unpolished gems in terms of talent and character. She wanted to train them and make them trusted aides for her unborn children. Mingyu thought that if she simply saved someone with a pill, the favor would not be significant enough. Thus, she had to use life-extending acupuncture to rescue the girl, letting them witness the difficulty and skill involved in saving Xiaohong. She sent the two men out and had Gu's mother remove Xiaohong's clothes before beginning the acupuncture. The flying cloud all had now become the flying cloud needle, but it was still a celestial artifact. Using it for acupuncture would produce effects ordinary needles could not. It could automatically gather surrounding spiritual energy and channel it into the patient's body to clear the meridians. Half an hour later, Mingyu finally unblocked the meridians in Xiaohong's head and drained the accumulated blood from her brain. She smiled bitterly to herself. Her current spiritual power could only achieve this much. After channeling her spiritual energy into Xiaohong's body, she could sense which meridians were problematic. The most severely blocked areas, which even the flying cloud needle could not clear, were where the blood had pooled. She could guide it out using the golden needles. Watching all this, Gu's mother was deeply moved. She kept wiping Mingyu's sweat with a towel, her face filled with reluctance, caught between conflict and turmoil. She wanted her master to save her daughter, but because her master had just given birth, she also did not want her master to suffer any aftereffects from the effort. After more than 10 minutes, Mingyu was drenched in sweat. Her freshly changed clothes were soaked again, and her face had turned pale. Gu's mother could only fall silent, her heart full of gratitude and her eyes brimming with tears. Finally, feeling she was being too selfish, she steeled herself to call out "Master," wanting Mingyu to stop. But Mingyu waved her hand to silence her. "Don't speak." As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyu collapsed backward. Among these golden needles, there was one hollow needle. Mingyu's spiritual power could not leave her body, but her sensing ability remained. "It's done. Xiaohong will be fine. She should wake up in half an hour." Gu's mother quickly caught her. Madam. Hearing Gu's mother's cry, Gu Dongxing rushed in and anxiously took Mingyu into his arms. "What happened to her?" Gu's mother said guiltily, "Madam, she probably fainted from exhaustion." After all, the madam had just given birth. Ordinary new mothers would be resting in bed, recovering their strength. Yet the madam had exhausted herself to the point of fainting just to save her daughter. Gu's mother swore that for the rest of her life, she would dedicate herself to the madam. End of chapter. Chapter 2072, Help, My Lord, Part 3. Gu said indignantly, "The ones who took Xiaonian away were not only my stepmother, but also that renamed Injizu, the tagalong. That guy usually pretends to be a good person, but in reality, he's a scoundrel with sores on his head and pus oozing from his feet. I suspect it was his idea to have his sister feed us porridge laced with sleeping medicine and secretly sell our entire family." Mingyu looked at Gu Dongxing. Xiaohong has always been well behaved, yet someone struck her on the back of the head, nearly killing her. I suspect the culprit is also from their family. I don't care about their family affairs, but my two servants were out on the street to fetch a midwife for me. Now they've beaten my maidservant severely, leaving her on the brink of death, and kidnapped my manservant. It's clear they're trying to prevent my servants from bringing a midwife, which is obviously an attempt to harm me and my children. We must go to Lord Qizhen to seek justice. Gu felt a surge of joy. Was the lady planning to stand up for his children? Gu Dongxing's face had long turned dark. He didn't know Xiaohong's condition, but Xiaonian had clearly stated on the street that he was fetching a midwife for his master. Yet they still tied him up and took him away. If his wife were an ordinary person without a midwife to assist in childbirth, they would have succeeded in harming her. He thought further, perhaps Gu Da's stepmother harbored even more malicious intentions. He didn't know whether it was her own idea or if someone was behind it, targeting him and his wife. Anyone who tried to harm his wife would not be forgiven. All right, my wife. Rest well at home. If anything happens, go to the back garden. I'll immediately go find Lord Qizhen and have their entire family arrested and dealt with according to the law. The back garden Gu Dongxing referred to as actually the palace space house. Because of the space house's inherent defenses, anyone below the golden core stage couldn't break through it. Guda and his wife knelt again, raising their hands above their heads to swear. I, originally named in Jijing, Jin Qianyang, swear to follow the Lord and the Lady unto death, never betraying them. Otherwise, may we be struck dead by heavenly thunder. At that moment, a petite figure walked in and also swore. I, originally named in Shaohua, swear to follow the Lord and the Lady unto death, never betraying them. Otherwise, may I be struck dead by heavenly thunder. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing exchanged glances, surprised that these three had sworn loyalty so readily. What astonished them even more was that after they swore, a beam of light descended from the sky and entered their brows. Both Mingyu and Gu Dongxing were inwardly shocked. They had thought this space had no heavenly Tao, yet the oath had entered their brows? Get up quickly, Mingyu said hurriedly. From now on, you are part of our family. We will not treat you poorly. Gu Dongxing looked at Guda and his wife. Guma, stay home and take care of the lady and the children. Guda, come with me to find Lord Qixin. Before leaving, he activated the courtyard's formation. Gu Dongxing took Guda to the town lord's mansion. When Lord Qixin saw Gu Dongxing arriving, his legs immediately went weak. My lord, is the wall not satisfactory? Gu Dongxing glanced at him. My wife has given birth. Oh, congratulations, congratulations. Lord Qixin thought to himself, so he's here to ask for a reward. But Gu Dongxing's next words were, I sent 2 servants to fetch a midwife. One was struck on the back of the head with a stone, severely injured and on the verge of death. The other was kidnapped. Lord Qixin was greatly shocked. Who would be so bold as to touch your people, my lord? Is the lady all right? My wife has already given birth to a pair of children. But the one who prevented my servants from fetching a midwife, intending to harm my wife, cannot be let off. Chapter 2073, Help, my lord, 4. Guda anxiously grabbed the shop assistant's hand. So she just tied up my boy and took him away like that, and no one did anything about it? Someone did, the shop assistant said. At that time, a constable from the town government happened to pass by and stopped them to ask questions. But that woman said the boy was her grandson, and that the child was disobedient and had run away from home. She claimed his grandfather was so sick with longing for his grandson that he was bedridden, and since the boy refused to return, she had to tie him up and bring him back. Moreover, there were fellow villagers nearby who confirmed that the boy was indeed that old woman's grandson, and the man and woman beside her were the boy's second uncle and second aunt. So the constable couldn't interfere further. Then that step-grandmother and his second uncle and second aunt tied him up and took him back? Guda asked urgently. Guma reached out and hit him. How could I not be anxious? That's my son. My daughter is still lying at home, and now my son is gone. As she spoke, she looked behind him, but didn't see her son, and immediately grew frantic. You didn't find our son? So he suppressed his raging anger and turned back. But halfway there, he ran into Guma, who had also come out looking for Xiaoyan. Seeing how anxious Guma was, Guda had no choice but to tell her what he had learned. No, the shop assistant shook his head. At the time, I noticed a look of despair in the boy's eyes. He seemed so pitiful, so I quietly followed to take a look. I found that the family had tied him up and thrown him onto the cart, but they weren't planning to leave right away. The old woman was watching over the goods on the ox cart, while the second uncle and second aunt continued shopping. Guma asked him urgently, well, did you find him? So our Xiaoyan and Xiaohong have run into that bloodsucking and family again? Guma said sorrowfully. How can they do this? They've already bled our family dry and sold us off. Now that we've finally found a good master and started living well, they come to cause trouble again. Are they trying to drive us to death? Guda grabbed his wife by the shoulders. Don't panic. I've already found out who took our son. Let's go back first. When Guda heard these words from the shop assistant, he suddenly understood. The one who had nearly killed his daughter by dropping something on her was none other than his good nephew, and Minghua. He didn't recklessly chase after them to an family village. He was now a servant of the martial master's household, and had to report everything to the master first. But later, a chubby boy of about 11 or 12 ran over in a panic, pulling at the old woman and calling for her to leave quickly. The grandmother said they hadn't finished shopping yet and would leave later, but the fat boy said if they didn't leave now, it would be too late. The old woman asked him what was wrong, and the boy said, I dropped that worthless little wretch. I didn't catch what he dropped, but the old woman got very nervous, called the second uncle and second aunt over, and then they hurriedly drove the ox cart away. They didn't even respond when someone called out to them from behind. Guda himself was filled with grief and anger, but he still comforted Guma. Don't worry. We have a master now. If it were anyone else taking Xiaoyan back, it might be different, but now our master is the martial master. We're not afraid of them anymore. You mean we should ask the master to intervene? Guma thought of how kindly Mengyu had treated their family. But we've already caused them so much trouble. She had wanted to repay their kindness, but now, instead of repaying it, they were bringing trouble. Gu decide, we'll just have to spend the rest of our lives repaying this debt. Besides, in this matter, they've schemed against our master as well. The master won't let them off. End of chapter. Chapter 2074, Save Me, My Lord, 5. Guda and Guma returned and went straight to the inner courtyard, kneeling before Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu. Ever since Gu Dongxing came back, he had allowed Guma to move about in the inner courtyard, while Guda had to report before entering. My lord, please save Xiaoyan, Guda said, tears streaming down his aged face. Gu Dongxing exchanged a glance with Nan Mingyu, then looked at Guda and Guma. Gu Dongxing said, stand up and speak. But Guda refused to rise. My lord, madam, Xiaoyan is a servant you purchased. Now the Yin family, ignoring Xiaoyan's desperate resistance, kidnapped him while he was out fetching a midwife for you, madam. This is also disregarding your safety, madam, intending to cause you harm, and then using your hand, my lord, to kill Xiaoyan. Mingyu sighed. She disliked such constant kneeling. Stand up and speak. It's hard to talk while kneeling, isn't it? If you keep kneeling, I won't let you go save him. Get up and tell me about your connection with the Yin family. Guda and his wife had no choice but to stand, though they still dared not sit. One spoke while the other supplemented, laying bare their situation in the Yin family. It turned out that Guda's family were from Anjia village. His father, Anshurda, had married his mother, Niu Tsuehua, and she gave birth to Guda. But Anshurda treated his wife poorly. After Niu Tsuehua passed away, Anshurda remarried a woman named Wan, who brought with her an already grown son, only 5 years younger than Guda. After the stepmother entered the household, Guda's family didn't notice much at first, but stepmothers are rarely kind, so they didn't expect much from her. What pained them, however, was that under the stepmother's and her son's instigation, their father grew increasingly hostile toward them. But who would have thought? After eating a pot of porridge, the 4 of them fell unconscious. When they woke up, they had already been sold to the provincial capital. The slave trader told them they had been sold by their parents. Only then did they realize that the daughter was no good either. After 2 days of hunger, the daughter born to Wang secretly brought them rice porridge through the window, then fled in panic. He even treated that stepson better than him. After the stepson changed his surname to An, he regarded him as his own son and his stepson's son as his own grandson. As for Xiaoyan, the eldest grandson, he was increasingly disregarded. They wanted to split the family, but the moment they brought it up, their father slapped them. After that, their father locked them in the room where the 4 of them lived and refused to feed them. In the provincial capital, they were sold to a family named Liao. But within a month, the Liao family ran into trouble, and they were sold again along with the household. At the time, they remarked that Wang was no good, but she had given birth to a good daughter. For some reason, this time they weren't sold in the provincial capital, but were sent to Dafeng town. In the end, Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu bought them. Speaking of this, Guda couldn't hold back his grief and anger. Most of the family property came from my mother's dowry. They were afraid that if we stayed, her son wouldn't get the property, so they did everything they could to kill us. He had once been a free man, yet he had become a servant, sold by his own family. He also recounted everything he had learned from investigating Xiaoyan earlier. So, the one who kidnapped Xiaoyan is your stepmother? Minyu said, stroking the ring on her finger. Clearly, Guda was right, knowing full well that Xiaoyan was fetching a midwife for her. They deliberately tied him up. This was an attempt to harm her. Chapter 2075, Seeking Reckoning with the Yin Family, 1. Guda said resentfully, it wasn't just my stepmother who took Xiaoyan away, but also that Tagalong who changed his name to Anjizu. That guy usually pretends to be a good person, but in reality, he's a rotten scoundrel from head to toe. I suspect it was his idea to have his sister feed us porridge laced with sleeping medicine and secretly sell our family off. Mengyi looked at Gu Dongxing. Xiaohong has always been well-behaved, yet someone struck her on the back of the head, nearly killing her. I'd guess the culprit is also from their family. I don't care about their family affairs, but my 2 servants were out on the street to fetch a midwife for me. Now they've beaten my maidservant so badly she's on the verge of death and kidnapped my manservant. It's clear they're trying to stop my people from getting me a midwife. This is obviously an attempt to harm the lives of me and my children. We really need to go to Dukechi Town to seek justice. Guda's heart leaped with joy. Was the lady planning to stand up for his children? Gu Dongxing's face had long since darkened. He didn't know Xiao Hong's condition, but Xiao Nian had clearly stated on the street that he was fetching a midwife for his master, yet they still tied him up and took him away. If his wife were an ordinary person without a midwife to deliver the baby, they might have succeeded in harming her. He thought further than others. Perhaps Gu Da's stepmother harbored even more malicious intentions. He didn't know if it was her own idea or if someone was behind her, targeting him and his wife. Anyone who tried to harm his wife, he would not let off. All right, wife. Rest well at home. If anything happens, go to the back garden. I'll go find Dukchi Town right away and have their whole family arrested and dealt with according to the law. The back garden Gu Dongxing mentioned was actually the palace space house. Because of the space's inherent defenses, anyone below the golden core stage couldn't break through. What surprised them was that after they swore their oath, a beam of light descended from the sky and entered both their foreheads. Mengyu and Gu Dongxing exchanged a glance, not expecting these three to swear loyalty so readily. Before leaving, he also activated the courtyard's formation. When Duke Chi-town saw Gu Dongxing arrive, his legs immediately went weak. Sir, is it that the wall isn't built to your satisfaction? Get up quickly, Mengyu said hurriedly. From now on, you're our family. We won't treat you poorly. Guda and his wife knelt again, raising their hands above their heads to swear. I, formerly in Jijing, Jin Qianyang, swear to follow the sir and lady to the death, never betraying, or may we be struck dead by heavenly thunder. Mengyu and Gu Dongxing were both inwardly startled. They had thought this space had no heavenly Tao, yet the oath actually entered their brows? Just then, a petite figure walked in and also swore. I, formerly in Xiaohua, swear to follow the sir and lady to the death, never betraying, or may I be struck dead by heavenly thunder. Gu Dongxing took Guda to the town duke's office. Gu Dongxing looked at Guda and his wife. Guma, stay home and take care of the lady and children. Guda, come with me to find Duke Chi-town. Gu Dongxing glanced at him. My wife has given birth. Oh, congratulations, Duke Chi-town said, thinking to himself that he was here to ask for a reward. But Gu Dongxing's next words were, I sent 2 servants to fetch a midwife. One was hit on the back of the head with a stone, severely injured and near death, the other was kidnapped. Duke Chi-town was shocked. Who would be so bold as to touch your people, sir? Is the lady all right? My wife has already given birth to a pair of children. But the one who stopped my servants from fetching a midwife, intending to harm my wife, cannot be let off. End of chapter. Chapter 2076. Settling scores with the Yin family, 2. I'll send someone to investigate immediately. Lord Chi wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the lady was unharmed. Otherwise, if the martial master became enraged, even he, as town lord, would not be able to bear the consequences. Gu Dongxing spoke coldly, Anjia village, and Shirda's later wife, and the burden of a son she brought with her. Lord Chi said, you've already found out, sir? Good, I'll send someone right away. No, I'll personally lead people to arrest their family and bring your servant back to you. I'll go with you. Gu Dongxing knew that Lord Chi was a man who loved wealth and women, and he feared that he might take money and let one of them escape. Lord Chi quickly said, Martial Master, you are busy with 1,000 affairs. But he immediately realized that the other man did not trust him. He quickly changed his tone. Martial Master, busy as you are, deigning to accompany our town lord's office to arrest the criminals is truly our honor. Hearing this, Lord Chi actually breathed a sigh of relief. If you wish for a carriage, sir, once someone arrives from Blackstone City after nightfall, I can apply for one on your behalf. Anjia village. When he had seen horses in the Black Forest, he had once thought of taming one to ride, but he discovered that those horses were extremely difficult to tame. They would rather die than submit. Although he had long suspected that the culprit of the Valley of Death was not him, now that he heard he could not tame the wild horses of the Black Forest, he was immediately certain. Thus, Gu Dongxing brought Guda, and the town lord's office brought 6 officers. A total of 8 people rode the town lord's horses and brought a carriage toward Anjia village. Gu Dongxing's face darkened. I am not a horse tamer. He casually asked Lord Chi, Town Lord, where can one buy a carriage? Lord Chi looked troubled. Master Gu, horses are regulated items. Private trade is forbidden. However, he suddenly thought of the Valley of Death incident and rolled his eyes. If you can tame the wild horses of the Black Forest, sir, you may keep them for your own use. If his divine sense were still intact, he could suppress them with pressure and tame them, but relying solely on force, he could not tame them at all. After Wang and Jizu and an heir and in Minghua returned home, they drove the ox cart into the shed and directly threw Gu Xiaoyan, whose hands and feet were bound and mouth stuffed, into the shed. Then they took the purchased items and went into the main house. Gu Dongxing sat in the carriage with Guda and Lord Chi, feeling somewhat emotional. Why had he never thought of buying a horse or a carriage? Moreover, he suddenly realized something. It seemed that since he arrived here, he had never seen a horse or a carriage. Wang exchanged a glance with Njizu, and Njizu replied, there were many buyers today, and some items were out of stock. The shop said they would have stock tomorrow, so we came back and will buy more tomorrow. Shirda saw that they had bought so little and found it strange. Why did you buy so few things? But he did not know that the culprit of the Valley of Death was indeed Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing could not ride a horseback, but he could return by flying vehicle. Shirda looked at his second son, wanting to speak but hesitating. And Jisoo knew his father wanted to ask about his eldest brother, but pretended not to know. He moved the items to the storeroom with his wife. And Shurda turned to Wang, who signaled to her grandson. And Minghua quickly went over and pulled his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." As soon as he said this, his stomach growled. Because they had left in a hurry, they had not eaten in town, and now they were indeed hungry. End of chapter. Chapter 2077, Seeking Reckoning with the Yin Family, 3. And Shurda sighed and had to set aside the question he wanted to ask. "Alright, let your grandmother cook you a meal," he thought. Judging by their expressions, he didn't need to ask to know that they hadn't found any news about his eldest son. But how could he know that not only had they learned news of his eldest son, but at that very moment, his eldest grandson was tied up, gagged, and thrown into the cowshed by his second son. Wang Shi, feeling somewhat guilty and afraid that Shurda would press further, quickly went into the kitchen to start cooking. Just then, a neighbor walked in and said to Shurda, "Your cow in the shed has gone wild for some reason," banging against the door. "Go take a look." And Shurda found it strange. "My old cow is the most docile. How could it go mad?" he muttered as he prepared to head out. And Minghua, hearing the neighbor's words, immediately guessed that Xiaoniao was causing trouble in the cowshed. On the way back, his grandmother and parents had repeatedly instructed him not to let Grandpa know they had brought Xiaoniao home. But now, with Xiaonian stirring up trouble and Grandpa about to check, while his father and mother were busy moving things into the storeroom and his grandmother was cooking, what was he supposed to do? He quickly stopped his grandfather. "Grandpa, you're not in good health. Don't go. Let me go check for you." And Shurda was puzzled. "Aren't you the most afraid of the old cow? Let Grandpa go." "I'm not afraid anymore, Grandpa. Don't go." "I'll go." And Minghua only knew he couldn't let Grandpa go to the cowshed, so he desperately tried to hold him back. And Shurda had no choice but to relent, speaking with his usual doting tone to his grandson. All right, you go then." And Minghua let go of his grandfather and ran off, afraid Grandpa might stop him. Because when he was little, and Minghua had been knocked into the river by a cow while playing by the shore, so he had always been afraid of cows. And Jisoo and Luoshi went back to the yard gate to move things. When they saw their son was gone, they assumed he had gone out to play and didn't bother with him, continuing to carry things inside. Meanwhile, in the cowshed, and Minghua was cursing. "You bastard, trying to make noise so my grandpa will let you go? Dream on. If it weren't for my dad and grandma selling your family, could your family live such a good life? You and Xiaohua are both worthless bones. Worthless bones don't deserve cotton clothes. Even if you wear them, you'll come to no good end." Xiaonian, hearing this, thought of something and wanted to ask what he had done to his sister. He desperately wanted to speak, but with his mouth gagged, he couldn't, his veins bulging with frustration. "I spit on you. What are you in such a hurry for? You want to find a midwife for your master? Let you die of worry. If you can't find a midwife, your master will surely be in trouble, and then you'll be beaten to death by him. You and Xiaohua both deserve to die." That's the fate of wearing cotton clothes. And Shenhua was deeply resentful that Xiaonian and Xiaohong could wear such thick cotton clothes, because he himself had never worn anything that thick. After cursing, not satisfied with just words, he walked up to Xiaonian and started kicking him. But he didn't know that behind him, an old man had heard his words, and a look of shock appeared on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 2078, Seeking Reckoning with the Yin Family, 4. And Shurda, rushing to the cowshed on his cane, was deeply shocked by what his grandson and Shenhua said, unable to believe his ears. And Shenhua had twice mentioned Yu and Xiaohua. Xiaohua was his eldest son's daughter, and the only person in Shenhua would compare to Xiaohua was Xiaoniao. Could it be that the person locked in the cowshed was his eldest grandson and Xiaoniao, who had left with his eldest son? Moreover, and Shenhua had said that his eldest son's family had been sold off by his wife and second son? He had always thought that Wang, though not particularly kind to his eldest son's family, was no worse than any stepmother to her predecessor's children. But who would have guessed they dared to sell off his eldest son's entire family? He pushed open the cowshed door with force and saw his eldest grandson being kicked by Shenhua. Shocked, he exclaimed Xiaoniao. Hearing this, Shenhua was terrified. He hadn't expected his grandfather to follow right behind him. He immediately stopped and called out fearfully, "Grandfather." And Shurda dropped his cane and rushed in, studying Xiaonian and pulling the cloth from his mouth. "Xiaoniao, is it really you?" Xiaonian's mouth finally free, he moved his lips and said, "Grandfather, I've finally seen you. Please untie me quickly. I must return to Dafeng Town immediately. My master is giving birth. I came out to fetch the midwife, but my grandmother and second uncle and aunt captured me and brought me back. If I don't go back, my master will have no one to deliver the baby, and it could be a matter of life and death." As Shurda untied the ropes, he asked, "What exactly is going on? Where are your parents? When did you get a master?" And his father had asked about Xiaonyo's parents, fearing he would reveal they had been sold, so he quickly interrupted their conversation. When he returned to the yard entrance to move things, he found that not only had his son disappeared, but his father, who had just recovered a bit, was also gone. Just as Xiaonian was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Oh, Dad, why have you come here?" Needless to say, it was Jizu. Seeing his second son arrive, Enshirda pointed at Xiaonian and asked him, "You tell me what's going on." But he didn't know that his son's earlier words to Xiaonian had already been overheard by his father. His secret was no longer a secret. A bad feeling arose in his heart, and he hurried to the cowshed, only to find his father untying Xiaonian's ropes. "Oh, you mean Xiaonyo? Didn't Big Brother take his wife and children and leave home? You fell ill from missing them, so when we ran into Xiaonyo in town today, we asked him to come see you. But he refused, so I had to tie him up and bring him back by force. But when we got home, Mom said we only found Xiaonian, not Big Brother, sister-in-law, or Xiaohua. If you saw Xiaonian and asked about them, what would we do? Besides, you're not well. If you suddenly saw Xiaonyo but not the other three, you might not be able to handle it. So we put him in the cowshed for now, planning to tell you slowly after dinner, so you wouldn't get too upset, and then let him see you. But who knew he'd cause a commotion here and disturb you? It's my fault." Enshirda was furious. "Is that what I'm asking? I'm asking you, why did you sell your Big Brother's family of 4? And Jizu panicked. "Dad, how could I sell Big Brother's family of 4? They're not pigs, how could I sell them?" End of chapter. Chapter 2079, Seeking Reckoning from the In Family, 5. Xiaonian pointed at his second uncle. "It was you and Grandma who sold us. That time, when my father asked Grandpa to split the family, Grandpa beat him and locked the 4 of us in a room without food. We went hungry for 2 days, dizzy and seeing stars. Little Aunt secretly brought us a pot of rice porridge through the window, then ran off in a panic. After the 4 of us ate that porridge, we passed out. When we woke up, we had already been sold to the provincial capital. The slave trader told us we were sold by our own parents." "What? Was it really the second wife and the second son who sold his eldest son and his family of 4? Enshirda's entire body trembled. He had been heartbroken when his eldest son wanted to split the family, so he ordered them to be starved for 2 days, to teach them that without the family, they would starve. But he had also gone to a neighboring village to confide in an old friend about his grief over his eldest son, only to be scolded by that friend. The old friend said, "If you hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have bothered to say this. I've warned you several times before to look after your late wife's children. But you? You handed all household matters over to your second wife and completely ignored your eldest son and his children, letting her mistreat them. Let's not even talk about the granddaughter. But look at the grandsons, and Xiaonyo and Shanhua are treated completely differently. Xiaonyo started working at 7 and went to the fields at 10, while Shanhua, at 11, has never worked a day in his life, let alone set foot in a field. And Xiaonyo, as the eldest grandson, can't go to school, while Shanhua, as the second grandson, can. Don't you think that's absurd? Look at your 2 grandsons yourself. Shanhua is plump and tall, while Xiaonyo is thin and small, looking younger than his age. At the time, Enshirda had said, they eat from the same pot. If they turn out different, there's nothing I can do." The old friend wished he could knock some sense into him. Eating from the same pot doesn't mean there's no cheating? After being thoroughly scolded by his old friend, Enshirda finally came to his senses. Think it over yourself. Think back, isn't your eldest son more filial than your second? And to put it bluntly, your second son was born to your second wife outside of marriage. Are you sure he's really your blood? I don't see a single trait of yours in him. Don't let your second wife fool you. Doesn't she occasionally cook special meals for you? If she can secretly cook for you, can't she secretly cook for her own grandson? If you weren't eating well in secret, would he be so fat? I say, just split the family, or your eldest son will eventually grow estranged from you." He began to grow suspicious. He had never doubted his wife's words before, firmly believing this son was his own, which was why he brought them back after his first wife died. He had never suspected that his second son wasn't his, since he and Wang had been carrying on for a long time. But after hearing his old friend's words and recalling his second son's appearance, temperament, and habits, he truly saw no resemblance to himself. Instead, the boy bore some likeness to his second wife's former husband. But if this son wasn't his, he decided to split the family for his 2 sons once he returned. Yet when he got home, he learned that his eldest son and his family of 4 had already run away. He was filled with regret and grief. Looking back, he realized he had truly failed as a father and grandfather. He went out searching for his son and grandson for a full half-month, but found no trace. Overcome with self-blame, worry, and exposure to the elements, he barely made it home before collapsing from illness. End of chapter. Chapter 2080, Settling Scores with the In Family, 6. After Enshirda fell ill, he realized that his second wife and her second son's family were not good people. Not only did they fail to take proper care of him, skipping meals and neglecting his needs, but when they came to see him, they also constantly probed him with words about his hidden assets. Looking more closely at his second son, the more he looked, the more he resembled that husband of his second wife. He had been raising another man's son for decades. Moreover, this stepson, who was not his son, had sold off his real son, reducing his family of 4 to lowly servants. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, and the more unwilling he was, the slower his recovery. As a result, he was ill for several months, only gradually getting better after an old friend visited and offered him some words of comfort. But now his eldest grandson told him that his eldest son's family had not run away from home, they had been sold. Enshirda knew that in this society, there were rules. Only parents could sell people, and even the slave traders had regulations forbidding them from buying children sold by anyone other than their parents. Any slave trader caught buying and selling people who were not sold by their parents would be executed outright. Therefore, slave traders absolutely dared not buy trafficked people. This fundamentally eliminated the possibility of human trafficking. Thus, for his eldest son's family of 4 to be sold, there was only one possibility. His second wife had sold them in the name of their mother. But in reality, a stepmother could not sell the children of a previous wife. He had no idea what means they had used to make the slave trader dare to buy his eldest son's family of 4. Tell me, who did you sell your elder brother to? Enshirda looked at his second son. I hope it wasn't you. Otherwise, you and your mother can take your family and go back to where you came from. And Jizu was shocked. Father. And Jizu protested his innocence. Father, I am not elder brother's parent. How could I possibly sell him and his family of 4? Besides, on the day elder brother ran away from home, I had gone back to my mother's family home with her. I wasn't even at home. How could I have sold elder brother and sister-in-law? Enshirda looked at his second son and sneered. Is he my biological son? The whole village knows he is the stepson you brought into the family. Besides, if he were truly my son, why does he not resemble me in the slightest? Could it be that his son was not really his? Wang Shi was stunned for a moment. She looked at Enshirda, then at her son. Indeed, the two of them bore no resemblance to each other at all. Wang Shi rushed in. Enshirda, what kind of talk is this? And Jizu is your biological son. Are you trying to drive him out? Recalling the appearance of that husband who had bought her, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that her son was likely that man's child. But Wang Shi would never admit it, because she was certain that Enshirda had never seen the man who bought her. Are you trying to wrong me? I have only ever had one man in my life. I escaped as soon as he bought me back. Jizu is clearly your son. How can you speak against your conscience? Wang Shi said loudly, as if speaking loudly would make people believe her. But in truth, when she was brought home by her master, in order to lower his guard, she had used every trick in the book to subdue him, making him believe she was willing to bear his children, which was how she managed to escape. Who would have thought that just that one time, she had conceived with that master and given birth to a son? But at this moment, regardless of whether Jizu was Enshirda's child or not, she had to insist that he was Enshirda's son. Different mindsets, different lives. Good night, dear readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 2081, Seeking Reckoning with the Family, 7. Wang insisted that the son she gave birth to was indeed Enshirda's. However, before this, Enshirda had never thought otherwise. But once he started considering the possibility, he became increasingly convinced that this son was not his own. Otherwise, why was his eldest son so honest and obedient, filial and devoted to him, while this Jizu, though sweet-talking, rarely showed any real action? Especially after this recent illness, he saw the second son's true colors more clearly. The other party had never truly regarded him, his father, in his heart or mind. If the eldest son were home, whenever he fell ill, he would surely tend to him attentively by the bedside. But what about the second son? Occasionally, for minor ailments, he would offer some concern, but this time, after lying in bed for months, he rarely came to care for him. Sometimes, when his wife went to Dafeng Town to sell goods, the second son even forgot to bring him his meals. He believed that he himself had always been filial when his own parents were alive. A son so unfilial could never be his offspring. Thus, he shook his head. I already said, the whole village knows he is your tag-along son. His identity can only be that of a tag-along son. Wang was stunned, and so was Jizu. A tag-along son, not a descendant of the family, had no right to inherit the in-family property. That meant Enshirda's assets could only be inherited by Njizheng in the future. Even if Njizheng never returned, they would go to this Xiaoniao instead? How could that be? And Jizu argued vehemently, I never sold eldest brother. They really weren't sold by us. Father, you cannot wrong mother, and you cannot wrong me. And Shenhua shrank back. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop. He had been woken by the need to urinate and overheard his parents talking about having found a buyer. At the time, his mother had asked what they would do if the others resisted. His father had said to have his aunt secretly send a bowl of drugged porridge, knock them out, and have them bundled off directly. Inshurda sighed. I know you won't admit it. But earlier, just as I was walking over and before I showed myself, and Shenhua was cursing Xianyo and even said, if it weren't for my father and grandmother selling your family, could you be living such a good life? You hear that? Even a servant getting a cotton coat is thanks to you selling them off. Inshurda's words completely shattered Wang and Injizu's hopes of denial. It turned out their good son, grandson, had already exposed their sale of Injizheng's family of 4. Back then, they had never told Shenhua about this. How had he found out? Their red-rimmed eyes shot toward Shenhua, who was cowering to the side. No, Injizheng wasn't sold by us. You cannot wrong us. Wang shouted. Injizu cried out, Father, I am clearly your biological son. Even if I wasn't by your side before the age of 10, I am still your own son. How can you just discard me? Inshurda glanced at him, a son who helps his mother sell off his eldest brother, sister-in-law, nephew, and niece. I, Inshurda, cannot afford such a son. Later, when the eldest uncle's family disappeared, he himself knew they had been sold by his grandmother and parents. I'll kill you. Injizu lunged at Shenhua. Shenhua, terrified, covered his head and shouted, it wasn't me. But as Injizu passed by Inshurda, he suddenly shoved him hard toward a pile of rocks. A calm heart makes the world vast. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2082, Settling Scores with the Yin Family, 8. Inshurda, still recovering from a long illness, was caught off guard by Injizu's push. Unable to steady himself, he toppled backward out of the cowshed. Outside Wang Shi was heartbroken. She had fallen for Inshurda as a young girl, giving him her first time. Even after being sold, she had escaped to find him and stayed with him all these years. Naturally, she had feelings for him. Moreover, she knew well how selfish her son was. In her old age, though she hoped to rely on her son for support, the one who would truly be by her side was her own man. She looked at her son in terror. Jizu, have you lost your mind? Why did you kill him? And Jizu turned to his mother. No, mother. He wanted to drive me away. If I stay in the Yin family but can't inherit any property and end up penniless, what's the difference between that and being thrown out? But Wang Shi couldn't find the words. And Jizu's eyes reddened. Didn't you hear? He said I'll always be nothing but a burden. He wanted to kick me out. But her own man had been beaten to death by her own son. Tears streamed down her face. He didn't drive you out. He only said your status would always be that of a burden. He didn't say he was throwing you out. But he raised you since you were little. Even before you turned 10, it was his money that supported you. Wang Shi stubbornly insisted that her son killing her man was wrong. Xunyan, seeing the mother and son arguing, quietly tried to get up, hoping to escape while they were distracted. Fortunately, he had run out of the cowshed when his grandfather fell. Otherwise, if he had stayed inside, he would have been trapped with no way out. But this was a cowshed with only one path. If he stayed still, Jizu might not immediately go after him. The moment he moved, however, Jizu remembered him since he had already killed Inshurda. How could he leave this seed of vengeance alive to grow up and avenge his grandfather? End of this chapter. Chapter 2083, Settling Scores with the Yin Family, 9. Jizu casually picked up the ox rope and lunged forward, intending to strangle Xiaoyan. How could Xiaoyan allow Jizu to kill him? He desperately tried to escape. However, the location of the cowshed was not ideal. It was at the foot of the mountain, with the cowshed backed against the mountain and facing a slope. Running left led to the village and running right led into the mountains. Jizu was on the village side. Running toward the village for help was out of the question, but if he ran toward the mountains, no one would see Jizu, who would then kill him without restraint. What frustrated him even more was that Shi, worried about the old man's death, was sitting nearby, separated from Xiaoyan only by the corpse of Inshurda. When Jizu lunged, Xiaoyan jumped. Unable to catch Xiaoyan, Jizu growled at his mother, who was frozen in place. Mother, what are you standing there for? Grab him. Although Wang Shi hated her son for killing her husband, their interests aligned when it came to Xiaoyan. So, she quickly set aside her grief and anger and moved to block Xiaoyan from escaping into the mountains. Though Xiaoyan was only 14, the past month of standing exercises under Mingyu's guidance had greatly improved his agility. Moreover, Mingyu often brought various dried meats from the mountains, including the meat of 2 wild boar kings, which was rich in spiritual energy. As a result, his body had become much more flexible. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare to touch Wang Shi, but today, Xiaoyan knew that if the two of them caught him, he was as good as dead. So, without hesitation, he kicked Wang Shi with all his strength. Wang Shi didn't expect Xiaoyan to attack her. She was knocked down by his kick and rolled down the slope. Kill Xiaoyan, and no one would know that he was the one who killed the old man, and Shirta. Kill Xiaoyan, and Jijing would have no descendants left, leaving no one to compete with him for the family's property. Kill Xiaoyan, and no one would know that it was he who came up with the idea of kidnapping Xiaoyan to sabotage his master's production. But he didn't even check on his mother's condition. Instead, he shouted, "Mother, wait for me. I'll catch this unfilial grandson." Without sparing her another glance, he chased after Xiaoyan. So, no matter what, he had to kill Xiaoyan. Thus, Xiaoyan ran for his life, desperately trying to escape, while Jizu chased after him, determined to take his life. Seeing his mother roll down the slope, Jizu cursed loudly, "How dare you kick your grandmother, you unfilial wretch." Xiaoyan had kicked Washer down the slope to delay Jizu, but Jizu didn't care about his mother's life or death. His only thought was that killing Xiaoyan was the only way he could survive. Xiaoyan ignored him and ran out of the village, unleashing a speed he had never shown before. At first, Jizu thought catching Xiaoyan would be easy, just a matter of time. A young person's strength is like a firecracker, explosive at first, but short-lived, as they don't know how to conserve energy. Moreover, Xiaoyan had been bullied by their second branch over the years and tormented by his step-grandmother, so he hadn't grown properly. At 14, he wasn't as tall as his peers. His legs were short, and for every 2 steps Jizu took, Xiaoyan had to take 3. Thus, Jizu was confident he would catch Xiaoyan. Every morning, wake up and tell yourself, smile to be beautiful, work hard to reap rewards, and persevere to succeed. Be a diligent person, a hardworking and positive one. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2084, Settling Scores with the Yin Family, 10. Jizu was confident he could kill Xiaoyan, because the path Xiaoyan was fleeing on led into the mountains. During this season, everyone was preparing for the night festival, so few people entered the mountains. Jizu wasn't worried about encountering any villagers. Moreover, since the night festival was near, the wild beasts in the mountains had already prepared for their winter slumber and no longer came out. Even if there was danger in the mountains, Xiaoyan would be in front to face it. Therefore, he had to chase after him and kill Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan fled, he suddenly noticed a snake lying across the path ahead. His heart sank. Ahead, a snake blocked the way. Behind, Jizu wanted to kill him. Could it be that heaven was abandoning him? Facing the venomous snake on the road, Xiaoyan forced himself to calm down. Xiaoyan knew that since he had discovered Jizu was not his grandfather's biological son and had deliberately pushed his grandfather onto a rock to kill him, Jizu would never let him go. Therefore, he absolutely could not retreat. Moreover, he could no longer continue deeper into the mountains. He was aware of his own weakness. If chased for too long, he would likely be caught in the end. Thus, he had to turn back and flee toward the main road leading to the town. When Jizu saw Xiaoyan suddenly stop, he also noticed the venomous snake on the ground. Overjoyed, he thought, it seems heaven itself is helping him. Xiaoyan, you're dead. He suddenly accelerated and lunged at Xiaoyan. So Xiaoyan turned and ran without hesitation. Jizu had thought heaven was on his side, but who would have guessed it was helping Xiaoyan instead? Now it was Xiaoyan's turn to grab the snake by the tail, swinging it as he chased Jizu. The chase was swift, and soon they reached a fork in the road. Xiaoyan quickly reached out and grabbed the snake as it tried to turn and flee. He didn't grab it by the head but by the tail. Once he had it, he swung the snake around, pointing it toward Jizu. Suppressing his fear, Xiaoyan suddenly exuded a powerful killing intent. Since he was going to die anyway, what did he have to fear? This was a technique his master had taught him. His soul was naturally strong, and when encountering wild beasts, if he deliberately radiated his aura and killing intent, animals, being more sensitive to such things than humans, would back off. Sure enough, the snake sensed his fierce killing intent and felt that this person had suddenly become very dangerous. It turned and slithered away. Xiaoyan didn't allow himself to hesitate. He swung the venomous snake and pressed forward. Jizu had already lunged behind Xiaoyan, but when he saw Xiaoyan holding the snake by the tail and swinging it at him, he became afraid. It was a 5-step viper. If bitten by such a snake, he wouldn't survive either. He had to either flee toward the village or toward the road to the town. If he fled toward the town road, at this time of day, there might still be villagers returning from town with supplies for the night festival. If he encountered anyone, he still wouldn't be able to kill Xiaoyan. If he fled toward the village, he would inevitably run into villagers. If seen by anyone in the village, he could no longer kill Xiaoyan. He realized that his best chance to kill Xiaoyan had already passed. He spat bitterly and could only run toward the village. As expected, Xiaoyan didn't chase him toward the village. Instead, he swung the venomous snake, keeping its head from turning back to bite him, and fled toward the town road. When Injizu saw that Xiaonian was no longer chasing him, he couldn't bear to let him go and couldn't help but chase after him again. But this time, Xiaonian hadn't run far before he encountered Gu Dongxing and his group. Xiaonian flung the snake aside and rushed toward his father. "Dad, second uncle killed Grandpa, and he wants to kill me too." This chapter ends. Chapter 2085, Seeking Reckoning with the Infamily, 11. As soon as Guda heard that Injizu had killed his own father and was pursuing his son, his eyes turned red. He too wanted to kill, but as a subordinate to someone else, he could only stand behind his master, not daring to act rashly. When Injizu saw that Guda had actually brought people to Anjia village, he turned to flee, but in the next moment, an officer blocked his path, reached out, grabbed him, and dragged him in front of Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing asked coldly, "So you're the one who seized my servant and prevented him from summoning a midwife for my wife? Had something gone wrong with the childbirth in that household, leading them to seek out the culprit and come knocking on the door?" In Injizu's view, if the master of Xiaonian had been fine, the joy of adding a new child would have made them overlook Xiaonian's mistake. At such a time, they should have been celebrating, not rushing to Anjia village in pursuit. If the master's wife hadn't suffered complications during childbirth, would they have been so eager to find the culprit? They must have been afraid that Xiaonian would escape, right? "No, don't grab me. It's not my fault. I didn't capture Xiaonian, it was my mother who wanted to catch him." And Jizu shouted, selfishly betraying his own mother. Gu Dongxing glanced at Magistrate Qi, who immediately ordered, "Go, arrest the entire family, young and old." A dangerous, bloodthirsty aura emanated from Gu Dongxing, instilling fear. And Jizu collapsed in terror. What? This tall, dangerous man was actually Xiaonian's master, and he had even followed them to Anjia village? He shuddered instinctively. Damn it. If he had known Xiaonian's master was this terrifying, he would never have dared to provoke him. Moreover, the man's words struck straight at his soul, leaving him no room for denial. When he had come up with this scheme, he had only thought that women in childbirth would take at least half a day. Locking Xiaonian up for that long and then releasing him would be enough to delay the midwife. He had never expected the master to chase them all the way to Anjia village. If this man found out that capturing Xiaonian and plotting to leave the household's birthing woman without a midwife, using the master's own hand to kill Xiaonian, was his idea, and that it had indirectly caused the woman's complications, would he ever let him off? Xiaonian quickly reminded him, "My step-grandmother might be at the cowshed." Earlier, in town, he had ordered his mother to seize Xiaonian, precisely to prevent him from fetching a midwife. If something went wrong in that household, they would surely blame Xiaonian, allowing him to use the master's hand to eliminate the only male grandson of the eldest branch. Several officers nodded and entered the village, leaving only two standing behind Magistrate Qi. Gu Dongxing let out a cold snort through his nostrils and asked Xiaonian, "This man is your second uncle? You said earlier that your second uncle killed your grandfather and is now hunting you." Xiaonian quickly nodded. "Yes, sir. I was sent by the lady to summon a midwife. Thinking it safer to have two midwives, I split up with my sister to fetch Midwife Ma and Midwife Chen. After we parted, I went to get Midwife Chen. On the street, someone ran up from behind and grabbed me. When I turned around, I saw it was my step-grandmother." Xiaonian recounted what had happened in town, emphasizing, "I shouted loudly that I was fetching a midwife for my master, and that if they delayed my master's business, it would cost lives and land them in jail. Many people on the street heard me, but they still refused to let me go. They even said things like, 'Since when does sending a child to fetch a midwife make sense?' They tied me up with rope, stuffed a cloth in my mouth to silence me, and dragged me back to Anjia village." End of chapter. Chapter 2086, Settling Scores with the Infamily, 12. Gu Dongxing looked at Injizu as if he were already dead. "My servant clearly stated he was going to fetch a midwife, yet you still captured him. So, your real intention was to harm my wife and child. This accusation was too severe." Injizu was terrified. "No, it wasn't me, I didn't." "Wasn't you who captured him? Did he jump onto your ox cart himself, tie himself up, and come back with you on his own? Or are you saying you didn't hear him shouting that he was going to fetch a midwife for his master? Then who is it that said, 'Who sends a child to fetch a midwife?'" Xiaonian shouted from the side, "It was Second Aunt who said that, and he agreed too." "You all agreed, yet you claim you didn't hear my servant mention fetching a midwife? You clearly intended to harm my wife and child." How could Injizu have imagined that his own scheme would backfire on him? He yelled loudly, "No, no, no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't capture him, it was my mother. My mother was the one who wanted him captured, and she was the one who said letting him delay things would get the master to beat him to death." The crowd immediately looked at Injizu with contempt, knowing full well that this warrior Gu looked ready to devour someone over the captured servant fetching a midwife. This man didn't hesitate to sell out his own mother. Was this a son who set his mother up? Gu Dongxing sneered coldly. "Does your mother know you're betraying her like this?" and Jisoo broke out in a cold sweat. You can ask around the streets, it really wasn't me. By then, the officers had already arrested everyone in the In family, except for Inshurta, who lay on the ground dead with his eyes wide open. Gu Dongxing was very satisfied with the attitude of this father and son. Shi Jinggong, however, looked toward Gu Dongxing. Gu just stared at Anwasher, his eyes red, but since Gu Dongxing remained silent, he didn't speak either. He just held his son's hand and stood behind Gu Dongxing. When he had devised this deadly scheme of using a borrowed knife to kill, he had whispered it to Luo Shi, who then whispered it into his mother's ear. No one else had heard, so he could easily claim he was merely following his mother's orders to capture the boy. Moreover, even the capture itself had been initiated by his mother. He and his wife were only assisting. As soon as she saw Guda, Anwasher wanted to lunge at him, but the officers held her down. All she could do was glare at him venomously and curse. You jinx! You already left home, so why come back, huh? You killed your mother, then your father, and now you're back to ruin us. You bunch of scourges. The onlookers suddenly parted to both sides as an old man with white hair and a beard walked over. He cupped his hands in greeting to Qi Jinggong. I am the village head of In Family Village and the clan chief of the In Family. Welcome, Your Excellency, to our humble village. Please, come to my home and sit for a while. The entrance to the In Family home was crowded with villagers. Based on Guda's inquiries on the street, it was indeed Anwasher who had spotted Xiaoyan and Anwasher who had made the move. Therefore, Gu Dongxing said nothing more and had the officers drag him toward the inn residence. The village head's heart sank. Who was this cold, handsome young man that even Qi Jinggong deferred to him? And this is Warrior Gu. Warrior Gu, this is Anhuide, the village head of In Family Village and the clan chief of the In clan. Anhuide was clearly stunned. A warrior had come to their village. A warrior, such a terrifying existence. And the most terrifying part was that someone from their village had offended a warrior. Better to be upright and lacking than crooked and excessive. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 2087, Seeking Reckoning with the In Family, 13. The village chief bowed with his hands clasped in trepidation. So it's the martial master. Greetings, sir. His bow was even deeper than the one he usually gave to the town magistrate. The aura emanating from this martial master was 100 times more intimidating than the magistrate's. Gu Dongxing merely returned a casual fist salute. Greetings, village chief. And Huide very much wanted to turn a blind eye and ignore the matter, but as village chief and head of the In clan, he couldn't just let it slide. Steeling himself, he pointed at the In family members being held by the officials and asked, May I ask what crime Jisoo and his family have committed, that both the town magistrate and the martial master have graced our In family village? Wasn't it said that Jijung had run away from home? How is it that he's back? His sharp gaze fell on Guda. Gu Dongxing said nothing, merely glancing at Guda, who stepped forward and bowed. Village chief, Guda offers his greetings. He then made a deep bow. Village chief and Huide had been bowing to Magistrate Qi and then to Gu Dongxing, so finally having someone bow to him brought some relief. He made a gesture of raising Guda up and said amiably, And Jijong, you explain. You took your wife and children and left home, yet now you return with these two esteemed officials, making a grand show of force and even have your own brother's entire family arrested. What is the reason? The whole village was buzzing with talk of Jijing's unfilial behavior. Some elders were even using him as an example when scolding their children. The village chief had always been puzzled as to why Inshurta treated his own son so poorly, completely ignoring how his second wife abused his eldest son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren from his first wife, while treating the stepson she brought into the household as his own flesh and blood. Guda stood up straight, neither humble nor arrogant. For the village chief's information, my family of 4 did not run away from home. We were sold off by my stepmother, Anwangshir. But as long as Nda's family didn't bring the matter to his attention, it wasn't his place to meddle in their family affairs. The village chief had assumed these people were brought by Njijung, and his words carried a tone of dissatisfaction with him. But now Njijung was telling him that he hadn't taken his family and left voluntarily. He had been sold by his stepmother? A stepmother selling off her husband's children from his first wife was absolutely forbidden. If this were true, as village chief, he could directly punish Anwasher. Guda recounted everything, how his family of 4 couldn't tolerate working to support his younger brother's family while going hungry, cold, and frequently beaten. How he had asked his father for a division of the family property for the sake of his children's future, and how he was locked up, drugged, and sold off as a result. The village chief was shocked. When Njijung's family disappeared, word spread that he had wanted to split the family. His father refused, and he had simply run away with his family. Of course, with the town magistrate and the martial master present today, it wasn't his place to mete out punishment. The village chief glanced at the town magistrate, and seeing him silent, he turned directly to Anwasher. Anwasher, what do you have to say? Anwasher's heart was in her throat when she heard Guda say that his family had been sold by her. Now that the village chief was addressing her, she forced herself to stay calm. Town magistrate, sir, village chief, I did not sell them. It's clearly that Njijing was beaten by his father, held a grudge, and took his wife and children to run away from home. I beg the esteemed officials and village chief to see the truth. Sorry, I woke up late today. Good morning. Chapter end. Chapter 2088, Settling Scores with the Yin Family, 14. Guda said indignantly, we ran away from home. Anwasher, my family has 80 mu of land, over 60 of which were purchased with my mother's dowry. If I stayed home, not to mention inheriting my father's 16 mu, just my mother's 64 mu alone would be enough to keep me well fed and clothed. Setting aside whether I could bear to leave my father, just this inheritance from my mother, I couldn't possibly abandon it. Why would I run away from home and hand over so much land that rightfully belongs to me to someone else? When Guda said someone else, his gaze fell on Njizu, who was being restrained by the officials. The crowd was taken aback by Guda's words. Enshirda's family had 80 mu of land, and 64 of them had been bought with his first wife's dowry. According to local custom, only Guda had the right to inherit his mother's dowry, even his father couldn't claim it. Yes, with property clearly belonging to him at home, why would he run away? Anwasher's claim was unconvincing. But Anwasher stubbornly denied it. I never sold them. Guda's eyes turned to Njiang, Anwasher's daughter, who was also detained in the Yin family's main hall. Njiang, that bowl of drugged porridge you passed through the window after we'd been locked up for 2 days, who told you to bring it? Njiang was 15 and knew she absolutely couldn't admit to this. Gu Dongxing was not like Nan Mingyu, who only thought of winning people over with kindness without investigating their backgrounds. Gu Dongxing was no ordinary man. He got to the root of matters. After buying Guda's family, he had thoroughly looked into their history and background. Only then did Anwasher realize she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Anwasher fell to her knees with a thud. I was just momentarily bewitched. Please forgive me, sirs. If he hadn't trusted Guda's family's character, he wouldn't have felt comfortable leaving his pregnant wife in their care while he went hunting in the Black Forest. Sir, you can't slander me like this. Anwasher still tried to deny it. She had sold the people to someone from the provincial capital, not locally. No one could produce evidence proving she was the one who sold them. Big brother, what are you talking about? How would I know? Though she tried to deny it, her flustered expression betrayed her secret. She knew everything. You don't know? That day, you clearly passed a bowl of porridge through the window. Our family of 4 ate it and were drugged unconscious. When we woke up, we'd been sold to the Liao family in the provincial capital. And now you say you don't know. Anwasher cursed inwardly. If you're going to swear an oath, why look at me? She looked at you because the drug was planted by you, Gu Dongxing suddenly said. Me, slandering you? Gu Dongxing suddenly threw out a deed. Open your dog eyes and look. This is the deed selling my sons, forged with your fingerprint pretending to be Njijing's biological mother. I never drugged you. I swear. And Jiaying raised her hand, then glanced at her mother. She truly hadn't drugged them. The drug had been planted by her mother. The village head looked at the town official. The town official looked at Gu Dongxing, but Gu Dongxing looked at Guda. What do you want to do with her? Guda first thanked Gu Dongxing for his protection, then gritted his teeth. Handle it according to the law, naturally. According to custom, a stepmother who sells her stepchildren should be given 20 lashes and then divorced. Ever since this venomous woman entered the household, their eldest branch had suffered her poison. Now that he had a chance to lawfully drive her out, how could he let it go? End of chapter. Chapter 2089, Settling Scores with the Yin Family, 15. Upon hearing that she would be dealt with according to the law, Wang scrambled on her knees to the village chief. Clan leader, you cannot divorce me. I have given the Yin family a son. The people of Yin village were somewhat puzzled. She had brought a son into the family and only given birth to a daughter for Enshirda. Where did the claim of giving the Yin family a son come from? And Wang pointed at Njizu. I knew my man back in our maiden days. So, Jizu is actually my man's own flesh and blood. Everyone was shocked. Was Jizu Enshirda's biological son? That explained it. They always said a grandfather dotes on his first grandson, and a father dotes on his youngest son. No wonder Enshirda usually favored Jizu over Jizheng. Seeing that the crowd believed her, and Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had given the Yin family a son, so she was entitled to stay in the Yin family. As for the punishment, as long as she wasn't divorced, it didn't matter. After all, the old man was dead. From now on, the Yin family would be under her control. No, he is not my grandfather's biological son. Xunyan suddenly shouted. Just a short while ago, when Njizu pushed my grandfather onto a big rock and killed him, he admitted it himself. He said he is not my grandfather's biological son. He also said his mother knows it well. Xiaoyan's words were like dropping a bomb, stunning everyone. What? And Jisoo pushed Enshirda onto a rock and killed him? Gu Dongxing patted Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. Tell us slowly how Jisoo killed your grandfather. Speak slowly, no one dares to force you. And Jisoo's eyes looked as if he wanted to devour Xiaoyan. What nonsense are you talking? Your grandfather clearly fell on his own, hitting the back of his head on a rock. He recounted everything, how he was caught and locked in the cowshed, how Shenhua came to scold and beat him, saying things like, if it weren't for my dad and my grandma selling your family, could you have lived such a good life, which his grandfather overheard. When Jisoo and Wang arrived, his grandfather questioned them, exposed that Jisoo was not his biological son but a tagalong, and Jisoo, in a fit of rage, pushed his grandfather onto the big rock, killing him. With his master's support, Xiaoyan grew bolder. Moreover, as he spoke, he cried, my grandfather was pushed onto that rock and killed alive. When he died, his eyes wouldn't close. He and my step-grandmother argued about killing my grandfather. She blamed him for killing his father, and he said, he is not my father. I've known it for a long time. I don't look like him at all. You know he's not my father, don't you? Xiaoyan played both roles, vividly mimicking the conversation between the mother and son. Listening to Xiaoyan's account, everyone believed that unless he had heard it with his own ears, how could he have repeated those words? When I saw them arguing, I knew that because I had witnessed Jisoo killing my grandfather, they wouldn't let me go. So I tried to sneak away. Jisoo grabbed a rope to kill me, and I ran for my life. Xiaoyan recounted the entire escape process. Under his narration, everyone couldn't help but tense up, worrying for him as he was chased, feeling anxious when he faced a poisonous snake ahead and his second uncle's deadly move behind. And finding it amusing when he grabbed the snake and turned the tables on Jisoo, a grown man of 27 or 8 being chased by a 14-year-old boy. At the same time, everyone looked at Jisoo with anger. This tagalong brought in by Wang had been raised by the family, who had shown him kindness in raising him, yet he repaid kindness with enmity by killing his stepfather. Updated at 8 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 2090, Settling Scores with the family, 16. Everyone was now fully convinced that Enshirda had been killed by Jisoo. Everyone understood Jisoo's motive for murder. Enshirda had discovered the secret that his second wife and second son were plotting to inherit the family property by selling off his eldest son's family of 4, and he had confirmed that his second son was not his biological child. Therefore, he was silenced by Jisoo. Because once the clan learned that he was not of blood, they would never allow him to inherit the family property. And Washer and Jisoo were both in despair, for the people of Baiyuan had them pinned down, and they could not even make a desperate attempt to silence Xiaoyan. Since this involved murder, it was no longer something the village chief and Huaid could handle. Moreover, because Guta had brought the town magistrate and the martial master with him, even if he wanted to cover it up, he could not. Everyone looked at Gu Dongxing with strange expressions. A dignified martial master, actually picking a fight with a child? Guta and Xiaoyan also glared at Shenhua with hatred. Guda, without waiting for anyone to ask, explained the reason. When his wife went into labor, his son and daughter went to inform the midwife they had already arranged for. They split up to find the midwife as quickly as possible. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Gu Dongxing suddenly spoke. The case of Wangsher's previous wife has been judged, but her attempt to prevent her husband from summoning the midwife, intending to harm his wife and child, has not yet been resolved. At this, everyone looked at Guda, and they would never let her live. Then, pointing at the chubby Shenhua, he said, and that villain has not been dealt with either. After learning that Enshirda and Washer had known each other long ago, they suspected that their mother's subsequent pregnancies had all failed, and the last one had resulted in both mother and child dying, all because of that woman's scheming. Moreover, when her son was carrying out the task of summoning the midwife, she had him captured, intending to harm the mistress and frame her son. How could she be allowed to live? And Jisoo was taken back to the town magistrate's office by the magistrate to face judgment. Because he had killed his adoptive father, the crime was heinous, and he awaited the death penalty. But, unexpectedly, while his son encountered Washer and Jisoo, his daughter ran into Shenhua, who ruled like a tyrant in Anjia village. He and 2 other youths from the village blocked his daughter's path, demanding she take off her cotton-padded jacket and give it to him. She was in a hurry to fetch the midwife, so she broke free and ran toward the alley where midwife Ma lived. Initially, Washer was sentenced by the clan chief and village chief to be flogged 20 times and expelled from Anjia village for selling out the previous wife's family of 4. And Shenhua, seeing that Xiaohua, whom he used to bully at home, now disobeyed him, harbored resentment. He picked up a stone and hurled it at his daughter, smashing a bloody hole in the back of her head, nearly killing her. For an ordinary family, even if she were taken to a medical clinic, she would not have survived. It was only because the lady used the martial master's skills and rare medicine that his daughter's life was saved. This placed them in a debt they could never repay. The three of them, husband, wife, and daughter, were grateful for the master and lady's life-saving grace and swore lifelong loyalty to them. Listening to Gu Da's words, seeing his grief and indignation, and then looking at In Xuanhua's guilty expression, everyone understood. And Jizhu dared to kill, and his son also dared to kill. And Washer had disposed of the previous wife's son's family and intended to harm the mistress of the household. And Jizhu killed his stepfather, and his son In Xuanhua nearly killed his cousin. That whole family was a nest of venomous snakes. End of chapter. Chapter 2091, Seeking Reckoning with the In Family, 17. Everyone sighed deeply at Gu Da's plight. Generally speaking, even if someone became a servant, they rarely swore an oath of loyalty, because as long as a servant had money, they could buy back their freedom and become a free person. For example, and Jizheng's family could now return to In Family Village, sell their dozen or so acres of land, and use the money to redeem themselves. But once they swore an oath of loyalty, they would be slaves for life. When Xiaonian heard that his parents and sister had all sworn loyalty to their master, he grew anxious. What about him? What should he do? Thinking of how kind the mistress had been to him, and how, if the master hadn't brought his father here, he would have eventually been killed by Anjizu to silence him, he immediately walked up to Gu Dongxing. Sir, I also want to swear an oath of loyalty. Gu Dongxing interrupted him. To whom do you wish to pledge your loyalty? Xiaonian was puzzled. Was he being asked to choose someone? Gu Dongxing stared into his eyes. Xiaonian, if you truly want to swear loyalty, then I hope you will pledge it to my son. I will teach you martial arts and make you a martial master, but only on the condition that you belong to my son. When the others heard that Gu Dongxing could make Xiaonian a martial master, envy filled them. If they could become martial masters, they would willingly swear loyalty too. Xiaonian made his decision quickly. All right, I am willing to pledge loyalty to the young master. Duke Qijin said with some difficulty, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. Punishment is usually borne by the father, but his father has already been convicted and cannot serve the sentence for him. Gu Dongxing found this strange. Does Dafeng Town not have a place for juvenile offenders? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, then pass the same sentence, record it, and have him serve it when he turns 16. Until then, let the village head keep watch over him. If he offends again, carry out the sentence immediately. Is there really no way to deal with him? Gu Dongxing frowned. Gu Dongxing was somewhat troubled. The boy had nearly killed Xiao Hong. He couldn't just let him off, could he? Duke Qijin looked a bit embarrassed. Dafeng Town is too small. We don't have such a place. He muttered to himself, even the provincial capital doesn't have one. Duke Qijin explained, the large board is used for adults and the small board is used for children. If a child were beaten with the large board, a few strikes would kill him. So this small board was made to discipline children who have committed offenses. That is not a bad solution, Duke Qijin said. Duke Qijin hesitated. Sir, he is too young. Gu Dongxing felt a bit ashamed. He had thought this realm was more lenient toward children, but it turned out they were merely exempt from imprisonment. The beatings still had to be carried out. I am willing to, and Shanhua suddenly declared loudly. Duke Qijin turned to the village head. But although he cannot serve his sentence yet, he cannot escape the beating. Give him 20 strokes with a small board. Gu Dongxing cast a cold glance at Shanhua. I do not accept those with hearts as venomous as a snake. He looked at Duke Qijin. For someone like him, who at such a young age committed such a vicious act and nearly took a life, how should he be dealt with? Gu Dongxing thought to himself, so there is a small board? To serve as a warning to others, the beatings were carried out right then and there in the in-family ancestral hall for Washer, and Jizhu, and Shanhua. After 20 strokes, Washer was divorced from the in-family. Because Gu Dongxing had accused her of attempting to harm his wife and child, she was also taken away by the Duke's men. After 20 strokes, Jizhu was also taken into custody by the Duke's office. Shanhua received 5 strokes and was handed over to his mother for care. Since Jizhu was not of Enshurda's bloodline and was, in fact, the culprit behind Enshurda's death, Shanhua could no longer remain in the in-family. He followed his mother back to her maiden home. End of chapter. Chapter 2092, Adopting Orphans. Gu Da and Xiaonian stayed in Anjia village to handle their father's funeral arrangements, while Gu Dongxing returned to Dafeng Town with Qi Zhenggong and the others. As soon as Gu Dongxing came back, he went straight to the back courtyard bedroom, unable to wait to get close to his precious twin children. My darlings, did you miss Daddy? Daddy missed you so much. Seeing his son and daughter, he felt his heart melt. Mingyu almost burst out laughing. He had only been gone for such a short time, yet he claimed to miss them to death. Seeing Mingyu's amused expression, Gu Dongxing gave her a kiss too. "My big darling, I missed you too. You're all my precious darlings." Mingyu felt a little embarrassed, as if she were jealous of the two babies. "By the way, I've picked two nicknames for the babies. One is Ping Ping, the other is Inin, hoping they'll have a lifetime of peace and smoothness. As for their formal names, I'll leave that to you. What do you think would be good?" Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, "How about naming the boy Gu Nanfong and the girl Gu Nanong?" Mingyu's heart stirred. He had incorporated both of their surnames. "All right, I'll go with that." Mingyu was puzzled. Adopting children? But we already have our own kids. Since Guda and Xiaonian couldn't return for now, having two children in the house had created a lot more work. Mingyu decided to buy 2 more servants. Moreover, she planned to select a few people to grow up alongside her children. Mingyu exchanged a glance with Gu Dongxing, both of them wondering, could you actually adopt servants from an orphanage? Guma added, well, you have to pay a certain fee, 1/10 of the servant's cost. But you also have to get an adoption certificate to prove the child is adopted. The adopter is responsible for raising the child, but these children must work for the family and cannot inherit property. Guma said, no, children adopted from the orphanage are still considered servants, not one's own children. You could put it that way. Those orphans only enter the orphanage because they have nowhere else to go, but compared to freezing or starving to death outside, the orphanage is much better. Adopting means taking on responsibility. You have to treat them like your own children. And she felt that having this pair of precious children was already enough. Guma had heard about the in-family situation and was deeply grateful to Gu Dongxing and Mingyu. If not for their master, her own son and daughter would not have survived this time. Moreover, the government encouraged everyone to adopt orphans, and the fees were low. Although the children had to work for the family, they were not registered as slaves. When they grew up and had money, they could even buy back their freedom. Guma suggested, Madam, if you just want children to grow up with the young masters, why not adopt a few from the orphanage? Mingyu was silent. This was essentially the same as having servants, just with an adoption certificate instead of a deed of sale. Wasn't this just openly selling children? Isn't that pretty much the same as buying from a broker? And if Madam wanted young children, it was hard to find them from brokers. If there were any, they usually came with entire families. But the orphanage was different. All the children there were parentless orphans. Because they're raised from childhood, such servants are more loyal. That's why many wealthy families prefer to adopt these orphans to grow up with their own children. All right, let's adopt then. Mingyu handed the children to Guma and Xiaohong, and even pretended to instruct the babies. My darlings, play with Guma and sister Xiaohong for a while. Mommy and Daddy are going to bring back a few children to play with you. Guma found it amusing. The babies were less than 3 days old. How could they possibly understand? Chapter end. Chapter 2093. There are kind people everywhere. Mingyu had just finished speaking when both little babies let out an as if responding to her. Xiaohong exclaimed in surprise, Madam, look, the babies seem to be answering you. Mingyu smiled and said, yes, my darlings have promised me. Now I can rest assured. Gu's mother chuckled. It's just a coincidence. The babies were only born a short while ago. How could they possibly understand what it means to promise anything? Gu Dongxing and Mingyu arrived at the orphanage. Sure enough, there were many children there, ranging from 1 to 10 years old. The director was delighted to see someone coming to adopt a child. After all, it meant more income, which could be used to make a few more clothes for the children. Winter was approaching, and many children still lacked padded jackets. He was nearly at his wits' end. As the director of the orphanage, he naturally hoped every orphan could live well. If only they all had a place to call home. He gathered the children together. Children, someone is coming to adopt today. Perk up. Whoever gets taken in will never have to worry about food or clothing again. Before long, the owner of the clothing shop arrived. However, he thought about the fact that there were over 300 people here. If he were to make a padded jacket for each one, even the thinnest kind using 1 jean of cotton, it would cost over 3,000 taels of silver. Not to mention the quilts, the thinnest quilt would need 4 jean of cotton. When he heard that Mingyu wanted to donate padded jackets and quilts to the orphanage children, he was shocked. This was no small sum. As for the quilts, I suggest not making small ones but large ones instead, so several people can share one. That way, they'll stay warm and there's no worry about outgrowing them later. 100 quilts should be enough. This would cost over 15,000 taels of silver. If she found out, would she still go through with it? There were over 300 children in the orphanage. As soon as they heard someone was coming to adopt, they all crowded around, hoping to be chosen. Mingyu had always loved children. Seeing the kids thinly dressed, most without padded jackets, shivering pitifully, it was clear life in the orphanage was hard. She decided to pick several children. The orphanage director was overjoyed. He had been worrying about the children lacking padded jackets to get through the harsh winter. Mingyu began selecting immediately. First, she chose 4 to 6-year-olds with bright eyes and potential for martial arts training, 2 boys and 2 girls. Then, she noticed a few 2- and 3-year-olds staring at her with pitiful, longing eyes. Unable to resist, she picked another 2 boys and 2 girls. In total, she selected 8 children, ranging from 2 to 6 years old. He glanced at Gu Dongxing and Mingyu. Sir, madam, an adult's padded jacket requires 2 jean of cotton. For children, it can't be made too small, so they can wear it as they grow, 1.5 jean of cotton each. Even if we use sackcloth for the jackets, the minimum cost is 10 taels per set. Over 300 sets would be over 3,000 taels. She wanted to pick more, but Gu Dongxing reminded her, our home can't accommodate that many people. Mingyu had to stop. Instead, she turned to Guda and said, go call the clothing shop owner. Have him make a padded jacket and a small quilt for every child. Each quilt would need 8 jean of cotton. Quilts couldn't use sackcloth. At the very least, coarse cotton cloth was needed, costing about 60 taels per quilt. 100 quilts would be 6,000 taels. Together, that came to 9,000 taels. Mingyu was puzzled. Isn't cotton 10 taels per jean? The owner sighed. Madam is showing great kindness. How could I still profit from your silver? I'll charge you only the wholesale price plus labor, without making a cent of profit. But making so many clothes and quilts will require hiring temporary workers, and I can't let them work for free. So the cost can't be reduced. Mingyu thought to herself, there really are kind people everywhere. After a moment, she said, I'll give you 10,000 taels in total. Use coarse cotton cloth for the jackets and fine cotton cloth for the quilts. I'll give you 1,000 taels as a deposit first. End of chapter. Chapter 2094, Splashing Dog Blood on the Children. The lady is kind-hearted, the clothing shop owner sighed inwardly. Who said that having a martial master in our town would lead to bullying and tyranny? This martial master clearly has the heart of a bodhisattva. The dean was overjoyed when he saw that Mingyu was actually going to make a set of cotton clothes for each child and donate 100 large quilts. He called out to the children, Children, this lord and lady are going to make cotton clothes and quilts for everyone. Hurry, kneel down and kowtow to thank them. The children all knelt down toward Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, kowtowing haphazardly while shouting, Thank you, Lord. Thank you, lady. Both Mingyu and Gu Dongxing felt a sense of floating euphoria. Gu Dongxing remained calm, but Mingyu was startled inwardly. Could merit be collected here too? Her mind stirred, and she said to Guda, Go tell the owner of the Zhang family rice shop to deliver 10,000 caddies of rice and flour. Tell him to send good quality, absolutely no passing off inferior goods. Also, go to the Zhushan charcoal shop and have them deliver 50,000 caddies of charcoal. As a result, when the dean led the children in thanking them again, she once more felt the comforting sensation of merit being added to her body. She finally confirmed it was real. This space also allowed the collection of merit. Gu Dongxing watched his wife repeatedly bestow kindness on the orphans and understood that she had realized this space could also sense merit. He had wanted so much silver precisely so his wife could use it for charity. As for gold, he simply felt that exchanging 1 tael of gold for only 10 taels of silver wasn't worth it, so he had asked for half in gold. But after returning home, considering that neither he nor Mingyu could stay in this space permanently, and lacking influence and connections, engaging in charity would invite unnecessary trouble, so he hadn't brought it up. Mingyu noticed Gu's expression and asked, Guma, is something wrong with the children? Silver was nothing but a nuisance anyway. Once it was spent, he would earn more for his wife. Mingyu took the children and made a detour to buy some cotton and cloth to make cotton clothes and quilts for them. Don't talk nonsense, Gu Dongxing scolded. As soon as they got home, Guma and Xiaohong rushed over anxiously, holding the babies. Just like now, his wife buying cotton clothes and quilts for the orphanage children, spending tens of thousands without a single complaint from him. Most importantly, he suspected that merit was tied to the human heart. Merit earned in one space could only be used in that space. Once you left, it would likely disappear. Xiaohong said, the direction they were looking was the door. They must have been hoping to see if the lord and lady had returned. But, madam, the babies were born less than 36 hours ago. I've heard of newborns speaking before, and later their parents splashed dog blood on them to make them normal. Madam. Guma looked flustered. Right after you left, the babies were fine. But after about an hour, they grew restless, twisting their bodies, looking around wildly, and making ah sounds, as if they wanted to say something. Of course, if his wife wanted to do good deeds, he would certainly support her. Guma dared not speak further. Mingyu quickly said, Guma, we are martial masters, so it's normal for our children to be a bit clever. We're all hungry, and the children I brought back are hungry too. Give us the babies, and you and Xiaohong go cook, make plenty. Also, arrange accommodations for the children. Guma and Xiaohong promptly agreed, handed the babies to Mingyu and Gu Dongxing. Then one went to the kitchen to cook and the other to arrange lodging for the children brought back. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing exchanged a glance, quickly carried the babies into the room, and activated the room's formation. End of chapter. Chapter 2095, Man Proposes, God Disposes. Entering the room, the two of them looked at the children. Both children simultaneously uttered the words ma, ma, and then a look of grievance appeared in their eyes. The children called her Mama? Gu Dongxing, completely ignoring the children's aggrieved expressions, said to them anxiously, "Call me Baba. Call me. I am your father. Call me Baba." The children opened and closed their mouths several times before finally managing to say Ba, Ba. Gu Dongxing laughed joyfully. "My treasures called me Baba. Wife, the babies called me Baba." Mengyu rolled her eyes. "I heard them. They called Mama first." "Well, calling Mama first is only right. They lived in your belly for over 3 years." Gu Dongxing was not jealous at all, simply immersed in the excitement of the children calling him Baba. Mengyu reminded him, "Can't you see the emotion in the baby's eyes?" Only then did Gu Dongxing notice that both babies had a look of grievance in their eyes. After calling him Baba, they seemed even more aggrieved. Mengyu understood the look in the children's eyes. They were blaming their parents for not communicating with them for so long. Mengyu also wanted to communicate with the children, but she couldn't even let her consciousness leave her body now. If they hadn't sworn allegiance, since Wangshi's act of selling them violated the rules, the indenture contract would be void, and they could have returned to Anjia village to farm in peace. But having sworn allegiance, they would forever be someone else's servants. Even their descendants would be household-born slaves belonging to the master's family, never to return to Anjia village. Mingyu thought of the child Guma had mentioned, the one drenched in dog blood, and couldn't help feeling a bit gloomy. Guda smiled bitterly. Both father and son have already sworn allegiance to Master Wu Shi. The two looked at each other again, then laughed. After all, they had lived in their mother's belly for over 3 years. How could they behave like ordinary children? But just being born and looking around was one thing. If they started talking the very next day, I'm afraid. They remembered that before entering this space, they had communicated with the two treasures every day. But since entering this space, unable to let their consciousness leave their bodies, they had stopped communicating with the children through consciousness. As for Guda and his son, after handling the father's funeral in Anjia village, they told the village head they wanted to sell their fields and house. She would never allow her child to be drenched in dog blood. How about this? On the pretext that raising so many children makes the outer courtyard unsuitable, we have Guma and Xiaohong take the adopted children to live in the back courtyard, while we take the children into the garden. After the night passes, we'll come out. That way, even if the children seem a bit clever when they emerge, it won't be too unusual. The village head paused. Yes, they had already sworn allegiance to the master. Over time, he had started treating the children like ordinary kids. The village head reminded him, "Are you sure you want to sell? If you sell, it will be hard to buy back if you return later." All of this was in Jisu's doing. But man proposes, God disposes. He only wanted to monopolize Enshirda's 80 acres of land and this large and family compound, but ended up losing his own life. Even his son was taken back by his wife, and in another year or so, the son would probably change his surname as well. Washer, already over 40, after being beaten 20 strokes, was thrown into the town government office. With the two major crimes of illegal human trafficking and intent to harm a martial master, she probably wouldn't have a life left to live. And Huaid sighed inwardly, and Shirda's branch was finished. This chapter ends. Chapter 2096, It's not easy to bask in glory. The village chief probed, asking Guda, "Now that your family of 4 has followed the martial master, will you still come back to visit when you have free time?" Guda was taken aback. Would his family still want to return? In truth, his stepmother had treated his family of 4 so harshly. His father had done nothing, and not a single person in the family had spoken a fair word. Even when he tried to resist, the clan elders stepped in to accuse him of being unfilial. He didn't know if they had taken bribes from Wang or if they were thinking of themselves old and only wanting filial piety from their children, thus siding solely with the elderly while ignoring the young. Completely overlooking that while condemning a child for being unfilial, there was also the charge of parents being unkind. Even the clan chief himself, had he ever spoken a single fair word for their family of 4? After a moment of reflection, Guda quickly smiled again. Being able to follow the martial master and his wife is a blessing cultivated from our past lives. We wouldn't dare neglect our duties. And Huaid understood, he wasn't planning to come back. It's not easy for you and your wife to return often, but you could let your children come back in your place, the village chief said, unwilling to give up. Their village had some disputes with neighboring villages over irrigation. If they had someone closely connected to the martial master returning frequently, they'd have a backing when conflicts arose. but Guda seemed to see through the village chief's intentions. He chuckled and said, "Oh, they'll need to stay by the two martial masters' sides at all times. They won't have any free time either." Moreover, after the four of them had been sold, and Washer spread rumors in the village that they had quarreled over dividing the family property, refused discipline, and run away from home. Even though everyone knew their disappearance was suspicious, no one stepped forward to seek justice for them, let alone try to bring them back. The village chief regretted it. And now, all these people had moved into the back courtyard, leaving only him, a grown man, in the front courtyard. As the outer courtyard steward, he was now managing only himself. Hearing this, the village chief realized Guda was even planning to keep his children from returning. Just as he was about to persuade him, Guda added, "The martial master has already granted us his surname, Gu." The village chief remembered now. When Guda's family of four was suffering, he hadn't spoken a single word for him. His wife and children had all moved into the back courtyard to look after the children there. Now, his family of four had become servants in the martial master's household, but their hearts had grown cold toward the village. On what grounds could he persuade them to return often, so the villagers could bask in the martial master's glory? The village chief opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Guda and Xiao Nian returned to the Gu residence in Dafeng Town with the silver from selling their land and house just before nightfall, only to find that many more people had arrived. And these newcomers were all toddlers or children. However, since it was now nighttime, most of them were asleep, so there wasn't much to do. After Xiao Nian swore loyalty, Mingyu assigned him to take care of Pingping, Gu Nanfang, and Xiao Hong to take care of Anan, Gu Nanong. From then on, they would be the personal stewards of the two young masters and young lady. Guda marveled once again. Meeting the master and mistress and being sold into their household was a blessing cultivated in their past lives. From now on, their family would dedicate their lives to the master and mistress. Today's update is a 10,000-word chapter. Dear readers, if you have votes, please cast them. If not, a good review will do. Thank you. Good night. End of this chapter. Chapter 2097, The Food-Protecting Baby Strongman. Mingyu instructed Xiaonian and Xiaohong to manage the children and train them to take care of their own daily lives. In fact, Mingyu's move was unnecessary, because the children in the orphanage had been required to manage their own lives since the moment they were sent there. Therefore, during this period in the night sky, the only things Xiaonian and Xiaohong could teach the 8 children were to loyally serve their master and handle tasks for him. As for Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, after adopting those children, they took their 2 precious babies and moved into the palace space house in the back garden. Guda and the others had no idea when a house had been built in the garden. Guma wanted to follow them in to serve, but Mingyu refused. This made Guma feel that, since they had been bought, they hadn't really served their master much. Instead, they were living a comfortable life. The sky in the space house was still daytime, but it was always daytime. When Gu Dongxing had forged the space house during his life as an emperor, he had used a large number of night pearls in the air. If no light could be borrowed from outside, these night pearls would glow, making the space house as bright as day. Of course, it was still somewhat different from true daylight, but it was much more comfortable than the night sky. Gu Dongxing skillfully changed Pingping's diaper while chuckling. "I say, wife, you bought so many servants just to take care of yourself and the 2 children. Now, the 2 of us have become nannies, while those servants are living leisurely outside. What's that about?" Mingyu was breastfeeding Anan and also found it amusing. "Isn't this a case of plans changing faster than we can keep up? Who knew our Pingping and Anan would be so smart, talking the day after they were born? What do you think, Anan?" Caught off guard, Gu Dongxing was pushed by him and nearly fell off the bed. Gu Dongxing nodded. "Seems like it." Both of them were stunned again. Anan was also a strong man. Pingping crawled over to Mingyu again and tried to push Anan away. Anan pushed him back. He tried again, and was pushed away again. Anan was nursing and ignored her mother, but Pingping called out to his mother, "Milk, milk." The 2 were shocked as they watched Pingping, a baby just over 10 days old, had actually pushed his father, Gu Dongxing, nearly causing him to fall off the bed. Mingyu said in surprise, "This child, is he a strong man?" Pingping stopped trying to push Anan but pouted as if about to cry. Gu Dongxing scolded with a laugh. "Your diaper isn't changed yet. What's the rush?" Pingping said anxiously. "Pingping wants milk." As he shouted, he desperately pushed Gu Dongxing aside and scrambled toward Mingyu. Gu Dongxing immediately said, "Pingping, you're a little man. Little men don't cry." The strong man Pingping crawled to Mingyu's side and tried to push Anan, who was nursing, Pingping's milk. The strong man Pingping was pushed by Anan and rolled back toward his father. Mingyu tapped his head. "Don't bother your sister while she's eating." Anan firmly defended her territory, reaching out to push Pingping, Anan's milk. "Brother, go." Pingping immediately stopped crying, but tears still hung in his eyes, looking pitiful and adorable. Mingyu shot Gu Dongxing a glare. "Hurry up and mix some spiritual paste for the child." Gu Dongxing quickly went to mix the paste and brought it to Pingping. However, unexpectedly, Tuan Tuan, who had been sleeping at the foot of the bed, suddenly ran over and wagged its tail at Pingping ingratiatingly. Pingping slapped it away with one hand. Paste, Pingpings. This chapter ends. Chapter 2098, The Secret of the Night Sky. Tuanchuan barked woof woof, stubbornly circling its little master to curry favor. Pingping couldn't help scooping up a spoonful of paste and feeding it to Tuanchuan. As a result, Yuan, who had been sleeping and not moving, immediately ran over, staring at Pingping with eager eyes, also wanting to eat the paste. But Pingping slapped it away. You go to an inn. The meaning was, you belong to an inn, don't ask me for food. It turned out these two had claimed Tuanchuan and Yuan, and the two little wolves, in order to compete for favor, had abandoned being wolves and acted like dogs, learning to bark woof woof like puppies. Mingyu then simply assigned Tuanchuan to Pingping and Yuan to an inn. Unexpectedly, Pingping could even distinguish between his own and an inn's. His own paste was only for Tuanchuan, not for Yuan. Mingyu pointed at Pingping, laughing so hard she couldn't stand straight. This little one, so young and already able to tell things apart and knows to guard his food. But listen up, both of you, Pingping and Anin, my precious babies. When outsiders are around, you must not use your strength, or else you won't get to see mommy and daddy. Both babies quickly nodded. Won't use. Gu Dongxing, however, glared sternly at Pingping. Pingping, you're a little man. You must protect your sister, and even her dog you must protect. She discovered that her breast milk wasn't even enough for one child, because they both had the spiritual root of the chaotic heavenly spirit body, and their appetites were enormous. Mingyu was very glad that back when she harvested the spiritual grain and spiritual wheat, she had given half to Gu Dongxing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spiritual rice and spiritual flour to eat now. Pingping, seeing his father's stern expression, had no choice but to scoop another spoonful of paste and feed it to Yuan. Only then was Gu Dongxing satisfied. Yes, that's right. Protect your sister and love what she loves. But from now on, when you eat, don't use your own spoon to feed Tuanchuan and Yuan. Come, give the spoon to daddy to wash clean. Therefore, she could only let the two children take the spiritual flour paste as their main food and breast milk as a supplement. Of course, each time, a drop of spiritual liquid was added to the paste, so the children loved eating it. Tuanchuan and Yuan also seemed to know that the little masters were eating something good and wanted to join in. At this moment, as soon as their mother said to start cultivating, they immediately lay down. Their bones hadn't fully developed yet, so they couldn't sit cross-legged to cultivate. They could only practice the sleeping technique, following what their mother said. Lying in bed, imagining turning food into energy, and the energy into qi, moving it through the body. Moreover, their mother had been feeding them spiritual nectar and constantly giving them spiritual items to absorb spiritual energy. Thus, from birth, their bodies possessed innate power, which was also why both babies had become little strongmen while still infants. Full now, time to start practicing. After birth, ordinary people's innate qi is severed, and mouth and nose qi enters. But Pingping and Anin, because they had always known how to circulate qi, had their innate qi remain unbroken even as mouth and nose qi entered. When the two children were still in their mother's womb, Mingyu had transmitted the basic cultivation method to them via divine sense. So, before they were born, their parents had helped their innate qi circulate continuously as they absorbed spiritual nectar. They knew the route for true qi to travel. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing also began their cultivation. Although they couldn't sense spiritual energy, they still had to cultivate every day, otherwise, their power would decline. This day, just as Mingyu started cultivating, she discovered that the air contained an additional type of energy. Even without practicing, it actively drilled into her body. Once she began circulating her energy, even more of it drilled in. Mingyu was astonished. Could this be the secret of the night sky? Or rather, the secret behind why martial artists' spiritual roots appear among people after the night sky? End of chapter. Chapter 2099, Unbinding the Divine Sense. Mingyu opened her eyes and looked at Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing happened to be looking back at her, both of them with surprise in their eyes. You sense the foreign energy too, right? Mingyu nodded. Yes, it's very strange energy. It actually drills into the body on its own. And this kind of energy feels very comfortable. Yes, I have a feeling. The reason top-grade spirit stones aren't precious in this space is that the people here don't cultivate spiritual energy, they cultivate this foreign energy instead. As for us, who cultivate spiritual energy, our cultivation is sealed here. I suspect it has something to do with this foreign energy. This energy should be at a higher level than spiritual energy, which is why our spiritual energy is suppressed here. Mingyu was shocked. Yes, in the eyes of this space, the two of them, with their spiritual energy, even their soul energy being based on spiritual energy, were seen as intruders. That was why the foreign energy of this space had sealed their soul energy. Then what should we do? Try absorbing it, Gu Dongxing said. Maybe if we absorb the foreign energy here, we can unbind our divine sense and cultivation. Minyu nodded. All right, let's give it a try. Maybe by cultivating this space's foreign energy, we can find a way home. Minyu was overjoyed and quickly extended her divine sense, only to find that it could reach less than 1,000 meters, far less than before. Clearly, the reason they had suddenly stopped sensing the foreign energy was that it had all been drawn to the two children. If before they had been absorbing the foreign energy in mere strands through the acupoint in their hands, now the foreign energy was entering the two children's bodies from all 360 degrees, without any dead angles. When the foreign energy entered her upper dantian, Minyu heard a soft pop. The divine sense that had been isolated and sealed was suddenly released. At almost the same time, she felt that the foreign energy had vanished. They immediately began to cultivate. Afraid that the array of the space house might block the foreign energy, they even turned off the array. She looked at Gu Dongxing and found him looking back at her. Minyu nodded. Here, suddenly, her gaze fell on the two treasures, and she nearly jumped up. The two children were floating in the air, their bodies emitting a soft glow, while all around them, foreign energy of various colors surged into their bodies. Is it that the divine sense has come out? Is it that the divine sense can't leave the body as far as on Earth? Minyu could feel that after the foreign energy entered their bodies, it began to widen their meridians and dantians. The lower dantian expanded, then the middle dantian, and even the upper dantian. Minyu wanted to rush over, but Gu Dongxing pulled her back. Don't disturb them. This is their fortune. Yes, this was the children's fortune. The reason they hadn't absorbed the foreign energy was that all of it had chosen the two children. The two children were enveloped by the foreign energy, like a cocoon. They absorbed the foreign energy for a full 2 hours before the cocoon slowly thinned and finally disappeared. Only then did the two children open their eyes and fall from the air. They were both startled and cried out, bursting into tears. End of chapter. Chapter 2100. It turns out to be inside the turtle's body space. Minyu and Gu Dongxing each took a child, comforting them. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here, Mommy is here. Minyu soothed Anin while examining the child. She extended her divine sense, which carried a foreign energy, making it easy to see through the child's body. She saw that the child's meridians were wide, the dantian expanded, and within the dantian was a pool of spiritual liquid, clearly indicating their foundation establishment cultivation. But above that liquid floated a cloud formed from various lights. This was the foreign energy cloud they had absorbed today. Although she didn't yet know the benefits of today's energy, Minyu felt it was something very good. She then looked inward at her own dantian. Around her golden cord drifted a cloud belt the size of a fist. Compared to her daughter's, it was far inferior. If she had 1 part, her daughter had at least 10 parts. After that wave of foreign energy passed, it never came again. Once her divine sense was freed, their rings and spaces could be accessed. But when Minyu tried to enter her space, she was rejected. She told Gu Dongxing about this, feeling anxious. What do I do if I can't enter the space? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, it's probably because of the foreign energy you absorbed. This energy is of a higher level than the spiritual energy in the space. To the space, you're dangerous, so it's temporarily refusing you entry. The artifact spirit remained silent. Gu Dongxing considered further and said, if your space has an artifact spirit, then when it senses that the energy you carry poses no danger, it will let you in again. Could there be another artifact spirit in the space? She recalled the exchanges in the space. Even when Xiaodao wasn't there, she could still exchange items. Perhaps the space really did have another artifact spirit. Minyu hit a sore spot. If she, as the space's owner, only acknowledged Xiaodao as the artifact spirit from now on, it could indeed replace the other as the space's true spirit. But wasn't the space's artifact spirit Xiaodao? If Xiaodao wasn't there, why would the space reject her? TCH. Minyu sneered at the voice. You don't even dare to show yourself. What kind of artifact spirit are you? Besides, I'm the owner of the space, your master, and you've never appeared. If I only recognize Xiaodao, then Xiaodao can replace you and become the true spirit of this space. Minyu felt helpless and could only leave it at that. Her heart pounded. Who are you? Are you the real artifact spirit of the space? The voice said, as you guessed, I am the true artifact spirit of the space. Then can I never enter the space again? As soon as she thought this, a snicker echoed in her mind. How ridiculous, mistaking a peach tree spirit for the artifact spirit. Minyu was astonished. Since you're the artifact spirit, why did Xiaodao always appear, and you never did? Someone was handling things for me. Why would I need to appear? The arrogant artifact spirit said. It wasn't that I didn't want to appear. I was asleep for a certain reason. What reason? Minyu asked in her mind. The world's origin, the artifact spirit said. This space could have developed into a true world, but because the world's origin was stolen, I fell asleep. The peach tree spirit was merely acting on my behalf during my slumber. Then, if you were asleep, why did you wake up? Mingyu asked. Cats love fish but can't swim. Fish love earthworms but can't go ashore. Heaven gives you many temptations but doesn't let you obtain them easily, only guiding you to strive for them. This chapter ends. Chapter 2101. So it's inside the turtle's body space. Because you collected a bit of the world's origin. That massive celestial meteorite you took from the sea contained a trace of the world's origin. And the Hongmeng Qi is the energy Qi transformed from the dissolution of the world's origin. That energy Qi gradually woke me up. Today, you absorbed the Hongmeng Qi formed from the world's origin in this space. So I've become even more lucid. Mingyu was astonished. You mean the strange energy Qi we absorbed today is Hongmeng Qi? The artifact spirit replied, yes, and I can sense that this Hongmeng Qi was all transformed from my world's origin. Mingyu was shocked. Are you saying the one who stole your world's origin is also in this space? The artifact spirit paused before answering, I don't know if the one who stole the world's origin is in this space, but I can feel that all the Hongmeng Qi here was transformed from my world's origin. So, I hope you can collect this Hongmeng Qi and return it to me. Mingyu felt a headache coming on. How could I possibly collect it? The artifact spirit fell silent again, clearly unsure. After all, it had only just awakened. It sighed and said, forget it, even if collected, it can't be restored to world's origin. From now on, gather the Hongmeng Qi of this world into the peach blossom space as quickly as possible. Next time the world's origin releases Hongmeng Qi, be sure to find its source. But what? It's not up to me to absorb, it mainly depends on you. The artifact spirit added. Mingyu thought, just as I expected, then absorbed the Hongmeng Qi quickly. She recalled that before entering this space, she, Gu Dongxing, and Qingshan had fought a giant turtle on the sea. I told you, the one who stole my world's origin is a turtle. I suspect it wants to become a god. Mingyu was frustrated. In the end, it still came down to her. Because you now carry Hongmeng Qi on you, while the space only contains spiritual energy. Hongmeng Qi is on a whole different level from spiritual energy, so it can't enter. Unless you disperse all the Hongmeng Qi on you, or make the concentration of Hongmeng Qi in the space higher than what's on you. The artifact spirit added. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the one who stole the world's origin is a turtle. But I find it strange, if that giant turtle wanted to become a god, why didn't it build this space inside its own belly? How did the world's origin end up in this space? What does that have to do with it? As long as it has the world's origin, it can create a world and become the god of that world. But Mingyu was even more puzzled. What does its becoming a god have to do with stealing the world's origin? Mingyu was stunned. What did you say? Inside the turtle's belly? Mingyu's mind shook again. Maybe we're inside the turtle's belly right now. She had originally planned to leave this space quickly, but now it seemed they couldn't just leave easily. She remembered Xiaotao sensing the world's origin and rushing to the sea, only to disappear after sending her a message. She, her husband Gu Dongxing, and her spiritual pet and apprentice, the carp spirit Qingshan, followed the trail Xiaotao had left. What they encountered was a 10,000-year-old giant turtle. They fought the giant turtle. First, Qingshan was swallowed, then she fell into the turtle's mouth. Her husband propped open the turtle's mouth with his spiritual sword, but they were still swallowed into its belly, and then they fell into this space. They entered the turtle's belly, then entered this space. If this space wasn't inside the turtle's belly, where else could it be? This chapter ends. Chapter 2102, Inside the Turtle's Body Space. If you were swallowed by the turtle, then the space you are in now is undoubtedly the turtle's internal space, the artifact spirit said with certainty. Mingyu felt frustrated. They had actually ended up inside the turtle's body space. Then, what do we need to do to get out? Get out for what? The artifact spirit exclaimed loudly. Without reclaiming the world's origin and the Hongmeng Qi it has transformed into, why would you want to leave? Mingyu grew angry as well. This isn't my home, so of course I want to get out. How is this not your home? Your husband is by your side. Your children are with you. How is this not your home? Mingyu retorted bitterly. But my father is in the outside world, my disciples are in the outside world, and my career is out there too. Besides, I cultivate the path of merit and virtue. If this truly is the turtle's internal world, no matter how many good deeds I do here, I can't take that merit with me. The artifact spirit fell silent. After a moment, it finally spoke. 10 years. I only ask that you stay here for 10 years. You and your children can absorb the annual Hongmeng Qi. Of course, if you can find and obtain the world's origin, you can leave early. After 10 years, or once you've secured the world's origin, I will help you leave this space. Mingyu was startled. You mean, if my babies absorb too much Hongmeng Qi, they'll become chaos? The artifact spirit scoffed. You wouldn't want your babies to become chaos, would you? Mingyu recalled the ancient myth of chaos. A Han Dynasty geographical text, the classic of divine wonders, Southwest Wilderness, recorded, to the west of Kunlun, there is a strange beast. Its appearance resembles a dog, with long fur for legs, like a bear but without claws, and eyes that cannot see. It cannot move, has ears but cannot hear. It knows when someone approaches, has a belly but no internal organs, and its intestines are straight and unbending, food passes straight through. A noble person approaching it will be rebuffed, an evil person it will obey. Heaven made it this way, and it is called chaos. Thus, later generations referred to those who cannot distinguish right from wrong as chaotic. Mindu was puzzled. Can my babies absorb Hongmeng Chi too? Of course. When the time comes, let them enter the space, and I will be able to extract the Hongmeng Chi from them. The artifact spirit said, if you absorb Hongmeng Chi properly, it can enhance your physical strength. But if you absorb too much, you will lose your sanity and act recklessly. Don't worry though, I'll absorb the excess Hongmeng Chi from them and leave only what they truly need. Mindu grew angry again. That's my children's fortune. How can I give it to you? The artifact spirit clicked its tongue. Are you trying to turn your babies into chaos? Mindu naturally couldn't let her children become beasts that couldn't tell right from wrong. She paused for a moment, then said, what if I can't find the world's origin? And even if I do find it, will the turtle let me take it out? The artifact spirit fell silent again. How could that turtle possibly let them leave with the world's origin? If you search earnestly for 10 years and still can't find it, I won't blame you. As for the turtle, even if you don't take the world's origin, he won't let you leave. So, you have to rely on me. How will you take us out? I'll tell you when the time comes. End of chapter. Chapter 2103, Forming the Nascent Soul. In fact, the artifact spirit estimated, based on the concentration of Hongmeng Chi released by the world's origin this year, that the world's origin would be completely depleted in another 10 years. And during these 10 years, he would not let a single trace of the released Hongmeng Chi go to waste. Mingyu finally agreed. Gu Dongxing, standing by, noticed that Mingyu had been standing there in a daze ever since she said she couldn't enter the space. Her expression shifted from surprise to shock, then even to anger, before finally settling into calmness. He tentatively asked, what's wrong, wife? Mingyu looked up at Gu Dongxing and said in her heart to the artifact spirit, can I tell my husband about our conversation? The artifact spirit replied, you two have already shared life and death. What is there you can't say? Besides, you've already told him about the space's existence long ago. You can't search for the world's origin alone either. Hearing this from the artifact spirit, Mingyu then told Gu Dongxing about the process of her space's artifact spirit awakening and their conversation. Gu Dongxing was also greatly shocked. He hadn't expected that they hadn't been transported to another space by the giant turtle, but rather sent into its internal space by the turtle. A turtle actually had an internal space, and it even dared to dream of becoming a god. Alright, let's stay here for 10 years and find the world's origin, Gu Dongxing asked. Should we start searching now? Mingyu shook her head. Normally, the world's origin doesn't appear. It only shows up during the transition between day and night. Searching at other times is futile. Gu Dongxing frowned. So, we can only wait for the next night? Mingyu nodded. Yes, we have to wait for the next night. Throughout the entire night, Gu Dongxing and Mingyu cultivated within the 30 times speed formation of the thatched cottage space, equivalent to decades of cultivation. Their cultivation levels had also recovered to the peak of the golden core stage, just one step away from forming the nascent soul. However, although she had regained her divine sense, she still couldn't use spiritual power. Moreover, since there wasn't a good alchemy furnace in Gu Dongxing's palace, Mingyu simply took out the thatched cottage from the space. So, Mingyu stopped alchemy, and the two began cultivating by taking elixirs inside the thatched cottage. As soon as she entered the thatched cottage, her full power was restored, and Mingyu was overjoyed. However, she noticed that his cultivation had dropped to the late golden core stage. Because her divine sense was unsealed, Mingyu thought about trying to refine elixirs, but alchemy required spiritual energy. Not only her, but even Gu Dongxing's power had been dragged back to the late golden core stage. Time passed imperceptibly. The night ended, and the day slowly approached with steady steps. Previously, Mingyu had been pregnant, and it was inconvenient. Now that the child was born, they decided to form the nascent soul directly, so they wouldn't have to hesitate when encountering spiritual energy. That works too. During the day, we can earn spirit stones. But if we have time, we should still go to Blackstone City. Both of them took the nascent soul formation pill and began to condense their nascent souls. Although they had never formed a nascent soul before, the techniques Mingyu obtained from the Peach Blossom space contained the methods and steps for doing so. Therefore, it only took them 10 days to form their nascent souls inside the thatched cottage space. Because there was no heavenly Tao inside the thatched cottage, they smoothly condensed their nascent souls without attracting any lightning tribulation. Peering at the nascent souls within their dantians and feeling the immense power in their bodies, both of them were overjoyed. Unfortunately, such powerful strength would be sealed the moment they left this thatched cottage. End of this chapter. Chapter 2104, Someone from Blackstone City. The two walked out of the thatched hut, and Mingyu discovered that after her divine sense left her body, the distance she could see had increased tenfold. In other words, she could see everything clearly within 10 kilometers. Having condensed her infant soul, she now had a few more means of survival in this space. She looked at Gu Dongxing, and Gu Dongxing looked back at her. They understood each other without words. In the distance, firecrackers sounded, at first sporadic, then gradually more joined in, until finally the crackling became a continuous roar, announcing that the night sky had receded and daytime had arrived. It's dawn, set off the firecrackers. A group of children cheered. It turned out that here, the transition from night to day was celebrated like the new year in the outside world. In the prison, Nong Xiaomin had spent his last night sky but would not see his last daytime. He and the other death row prisoners had been executed before dawn. Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu carried Pingping and Anin, who appeared to be only half a year old and had to be held by their parents, but who could actually run and jump, as they walked out of the back garden. Behind them followed Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, who looked like balls of snow. As soon as they saw Mingyu and the others emerge from the back garden, Xiaonian suddenly shouted, "Stand at attention. Everyone together, wish the master, madam, young master, and young lady a happy new year." Everyone seemed to be in a good mood. The cries of vendors selling their wares rose and fell, making Mingyu feel as if she had returned to a farmer's market in the outside world. Only then did Mingyu realize that the arrival of a new daytime marked the beginning of a new year. Happy New Year, everyone. Guma, give everyone a New Year's red envelope with 2 taels of silver. After leaving the thatched hut and returning to the courtyard, everyone felt that the master and madam had changed somehow, but when they looked more closely, they seemed the same as usual. Pingping and Anin were delighted to see the children and wanted to pounce down to play with them, as they had been confined to the palace in the back garden throughout the entire night sky. The streets, silent for a whole night sky, were now bustling. The 2 little ones pulled long faces. They wanted to play with the older and younger siblings, but didn't want to stay mute or act like crawlers. Mingyu worried they might give themselves away and sent them a telepathic message with the instructions she had already given: only sit and crawl, no walking. Only make sounds like ah or n, no speaking. After the New Year's meal, everyone went out to enjoy the streets. Gu Dongxing and Mingyu carried the 2 little ones, leading a group of little followers out onto the street. No matter where they had been, all the children ran to stand behind Xiaonian and Xiaohong, bowing in unison to Mingyu and the others, wish the master, madam, young master, and young lady a happy new year. But if they didn't obey their mother's words, they definitely wouldn't get to play with the other children, so in the end, they had to give in. When the children heard there were red envelopes, they all jumped up. Oh, we're getting red envelopes. Since her divine sense seal had been lifted, she could also send telepathic messages. As a result, the 2 children received a warm welcome from the 10 kids led by Xiaonian and Xiaohong. Though they couldn't speak, their expressive eyes communicated with the other children, who somehow understood them, and soon they were playing harmoniously with the kids in the courtyard. Before entering the back garden, Mingyu had given Guma 1,000 taels of silver for emergencies. But in reality, all the food and supplies had been bought before the night sky, and since no one went out during the night, the silver had gone unused. At the other end of the street, an even louder commotion arose. From the people nearby, she heard that someone from Blackstone City had arrived. The composition of power: first, authority; second, wealth; third, fortune. The 3 complement each other. Without authority, even if you have wealth, it is easily lost. Without wealth, even if you have authority, you lack the financial foundation to consolidate it. And without fortune, even if you have authority and wealth, it is only temporary and will eventually be lost. Whether authority or wealth, both must be obtained through your own abilities. Only fortune is an addition, the result of accumulating virtue and doing good. Good night. This chapter ends. Chapter 2105, Discovered. Sure enough, before long, the crowd on the street parted to both sides, and a beautiful carriage made its way through the flow of people, heading straight toward them. Mingyu heard someone say, "The people from Blackstone City have come to collect martial artist talents. I wonder how many martial artist talents there will be this year? None have been found among the children around here." Yeah, in previous years, there were always some people with martial artist talents among the locals. I don't know why, but this year, not a single person we know has shown any. Mingyu thought about the transformation of her meridians and dantian when the Hongmeng energy entered her body, and she muttered to herself, could it be that this martial artist talent refers to a body that has been transformed by Hongmeng energy? Could it be that the reason no one has shown martial artist talent this year is because her family, especially her twin babies, absorbed all the Hongmeng energy? If the people from Blackstone City found out, Thinking about how the cultivators here practiced Hongming energy, which was far superior to the spiritual energy she cultivated, Mingyu suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Let's go. Let's head back. Mingyu hugged Enin and turned to leave. But Gu Dongxing stopped her. We can't leave now. The carriage from Blackstone City is almost here. Leaving now would be too conspicuous. The young man seemed to carry a hint of understanding. Hunter, huh? Suddenly, the man's gaze shifted to Enin, whom Mingyu was holding. Hearing this, Mingyu grew even more alert. He could sense the aura of martial artist talent. Her twin babies had been thoroughly transformed by Hongming energy. Just as Mingyu was about to answer, Gu Dongxing interrupted, "She is my wife. We are both hunters from the Black Forest." The young man glanced at Enin and suddenly asked Mingyu, "How old is the child?" Mingyu felt uneasy. Had they discovered that they were martial artists? But they were here to collect children with martial artist talent. There was no rule saying martial artists had to go to Blackstone City, was there? Or had they noticed something unusual about Pingping and Enin? Mingyu answered honestly, "Born at the start of this night." She unconsciously muttered to herself, "I clearly sense the aura of martial artist talent here." Moreover, she suspected that with so much Hongming energy inside Enin, could her divine sense really shield it? She instinctively enveloped Enin with her divine sense, and when she tried to extend it to Pingping, she encountered Gu Dongxing's divine sense. He had already shielded Pingping. It seemed fitting for a hunter. But then again, if a hunter wasn't a martial artist, how could they survive in the Black Forest? A young man stepped down from the carriage, scanned the surroundings, and then fixed his gaze on Mingyu and Gu Dongxing's group. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Had he sensed the Hongming energy inside Enin? After all, she hadn't shielded Enin with her divine sense from the very beginning. "Oh, less than half a year old." The young man glanced at Mingyu and then asked, "Are you a martial artist?" Though it was phrased as a question, it was stated with certainty. Sure enough, as they spoke, the carriage from Blackstone City had already arrived. And when it reached them, it stopped. His gaze swept one by one over the 4 boys led by Xiaoyan and the 4 girls led by Xiaohong. The young man asked no more, turned and boarded the carriage, which immediately headed toward the town hall. Gu Dongxing immediately pulled Mingyu and headed back. When the group returned to the Gu residence, Gu Dongxing immediately took Mingyu, the children, and Tuanshuan and Yuan into the back garden. He specifically told Guda, "If anyone comes looking for us, say we've gone out." Life is like a dandelion, seemingly free, yet often not in control. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 2106, Duke Qi of Zhen comes calling. Sure enough, not long after Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu entered the garden, Duke Qi of Zhen came to visit. Guda blocked him at the door. Our master returned home, and then left with his wife and children. Duke Qi of Zhen did not believe it. Not long ago, he was strolling through the streets with his wife and children. Guda said, "Our master left directly after returning from the street." Did he say where he went? Duke Qi of Zhen asked reluctantly. The master seemed to hint that because they had a child, they were taking the child back to the Black Forest to pay respects to both sets of elders, to let them know they have descendants. Additionally, because some doubted the authenticity of their marriage, they wanted to retrieve the stone tablet engraved with the marriage contract between the 2 families to prove their marriage was real. Duke Qi of Zhen was somewhat stunned. This was indeed possible. After all, taking a newborn to pay respects to ancestors was normal. And, because they had no marriage contract at the time, Lin's slander that Nan Wushi was a runaway wife had caused some trouble. Going back to fetch the stone tablet seemed reasonable. The only thing that felt off was why they left just when he came to visit. Seeing Duke Qi of Zhen's skeptical expression, Guda opened the gate and said, "If the Duke does not believe me, you may send people in to search." But Guda did not let him off, insisting on pulling him into the courtyard, even opening the door leading to the garden for inspection. Aside from the walls, there was only a small thatched hut, and it was empty. As soon as they left, Gu Dongxing and Mingyu walked out of the thatched hut. Because although the palace was fine, it existed in the same time and space as this realm. While the thatched hut was different, it could grow medicinal herbs inside, so it naturally formed its own space. Moreover, according to the artifact spirit, the time speed inside the turtle's internal space matched Earth's speed. But the thatched hut's time speed was 30 times that of Earth, meaning 30 times faster than this space. Duke Qi of Zhen had originally wanted to inspect the martial master's house, but hearing Guda say this, he felt it was inappropriate to go in and check. Mingyu could not enter the space, but she could take the thatched hut out of it. Mingyu found it strange. "Husband, how did you know that Duke Qi of Zhen would come looking for us?" Duke Qi of Zhen did not believe it, that the Gu martial master's family had simply vanished. But since he could not find them, he could not take out his anger on the servants. Thus, he had no choice but to leave. Because when the man from Blackstone City let you go at the time, he likely thought it over afterward and decided he could not let it slide. So he must have sent Duke Qi of Zhen to summon you to the town hall. There was another reason. he might have taken a liking to your appearance. After all, his wife was so beautiful. Even if plant juice covered 7/10 of her looks, the remaining 3/10 were still beyond most people's comparison. Of course, he would not say that out loud. Mingyu gave Gu Dongxing a thumbs up. Good thing you made arrangements early. Otherwise, if Duke Jiaojin summoned us to the town hall, going would risk exposing the children absorbing the primordial energy, and not going would seem disrespectful to Blackstone City, causing trouble later. This way is best, we avoided it. Besides, she did not want to see Duke Jiaojin, because she had once set a trap for this man and was certain that the Nong family would not let him off. She just did not know when Nong Daemon would strike. But no matter when, Duke Jiaojin was doomed to die. Happy little New Year. Chapter end. Chapter 2107. Holding Accountable, 1. Sure enough, not long after Duke Chi visited the Gu residence, news spread that Nong Daeong had filed a complaint with the people of Blackstone City, accusing Duke Chi of harboring his younger brother's runaway wife and causing his brother's death. Under normal circumstances, Blackstone City might not have taken up the case. But because this year, after the night sky, no child with a martial artist's bone structure had appeared, the people of Blackstone City wanted to stay and investigate the matter. Thus, the envoy from Blackstone City accepted the case. Since the case was related to Mengyu, Duke Chi and the Blackstone City envoy soon arrived at the Gu residence again. Guta responded to the Blackstone City envoy with the same excuse as before. This time, however, the Blackstone City envoy did not make a cursory inspection like Duke Chi had. Instead, he carefully examined the entire Gu residence, not even sparing the small thatched hut in the garden. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing stood within the concealment formation of the medicinal garden, watching as those people entered and left. The young man who had previously harassed her even stared at the thatched hut repeatedly. But in the end, they found no one. And since they did not know the exact location of their home in the Black Forest, they had no choice but to give up. Although Nan Mingyu did not appear, Duke Chi's crimes were still uncovered. Gu Dongxing sighed. In that case, let your husband go out and meet them. Duke Chi was certain. Yes, she is definitely a martial artist. When Lin accused her of being her husband's runaway wife from 5 years ago, I sent officers from the town government to capture her. But every single one of them was knocked down by her. However, Duke Chi shifted the blame onto Mingyu in front of the Blackstone City envoy. Sir, it was martial artist Nan who demanded that I teach those two a lesson. Because that Lin woman had offended martial artist Nan, I had no choice but to act. Although I am the town duke, I cannot refuse a martial artist's request. So, this has nothing to do with me, sir. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, call Xiaoyan and Xiaohong into the back garden. Have them watch the children in the thatched hut. Let's go together. The Blackstone City martial artist was puzzled. Are you certain that the person you speak of is a martial artist? Mingyu smiled bitterly. They want to see me. I should go. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, who had been monitoring the town government with their divine sense, simultaneously discovered Duke Chi's scheme. Mingyu pondered for a moment and said, all right. It seems they suspect me. What should we do? Mingyu looked at Gu Dongxing. At this point, 12 days had passed since Duke Chi's first visit to the Gu residence. Their excuse back then was that they had taken the children back to the Black Forest to pay respects to their ancestors. Mingyu first instructed the two little ones, babies, mommy and daddy have some matters to attend to. But we don't feel at ease leaving you outside. So while we're away, you must stay in the thatched hut. Do not go out. Can you do that? The attendant replied, they are martial artists. A round trip would take at least 10 days. The envoy thought for a moment and said to his attendant, she went back to the Black Forest. She should have returned by now, right? Sir, the officers of our town government are all martial artists, but none of them could withstand even a single move from her. So she can only be a martial artist. If you don't believe me, summon her for questioning. And the children? The two babies, not yet half a year old, spoke in unison. Daddy, Mommy, Ping Ping, and An can do it. She had prepared plenty of food and placed it in the thatched hut. She had also stored a large amount of spiritual rice, spiritual flour, and meat inside. Only then did she go out to find Guda, Guma, Xiaoyan, and Xiaohong. She solemnly instructed Xiaoyan and Xiaohong to enter the back garden and take care of the two little ones. Upon hearing that Mingyu wanted his two children to enter the back garden, Guda's heart tightened. Were they preparing for the worst? Did she believe that this trip to the town government would be dangerous? If you don't clench your fist, you won't know how strong you truly are. Good morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 2108, Holding Accountable, Part 2. Mingyu seemed not to notice Guda's complicated expression and said, don't worry, there won't be any major danger. I just don't want anyone to come see the two babies. I've placed plenty of food and supplies in the thatched cottage. While we're away, no one else is allowed into the back garden. Xiaoyan and Xiaohong must not come out either, especially not with the children. Do you understand? Xiaoyan and Xiaohong quickly replied, understood. Good, then follow me. Xunyan and Xiaohong followed Mingyu into the back garden, while Gu Dongxing stayed behind with Gu De to share what could be said, leaving Gu De and the other somewhat worried. Meanwhile, Xiaonian and Xiaohong entered the back garden with Mingyu. Because Mingyu had left the herb garden in the back courtyard of the thatched cottage within her space, the cottage itself now only operated at normal speed, no longer possessing the 30-fold time acceleration function. When Xiaonian and Xiaohong stepped inside the thatched cottage, they discovered that despite its shabby exterior, the interior was even more luxurious than the courtyard they currently lived in, stocked with everything imaginable. The kitchen alone was larger than the living room outside, piled high with all kinds of ingredients, including many types of meat they had never seen before. Xiaohong, having inadvertently tattled, felt very uneasy. Mingyu said nothing more and followed the public officer, with Gu Dongxing trailing behind. Mingyu told them if the babies get hungry, just boil water and mix this powder into a paste. As for yourselves, pick whatever ingredients you want and cook your own meals. You know how to cook, don't you? Xiaonian quickly said, we used to not even have enough porridge to fill our stomachs. Now that we have white rice to eat, we're already very satisfied. My mother is reluctant to eat too much, so she only cooks a little meat each meal. Mingyu was puzzled. Didn't I give your mother so much meat? Hasn't she cooked it for you? Xiaonian replied, well, usually my mother is always reluctant to cook meat. She's used to being frugal. Mingyu sighed, you're still growing, so you need to eat meat. Mother Gu has been poor for too long and wants to save silver for me. Yes, we won't overeat, Xiaonian quickly said. You can eat as much meat as you like here. But be careful not to eat too much. If you get stuffed, I won't take responsibility, Mingyu joked. Xiaohong swallowed and asked, can we cook meat to eat? Mingyu smiled, of course you can. You can cook and eat any ingredient in this kitchen. Wow, I can finally eat my fill of meat. Just as Mingyu stepped out of the back garden, Gu De came to report. The public officer from the town government had come to summon the lady to meet with the envoy from Black Rock City. Mingyu found it strange. Didn't I give your mother so much meat? Hasn't she cooked it for you? The envoy from Black Rock City put on a businesslike expression. Are you Nanyu? Are you a martial master? Mingyu cupped her hands in greeting. Yes, sir, I am Nanyu. As for whether I'm a martial master, if the town government says so, then I suppose I am. Then do you have a cultivation technique? The envoy asked. Mingyu answered firmly, of course I do. What technique do you cultivate? The envoy asked. Mingyu found it odd. How could this person ask such a question? Wasn't one's cultivation technique always a secret? When they arrived at the town government hall, the envoy from Black Rock City was seated at the head, with Gnome Damon and his mother beside him, along with two unfamiliar people. Below the hall knelt the Duke of Qi. The envoy from Black Rock City immediately put on a smile when he saw Mingyu, but his smile froze when he saw Gu Dongxing. Chapter 2109, Holding Accountable, Part 3. Gu Dongxing stepped forward. Sir, isn't the cultivation technique a matter of personal privacy? The envoy finally turned his gaze to Gu Dongxing. And who are you? Sir, Nanyu is my lawfully wedded wife, betrothed by our parents and married through proper rites. Gu Dongxing replied with neither humility nor arrogance. So, you are that Gu Dong? The envoy looked at Gu Dongxing. Yes, sir. Gu Dongxing remained calm and composed. The envoy glanced at Mingyu, then back at Gu Dongxing. Are both of you hunters from the Black Forest? Gu Dongxing answered again. Yes, sir. My wife and I are both hunters from the Black Forest. We used to live there and made a living by hunting. The envoy asked further, are you also a martial master? Yes, sir. The envoy stared into Gu Dongxing's eyes. When did you return? Just under 6 hours ago, sir. Sir, I went back to pay respects to my parents and tell them we have offspring. Sir, the technique is ancestral and cannot be divulged. When Gu Dongxing said it could not be divulged, his expression turned sharp. Quite a coincidence, sir. Gu Dongxing showed no fear of his gaze. But Lin deliberately misled the officers sent to arrest me, hinting that my family had wealth worth confiscating. Stirred by Lin, the officers moved to seize me. At that point, I could no longer tolerate it and defended myself. When the officers learned I was a martial master, they became certain I could not be a runaway wife and arrested Lin instead. Later, Magistrate Qi came to apologize. I did make a request that Nong Xiaomin and Lin be taught a lesson according to the law. But I never specified how they should be punished, nor did I demand any penalty beyond what the law prescribes. Sir, did I do something wrong? Quite a coincidence indeed. The envoy narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Both you and your woman practice cultivation techniques? The envoy, pricked by Gu Dongxing's sharp gaze, dared not press further about his technique and shifted the topic. I heard you returned to the Black Forest a few days ago? Sir, Magistrate Qi confessed that you were the one who accused Nong Xiaomin and Lin of false charges, and that everything he did to them was at your instigation. What do you have to say? Mingyu looked up at the envoy. Sir, Lin led the town office officers to arrest me and falsely accused me of being Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife. I argued with them on the spot, saying that Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife was bought by him 7 years ago, gave birth to a child 6 years ago, but due to Nong Xiaomin's domestic violence, the child did not survive, and the wife fled 5 years ago. I am only 16 this year, so I cannot possibly be Nong Xiaomin's runaway wife. The envoy paused. For a martial master falsely accused of being a runaway wife, merely reporting the false accusation and asking the town office to teach them a lesson did not seem wrong. Magistrate Qi grew anxious at Mingyu's words, but you clearly told me to teach them a good lesson. Mingyu sneered. They slandered me. Shouldn't they be taught a lesson? I told you to teach them well, but I never asked you to go beyond the law. Unless you didn't punish them according to the law and did something unlawful. Did he do something unlawful? Of course he did. Lin was directly killed by him, and Nong Xiaomin was locked in a cell with a death row inmate who had a particular fetish. Unable to bear the humiliation, Nong Xiaomin fought back and killed the man. End of chapter. Chapter 2110, Accountability 4. However, Duke Qi dared to kill them because he had been acting on her, Nan Yu's, orders. Duke Qi remembered that at the time, she had kicked him viciously and said, "You want me to forgive you? Fine. I won't kill you, but you must find a way to teach Nong Xiaomin and Lin a proper lesson. Also, don't provoke me again, or I won't just give you a light kicking." Duke Qi recalled that Meng Yu's eyes had been filled with murderous intent at the time, clearly wanting to kill those two. He had been delighted then, thinking that even if he killed them, he could pin it all on her. She was a martial master. If she took the blame, nothing serious would happen to her. At worst, she would be sent to Blackstone City. But now, why was he the one bearing everything? Bearing it himself meant losing his own life. He could only stubbornly cling to Mengyu, but it was clearly you who wanted them dead. I knew that Lin had offended you, and you wanted to kill her, so I acted on your behalf. The two unfamiliar people seated in the hall immediately turned murderous gazes toward Mengyu. Mengyu's heart tightened. Was Duke Qi trying to make her take the fall? Lin only acted out because I didn't buy her for my husband. People like her, given the chance, would bring endless trouble. So yes, I did consider killing her. In truth, she had indeed thought of using Duke Qi's hand to eliminate Nong Xiaomin and Lin, but she had not acted on it. She had only told him to teach them a harsh lesson. You were afraid she would retaliate, so you wanted her dead, Duke Qi said resentfully. Their deaths were ultimately because Duke Qi had accidentally raped and killed Lin, and then, to cover it up, he had killed Nong Xiaomin as well. So the one who should hold a grudge is not me, but Lin. Why would I need to exterminate her completely? Retaliate against me? Mengyu laughed. She was another man's purchased wife, an ordinary person, while I am a martial master. What could she possibly do to retaliate? To put it bluntly, she was nothing but an ant in my eyes. Why would I need you to silence her and hand you a weapon against me? Besides, did I ever explicitly tell you to kill her? Therefore, she would not take the blame. As for Nong Xiaomin, his deep scheming and his attempts to manipulate her made him too dangerous, so she had also considered eliminating him. Lin and I were strangers. She only disliked me because I refused to buy her as my husband's escapee wife. She provoked me in various ways. For small matters, I retaliated on the spot. For the serious accusation of being an escapee wife, I handed her over to the town office, hoping she would learn her lesson. Duke Qi was choked into silence. He could not argue, because Mengyu had never explicitly ordered him to kill Lin or Nong Xiaomin. The two unfamiliar men sitting nearby looked at Mengyu with curiosity. The older one asked, "Are you really a martial master?" Mengyu glanced around, noticed Duke Qi's handcuffs and leg irons, walked over and pulled them apart with a single tug. Even a strong ordinary person could break those chains, the unfamiliar man said, still unconvinced that Mengyu was a martial master. The world never disappoints those who work hard and persevere. Good night. End of chapter.